Chapter 503 Who? Ryu's words made a cold shiver crawl up Zanla's spine. It seemed to be a pointed, hardly hidden threat. To Ryu, anything he couldn't control was a problem to his current purpose in life. Why would he risk allowing this Goman to live if he could be just as if not more useful as a corpse puppet? The others here couldn't afford to so casually use their corpse puppets. Controlling puppets required a large amount of spiritual chi, and replenishing it obviously required an even larger amount of normal chi. In this nether chi-dense environment, it was impossible to expect to replenish that chi with any sort of ease. Ironically, this meant that the strength of these youths, who were clearly all necromancers, was as much as halved without being able to display their true capabilities. It was obvious that this entire world was pushing them all toward becoming summoning necromancers, but only a very selected few would ever succeed. However, for Ryu, who could convert nether chi as he pleased, he didn't have this limitation. Not only had he already found and grasped the summoning necromancer legacy of this town for himself, he could also use normal corpse puppets without worry. Still, there was something useful that Zanla had said. Thanks to his words, Ryu now had a new target. Soon, a second city would fall beneath his blade. With a thought, Nemesis turned away and shot back toward the keep. Since things had reached this stage, he would first focus on forging Goman into a corpse puppet. Though his summons were very powerful, Ryu hadn't forgotten that they were exceptionally costly. Not only did they cost a lot to summon, but they also needed a certain amount of chi to maintain their existence. In a real battle, this cost would only become worse. Every time a skeleton warrior suffered an injury that needed to be healed, the chi would have to come from Ryu. Luckily, they could pull chi from the atmosphere as well, and they had an advantage in doing this while still in the nether realm. But Ryu had no idea how things would change from now on. He had to be prepared. The good news was that Ryu's death chi seemed to be so potent and pure that the cost for everything was significantly lessened. However, the bad news was that Ryu's cultivation was still too poor. These discounts he was receiving was still more than enough to bleed him completely dry. The crowd fell completely silent as they watched Ryu vanish into the keep once more. Even Serial looked toward his back with a somewhat bitter smile. Shouldn't he have invited her in or something like that? Why didn't he even say a word? Goman's screams filled the keep. Unfortunately, there was no one here or anywhere to hear him. Considering Goman's background and the cruelty he had to commit to gain that ink-black body those of his clan covet so much, Ryu didn't bat an eye at his pain. The souls he had tortured alone were likely far greater than Ryu cared to acknowledge. Instead, Ryu was calmly flipping through the body of an herbologist tome. He had already long since gone through it all, even memorizing it thoroughly. But this book seemed to have a spirit of its own. There was sometimes Ryu would go through it, only to find something completely new that he had missed, something that should have been completely impossible. Yet was true. One could think that the book was constantly updating itself, tweaking recipes here and there to make it better. Or, who knows, maybe there was more than one book like this in the world and they were connected by a tether. Maybe a change to one of these books led to a change in them all? Of course, at this point, Ryu was just speculating. He hadn't found any evidence proving this point, which meant that it was either not true, or done in a manner even he, as an origin-grade ruin master, had no knowledge of. In Ryu's estimation, the latter possibility was near zero. But he still entertained it. The world of cultivation was far too large for him to claim to know any and everything. His body is quite sturdy and strong, making him quite good at wielding the spear. But he doesn't have the nimbleness or speed I would have liked for him to use the twin daggers. If the screaming Goman could hear Ryu's thoughts, he just might implode with rage. Ryu was already turning him into a corpse puppet. Was there a need to pick out his deficiencies as though he was a product on a shelf? But in Ryu's eyes, was he much different from this at that point? If I try to make him good at everything, it will backfire. In that case, we'll focus on his heft and his physical defense. He also has high compatibility with wraiths already, so in the future, I can nurture what remains of his soul with them to raise his intelligence. It may even be possible to turn him into a lich in the future and take a large amount of the burden off of myself. In that case, we'll lean into this formula and make his skin even thicker while forming an evolutionary path for him to absorb metals. widen his meridians and simplify their pathways. He needs a stronger emphasis on strength and not finesse. With every thought, Ryu adjusted his formula just a small bit. Then, one after another, he pulled out the herbs he needed from his incubator. Gomen couldn't even stop screaming as he looked on in horror. Ryu's actions were far too meticulous, carrying with them a systematic nature to them that made him realize it was all over. There was no amount of pleading, no amount of harsh words, no amount of convincing that he could do to get Ryu to stop. He had already made his choice. Today Gomen Orobona would die. And, ironically, he would be in even more pain than any one of his wraiths had ever been. Ryu's frown set in as he poured death chi into Gomen. Just now, he had tried to use primordial chaos death chi in a normal fashion, but the result was him nearly imploding his body from the inside out, a result that left him completely speechless. The pain was even worse than when Ryu had used primordial chaos lightning chi within Osiris, something that had completely torn his body apart. However, he couldn't understand why. Compared to his body, his spiritual sea was the far more sensitive location. Although he would receive protection from Divine Chaotic Annihilation and Immortal Sakura, both of which were visualizations currently protecting his mind, if it was a chi he allowed into his mind consciously, his own visualizations wouldn't react to it like a threat. This was all to say that if this primordial chaos death chi was going to lash out, it should have done so long ago. Yet, it didn't react when he completed his skeleton warrior summon formation. And it also didn't react when he summoned his first two lower skeleton warriors. But it wanted to act like this now? Ryu took a deep breath and calmed himself. Everything had a logical reason behind it. The energies of the world, especially, always followed an obvious pattern. They were among the most predictable things in the world. What made them complex wasn't the energies themselves, but rather their complicated interactions with everything else. However, at this moment, Ryu had completely isolated the chi. There shouldn't be any other variables, at least not ones from the outside world. Any of these variables could only come from himself, from within his own body. The white flame. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Following through on his thoughts, he once again controlled his chaotic silk meridians to create primordial chaos death chi. Then, upon storing it into one of his 12 miniature dantians, he allowed it to enter his spiritual sea. Though the mental realm was noted as such, one's spiritual sea wasn't an exact location within someone's body, though there were easier places to access it compared to others. The brain, for example. One should consider their spiritual sea and their body almost like two separate planes. Transferring energy from one to another was like Ryu entering the ethereal plane by using the crystalline jade. As expected, the energy became exceptionally docile the moment it entered Ryu's spiritual sea. But, rather than stopping there, Ryu began to push the energy toward the white flame that called the bottom of his spiritual sea home. The closer he got, the more the primordial chaos death chi seemed to tremble. Ryu didn't want to believe what he was seeing, but the evidence was right before him. It was fear. His primordial chaos death chi feared this nameless white flame. Just who was the Phoenix Sky God exactly? And what was this mysterious flame he left to Ryu? Just one long chapter today. Chapter 504 Pure? Ryu tried to take control of the white flame as he had in the past. But, once again, it didn't seem eager to listen to him. It continued to float at the bottom of his spiritual sea as though a fluffy ball of cotton. It looked completely harmless. There wasn't an ounce of danger coming from it at all, and it even allowed Ryu to probe it endlessly without the slightest hint of fighting back. But, whenever he tried to take that final step and grasp it as his own, it didn't react the slightest bit. A part of Ryu felt as though this flame wasn't real. Though it had an effect on its surroundings, it wasn't tangible. It was almost like chasing a mirage in the middle of the desert that kept being just a single step away from you. It was like the flame wanted Ryu to feel as though he was delirious. The only time this flame had ever taken action was when Ryu's soul was about to be severely damaged. But Ryu was obviously completely unaware of this. Though he had his own guesses, it was impossible for him to be certain. The result was what he saw here, being completely at a loss and not understanding what direction he could take things in. Is it just primordial chaos death chi? Ryu began to slowly experiment, trying to remain as cautious as possible. But it seemed as though the world loved playing jokes on him. The moment Ryu tried to allow primordial chaos lightning into his spiritual sea, he felt his life flash before his eyes. It was just a tiny, impossibly small amount. Yet, it threatened to rampage throughout his mental realm and turn him into a half-dead fool. If it wasn't for the fact it was indeed a small amount, and he had been prepared to send it back to his miniature Dantian almost immediately, he really would have died. Ryu took deep breaths, a cold sweat matting his forehead. Out of all the nonsense he had been through, being chased by Leopold, escaping a path extinction realm bastard who was trying to kill him, facing off against his two little nephews. This was still the closest he had ever been to death, and it was done by his own hands. Calming himself, Ryu analyzed the situation once again. After a moment, he was his usual self again. There are two possibilities. The first is that the white flame is sentient and chose not to act this time to teach me a lesson for trying to test it. The second, and more likely case, is that this flame only has a rulership against energies related to death. Or, at the very least, death energies is one of the domains it controls. Once Ryu's heart rate was back to normal, he found this to be acceptable. He was certain that this white flame was the very same flame that covered his spiritual foundation. This meant that it was a gift given to him in exchange for passing the Phoenix Sky God's trial. He wasn't sure if he was the first to succeed, but he was definitely one of the very few because Ryu had no records of such a thing. If this was a gift from the Phoenix Sky God, it made sense that it would have a domain over death. After all, titles and names were exceptionally important. The fact the Phoenix Sky God didn't specify which of the Phoenix clans he represented could only mean one thing. He represented them all. Whether it was the Ice, Fire, or Dark Phoenix clans, he was an overlord who existed above all three. What did this functionally mean? It meant that when it came to matters of life, death, and reincarnation, the Phoenix Sky God claimed to have dominion over them all. This was what this seemingly simple title represented. When Ryu reached this point in his thoughts, he took a deep breath. So this is why it's so docile? But is that really possible? Ryu found this exceptionally hard to accept, and for good reason. Primordial Qi was considered to be the apex of energies just beneath essence and chaos Qi. It was meant to be the king of their respective niches. There should be nothing above it. But now, this white flame made such an energy feel fear? How could this even be possible? Ryu would argue that Primordial Chaos Death Qi was even more powerful than Primordial Death Qi. Yet, even despite all of this, the white flame made it feel fear? At this moment, Ryu realized that he functionally knew nothing about this Phoenix Sky God. Though he subconsciously thought of this person as a he wasn't even certain if this Phoenix Sky God was a man or a woman at all. Now that Ryu thought about it, all the cobbled-together stories and folktales he had used to piece together the Phoenix Sky God's life back during his first life, were they even correct? This person hid themselves so deeply. They were so famous, so well-known, so well-spoken of, yet no one knew the true details of their life. By every metric, this didn't make sense. When someone was so great, a certain fate would be attached to every mention of their name. So long as they reached a certain point, those sensitive enough to it, especially those like Ryu, would be able to see what facts about their lives were true or false simply by sensing fate. Yet, even now, Ryu was completely unable to do this even after undoing so many seals. Back then, Ryu had been desperate. His intuition was screaming at him, both telling him that his clan's time was running out and that he wouldn't be able to help them unless he took this leap, so he had never really considered the kind of legacy he was accepting. Most sky gods passed down their legacies so that they'd be remembered, so that one day when they reincarnated, they would have gathered up a great amount of karma to live a peaceful life. Even if in this life they didn't become sky gods again, it would still be worth it. But why did Ryu feel that the Phoenix Sky God's intentions weren't so simple or so pure? Chapter 505 Friends. Who are you exactly? And why did you choose me? Ryu silently watched as Gomen's screams died down, but he didn't seem to be seeing the scene before him at all. He couldn't help but wonder. Was he chosen by the Phoenix Sky God because of his talent? Because of his character? Or was it because he was desperate enough to do whatever it would take? The Phoenix Sky God's trial required him to dig deep and find the will to fight against fate. It sounded like the purest of ideals with the greatest of intentions behind it. But was this true? Ryu had found that his obsession with fighting against fate, even his outright arrogance in thinking he was doing so, weighed him down far more than it helped him. Was this because he had misread the intentions of the Phoenix Sky God? Or was that because this was the intention of the Phoenix Sky God all along? But this was only the tip of the iceberg. The question that Ryu had been ignoring until now, the question that he hadn't wanted to think about. Why now? Why did the Phoenix Sky God force him to wait 900 million years to be reincarnated? Why was this the time period they chose? Why would the Phoenix Sky God make his family have to wait for so long? To suffer through such pain of not knowing whether he was even alive or not? What was the purpose? Was there something particularly important about the Tor clan? Just thinking that made Ryu's expression weird. They had ties to the Zhu clan simply by virtue of having the crystalline Jade, but would the Phoenix Sky God be tied to such a clan? About the only thing Ryu knew about this Phoenix Sky God was that they most definitely predated the Zhu clan. What ties could they possibly have to such a clan? Especially when the Phoenix Sky God should have died long before they were even birthed as a power. It didn't make sense. Was it about the hardship he would have to go through as a child? Ryu didn't believe this either. How massive was the cultivation world? How many kingdoms like the Tor kingdom were there? How many bad mothers and power-hungry fathers were there? Was that really the only place in the vastness of the cosmos he could have gone? That was ridiculous. Ryu was absolutely certain that there were an infinite number of spots he could have been reincarnated at. Even if, for some reason, the Phoenix Sky God insisted on having him reincarnate on his original shrine world, how many trillions of people were there? Even in this one world alone, there should have been countless chances in 900 million years to reincarnate him into a suitable challenge. Ryu took a deep breath before he went any further. In just this few minutes of thought, he felt himself slipping back toward resentment and anger. It was just so easy to blame everything around you when you didn't want to take responsibility for yourself. The truth of the matter was, even if the Phoenix Sky God wanted to use him, didn't he need to use the Phoenix Sky God too? Without this existence's help, would he have ever been able to reach such strength? The coldness in Ryu's gaze calmed. One step at a time, he thought to himself, emphasizing each word. A conclusion was slowly brewing in Ryu's minds, connections he hadn't or was unable to make in the past coming together one step after another. However, he let them brew in the depths of his mind, allowing the picture to form itself as he focused on the corpse puppet before him. With a thought, Ryu summoned another lower skeleton warrior. This time, it sapped about 30% of his stamina. But he felt this made sense. The cost of activating his summoning formation was less per capita the more skeleton warriors he was summoning at once. This was why summoning 2 cost less than 50%, but just 1 cost this much. Under Ryu's command, the lower skeleton warrior began to pour primordial chaos death chi into Gomen, starting the steps toward completing the process. Now that Ryu had primordial chaos death chi, he no longer needed to care about the restrictions on necromancy techniques. This highest form of death chi could be used as a replacement for every death chi in existence, including Hecate's grave chi. Gomen rose, his crimson eyes still hovering in a sea of blackness. There wasn't a single inch of his body that wasn't colored by this inkiness. But, when he stood before you, your first thought wouldn't be of this at all, but rather the obscene amount of pressure he was giving off. As though he had the weight of a planet, the air warped and bowed around him, the ground beneath his feet threatening to collapse completely. The current Gomen had already shattered the mold of the Path Extinction realm. Had he done so in battle against Ryu, things definitely wouldn't have ended so simply. But he hadn't been nearly decisive enough. Ryu didn't have a heavy enough weapon to give Gomen. But, luckily, after searching the latter's spatial rings, he had found a weapon Gomen had clearly prepared for himself after his breakthrough. It was a pitch-black heaven-grade spear that even Ryu himself couldn't casually swing around. Even just picking it up required no small bit of effort on his part. But Gomen, it was perfect. Ryu had, of course, found much more in Gomen's spatial rings than just this. including a few specialty rings curated for the nurturing of wraiths. Ryu had no experience controlling wraiths, nor did he want to. They were too dangerous for someone with inexperience, especially since there were a few in here Gomen had clearly sealed to be used only after he broke through. Rather than overestimating himself and getting into another life and death situation, Ryu picked out the weakest wraith and passed it over to Gomen to begin the process of reforming some of his intelligence. With that done, Ryu headed down the keep and called forth Nemesis once again. It was time to visit this supposed second city. What Ryu didn't know was that there'd be some friends waiting for him there. Chapter 506 A Terrible Leader. Ryu stepped out of the keep, but he hadn't expected to be asked a question he didn't know how to answer before he could even regain his bearings. Did I do something wrong? Ryu sat atop Nemesis, looking down at Serial, whose eyes were practically leaking. For everyone else, they saw a cute and lovable human girl who had been wronged. However, Ryu saw a frighteningly beautiful fae with the looks of a goddess, who had been wronged. The first was already bad enough, but the latter was enough to leave Ryu at a loss for how to answer. Did she do anything wrong? The correct answer was that Ryu didn't know. Maybe she had, but it was possible that she hadn't either. Ryu suddenly found himself caring about how he responded to this question a bit too much, something that subconsciously made his gaze a hint colder. He didn't have the time for this carousel of emotion, and he definitely didn't want to deal with anyone who would constantly put him in such a situation. As the saying went, old habits die hard. It was much easier for Ryu to simply put up a brick wall, especially if this woman was potentially dangerous. But in the end, he sighed. You haven't done anything wrong. Why do you ask? Serial blinked, her tears still half fallen. She didn't know how to respond to this either. Why had she asked? It was just a feeling. But it wasn't exactly easy to convey a feeling so easily. You aren't mad? I'm sorry about before. Ryu reached out a hand. Those matters are already forgotten. Serial looked at Ryu's hand, unsure of what he wanted. For a moment, she felt that this hand was almost more beautiful than her own. If she was honest, she wasn't supremely confident that it even was. Why did even his hand have to be like this? Are you coming? Ryu asked. Oh! Serial subconsciously grabbed Ryu's hand, only to find herself being swung to his back. It wasn't until she was about halfway up that she realized Ryu's intention and began to blush profusely. Luckily for her, her face was hidden behind him. Nemesis. Nye. At this moment, a crowd of youths had gathered at the entrance of the outer city, all looking toward a singular young man. Ryu had chosen to appease Serial. It was a simple choice. If she really was innocent, then she didn't deserve cold treatment. And, if she wasn't, then making her feel as though her ploy was working was for the best, right? Only then would she become lax and expose herself. Of course, this was just what Ryu told himself while trying to ignore the fact she was currently clinging to his back. We will be attacking another city today, Ryu said plainly. Those who come will gain the rewards that come with that. Those who do not will not. You have 1 minute to make your decision. Ryu had known from a very early age that he was not a good leader. He lacked patience, he didn't have a high threshold for tolerance, and although he had the emotional intelligence to empathize and understand, he never functionally acted upon it. Taking responsibility for others wasn't something he liked to do. In fact, it was something he abhorred doing. He would never be able to hold someone else to the same standards he held for himself. It was probably part of Ryu's emotional intelligence that he understood this about himself. But it might also very well be a flaw in it that he was so unwilling or unable to change it. Or more accurately, that he wasn't aware that this was something he had to change or if it was even worth it to do so. Could be said that at this moment, Ryu was taking charge not because he wanted to, but because he had to. Whatever this Nether Palace had in store clearly required the cooperation of not just a single person. Yet, it also seemed that the rewards were very individual. Those who heard Ryu's words were shocked. Attacking another city? They hadn't even been completely certain that there would be others, and now they were suddenly lurking an assault against one. They could hardly survive on their own. What would attacking another city do for them aside from throwing their lives away faster? Ryu didn't say a word. nor did he rebuttal any of the murmurs. Though he was aware that whoever was pulling strings in the background wanted the illusion of teamwork, he hadn't asked this question for the sake of following through on this. He instead wanted to check for something. "I will go." Zanlis stepped forward. To his back, members of the avant-garde family who Ryu could only assume had come with him. There were only 4 of them for a total of 5, but it was obvious that they were all elites. Ryu nodded, but didn't say anything more. He knew that Zanlis wouldn't have remained idle. This sort of man was ambitious, and it was clear that he understood staying in one city might be safer for now. But this didn't mean that things would remain this way into the future. With the addition of these 5, it ballooned Ryu's group of 3, excluding Nemesis, to 8. Of course, Neil could only follow along with a bitter smile, feeling that he had no choice but to follow. Without Ryu, he would at best rank somewhere in the middle of all these geniuses. If he wanted to improve, he would have to take risks. Since he could use his relationship with Ryu to his advantage in this regard, if he still wasn't willing to risk his life, then what kind of man would he be? "We would like to join as well." A group of 4 stepped forward. It only took a glance for Ryu to see that they were members of the Orobona clan. But, rather than questioning their motives, he simply nodded. "1 minute is up. Let's go." Nemesis shot into the distance. Just like that, 12 and a horse set off, leaving a group of speechless individuals. How were they supposed to attack a city with just that pitiful number? Chapter 507. A terrible leader. Ryu stepped out of the keep. But he hadn't expected to be asked a question he didn't know how to answer before he could even regain his bearings. "Did I do something wrong?" Ryu sat atop Nemesis, looking down at Serial, whose eyes were practically leaking. For everyone else, they saw a cute and lovable human girl who had been wronged. However, Ryu saw a frighteningly beautiful fae with the looks of a goddess, who had been wronged. The first was already bad enough, but the latter was enough to leave Ryu at a loss for how to answer. Did she do anything wrong? The correct answer was that Ryu didn't know. Maybe she had, but it was possible that she hadn't either. Ryu suddenly found himself caring about how he responded to this question a bit too much, something that subconsciously made his gaze a hint colder. He didn't have the time for this carousel of emotion, and he definitely didn't want to deal with anyone who would constantly put him in such a situation. As the saying went, old habits die hard. It was much easier for Ryu to simply put up a brick wall, especially if this woman was potentially dangerous. But in the end, he sighed. "You haven't done anything wrong. Why do you ask?" Serial blinked, her tears still half fallen. She didn't know how to respond to this either. Why had she asked? It was just a feeling. But it wasn't exactly easy to convey a feeling so easily. "You aren't mad? I'm sorry about before." Ryu reached out a hand. "Those matters are already forgotten." Serial looked at Ryu's hand, unsure of what he wanted. For a moment, she felt that this hand was almost more beautiful than her own. If she was honest, she wasn't supremely confident that it even was. Why did even his hand have to be like this? "Are you coming?" Ryu asked. "Oh." Serial subconsciously grabbed Ryu's hand, only to find herself being swung to his back. It wasn't until she was about halfway up that she realized Ryu's intention and began to blush profusely. Luckily for her, her face was hidden behind him. Nemesis. Nye. At this moment, a crowd of youths had gathered at the entrance of the outer city, all looking toward a singular young man. Ryu had chosen to appease Serial. It was a simple choice. If she really was innocent, then she didn't deserve cold treatment. And, if she wasn't, then making her feel as though her ploy was working was for the best, right? Only then would she become lax and expose herself. Of course, this was just what Ryu told himself while trying to ignore the fact she was currently clinging to his back. "We will be attacking another city today," Ryu said plainly. "Those who come will gain the rewards that come with that. Those who do not will not. You have 1 minute to make your decision." Ryu had known from a very early age that he was not a good leader. He lacked patience, he didn't have a high threshold for tolerance, and although he had the emotional intelligence to empathize and understand, he never functionally acted upon it. Taking responsibility for others wasn't something he liked to do. In fact, it was something he abhorred doing. He would never be able to hold someone else to the same standards he held for himself. It was probably part of Ryu's emotional intelligence that he understood this about himself. But it might also very well be a flaw in it that he was so unwilling or unable to change it. Or more accurately, that he wasn't aware that this was something he had to change or if it was even worth it to do so. It could be said that at this moment, Ryu was taking charge not because he wanted to, but because he had to. Whatever this Nether Palace had in store clearly required the cooperation of not just a single person. Yet, it also seemed that the rewards were very individual. Those who heard Ryu's words were shocked. Attacking another city? They hadn't even been completely certain that there would be others, and now they were suddenly lurking an assault against one? They could hardly survive on their own. What would attacking another city do for them aside from throwing their lives away faster? Ryu didn't say a word, nor did he rebuttal any of the murmurs. Though he was aware that whoever was pulling strings in the background wanted the illusion of teamwork, he hadn't asked this question for the sake of following through on this. He instead wanted to check for something. "I will go." Zanlis stepped forward. To his back, members of the avant-garde family who Ryu could only assume had come with him. There were only 4 of them for a total of 5, but it was obvious that they were all elites. Ryu nodded, but didn't say anything more. He knew that Zanlis wouldn't have remained idle. This sort of man was ambitious, and it was clear that he understood staying in one city might be safer for now. But this didn't mean that things would remain this way into the future. With the addition of these 5, it ballooned Ryu's group of 3, excluding Nemesis, to 8. Of course, Neil could only follow along with a bitter smile, feeling that he had no choice but to follow. Without Ryu, he would at best rank somewhere in the middle of all these geniuses. If he wanted to improve, he would have to take risks. Since he could use his relationship with Ryu to his advantage in this regard, if he still wasn't willing to risk his life, then what kind of man would he be? "We would like to join as well." A group of 4 stepped forward. It only took a glance for Ryu to see that they were members of the Orobuna clan. But, rather than questioning their motives, he simply nodded. "1 minute is up. Let's go." Nemesis shot into the distance. Just like that, 12 and a horse set off, leaving a group of speechless individuals. How were they supposed to attack a city with just that pitiful number? Chapter 508 Worthless. The location of the second city was not very far from the first, at least not for cultivators of their level. With about 100 kilometers separating them, it was both easy to reach while also being just far enough to explain why it had taken a while to find in the first place. Understanding more about this world, Ryu was far more confident with making use of Little Rock. For whatever reason, the only creatures that appeared in this region were the very same 3 they had been dealing with from the very beginning. And, despite having been observing the skies for such a long period of time, Ryu hadn't been able to see any others. It was clear that his fear of them being attacked from above was unwarranted. But, because the skies were so clear, they would have to be more careful with where Little Rock descended so that they wouldn't be targeted. When the group reached the city, they didn't draw much attention. Just like their own, a large crowd was waiting patiently for the gates to open, feeling that the safest location was near the city itself. However, there was only so long such a thing could last, especially when their first action was to walk up to the gate. Nether Chi began to surge around Ryu. There wasn't a single person here without extremely sensitive senses. Even without being able to see Chi like Ryu could with his ephemeral tapestry, they could all feel it. Several eyes landed on Ryu as though he was a madman. Who dared to absorb Nether Chi so blatantly? Yet, rather than imploding or corroding like many expected, the only change to Ryu was a seemingly subtle paling of his skin. At that moment, for swirls of dense death chi formed themselves, causing the formation of 4 lower skeleton warriors. Such a sight not only left those locked out of the city in shock, but even Zanlis felt his heart constrict. He had never thought that Ryu hadn't shown the true ceiling of his strength previously. How could someone not even in the immortal ring realm summon so many skeleton warriors? Unfortunately, he would never get an answer from Ryu. Inwardly, Ryu's body felt sapped. That singular move had taken up a bit more than 80% of his chi, and sustaining them would take even more. However, when it came to ingesting chi, Who could match one born with the ice jade crystal body? Ryu's skin gained a slight glow as his pores opened up. The vortex of chi around him grew faster and faster as nether chi was quickly catalyzed within his body. Bang! The city gates shattered, bits and pieces of wood and stone blowing through under a tide of wind and chi. It felt as though the noise traveled for miles, forcing the ears of those closest to ring. To make matters worse, things happened so quickly that the guardians of the gate didn't even get a chance to react, once again impeded by Ryu's intervention. Our goal is the keep, Ryu said coldly, his grimoire appearing in the skies above his head. The group charged into the city, leaving the crowd outside at a loss. What was happening here exactly? Much like those of Ryu's city, they had no idea that there were even other cities to begin with. In their minds, this was a clash of elites for supremacy. But the issue was that they had never even seen these individuals before. The inner city was alerted almost instantly. But, even then, it was impossible for them to gain any sort of organization. They could only bank on the inner city test to stall these individuals for as long as possible. For cultivators of their level, organization wasn't strictly necessary. However, they were aware that anyone so daring was definitely extremely powerful. If they couldn't bring out the strongest of them as quickly as possible, they would suffer. Unfortunately, the bridge test was an absolute joke. This wasn't because it was too easy, but rather because it didn't activate at all, as though the group here had already been accepted. The moment the group of 12 entered the inner city, they found a cobbled-together wall of opposition. But, with a wall of lower skeleton warriors slaughtering the path forward, this so-called opposition didn't last for very long at all. Ryu and Serial rode on Nemesis' back, elemental energies swirling around Ryu as he supported his skeleton warriors. At the same time, the others, in addition to Neil and his bow, helped carve a path forward, the keep already in their line of sight. It was then that powerful auras began to approach. Surprisingly, while their city had only had 2 individuals of this caliber, Gomen and Zanlis, this city had 5. Of course, this 2-person count didn't include Ryu or Serial, who would have made it 4. However, what Ryu didn't expect was to recognize one of these 5. Despite the fact he wore a necromancer's half-mask, it was almost useless before the first-ranked heavenly pupils of the cultivation world. Mattias, I believe his name was. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Mattias was his supposed fiancé's elder cousin. However, ever since the matters of that day, Ryu no longer cared about the relationship he had with the Loom family. He had no intention of taking that woman as his own. As far as he was concerned, the aid he had given her that night was more valuable than anything else she'd ever receive in her life. However, seeing Mattias here still made him raise an eyebrow, albeit for just a moment. Ryu, I didn't think we'd meet so soon. The 4 other geniuses looked toward Mattias, realizing that there was some history here. When Ryu regained his bearings, his expression became cold and even. For the sake of a relationship we once had in the past, I will give you a chance to get out of the way.
Ryu saura sur Jade.
Make your decision quickly and do not overestimate yourself. In this world, the strength of an 8th-order throne is worthless. Chapter 509. Mateus. Mateus could feel the cold sharpness in Ryu's tone. He could even feel that in Ryu's eyes, these words alone were an act of mercy and his way of being tolerant. In fact, it could be said that the only reason Ryu didn't kill Mateus back then was because he was fully aware that he couldn't. Back then, when Mateus stopped him from killing City Lord Loom, Ryu had already wanted to lash out. The reason he didn't was because he knew that he wasn't a match for him. Not only had Mateus been hiding his cultivation, as a necromancer, he could control puppets that were far beyond Ryu's means. Not only that, but he could control multiple of them at a level potent enough to become a throne of his sect. For Ryu, who had only just entered the Divine Vessel realm after skipping over the Spiritual Severing realm, he was too lofty of a goal. The only reason Mateus hadn't swept through all of the competition back then was because he was still hiding his identity as a throne and a necromancer. He didn't feel he was powerful enough yet to bring his family out from their hardship, so his best option was to continue to lie low. However, Ryu was well aware that if Mateus had to choose between continuing to hide his strength and saving his family, the choice would have been obvious. He was only hiding his power for their sake to begin with, so how could he not reveal it for their sake as well? Had Ryu insisted on killing City Lord Loom back then, he wouldn't have only failed to do so, his life would have been in jeopardy. Back then, in order to ensure he at least made those who were most responsible paid, he had to swallow his pride and let City Lord Loom live. Still, Ryu wasn't one who forgot being wronged. That day, his grandfather had died a torturous death so that he could live. Even to this point, even after giving Esme a fate even worse than what his grandfather had suffered, he still hadn't forgotten, nor had he forgiven. If Mateus dared to stand in his way now after protecting someone who would have had him ignore what happened to his grandfather and even suffer for it, Ryu wouldn't mind killing him right here and now. The Ryu of the past wasn't the current him now. If Mateus believed that things would be the same as they had been back then, he would be in for a terrible surprise. Mateus' pupils constricted. A murderous intent the likes of which he had never felt before locked onto his soul. Feeling the rage of their master, the 4 lower skeleton warriors all turned toward Mateus in unison, death chi surging all around them. Rather than skeleton warriors, they looked like soldiers willing to lay their lives down for their general. "So you are indeed abandoning my cousin." Mateus' knuckles cracked as he flexed his fingers, his expression returning to calm. Ryu's aura became colder. If this Mateus was looking for a combination of words that would piss him off the most, he had definitely stumbled into one that was very close. Those who were watching and didn't quite understand the situation suddenly felt the heaviness as though 2 raging tigers were facing off. Neil pursed his lips and sent a subtle gaze toward Ryu. It was pretty obvious what was meant by abandon in this context. It seemed that having a pretty face really didn't pay. Luckily, Neil didn't voice out his opinion, or else some of Ryu's rage might have been transferred over to him. As for Serial, she hid her face behind Ryu's back, a blush sweeping even down her collar. She felt as though she had done something wrong even though she really hadn't. In fact, she hadn't even been all that intimate with Ryu. Of course, if she knew that she had definitely been far more intimate with Ryu than he had ever been with Tidra, then her embarrassment might make her faint. How had such an innocent girl like her get caught up in such drama? "So you won't get out of my way?" Ryu asked coldly. If there was one thing Ryu absolutely abhorred doing, it was explaining himself. That day on the battle platform, facing off against those who had killed his grandfather, he hadn't even bothered to explain why he had never taken the Tor clan's name. But which of those who were present that day still dared to bring up such a matter? If Mateus wanted to be treated like he had treated them, he would gladly advise and give him an unmarked grave. Ryu flashed from Nemesis' back. His palms flipped over to reveal 2 great sword staffs. The 2 weapons crackled and whined as blue arcs of lightning dances across their silver surface. Mateus' arms shot upward as though he was manning an orchestra. In the blink of an eye, several dozen corpse puppets appeared, each as outrageously armored as the original armadillo puppet Ryu had battled all those months ago. However, this wasn't what made Ryu narrow his eyes. Amongst the pack of armored beast corpse puppets, he had spotted 2 that weren't particularly armored at all. The 2 corpse puppets prowled, baring their teeth. Their bodies were streamlined for power and speed, the strength of their paws crushing the stone beneath their feet with just a simple crouch. With a single look, one could feel the wild bestial of the puppets, making them feel far more alive than they were dead. It became very obvious very quickly that Mateus had a reason to be so confident in him, a reason to be willing to vent his hatred against Ryu despite the fact he faced 4 lower skeleton warriors. Not only had he succeeded in claiming a skeleton wolf inheritance for himself, but he was also even able to summon 2 of them at once. Chapter 510 Seething. Ryu's steps didn't pause. In fact, the arcs of lightning around him only became more violent. His grimoire appeared about his head, guiding the lightning elemental energies that threatened to rampage in every which direction on their own. Come! The calm cadence of Mateus' voice hung in the air. There was only the slightest breath of silence before his corpse puppets burst into action, their armor clinking and the ground quaking. Ryu brandished his great sword staff. Sparks flew along the ground as he swung it in a wide circle, leaving a deep gash in the stone as the blade arched from low to high. A familiar armored armadillo found itself getting blasted backward, a char caused by strong pulsing lightning splitting its lower jaw apart. The rest of Mateus' corpse puppet split into 4 streams, pouncing toward Ryu's lower skeleton warriors under the lead of the former's 2 lower skeleton wolves. A silver armored bear rose to its hind feet, standing to almost 4 meters tall in an instant. The shadow it cast seemed to envelop Ryu completely, seeking to crush him into a pile of minced meat. It slammed downward, the wind crackling and whistling beneath its might as its 2 front paws aimed for Ryu. At that moment, Ryu's gaze suddenly flickered. Death acupoint. Before Mateus could react, a shadow appeared before Ryu, piercing out with something with such speed that it was impossible to spot for just a moment. Bang! A hole was torn through the armored bear's chest, gaping to the size of an entire head. The core structure of the corpse puppet completely collapsed, its body falling over to reveal a man with skin as black as night standing before Ryu. This man looked so real that it even took the necromancers of this city several moments before he was recognized as just another corpse puppet. Ryu's body flickered, shifting into a bundle of lightning that reappeared as human just a moment later. With a casual ease, he had stepped over the bare corpse puppet's body, his gait steady as he continued to bear down on Mateus. A strong murderous intent wafted from Ryu's body as his silver eyes sparkled. Just now, he had realized that using death acupoint on a corpse puppet was even easier than using it on himself. As he thought about it more, it only made sense. How could a living, breathing being be less complex than a dead puppet? Whenever a necromancer controlled a puppet, they were artificially giving it life, but how could this match up to the realities of living and breathing? With a thought, several swords of lightning appeared in the skies. They flickered occasionally, but they looked so solid that one could almost mistake them for weapons forged of a bright blue metal. At that moment, Mateus wasn't panicked. In fact, he was still kindling his fury. When he chose not to save Ryu from the hands of those core region geniuses, he wasn't wrong. When he chose not to raise a hand to help Ryu battle the inner ring clans, he wasn't wrong. When he chose to save his grand uncle even at the cost of infuriating Ryu, he wasn't wrong. However, he felt that Ryu was wrong. Those were his choices, not the choices of his younger cousin. It was he who hadn't taken action all those times. It was he who saved their grand uncle. Why then would he blame Tidra? Why would he make her suffer through such pain and hardship? He would rather Tidra mourn Ryu's death than pine after his life. It was then, however, that Ryu's lightning blades descended. At first, Mateus thought it was a coincidence that he had lost connection with his armored bear. This wasn't the first time this had happened to him in battle, and it most definitely wouldn't be the last. It was an inevitable part of being a necromancer. This was why being a summoning necromancer was so sought after. Summoners were much less likely to lose their connection to their puppets. Not only was this because the summoning and controlling process was much more complex, but it was also because summons had their own intelligence and were their own forms of life, making them just as if not even more complex than humans. However, it then happened a second time, then a third, then a fourth. To Mateus' horror, he realized that every time one of Ryu's blades descended, another corpse puppet would be severed from him. Before he would react, of his dozens, only his 2 skeleton wolves remained, suddenly finding themselves surrounded by 2 skeleton warriors each. What? Mateus didn't know how to respond. Before he could react, he found Goemon's ink-black hand around his throat, raising him into the air. Mateus didn't bother to look toward the 4 youths who were deemed to be on his level. How could there be any loyalty in such a place? What they bowed to was strength and nothing else, but all the while they were searching for a way to claim this power for themselves. When Ryu met Mateus, he was in the half-step connecting heaven realm. But now, just like Ryu, he was in the lower connecting heaven realm. Ryu could only conclude that there was something special about Mateus' soul that allowed him to control such powerful corpse puppets. But none of that mattered. Even if Ryu didn't use Goemon, how could a Mateus at his cultivation level possibly match up to him? If there was one thing Ryu was confident in, it was that no one even in his cultivation realm could defeat him, let alone the same substage. Ryu didn't say a word as he took Mateus' spatial ring, and neither did Mateus struggle. With a thought, Ryu shattered the protections and took out the very tri-key he was looking for. As expected, there was yet another one. Once Ryu finished taking it for himself, he realized that the keep was unnecessary. He looked toward Mateus. But, completely outside of his expectations, he actually hesitated. He had already said it clearly before. He would only give Mateus one chance, and he had clearly not heeded his advice. But, just as Ryu was at a loss, the city began to tremble, a massive formation appearing in the skies as a strong surge of spatial chi swirled. Ryu looked up to find 3 figures slowly appearing in the skies. However, when he saw what they were, his pupils couldn't help constrict, a sudden seething rage boiling up from the depths of his heart. No matter how much he tried to control it, he simply couldn't. He had never laid eyes on these people before this day, but somehow he knew exactly who they were. The martial gods. They had appeared here. Chapter 5:11 Seething. Ryu's steps didn't pause. In fact, the arcs of lightning around him only became more violent. His grimoire appeared about his head, guiding the lightning elemental energies that threatened to rampage in every which direction on their own. Come. The calm cadence of Mateus' voice hung in the air. There was only the slightest breath of silence before his corpse puppets burst into action, their armor clinking and the ground quaking. Ryu brandished his great sword staff. Sparks flew along the ground as he swung it in a wide circle, leaving a deep gash in the stone as the blade arched from low to high. A familiar armored armadillo found itself getting blasted backward, a char caused by strong pulsing lightning splitting its lower jaw apart. The rest of Mateus' corpse puppets split into 4 streams, pouncing toward Ryu's lower skeleton warriors under the lead of the former's 2 lower skeleton wolves. A silver armored bear rose to its hind feet, standing to almost 4 meters tall in an instant. The shadow it cast seemed to envelop Ryu completely, seeking to crush him into a pile of minced meat. It slammed downward, the wind crackling and whistling beneath its might as its 2 front paws aimed for Ryu. At that moment, Ryu's gaze suddenly flickered. Death acupoint. Before Mateus could react, a shadow appeared before Ryu, piercing out with something with such speed that it was impossible to spot for just a moment. Bang! A hole was torn through the armored bear's chest, gaping to the size of an entire head. The core structure of the corpse puppet completely collapsed, its body falling over to reveal a man with skin as black as night standing before Ryu. This man looked so real that it even took the necromancers of this city several moments before he was recognized as just another corpse puppet. Ryu's body flickered, shifting into a bundle of lightning that reappeared as human just a moment later. With a casual ease, he had stepped over the bare corpse puppet's body, his gait steady as he continued to bear down on Mateus. A strong murderous intent wafted from Ryu's body as his silver eyes sparkled. Just now, he had realized that using death acupoint on a corpse puppet was even easier than using it on himself. As he thought about it more, it only made sense. How could a living, breathing being be less complex than a dead puppet? Whenever a necromancer controlled a puppet, they were artificially giving it life, but how could this match up to the realities of living and breathing? With a thought, several swords of lightning appeared in the skies. They flickered occasionally, but they looked so solid that one could almost mistake them for weapons forged of a bright blue metal. At that moment, Mateus wasn't panicked. In fact, he was still kindling his fury. When he chose not to save Ryu from the hands of those core region geniuses, he wasn't wrong. When he chose not to raise a hand to help Ryu battle the inner ring clans, he wasn't wrong. When he chose to save his grand uncle even at the cost of infuriating Ryu, he wasn't wrong. However, he felt that Ryu was wrong. Those were his choices, not the choices of his younger cousin. It was he who hadn't taken action all those times. It was he who saved their grand uncle. Why then would he blame Tidra? Why would he make her suffer through such pain and hardship? He would rather Tidra mourn Ryu's death than pine after his life. It was then, however, that Ryu's lightning blades descended. At first, Mateus thought it was a coincidence that he had lost connection with his armored bear. This wasn't the first time this had happened to him in battle, and it most definitely wouldn't be the last. It was an inevitable part of being a necromancer. This was why being a summoning necromancer was so sought after. Summoners were much less likely to lose their connection to their puppets. Not only was this because the summoning and controlling process was much more complex, but it was also because summons had their own intelligence and were their own forms of life, making them just as if not even more complex than humans. However, it then happened a second time, then a third, then a fourth. To Mateu's horror, he realized that every time one of Ryu's blades descended, another corpse puppet would be severed from him. Before he would react, of his dozens, only his 2 skeleton wolves remained, suddenly finding themselves surrounded by 2 skeleton warriors each. What? Mateus didn't know how to respond. Before he could react, he found Goemon's ink-black hand around his throat, raising him into the air. Mateus didn't bother to look toward the 4 youths who were deemed to be on his level. How could there be any loyalty in such a place? What they bowed to was strength and nothing else, but all the while they were searching for a way to claim this power for themselves. When Ryu met Mateus, he was in the half-step connecting heaven realm. But now, just like Ryu, he was in the lower connecting heaven realm. Ryu could only conclude that there was something special about Mateus' soul that allowed him to control such powerful corpse puppets. But none of that mattered. Even if Ryu didn't use Goemon, how could a Mateus at his cultivation level possibly match up to him? If there was one thing Ryu was confident in, it was that no one even in his cultivation realm could defeat him, let alone the same substage. Ryu didn't say a word as he took Mateus' spatial ring, and neither did Mateus struggle. With a thought, Ryu shattered the protections and took out the very tri-key he was looking for. As expected, there was yet another one. Once Ryu finished taking it for himself, he realized that the keep was unnecessary. He looked toward Mateus. But, completely outside of his expectations, he actually hesitated. He had already said it clearly before. He would only give Mateus one chance, and he had clearly not heeded his advice. But, just as Ryu was at a loss, the city began to tremble, a massive formation appearing in the skies as a strong surge of spatial chi swirled. Ryu looked up to find 3 figures slowly appearing in the skies. However, when he saw what they were, his pupils couldn't help constrict, a sudden seething rage boiling up from the depths of his heart. No matter how much he tried to control it, he simply couldn't. He had never laid eyes on these people before this day, but somehow he knew exactly who they were. The martial gods. They had appeared here. Chapter 5:12. Who are you? Ryu felt a seething within. His hand trembled, the ground beneath his feet shattering. A blaze of fire erupted around Ryu's body. At first, it was just surface level, but an instant later, the red-black flame enveloped him completely until it seemed that all that remained of Ryu's body were 2 floating eyes without even the semblance of a body around it. It was clear at that moment that Ryu's fire spirit body had suddenly manifested itself. Fueled by fury, his rage flames broke through a barrier and even began to faintly suppress his lightning. Logic told Ryu to calm down, but he was having a very difficult time. The feedback loop of his rage making his flames burn brighter and stronger was endless. For a moment, it felt as though he might burn the entire city to ash. Up in the skies, the 3 figures frowned, looking down and sensing something that was particularly dangerous. Seeing the state Ryu was in, they suddenly became serious. Spirit body? Had they invited a clan with such an ability? Or could it be that this person had a parent who was from outside of the invited clans? This was possible and would explain a lot. But why was this happening now? Was it just a coincidence that they had stumbled into such a breakthrough? It was clear that these 3 had no way of recognizing the rage flames. They were able to tell it was a high-level flame, but the fire dragons hadn't appeared in several eras, and the Tatsuya clan had been a remnant of history for hundreds of millions of years already. Unless one was a ruin master like Ryu who had an almost endless depth of knowledge and the ability to link tidbits of information to draw conclusions about things he had never seen personally, pinpointing exactly what they were seeing would be impossible. And, even if they did recognize the flame, at best they would think that Ryu had stumbled into some sort of fire dragon legacy world and benefited greatly. Someone like Ryu might have shone brightly in his life, but he had ultimately only lived 1,000 years. In a world where even those who had experienced 1,000,000 years of life were still considered juniors, how could he possibly be remembered? Or, more accurately, how could he possibly be among the first connections even someone who remembered him would make? Among the 3 figures in the sky, 2 were men and 1 was a woman. From their position and demeanors, the woman was clearly in the lead. She had short white gold hair that barely passed her jawline. Her body was fitted in a tight training uniform that would have made her look like quite the master if one wasn't first infatuated by her figure. Her eyes carried the same white gold color, completing the look of a woman who seemed descended from a goddess. The only issue was that she seemed to be quite the tomboy, deviating away from this path as much as she could. The 2 men beside her had the same white gold hair and eyes. Their auras seemed particularly restrained and subtle around this girl. But it was difficult to tell upon just having seen them for the first time if this was their normal demeanor, or if it was as a product of this girl to begin with. The young woman, though, wasn't paying attention to these 2 at all. Instead, her eyes were completely focused on Ryu, whose own eyes were completely focused on her. She could feel that if Ryu had his way, she could be run through completely with one of his great sword staffs. This is not the same. Amongst his swarm of enraged thoughts, Ryu completed a coherent one. His father and grandfather had always told him that those with the fire dragon bloodline would always be emotional and have a quick trigger. He had always thought himself to be too cold to allow such things. But more and more recently, especially as he began to take a long, hard look at himself, he realized he was no less vulnerable to this than the rest of the Tatsuya clan had been. In the moment those 3 figures appeared, Ryu was almost certain that they were martial gods. He could see the same wavelengths of energy that swirled around Fedroha the Apostle. With ephemeral tapestry, Ryu's sensitivity to energies couldn't even be compared to the past. He could see details now that he never would have before, especially as his pupils grew stronger. However, he had made a mistake. Ryu had never personally seen Fedroha after awakening ephemeral tapestry. His heavenly pupils and his ice jade crystal body had synergized after he left the Core Regions tournament and battled those 2 Zhu clan elders. In order to draw the connection to the martial gods, Ryu was relying on the perfect picture of Fedroha he had thanks to his origin flame. But that picture didn't have all the details since it was prior to him awakening his ability. There was no doubt that this group of people were closely related to the martial gods. They were likely even from the same place. However, there were enough differences that Ryu was able to quickly understand that he had drawn the incorrect conclusion. When Ryu came to this conclusion, he began to calm down, his flames slowly dying down. Not long after, he gained perfect control of it. It wasn't very difficult given that he had the experience with his lightning spirit body. Ryu frowned. He felt that his spirit bodies wanted to interact with each other. But this wasn't the time to allow this to happen. Whatever changes were occurring definitely had his ice jade crystal body as the core. If not for its balance characteristic, it would be impossible for Ryu to sustain 2 such opposing spirit bodies at once. Ryu suppressed the feeling, allowing his body to manifest itself once again. Ah! Serial covered her face with her small hands. But, considering how wide her fingers were, it was clear that she was still seeing everything. The heat her hands felt from her burning features was definitely not small. As for the young woman in the skies, her frown deepened, a hint of displeasure coloring her features. However, Ryu didn't seem to care as his body began to be subtly wrapped by a new visualization. If it wasn't for him losing control of his mind and energy for a moment, he would have never been naked to begin with. With a thought, he stepped into the air. Having people stand above him? That was something he would never allow, especially not when these people likely had connections to his mortal enemies. The young woman was stunned by Ryu's audacity for a moment. Then, she was even more shocked by the fact he could fly at all. Then, she felt a fury that made her want to knock him down a peg. But, even as her aura violently fluctuated, causing a maddening turbulence that was even comparable to some regions outside of worlds, Ryu showed no signs of wavering. Not even a few seconds later, his feet were level with the 3 figures. With his height, he was even above them, his gaze looking down coldly. All of them are in the first stage of the path extinction realm. Ryu thought to himself. If they were anywhere near as talented as Gomen or Zanlis, this would indeed be a problem if they were hostile. Seemingly realizing she had a job to do, the young woman calmed herself, seemingly not embarrassed by her failure in the slightest. Are you the only who claim the nether key of a second city? Ryu didn't answer immediately, his eyes scanning the three before him in almost too much detail, almost as though to ensure that he remained calm. Though he had only heard of the martial gods, he had no idea if there might be others involved. Or, for all he knew, these people could call themselves martial gods as well but were simply part of a different branch clan. Just when the young woman was getting impatient, Ryu spoke. Yes. The young woman suddenly found that she really wanted to break that beautiful nose at the center of Ryu's face. This bastard had only spoken one word, but he was actually so annoying. What had she done exactly to deserve such treatment? We are here to inform you that you have gained the right to proceed to the second floor. Or, you may continue to remain here until you are ready to proceed. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Who are you? The young woman smirked, finally seemingly getting a leg up on Ryu. What reason did she have to explain herself? However, she never expected what happened next. Ryu's hands stretched out, causing his two great sword staffs to shoot into his hands from the ground below. The moment he felt them snapping into his palms, he pointed one forward toward the delicate nose of the young lady before him. Who are you? He asked again. Chapter 513 really wanted. The young woman was completely taken aback. What the hell was wrong with this person? Didn't he see that she was a beautiful young lady? Did he just not like women? She was so stunned that she forgot to be angry for a moment. Icemine was shocked out of her thoughts by none other than her own thinking. Since when had she relied on her looks to do anything? She would much rather put a foot through Ryu's chest than rely on something like that to vent her rage. The issue was that Icemine knew she wasn't allowed to kill Ryu. She wasn't even allowed to harm him. If she did so, she would be punished by her family. And, depending on how important Ryu was, the punishment could even possibly be quite severe. But all of this was really too annoying. She couldn't remember the last time someone had actually pointed a blade at her like this. In fact, she couldn't remember if anyone ever had. Such a person was probably locked away in a grave somewhere by now. At this point, even the two young men who were following Icemine looked toward one another and simultaneously chose to take a step back. They seemed to show no signs of helping Icemine. In fact, they looked toward Ryu with a hint of pity. They were very much aware of this princess's fiery temper. There weren't a small number of men who had tried to court Icemine. Among them, there were no small number who had tried to protect her before. Not only had these few not received the results they wanted, they even ended up getting beaten up alongside the aggressor. Quite frankly, they wanted nothing to do with this. Icemine tried to rein in her temper, taking deep breaths and forcing out an ugly smile that contorted even her pretty face somewhat. Could you please lower the blade? Ryu frowned when he heard these words, mostly because this wasn't the level of self-restraint he had expected. He had gone through all this trouble, taking roundabout methods to hide his strength, all for the sake of a moment exactly like this one. Yet, this was the very last thing he had expected. However, Ryu also wasn't the kind of person to do something just because a pretty face asked it of him. He still hadn't forgotten that these people likely had strong ties to the martial gods. How could he just let them go like this? At this point, the odds of this woman simply answering his question without force had already plummeted. In fact, it had already hit rock bottom the moment Ryu chose to be on level ground with them. The ego of this girl was clearly even larger than his own despite the fact she seemed to be held back from acting as she pleased due to some red tape. Icemine's forehead popped up with veins when she realized Ryu actually wasn't listening to her despite how polite she had tried to be. She was truly this close from completely forgetting everything and smashing this young man's head into meat paste. It was at that moment, though, that a horse covered in silver-plated armor suddenly appeared in the skies. Serial laughed nervously, placing a palm on Ryu's arm and slowly pulling it down. Haha, he doesn't mean anything by it. It's just that everyone here that we've met has been an enemy, so there was no reason to believe that you three weren't as well. Ryu's frown deepened, sending gaze towards Serial. but probably aware that he would be unhappy. Serial avoided his gaze like the plague. It took too much out of her to even come up here. She couldn't handle such a glare at the same time. The veins on Icemine's forehead didn't seem to calm immediately. It was taking everything in her power not to pounce right this minute. She was even imagining what it would feel like to pound that handsome face in until it wasn't recognizable. His skin probably feels soft and supple too. My fists would fit right in. Icemine grit her teeth, her irises practically lighting on fire. What she found maybe the most irritating was that Ryu continued to meet her gaze without a word. He was clearly completely unperturbed. The truth was that Ryu was almost looking forward to fight. He didn't care if it was a woman or a man. He had yet to test out the heaven gate of heaven and earth gate, and this would be the perfect opportunity. But somehow Icemine managed to hold back her temper. The violent fluctuations of chi in the air came to a slow stop as Icemine took a deep breath. Big sister. Icemine looked up to find Serial looking at her quite sheepishly. No matter how fiery Icemine's temper was, she found it difficult to get angry when such an adorable little girl called out to her like this, especially when it was such a polite form of address. After sending a curious gaze toward Nemesis, Icemine looked up to Serial once again. Do you mind explaining what is going on? We all, expected something much different, Serial said with a soft voice, almost as though she was scared that Icemine would lash out at her too. Oh, right. Icemine smiled lightly, even wanting to give Serial a pat on the head. This place is the Nether Palace. Though it appears to be almost identical to the Nether Realm, the truth is that it is only a replica created under the strength of a dream wraith. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Among the 9 Demon King clans, the Dream Wraith was one of the rarest and most enigmatic. Of the rumors of a potential Demon Emperor clan that surpassed the Demon Kings, the Dream Wraith always seemed to be wrapped up in such discussions. From Ryu's own research, there wasn't nearly enough evidence to guarantee the existence of a Demon Emperor clan, and even the name itself was only casually chosen so that there would be a label to refer to these imaginary demons. The reason why the Dream Wraith Demon Kings were wrapped up in such thoughts, though, was because they played an all too important part in reincarnation. According to many legends, before reincarnation could be undertaken, one's memories must first be erased. From Ryu's understanding, the Dream Wraiths gained strength by snatching and absorbing these memories. While many legends wrote this as a function of necessity, the truth was that it was a function of greed. The Dream Wraiths took these memories because they wanted and needed them. The only reason they didn't kill these souls off and even protected them to enter their next lives were only so that these individuals could live another fulfilling life to give them even more memories to absorb. The Dream Wraith were among the very rarest Demon Kings to appear as summons. Not only was a summoning necromancer with a Demon King summon impossibly rare to begin with, one with a Dream Wraith was even more so. And, even in the incredibly sparse instances that one would have one, it would at best be a lower-ranking member of the clan. No one had ever contracted a true noble of the Dream Wraith Demon Kings. It was no surprise, then, that Ryu harped on this point far more than he did the fact that this was a replica world. Especially since Ryu had already guessed as much. No matter what floor of the Nether Realm it would never be constricted to just 3 creatures. There weren't even flying beasts in the skies and there weren't any elites in the wild. It had been obvious for a long time already that much of this place was artificial. But the idea that it was the work of a Dream Wraith, the year of my life, did I not experience it? Or were my memories of it taken? Ryu felt a rage threatening to bubble forth once again. These people really like to play games. Icemine was irritated that instead of seeing a light of shock or curiosity in Ryu's eye, all she saw was the very same placid look. In fact, she even sensed a hint of killing intent that he was trying to control. Since one among you has gathered 2 keys, you have the right to buy a passage for up to 10 individuals to the 2nd floor where you will have to collect a single key to ascend to the 3rd. Big sister, if I might ask, what is it that we are fighting for? Icemine felt almost a motherly urge to protect Serial with all her might, so she didn't even hesitate to respond. If you pass the 3rd floor's assessment, you will gain the right to 2 options. The first is to decline joining my family as a subordinate and keep all the treasures and legacies that you have gained. The second is to agree to subordinate yourself under my family. In this case, you will gain a complete summoning necromancer legacy, and you will be granted control over a demon baron and a commoner demon clan. If you should accept, you will receive these rewards and be officially titled an apostle of my martial god clan. Ryu's knuckles popped and cracked as he tightened his grip on his great sword staffs. In that moment, he almost couldn't refrain from revealing a fiendish, murderous grin. He really wanted to kill this girl. Chapter 514 Pity. Veins bulged all throughout Ryu's body, but he managed to keep his face expressionless. This was truly an irony of ironies. This wasn't just the first time he had been invited to join his mortal enemies, but the second. First it was Fedroha trying to recruit him during the core region tournament, and now it was this. Joining our clan and becoming an apostle would mean more than just resources and a title. You'll also be introduced to the true geniuses of the cultivation world, and become a part of something much greater than yours. Send me to the second floor. Ryu's voice carried a biting cold. Ah! Icemine's words sputtered. She was just eagerly explaining everything to Serial. Why was she suddenly being cut off like this? Icemine's chest suddenly began to heave. I'm gonna kill him. When she was about to surge forward, she found Ryu had already passed her by, standing on the very formation she and the other two had used to appear. Serial Neil. Neil, who was still on the ground, smiled bitterly. Luckily, Nemesis ended up backtracking to pick him up. Ryu looked down toward Gomen and Mateus, who was still being held up by his neck. Even in all his rage, Ryu still hesitated to kill Mateus. Every fiber of his being seemed to say yes, but a small shred whispered that he would very much regret it. Regret wasn't an emotion Ryu felt often, if ever. He was usually so confident in his actions that he never even considered it to be a factor. However, at this moment he still wasn't sure what to do. After a moment, he rose Gomen into the air, taking Mateus along with him. There are 6 spots left. However, the 9 of you decide who it is that comes will be up to you. Ryu looked down toward Zanlis and the others. There wasn't a hint of surprise in his expression when a battle suddenly erupted. All the while, Icemine stood frozen. Had she really been ignored? Again? She felt as though her brain was about to implode. As easy as her life had been up until this point, when had she ever run into someone who made her rage to this extent? It wasn't as though she had never run into men who tried to use a cold shoulder tactic to court her. But, firstly, none had ever succeeded in truly pissing her off. And, secondly, it was very clear that Ryu wanted nothing to do with her. In fact, if he had his wish, he would have run his blades through her right this very instant. The result of the two clashing made it feel as though 2 volcanoes were brewing even as a raging battle erupted below. Serial and Neil looked toward Ryu with a bitter smile, while the 2 young men did the same toward Icemine, who was about to lose control completely. In a moment of solidarity, the group of 4 all exchanged glances. Why were their leaders such people? Just when it seemed Icemine truly couldn't hold it back anymore, a voice caused her to frown. Just kill me. Mateus, who was practically strung up like a chicken, spat out these words. He didn't care what emotions Ryu was feeling right now. 8th Order or not, he was still a throne and he had the pride of one. Since he had wanted and had every intention of killing Ryu, he didn't even care to receive forgiveness. However, one thing he wouldn't allow was for himself to be humiliated to this extent. The fact that Ryu so casually used one of his 10 spots for the sake of bringing him along was definitely not a sign of good things to come. He wasn't so naive. He had long since wanted to kill himself, but there was something restraining about Gomen's touch that ripped his body out of his own control. He couldn't even twitch a finger right and had only barely managed to squeeze his words out. Ryu gave him a sidelong glance, his cold eyes flickering between red and silver. There are many people in this world I want to kill. You happen to be on that list. Then do it, coward. I've already decided to not live a life of regrets any longer. I don't care how uncomfortable you are. Until I feel no guilt in separating your head from your shoulders, you'll follow me for as long as I please. You arrogant, psychotic bastard. You seem to have forgotten that I gave you a chance to leave. Do you think I need pity from a man just trying to make himself feel better? You say that you don't want to feel guilt, but what is it if not guilt keeping me alive right now? If you didn't feel something abandoning Tidra, would I even still be breathing? Hearing such a back and forth, Icemine suddenly found herself feeling much better. Ryu didn't seem like a man who liked speaking, yet he was actually saying so many words now. It was like she was watching her greatest bully be bullied. It left a satisfying taste in her mouth she couldn't help but curl her lip to. She didn't even know why she found so much happiness in this. Humph! A man who can't even take responsibility for his own women. He deserves everything he gets. Guilt. Ryu shook his head. He looked into Mateus's eyes, his voice even, his cadence steady and his sound deep. The reason you live isn't because of guilt. The reason you can breathe this air and speak these words is only because of one thing: pity. Mateus's pupils trembled, a deep rage and humiliation shaking his soul. Icemine frowned. This was much less fun. At that moment, the battle below came to a close. Beaten and bloodied, Zanlis, 3 of his 4 men, and 2 of the Orobona clan members were left. Ryu's grimoire flickered, causing a strong surge of ice elemental energy to form a platform and allow them to rise into the skies. Without waiting for Icemine, Ryu pulled out 2 nether keys, activating the formation once again on his own. Chapter 5:15 Who do you think you are? The second floor of the Nether Realm was a completely different animal. Rather than the rotting woods and bright blue, cloudless skies, it seemed far more like a true depiction of hell. The skies had become a beautiful deep violet that carried a sinister edge to it. Black clouds hovered above, but they didn't act like storm clouds, instead drifting about just like normal clouds would. The ground was covered in endless mountainous regions. As far as the eye could see, jagged peaks of pitch-black stone rose several kilometers into the air. It truly didn't seem as though even a single patch of flat land was anywhere to be seen. At that moment, the harsh call of several birds tore through the skies. Their cries made one's blood curdle, almost as though metal was screeching against metal. Without even looking, Ryu immediately pinpointed what that creature was. He understood right then that no matter what, he couldn't use Little Rock on this floor. This terrain, it isn't consistent with the second floor of the Nether Realm. This would be what the 5th plane looked like. The Nether Realm had 9 levels and a mysterious 10th which was thought to carry the center of reincarnation. Ryu could recognize them all with a single glance. The first floor that had been on was indeed the first, or rather a replica of it. But this most definitely wasn't the second. The trouble with this was that although the ecosystem of the first floor was somewhat constrained and different from the true first floor, the Canis, Falks, and Rotting Wolves were all creatures that did indeed appear on the first floor. Why did this matter? Well, the 5th floor was where the weakest of the demon clans began to reside. If this pattern continued, they would no longer be dealing with unintelligent beasts. Even if they were nothing in comparison to demon barons, these demon clans weren't something the current Lionel could dismiss. Ryu suddenly spun, his great sword staff jetting outward in a stream of violently fluctuating chi. Bang! Ryu's body shot out like a cannonball, his cold eyes locking onto Icemine even as he torpedoed through the air. Icemine brandished a golden spear that was at least 2.5 meters long. Seemingly having finally lost her temper completely, her short white gold hair billowed as violently as their short strands would allow. "You bastard! How am I supposed to get back now?" she roared. "You did this on purpose." Icemine didn't believe for a single second that someone who could activate that formation on their own wouldn't have understood its one-way function. Originally, she had thought that Ryu simply stood at the center of the formation because he was feeling entitled to her services. As she enjoyed him being dressed down by Mateus, she was even relishing a future where she'd be able to make him plead to activate the formation. Yet, not only had he forced it to go himself, he had taken her with him. The worst part was that her 2 subordinates were very obviously not here, meaning that Ryu either purposely excluded them or sent them off to a completely different location. Ryu crashed into a mountain range a distance away, but his feet landed first. It was clear that he had long since been prepared for this attack. Yet, even then, he felt that his arm was threatening to shatter. In fact, it would have had he not let it enter his spirit body form to dissipate the strength. This girl. She was strong. At the moment, Icemine was furious. A wild gold energy swirled around her, carrying an eerie likeness to the wild red energy Ryu had seen Fedroha and her subordinates use. This once again confirmed to him that his two interactions with the martial god clan likely came from two separate branches rooted in the same trunk. At this time, there was absolutely no one in range of the two of them. Even Serial and Nemesis had been sent to a separate location by Ryu, who could easily use his connection with the latter to find them. As for Zanlis and the Orobona clan members, he sent them to a completely different location. He had already fulfilled his agreement with them by leading them to the second floor. He had no obligation to help anymore. If Ryu wanted, he still had one nether key remaining, the very same nether key he had gained from the three Pupils Eclipse sect. He could easily use it to go to the third floor right this very moment. However, after all these years, he finally had a martial god here he was within shot of being able to defeat. How could he possibly miss out on this opportunity? Was he just supposed to let her go? That was impossible. This was also an excellent opportunity. He knew that he would stand less than a 10% chance of defeating this woman even after the improvements to his strength after his battle with his little nephews. However, this was the Nether realm and the only chi available here was Nether chi. If he couldn't take a chance on this sort of advantage, he might as well give up on saving his family entirely. He would pummel this woman into the ground. He would force her to submit to him and tell him everything she knew. I don't know who you are, or who you think you are. Icemine's words suddenly sounded exceptionally even and measured. For once, she had reached a state of calm, the likes of which would usually send a spine-tingling coldness up the spine of her enemies. However, I am Icemine, a goddess of the martial world and a warrior that cannot be blasphemed. I have given you enough chances to bow your head in obedience, but since you don't seem to understand benevolence, I will show you what separates a mortal from a deity. Icemine's voice rose to a roar by the end of it, a violent white gold chi surging around her body as the spear in her hand wildly trembled. Then, she shot forward, drawing the arc of a golden meteor in the skies. Chapter 5:16? Icemine's words shocked Ryu. It wasn't because he truly felt like a mortal before her, but rather due to the audacity of it all. In a moment, she had gone from a woman with a hot temper to a self-proclaimed goddess. The most shocking part about it all, though, was the fact that she had meant every single word. There was no irony, no humorous tone. There wasn't even the madness one would expect to see in the eyes of someone saying something so insane. Even as Icemine tore her way through the air, blinking across exaggerated distances in a single breath, Ryu's rage inflated to the point he laughed. Ryu looked up into the skies, his gaze rapidly flickering between a cold silver, a chilly sapphire, and a crimson ruby. In just that moment, he had seen the real face of the martial gods. Their audacity, their hubris, their arrogance. It made his own feel like a small fish swimming amidst oceanic waves. This was probably how they all felt, that the hopes and dreams of others was nothing more than something to be stamped out on their warpath. Only their way was correct, only their way was worthy of being nurtured and spread. Ryu had never felt so enraged in his life. Something snapped. At that moment, Ryu's ice jade crystal body seemed to lose its form, shattering into countless little pieces as Ryu's body burst. Violent bursts of resplendent blue lightning and raging black-red flames erupted. As though a god was connecting the heavens and the earth, a blazing pillar of violet shot up, seemingly wanting to incinerate everything. Who am I? Ryu's voice booms, concentric circles and shattering air erupting from all sides. I am Ryu Tatsuya. Bang! A blur shot through the air. In an instant, a beam of white gold and another of dark violet met. The sound was so loud that it felt as though everything had fallen into a void for just a moment before the explosion sounded. It was like two planets had collided, causing the laws of gravity around them to warp to unseen levels. The sweep of Icemine's golden spear met the downward slash of both Ryu's great sword staffs. In that moment, she could feel a strength she never thought she would experience battle against a mere connecting heaven realm expert. But what she saw was even more shocking than that. Gazing at her through their locked blades, she saw a pair of dark violet, vertical slit eyes. If it wasn't for the fact she knew that Ryu had to be human, she would have never guessed they belonged to one. To her, it felt more like a beast had set its sights on her, a primordial demon of ancient blood. From his feet up to even the sides of his neck, Ryu was covered in dark violet scales. His face was dotted with a few on his cheeks and forehead as well, giving him a demonic sort of charm that radiated a dangerous aura. From his forehead rose two large horns that curved and branched as though wanting to pierce the skies. His hair had lengthened, flowing out like a bright white river dozens of meters out from his body. Ryu's entire body danced with crackling flames. As though his lightning and fire had fused perfectly, it sometimes exuded characteristics of the former, and sometimes the latter, almost like it couldn't decide exactly what it wanted to be. But what was undeniable was its strength. The purple lightning flame licked across Icemine's white gold chi and almost forced it to collapse in that instant. At that moment, Ryu's shout reached Icemine's ears. He had been moving so fast that he completely overshadowed his own voice, clashing with Icemine long before she could register what it was he had said. Now, though Icemine felt her heart quiver, Tatsuya? She suddenly understood Ryu's attitude, his rage, his talent. You, the princess's husband? Ryu, who had just been about to follow up, feeling that their weapons had been locked for too long, faltered. What did he just hear? What had she just said? The moment Ryu failed to keep his concentration, his strength waned. The power dynamic shifted and Ryu found himself flying back like an arrow from a bowstring. It couldn't have been more obvious that his level of shock was far beyond Icemine's. Blood shot from Ryu's mouth like a projectile, his body rocketing into the surface of a mountain range. He felt as though every bone in his body was being crushed. The difference between the strength he had just displayed and what he had shown just this past moment was so strikingly different that even Icemine was partially in shock. Much like Ryu, she had been taken aback too, and her own strength somewhat waned as well. But why was there such an exaggerated difference? Ryu didn't need to think to understand the difference at all. Immediately, even as he was flying through the air, he understood. His rage flames were fueled by emotion. The stronger his fury, the stronger they became. However, usually this just made his flames hotter and more dangerous and didn't cause much of a change to his individual power, at least not in terms of his physical output. But the moment he gained his fire spirit body, everything changed. After his flames mutated and fused with his lightning, everything changed again. And then, one final time, the state of his ice jade crystal body suddenly evolved, causing yet another change. The result was Ryu's fury integrating with his rage flames and subsequently causing his body to increase in strength. But the moment he heard mention of Elena, all his concentrated emotions seemed to dispel. At that moment, the difference between himself and an absolute genius of the Path Extinction realm couldn't have been more obvious. The words continued to ring in Ryu's ears. The princess's husband? Chapter 517. If it makes you feeling better. Ryu coughed violently, several mouthfuls of blood flowing from his lips and drenching his body. He hung somewhat limply within the face of the mountain, his body feeling as though it had been ripped into several pieces. The princess's husband. The first thought Ryu had was betrayal. It was the kind of sickening, twisting feeling that tore into his guts and wrenched at them. He could hardly even focus on the world around him, the blood flowing from his mouth taking with it some bile from his stomach. He felt sick almost to the point of his entire will collapsing. He truly loved Elena. To her, it had been 900 million years. But, to him, they had just shared their wedding bed at most 3 years ago. Even though he had lived a short time in the eye of other cultivators, such a time was still just a short while to him. The two had spent hundreds of years together. There was practically not a single day they had spent apart. As close as Ailsa and him seemed, Elena had been his partner, the love of his life, for an even longer time. It was too difficult for anyone to replace that. However, Ryu inwardly knew that things weren't this simple. If it was truly betrayal in the worst and most grotesque sense, why would Icemine call him her husband? What was the truth? What was going on? Ryu looked up to find Ice Mine hovering above him. Her golden spear angled downward and to the side, her aura still fluctuating wildly with that same white-gold energy. She looked down toward Ryu with a frown. At that moment, she felt like she could slaughter him as easy as breathing. The difference in their strength couldn't have been more obvious. To put matters into perspective, Ice Mine was a genius, possibly even beyond the little nephews. Yet, she was 6 substages and a large realm gap more powerful than them. The only reason Ryu had dared to engage without stepping through Heaven's Gate was because he had felt the changes to his body after his ice jade crystal bones seemed to have evolved. Plus, since that battle with his little nephews, his heavenly pupils had undergone a massive change and he had benefited from 2 top-tier primordialines. But it all felt like a joke now, seeing his current state. A single falter and he had almost died. My wife. Where is she? Ice Mine had grown a healthy dislike of Ryu, especially his cold voice. It had always been grating on her nerves, as though it was constantly poking at her veil of superiority. Ice Mine was used to looking at the world from on high. What she hated the most were those who dared to impugn on her sovereignty. And Ryu seemed to exude an aura and a majesty that did this subconsciously, as though he didn't need to try to be above her. However, at this moment, Ryu's voice was decidedly less cold. His aura was decidedly less sharp, and his air of superiority seemed to have deflated. Ice Mine found it all to be quite amusing. She had only casually mentioned Elena, and not even by her name, yet it had made such an arrogant man fall to such depths. Was this what they called love? What a useless thing. To think I was a bit attracted to you. Ice Mine scoffed. I knew a handsome face was useless. Where is she? Ryu asked again. Ice Mine looked down toward Ryu again, her gaze filled with a playful, sneering light. You're asking me this question as though I know the answer. Do you think it's normal for me to interact with her? Ryu didn't respond, but he knew this was true. By now, with her talent and especially with the help of his primordial yang, Elena was likely at the half-step World Sea Realm. In fact, Ryu wouldn't be surprised if she was already in the World Sea Realm. It wouldn't be too shocking at all. Such an expert wouldn't be mingling with Path Extinction Realm juniors. Ryu's family could be considered to be an exception to the rule. Most of the time, even parents at such a level wouldn't interact with their children, let alone someone not even blood related to them like Ice Mine. Plus, do you think that just because we are both martial gods that I like her? We are not even from the same branch of the family. However, this is definitely quite the scandal. We've heard so much about this husband, but come to find out that he is in the connecting heaven realm. I can't decide what to do. So many options, so many choices. Ice Mine giggled almost as though she was a little girl. Should I kill you and send your head to her? I wonder if she would care if I did that. Well, she would at least be humiliated, right? Her own husband killed by a junior of her family. She would never be able to wash such a stain off. Ice Mine touched a finger to her chin, seemingly in deep thought. Or maybe I should turn you into a corpse puppet and castrate you. Imagine that, the husband of a princess as an undead eunuch. I think that could be an excellent choice as well. Don't you think? Ice Mine's eyes lit up. Ah, wouldn't it also be entertaining if I just dropped you in the middle of a pack of horny rotting apes? I'm not sure if I would have to stomach to watch such a scene, though. It would also be a shame if your corpse was ruined beyond recognition, because then how would I have my fun? Ryu didn't respond, his elongated hair partially hanging over his face. Ah, don't be so sad. Ice Mine continued. If it makes you feel better, your wife's father is very doting of her and never forces her to do anything. So, all the men she's run through in the past several million years have been all her choice. Ice Mine's laughter rang through the dark mountains. But it was suddenly cut short by a hand firmly wrapping around her delicate neck. She hiccuped and coughed, her pupils constricting. Before her, Ryu stood beaten and bloodied, arcs of black lightning surging around him. At that moment, his irises had turned such a dark shade of purple that they almost looked like the depths of the night. Chapter 5:18 Supernova. Ryu was shrouded in a crackling black lightning. It infused itself into his violet lightning flame, darkening the scales and energies around his body as though tainting it. Ryu's grip around Icemine's throat was so tight that her neck nearly snapped. She could feel her skin giving way to his strength, her spine crackling and threatening to shatter completely. As quickly as Ryu's strength had vanished, it had come back even fiercer than it had before. It even seemed as though his body had never been injured in the first place. Icemine suddenly began to laugh again. "What, are you angry? You men are all such worthless scumbags. What? You can fuck as many women as you want, but she can't dare to touch another man even after so long." Icemine found it all to be very amusing. Not even a few minutes ago, Ryu was being cursed out for abandoning a woman by someone she assumed must have been her relative. But now he was throwing a temper tantrum about something she said casually? If it was just a small want before, right now she really wanted to bash his face in. Ryu's cold eyes stared into her white gold. What once were violent irises continued to gradually darken. Veins popped across his arm, booms sounding through the air as he squeezed tighter and tighter. Just the crackling of his and her bones alone sent ripples through space. When it seemed that Icemine's neck might really give way, her spear shot forward like a golden flood dragon. Ryu's immortal Sakura manifested in the blink of an eye, fluttering rose petals falling from the skies, only to be shattered by the mere wind pressure of Icemine's spear alone. The breaking of glass and the whistling of wind howled through the air. Even at such close quarters, and even from such an awkward position, she managed to reach such a speed with nothing more than the flick of her wrist. Her eyes dead set on ripping Ryu's throat out. The white gold energy billowed, flooding the surroundings until Icemine looked like a sparkling star in the midst of all the darkness. Her light was so bright that it was viewable from thousands of kilometers away, sending a pillar of white gold into the skies. Ryu was forced to retreat, his body twisting to the side. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough. Icemine's spear tore the air in two, aiming to rip a chunk out of his torso. But it was at that exactly moment that Ryu's body became incorporeal, allowing a spear to shoot right through his chest. Crackling dark violet lightning and flames swirled around Icemine's spear as it hit nothing but air. Ryu's body vanished into a flicker of lightning. When he reappeared, his arms jetted outward, grasping at air and causing his great sword staffs to fly out from the mountains they had been stuck in and into his palms. A blooming small realm grew around his body, its momentum growing with each passing moment. It was as though Ryu wanted to suffocate every shred of energy in this world, forcing it to bend to his will and heed his call. Icemine lightly rubbed her neck, a dim fury lighting her eyes. Small realm? Her eyes narrowed. So this is the power of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. Worthy indeed, they say he is the greatest genius ever born in the martial world. I'd like to see it for myself. Violent cyclones of nether chi gathered around Ryu, his skin glowing a fiercer and fiercer light beneath his scales. The more chi he absorbed, the more violent the black lightning around him became, darting into the surroundings and snapping in the air. White serpents dance. Winding stepped, Ryu vanished, appearing before Icemine in the blink of an eye. His steps felt illusory. Even if one focused, it felt impossible to pinpoint the location of his feet. It felt as though they were both in a single place, yet not at the same time. And yet, the oddity didn't seem to stem from Ryu himself, but rather an inappropriate shift in their focus. Ryu clashed with Icemine, their exchange suddenly shifting into a flurry. Icemine's spear spun in her hands. Her speed and strength seemed unmatched, her countenance unfazed. Even the bruises that had just coated her neck had already vanished, replaced by a vibrant, unblemished fairness that shone almost as bright as the white gold that surrounded her. Ryu's comprehension of a perfect offense and defense, grasped after he entered his earth gate for the first time, hadn't faded. As delicate rose petals continued to fall from the skies, contrasting the crackling of his black lightning, his left hand held the staunchest defense. No matter how Icemine attacked, he seemed to see through her in the blink of an eye, countering with the perfect block, skim, or parry. As for his right, it moved along with an enchanting dance. Breaths of fragrant wind swirled around him, his body filled with an intoxicating cadence. Ripples trembled through the sky, Every time the two separated and clashed once more, mountains collapsed and avalanches started. It felt as though just their single step could shatter everything. Their single action could upturn the skies. Their single roar could shroud a clap of thunder. Icemine whipped her golden spear outward, using the rebounding force to shoot backwards several hundred meters. A light breath left her lips. Somewhere deep inside, she felt that this was all too ridiculous. Even though she had only been trying to probe Ryu's bottom line, not even using 10% of her strength, this was still too ridiculous. A lower connecting heaven realm expert was battling her, and even though he had suffered, he still wasn't anywhere close to going down. In fact, his body seemed to be recovering. She couldn't explain it, but she felt that her instincts were true. Icemine looked into the skies, cursing the nether chi around her. If it wasn't for the fact she couldn't use atmospheric chi freely, while apparently he could, she wouldn't have even needed to try so hard. Fine. If he wants a battle, I'll give it to him. As long as I don't have to dig too deep and reach that level, it will be fine. Icemine's aura suddenly imploded outward. If she was a star before, she was nothing short of a supernova now. Chapter 519. Was she even worthy? It was as though Ryu couldn't see the gorgeous body before him. For all intents and purposes, Icemine was practically flawless and had a certain appeal that neither Elena nor Ailsa had had. Icemine's body was exceptionally toned. It carried a sort of muscular leanness that was accented by a perfect balance of feminine wiles. Her every breath caused her abdominal muscles to expand and contract, showing the faint outline of a powerful core. Every line was a gorgeous masterstroke. Her arms and legs were just as toned as her torso. And, just like it, the both of them towed the line of musculature and femininity, giving Icemine a sort of exotic appeal most women didn't have. It all seemed perfectly capped off by her breasts. They had the suppleness and soft texture, not to mention the size, one would expect from a woman near the top of her gender. And yet, a powerful strength was layered beneath, giving them a perkiness that was almost impossible to find. She was truly gorgeous. Even without taking a peek at the beautiful folds that lay between her legs, she was already enticing enough, and that was even considering that cuts, bruises and blood that now littered her being from head to toe. And yet, it was still as though Ryu hadn't seen any of it. It was like his mind was so clouded by rage that he couldn't even sense the seething of his own blood or the unconscious, partial uplifting of a certain member that couldn't have been more obvious in the absence of his clothes. At the same time, Icemine, who would have most definitely made a snarky remark about the raging dragon she could clearly see with her own two eyes, didn't even have the heart to. For the first time in her life, she truly felt like dying. Every time Ryu pressed into her body, her entire life flashed before her eyes. It was like she was continuously experiencing near death again and again. Just the process alone made her feel as though she was losing her mind. To make matters worse, her chi was spinning out of control. The backlash was getting worse and worse, and she could feel that what she had dreaded the most was coming. On one end, every press of Ryu's finger dunked her into an icy hell. On the other, her chi made her feel as though she was beginning to burn from the inside out. Yet, despite the fact she was certain that Ryu should be able to feel what was happening with a single look, he didn't say a word. He didn't take a single pause. He didn't even look her in the eye any longer. Icemine felt like screaming, but her voice felt heavy. It was like she was drowning beneath an ocean of water, her lungs filling up with the salty liquid and tearing her up from the inside out. The truth was that the martial gods were separated into branches by their bloodlines. Each bloodline had access to a special sort of chi that gave the martial gods the strength that they had. Fedroha, the first apostle Ryu had ever met, had a deep red chi that almost manifested like a fog, a lot like Icemine's with the exception of the color. This special chi was an innate vital chi all martial gods had access to, whereas most could only use their vital chi within their blood, a restraint that even Ryu was tied under. Martial gods were able to extend their vital chi outside of their bodies to produce more flexible and powerful effects. As one might expect, each one of these vital chis had a different ability. And, as one grew into their bodies and strengthened them, more and more of these abilities would be unlocked. However, by the same token, each vital chi had their own drawback as well. Vidroha's red vital chi, known as Berserk vital chi by the martial gods, was able to exchange vital chi for strength. In fact, the almost sacrificial technique Ryu had learned from Edwin but had yet to use was created with Berserk vital chi in mind. The result of its use was a great burst increase in strength that would last for as long as you could sustain it. The drawback, however, was that any injuries your body suffered while being under the influence of this chi, especially while trying to sustain more strength than it could handle, would be amplified many times over after dispelling the vital chi. Icemine's white gold vitals chi, known as Heaven's Dew vital chi, was especially well known for its healing factor. It was also a great training complement as it allowed those who used this chi to replenish and strengthen their bodies far quicker than others could. This resulted in a bodily strength that existed separate from purely vital chi that relied strictly on the power of their flesh. This was why Icemine had displayed a superhuman amount of strength from the very beginning. As for the drawback, it was quite unique. Due to Heaven's Dew vital chi's characteristics, it could be used passively most of the time. However, it also had several levels of activation. At the deepest level of activation, one's cells enter a hyperactive state. This not only allowed a greater healing factor, it pushes one's thinking speed and reaction time to the utmost limit. As a consequence, one's biological clock is pushed past its limits and the instincts of the body are pushed into overdrive. If one was feeling hunger, they would feel exceptionally hungry. If one was feeling thirsty, they would feel as though they could swallow a lake whole. If one was feeling fear, it would be amplified to the greatest degree. This pushed the body into a state of survival and the most basal instincts took over. Unfortunately, in such a state, the body would also begin to shut down and inhibitions would be lowered to an extreme. Damn it! Icemine finally pushed through the water she felt filling her lungs. Are you even a man? Do you not see me? If you're going to fuck me, then fuck me. Ryu's finger paused. Icemine felt as though she had finally gotten through. Her body seemed to feel as though it was at the end of its rope. If she couldn't pass on her genes now, she would never be able to. It was a thought without logic or substance. She was a woman. If she was going to die any moment now, then how would she pass on her genes? But at the moment, her thoughts were jumbled and aimless. On one hand, she felt an instinctual fear toward Ryu. On the other, this fear had warped into the submissiveness a woman would feel toward a man. And, on yet another, it was further twisted into a sick roleplay fantasy formulating in her head that all began because of her own initial thoughts that Ryu would rape her. Yet, just when she thought she would be ravaged by Ryu, a faint excitement bubbling forth and causing a fragrant liquid to drip between her legs and drench those precious lips, Ryu turned and floated away. Finding a seat on a mountain peak with Icemine in sight, he sat in silence. Without a word or even an inclination toward touching her again, after brining Icemine to the brink of madness, he would watch as she fell into true depravity. Rape her? Was she even worthy? Chapter 520 Piss Off. Icemine's eyes shot wide open, her chest heaving. Was he really going to leave her here like this? No, he wasn't leaving, he was sitting there and watching her suffer. Ryu was 500 meters away, sitting on a distant mountain peak. But, to those with their cultivation, he might as well have been sitting right in front of her face. He could see every bead of sweat falling down her perfect figure. He could see the beating of her heart through her fair skin. He could see the tears threatening to fall from her face. Usually, such injuries would only take her a few seconds to heal from, even with how severe they were. For someone like her, reconnecting severed tendons and ligaments was just a matter of a thought. But, after overdrafting her vital chi, she no longer had such a luxury. She could hardly even think straight. Her mind kept shifting between a crippling fear of death and a fire lighting her loins. The worst part was that Ryu's stare seemed to ensure that the former wouldn't go away, while she couldn't even move to handle the latter. Whatever reason she had left didn't seem to understand why or how this was happening. Was she not beautiful? Was he even a man? Someone with the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils couldn't tell that she was a virgin with one look? What the hell was wrong with him? This was only the tip of the iceberg. What made it all worse was that Ryu must have taken this risk to battle her, so that he could find out more about his enemy. Yet, he wasn't even asking her questions, he wasn't even attempting to interrogate her. It was as though he didn't even care anymore and only wanted to watch her suffer. Ice Mine began to scream incoherently, her hips swinging as though a mad beast in heat. Since she couldn't get Ryu, she had settled for the abrasive rock between her legs. But she was so firmly implanted into the rock and her body was so weak after being sapped of its vital chi that she couldn't even reach it. As though a ravenous beast, Ice Mine snarled, spittle flying from her mouth as she descended further into madness. By this point, whatever coherent thoughts she had had were all gone. Her singular thought was of putting something inside of her, anything to release her of this heat. At that moment, Ryu rose, his expression giving away nothing. However, his mind was filled with sinister thoughts. He had every intention of going to find the very same rotting gorilla clan she had wanted to drop him in and let her vent all her desires out thoroughly. However, it was at that moment that a voice whispered into his ear, one that caused him to frown, the darkness in his eyes dulling somewhat. "Are you certain that you want to do that?" The problem wasn't the words spoken. One part of the issue was that they were spoken at all, and the second part was the fact it was the voice of Eska. It didn't make sense for Eska to be able to reach him like this. The four ancestors were all anchored within the library. If they could so easily leave and communicate with Ryu, he wouldn't have survived for this long. With that sort of freedom, and their level of cultivation, they could have found 1,000,001 ways to kill him, and that was just on a single given day. With Ryu's intelligence, it only took him a moment to understand, even with his mind fogged by lust and rage. "My master sent you." Eska didn't respond. By now, it was obvious what had happened. When Ryu asked Balor to clear the summoning formation from his soul, so that he could redraw it on his own, he had obviously taken the opportunity to allow a piece of Eska's soul in as well. With Ryu's poor talent and the gap in strength between him, his master and Eska, it was no wonder he hadn't even noticed. All this time, Eska had clearly been waiting for the appropriate moment. As for what she wanted to do, Ryu had a guess, but he still wasn't certain. If it was anyone else who had done this to him, Ryu would have likely already fallen into a rage. He might not have hated it as much as being tested, but he most definitely didn't enjoy being led by the nose and definitely didn't like being manipulated. There was no sugarcoating it, that was exactly what was happening. And it was by individuals with far more experience than himself at that. "Piss off." Not receiving a response, Ryu's own answer was short and to the point. Ryu didn't make decisions casually. He had chosen to take Balor as his master. As such, he treated him with the due respect. He felt that he had already been very lenient. If this was started by anyone else, he would have likely already turned divine chaotic annihilation on them. It would have been one thing if Eska continued to hide. But now that he knew she was there and where she was, even with her cultivation, she would be in great danger. Ryu couldn't project divine chaotic annihilation outside of his body because he lacked the cultivation, but setting it free within his own mind was as easy as breathing. Eska didn't respond for a long while. At one point, one might have thought that she had taken the hint. But, a while later, a soft sigh rang through Ryu's mind once again. "You are very stubborn. Too stubborn. I just don't understand. You are willing to do everything, even to the point of putting your life on the line again and again, all for the sake of saving your family. But, you draw the line at fucking a hole." Ryu froze. This kind of vulgarity, he would have never expected to ever hear it spoken with Eska's voice. Chapter 521. "Do you? I watched as you tortured a living, breathing man until he witnessed his own body turning into a corpse puppet. Where was your moral high ground then? I've only been observing you for a few days, yet you've already done things I believe are far worse. That girl over there, if she's left to her devices, will die. Her hindbrain is working in overdrive and she's in constant fight or flight. Her body is in the weakest state it will ever be, but it's simultaneously pushing itself to be the strongest it could be at the same time. After you used your death acupoint, the situation was only exacerbated. She might have had a chance to survive originally if you had simply left her alone. But now, there's an over 95% chance she'll die if she cannot vent. You believe that not raping her is the higher moral good in comparison to watching her torture and kill herself? How does this make any sense? Eska finished her words, expecting all sorts of rebuttals. But what actually happened left her completely speechless. Ryu began to laugh. It was a laugh that even held a bit more madness than even ice mine screeches in the distance. I can tell that you've only been following me for a few days. Do you think that the reason I haven't touched her is because there is a higher moral good I'm seeking after? Is that not the case? If it wasn't because of this, why have you not touched that serial girl when it is clear and obvious that this is what she wants? You worry too much about ridiculous things and are overly sensitive. You try to hide yourself behind a veneer of cold when the truth is that this is simply a role you've been playing for years. Eska was a being that had lived for trillions of years. When she had set her mind on something, it would take more than a few sentences to sway her. Whereas someone else might have already faltered, she didn't hesitate in her analysis, believing herself to be perfectly correct. You are right, Ryu spoke. When it comes to women I care about, I will not rashly make such a decision. Then you need to change, Eska said coldly. But she isn't a woman I care about, Ryu said just as evenly. Eska frowned. That was right. Ryu shouldn't have any feelings for Ice Mine at all, at least not feelings that existed outside of hate. You believe I'm not touching her because of some moral good I'm aspiring to, but this couldn't be further from the truth. How many women have thrown themselves at me in my lifetime? Why is it that I've never entertained them? Why is it that I've never visited a brothel? Why is it that I won't touch her? Ryu's voice came out in near booming intervals, its low rumbling quaking the mountain. The strength of his heaven gate was still going strong, red veins pumping across his cheeks as the energies of the world bowed down to him. It's because none of them are worthy of me. Arrogance. Eska felt that time had frozen for a moment, her heart skipping a beat. She couldn't remember the last time her emotions had fluctuated like this. After experiencing so many years, her emotions had already been buried deep within an impenetrable iceberg. At that moment, a shimmering form appeared before Ryu. She was gorgeous beyond measurement. Her flowing white hair, the illusory silhouette of her immaculate figure, the delicate sculpting of her perfect features. And yet, even with all of this, it was the temperament of a sky god refined over trillions of years that could truly grip the hearts of man. It was the kind of demeanor that could have one pining even after the slight parting of her lips or the soothing mellow of her voice. Am I also unworthy? She asked, her tone just as detached as always. Ryu frowned, his lips opening to answer. But Eska cut him off. Do not misunderstand. I am a sky god. I am not one of your little wives easily swayed by your handsome face or your demeanor. There have been many a sky god who have failed to win my heart. And to be very honest with you, compared to them, you are nothing. You might be more talented than they ever were, but they were and are, you only could be. You do not need to worry about my emotions, nor do you need to worry about taking advantage of me. This is a simple transaction. The future of my Zoo clan is in your hands. Watching you these last few days, each one of your actions, one after another, has been more foolish than the last. And now, you want to kill the only lead you've had to find out the truth of what happened to your family. Your mind is clouded and your cultivation is suffering as a result. Have you even taken a small step out of the lower connecting heaven realm since you entered it? Ryu's frown deepened, but this time he didn't have a response. Eska waved a hand, causing Ice Mine's body to shoot out from her trapped position. I originally intended to do this with that serial girl. That way I could both help you and see if she's really betrayed you. But this is a much better option. At least this way you will have no emotions involved. Ice Mine's vision was too clouded to grasp what was going on. She couldn't react as Eska's soul sunk into her body, and she couldn't even hope to fight back with the current condition of her mind. She had no will to speak of left at this moment. Ice Mine's body began to morph. From an athletic build, her curves became more gentle, her skin becoming even fairer and her hair beginning to grow out from its short cut until it swept by her hips. In the blink of an eye, Ice Mine was no more, and all that remained was the gorgeous sight of Eska's naked body. With graceful movements, Eska kneeled between Ryu's legs, unperturbed by the raging rod before her. Her slender hands reached forward, grasping onto its heat lightly. Her lips slightly parted as she looked up toward Ryu's heated gaze. "Do you accept?" she asked. "If so, from this day forth, you will be my lord husband." Chapter 522. Neither am I. Ryu suddenly had problems thinking straight. How was he supposed to answer if she had already grabbed onto him? Even if someone held a blade to his neck, he wouldn't believe that she hadn't done this on purpose. Ryu's member continuously trembled and twitched outside of his control. She hardly moved, but the gentle touch of her skin and the subtle warmth of her breath pushed him over an edge even faster than it would have had she been actively doing something. Ryu closed his eyes, his breathing turning shallow. "You've read her memories? I know what you want to ask, but I should tell you that regardless of what the truth is, I will tell you the version that benefits me the greatest." Ryu's lip curled at such an answer as it was exactly the one he expected to hear. However, he never planned on asking such a question to begin with. He had become enraged not because he believed Icemine's slander, but because no one in this world was allowed to speak such words about his wife. Ryu didn't care who Elena's father was. He didn't care what blood ran through her veins. He also didn't care if the words Icemine spoke were actually true. All he knew was that she was his wife, his woman for all lifetimes. She would be his, plain and simple. "And Icemine herself?" Ryu asked. "I have used a part of the technique we prepared for the sake of our resurrection. It is a simple reanimation technique and allows me to take over her body indefinitely. Usually this would be difficult for me to execute and would have a high cost threshold. But the state of her mind was far too inhibited for her to pose any threat." "This isn't what I meant," Ryu replied. "If you meant to ask if you would be having myself or her, the answer is both. It is impossible to separate the two. Unless you bring me the complete list of materials I need to reanimate my own body, it will always be like this. But, for all intents and purposes, you will be having me, including my virginity and primordialine. As a bonus, you will gain hers as well." Ryu's eyes opened, having returned to piercing silver. He looked down toward Eska, his silver meeting her white. It should have been an awkward exchange, but both seemed to meet the other with an ease of indifference that might have very well only been possible for the two of them. "I'm not a fan of being used," Ryu said plainly. "Neither am I," Eska replied. A shallow wind passed overhead. In those moments, the peak of the mountain seemed particularly mellow. Even after all the commotion, there didn't seem to have been a single demon alerted. Though it was more accurate to say that those that had been were subsequently scared away by Ryu's primordial chaos lightning and his dominion. The two didn't say anything for a long while, but they had seemingly already come to an understanding. And that moment was sealed the moment Eska's lips touched the tip of Ryu's cock, their soft moistness gently enveloping its glands. Eska's movements seemed to carry an air of practiced naivete. As an older woman, she was aware of matters such as this and had read and even seen the action executed many times before. This was where the practiced air came from. But, at the same time, she had never done such a thing herself and hadn't quite known exactly what to expect. Her nose was filled with a powerful masculine scent. Her tongue and mouth drowned in a salty sort of heat. She had chosen this action to show just how serious she was to Ryu. It was impossibly rare for such a noble lady to do such a thing, and even rarer for it to be a sky god. Through action, rather than words, she was displaying a subservience and determination even Ryu hadn't expected. His eyes were still locked with Eska's. He could see her soft lips wrapping around him, feel her small tongue caressing at his most sensitive regions and even swallowing the liquids he produced without an ounce of hesitation. All the while, her cold and distant eyes never left him. The dichotomy filled him with an excitement he found difficult to control. What man didn't like to conquer? By every metric, Eska was the very woman Ryu would pick out of a crowd if he never met Elena. That cool indifference, that defiant arrogance, that undying pride even in such a situation. This was the kind of woman Ryu was attracted to the most. Eska's tongue stuck outward, gliding along the base of Ryu's cock. Her head bobbed with a slow rhythm even as her hands caressed everywhere from Ryu's inner thighs to the sensitive balls between them. Ryu could hardly see her body from this vantage point. He could just barely see that start of her large breasts, and even in peeking over her shoulders, he could only see the graceful curve of her back, but this only seemed to excite him all the more. As a lady of grace and experience, Eska seemed to understand that less was more, that sometimes even with beauty as endless and pristine as hers, the imagination would still be better. She leveraged her understanding to an extreme, her slight awkwardness fading with each moment and her skill increasing with every delicate suck of her lips. Eska's movements slowed by another measure when she felt the trembling of Ryu's cock increase. As though teasing him, she pulled all the way back, leaving a soft kiss on the very tip before diving back down. Ryu could feel himself being forced further and further into Eska's mouth. The eye contact, the slow disappearance of his cock, the feeling of Eska's throat expanding and contracting as it struggled to accommodate him completely, and finally the touch of Eska's tongue to his balls. Ryu was unable to hold back any longer. His muscles flexed, the twitching of his dick reaching an apex. And yet, Eska didn't pull back until several moments later, her movements slow and attentive. Ryu's blood coursed throughout his body. At that moment, as though a shackle had been released from him, his bones crackled and popped, a hint of a frown between his brows releasing as his chi circulated with much greater smoothness. Ryu touched a palm to Eska's cheek, pulling her head and leaning forward until she was level with his chest. The sparkling line of saliva that connected her lips to his cock was like a lingering reminder of what she had just done, and only seemed to make the fire within him rage greater. Eska's expression remained indifferent, not even bothering to wipe it off. She could feel Ryu's gaze on it, feel the excitement bubbling through him despite the coldness within his eyes. And then their lips met. Eska's lips slightly parted, accepting Ryu's tongue into her mouth. She felt herself being swept up, a strong arm wrapping around her waist. The faint moistness between her legs was separated, a spear piercing through her as she was gently laid to the ground. Eska's legs wrapped around Ryu's, giving in to his whims. However, what was happening below couldn't have been further from passive. Ryu felt Eska's walls expand and contract much like her throat had, but the feeling between them was almost akin to night and day. There was no rigidity of bone or teeth to worry about, only an endless swirl of softness that stuck to him from all sides. Every time he pulled outward, it would almost feel as though a powerful vacuum was sucking him back in, as though she had gripped his very soul and refused to let go. Eska pulled back from Ryu's kiss, placing a palm on his cheek as she looked into his eyes once again. A hint of a flush colored her indifferent features. It was just a slight change in hue, but it was so enticing that a low growl left Ryu's lips. Fragrant liquids dripped from between Eska's legs, its every drip falling to the black stone below with a gentle drop. Eska gently moved her hand from Ryu's face and down his chest. Her every action was like that of a seductress, leading Ryu's attention by the nose with a shocking ease. Even as his hips maintained a steady rhythm, his thoughts were enraptured by that small, delicate hand. Where was it going? What would those slender fingers do? It was at that moment that Eska's lips slightly parted, a long intake of breath breaking her usual steady cadence. It was then Ryu understood. Eska slid 2 fingers over the hood of her own clit, pulling, pushing and circling around as she looked into Ryu's eyes. The flush of her cheeks deepened, her breathing becoming more haggard. The squeeze of her walls increased as an alluring gasp left her lips. Ryu grabbed onto her hips tightly, plunging in as deeply as Eska's body allowed. The movement of Eska's fingers increased, the last of her gasps suffocated by Ryu's lips as she felt a rushing gush within her. Chapter 523 Duty. Ryu was relentless. It felt that no matter how he did it or how much he did it, he simply couldn't be satisfied. As though the floodgates had opened, the tides rose endlessly, its limits impossible to spot. They say that the dragon and Qilin races were among the most lustful beasts in all of existence, and Eska learned that firsthand on this day. If it wasn't for the fact her current body was formed with ice mine strength as a base, she may have very well collapsed by the end of it all. Eska silently sat before Ryu. Though her hands were in quite a precarious place, her actions weren't sexual any longer. Rather, they were delicate and caring as she washed Ryu's body. One would have never thought that she was a sky god at that moment. She looked no different from a concubine caring for her husband. The two had entered the Death Worm and were currently within an area Ryu had never used before. It was a space with a large pool designed with ink black stones and two sputtering fountains at either end. Ryu didn't avoid this place because he didn't care to stay clean. In fact, he was the direct opposite. Though Ryu wasn't exactly a clean freak, he still liked to be neat and tidy. However, to him it was a matter of cost-effectiveness. The higher one reached in their cultivation level, the less such cleaning routines were necessary. This was especially so with how powerful Ryu's body was. His blood was very good at destroying impurities to the point where his body hardly had any remaining. That, coupled with the fact he had been cleansed by his realm heart for several months, basically guaranteed that no matter how Ryu sweat, he would remain clean. None of this even mentioned his ice jade crystal body and its properties either. For Ryu, who found every single moment of every day to be extremely important, even if it was something he liked to do, he chose to forego it for the sake of efficiency. This included cleansing himself in this way, which was why he had rarely come here. But now, he found himself in exactly this place, having been dragged here by Eska, who didn't seem keen on accepting his refusal. She didn't leave a single part of his body unturned. Even when there was nothing to clean, she still didn't skimp, neglecting even herself. Ryu watched this in silence. He didn't focus on anything else and for some reason found himself at peace for the first time in a long time. This wasn't because the moment was special, but rather because it was the first time he hadn't allowed himself to think of anything else. Maybe it was because Eska was very good at making sure that his attention was entirely on her. Maybe it was because he had finally been released of some of his inhibitions, or maybe it was simply because of the simple sound of the rushing water. The further you move along the path of cultivation, the more you'll come to understand that not everything is about speed and hard work. Eska said lightly. Ryu didn't respond, allowing Eska to run a towel down the peaks and crevices of his chest. Soon, she finished and forced him to lie his head back toward her, submerging his long hair in the waters as she ran her fingers through it. Eska was correct. Even when he and Ailsa shared their first time, he couldn't seem to get out of his own head. Other thoughts continuously ran through his mind, and he couldn't even focus on the woman that had been before him. It was such a shame that it took a woman he didn't have nearly the same feelings for to allow him to feel so relaxed. It might have been because he was finally not worried about the emotions of someone else, or it might have been because Ailsa slipped into her coma long before they could enter the type of rhythm he and Eska reached together, or it just might have been because Eska was the type of woman he was most attracted to. But, regardless of the reason, he felt calm right now. His heartbeat was steady, his blood ran smoothly, his chi expanded and contracted along with his every breath, passively seeping through his skin with hardly a thought from himself. He felt free and had a clarity that he had maybe never had before. Ryu helped Eska clean herself only because he felt like it. He didn't mean anything more by his actions than to reciprocate a service, and it was never a bad thing to enjoy the feeling of such soft, supple skin. When he finished, he entered a silent state of meditation. He didn't ask Eska about the memories she had gained, nor did he worry about the future or what he had to do. He remained rooted in the present, his breathing calm and steady. Ryu's skin glowed a subtle gold, the waters around him rising and receding as though following the rhythm of his breath. Eska cast a look toward him and rose out of the pool, her long hair dripping and her slender body glistening with its own glow. Her hand couldn't help but reach down and touch a certain treasured place, not to continue the passion of the last several days, but rather as a surreal remembrance of what had happened. She had never thought that her body would be touched in her lifetime. She had long since left the age of wanting such things like a husband and family behind. As a woman, all too often those of her gender had to choose between their ambition and such things. Eska just happened to be among those who chose the former. And yet, it seemed like the fates had something completely different in store for her. Even if it was loveless, sometimes the strongest relationships aren't built on love at all. Many lose themselves in fantasies and fairy tales. Women hope to be the princess who gets swept off her feet, while men hope to be the knight in shining armor who can make her feel such a thing. But this sort of hopeless romanticism rarely, if ever, happened. Not everyone was the girl born in poverty with her beauty obscured by a mask of dust, grime, and fatigue. Not every man could be that dauntless hero who could unsheathe their sword in the face of all adversity. What people too often forgot in their pursuit of this happiness, their chase of this dream and fantasy, was duty. It was easy to selfishly pursue your own hopes and aspirations, but were there really not things more important than that? What about family? What about legacy? What about the goal of a higher purpose? Love grown from infatuation and attraction always seemed to be the shiniest, most beautiful thing. But Eska disagreed. To her, love grown from duty was the most stable, the most unwavering, the most uncompromising, the most unconditional. Eska had a duty to her clan. Ryu had a duty to his. Eska wanted to see the name Zu rise from the ashes once more. Ryu wanted the Tatsuyas to make the hearts of all those who even thought it tremble once again. Was there love now? No. Was there a small like? Somewhat. Could there be either in the future? Maybe. What Eska did know in all her years of wisdom, though, was that with such a foundation, she never had to worry about anything. She didn't need to worry about Ryu losing attraction for her or the vice versa. She didn't need to worry about another woman taking up his heart and soul. She didn't need to stress over keeping his attention and his lust, because all of this was deeper than that to begin with. A relationship built on a spark could always die out. A relationship built on bedrock would not. A light wind blew Eska's body completely dry of water as she stepped out of the pool room. Ryu was in his own world, the energies of his body swimming about. Despite the sheer volume of primordial Qilin, he, for some reason, didn't find it very difficult to control at all. It might have been because it had been silently circling around his body all this time, acclimating itself to him. Either way, the process was simple and smooth. Due to Ilsa's situation, Ryu had lost much of the benefits of her and Elena's primordial Qilin. Yet, he had still been able to undo over 50 seals on his pupils. But even then, that had been out of necessity. Ryu had no choice but to improve his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils back then, or else his death acupoint wouldn't have awakened nor have been powerful enough to help Ilsa. Now, however, Ryu had the primordial Qilins of both Icemine and Eska, plus all the choice in the world to do as he pleased with them. Chapter 524 Fear-Inducing. Primordial Qilins all have a different feel to them, but, regardless of what they might be expressed like, they all followed the same set pattern. The first was talent, the second was cultivation, and a tentative third was length of time. The more talented and higher cultivation a woman had, the stronger her primordial Qilin would be. There was also evidence that this also scaled with the older a woman became, but this had a caveat as well. A primordial Qilin couldn't increase indefinitely in strength along with a woman's age. The prerequisite was that she remained in her prime and didn't decline. To someone like Eska, her primordial Qilin had been on the decline for a long while. Such a truth was inevitable. After all, she had died. If this wasn't considered being past her prime, then nothing would be able to fit this mold. By comparison, a man's primordial yang wasn't given out. It was rather retained, but could be used to nurture a partner during intercourse. This nurturing would be especially potent during his first time, but it could be built upon as the man improved to reach such a level again. Until, of course, he too began to decline. The honest truth was that the reason Ryu saw the delicate frame of a youthful young lady as opposed to the true form Eska had before her death was because Eska's soul was separate from her body, and the body she used to reform herself was filled with life and vitality. This reality didn't leave Ryu feeling very perturbed. Quite frankly, he didn't care. In fact, if Eska was a bit older in her looks, within her middle ages, he knew himself enough to know that he would probably be even more attracted to that. There was nothing more confident and bordering on arrogance than an older woman. The only reason Ryu even cared to have these thoughts was because he could feel the decline of Eska's primordial Qilin firsthand. Though it was still far more potent and powerful than Icemine's, it was not by the measure one would expect of a sky god in comparison to a path extinction realm expert. Ryu wasn't disappointed by this, though. He still believed that the greatest gift he had gotten from this transaction wasn't this primordial Qilin, but rather the shift in his mentality. And even if he hadn't received this shift, this amount of primordial Qilin was more than enough. Ryu's blood churned and circulated. responding especially well to Icemine's primordial Qilin. It felt like for every 1 unit of Icemine's primordial Qilin, he received 10 units of benefit. Just a simple touch made his body surge, his blood vessels practically glowing with gold. Ryu's thoughts inwardly sharpened. Now that he thought about it, Elena's primordial Qilin was far better than Ailsa's had been at chipping away at the latter's seal. Back then, Ryu had assumed that this was just because the seal was Ailsa's to begin with. It had already integrated with her, so it was used to countering her energies for a long time already. In fact, Ryu was certain that it was Elena's primordial Qilin that triggered the backlash of Ailsa's seal to begin with, which was why he had been forced to use much of it toward helping undo the rest. Ryu didn't know what branch of the martial god clan Elena's supposed father was in. But, if he was from the very same branch as Fedroha, everything would align perfectly. Fedroha's berserk vital chi, what was it that it did? Didn't it remove limits on the body, tapping into a deeper reserve of strength? Wasn't that a perfect counter to every seal ever created? The sudden understanding hit Ryu like a tidal wave. Maybe it wasn't just Elena's primordial Qilin that caused Ailsa's change. Maybe it was its properties themselves. These martial gods. Just where did they come from? Ryu felt his vital chi swell, the cords of his muscles bulging and whining, only to snap and reform on themselves. It sounded as though steel was breaking and being fused. It was more than just Ryu's blood becoming stronger. As his vessels opened one after another, he felt as though he was integrating with his bloodlines on a much deeper level. Ryu's vital chi worked a lot like everyone else's. His strength used his blood as a foundation while his flesh was secondary. However, for true ancestral beasts, just a simple movement of theirs could crush mountains and dry oceans. This level, though, was something that most of those with beast blood had to forego reaching unless they had special bone structures. For Ryu, this was especially so since his chosen cultivation technique wasn't related to his dragon or Qilin blood, but rather his more docile and nurturing phoenix blood. But as Ryu shattered his 4th body vessel, then his 5th and eventually his 6th, he felt his blood tempering his muscles in a way they never had before, as though his body was being broken down and reforged. The peak strength Ryu should have been able to reach at the peak of the vessel tempering realm was 500 million gene. This was already 400 million gene more than any other person with strength a half-step from path extinction realm power. Yet, at the moment before stepping into the blood tempering realm, Ryu could clearly feel that his strength was above that. It wasn't by an exaggerated amount, just at about 550 million gene total, yet such a change was glaring to him. Interesting. I chose the Phoenix Heavenly Body technique before I met Ailsa. Did I make the wrong choice? Is my philosophy toward body realm cultivation wrong? Or maybe Icemine's vital chi is simply that special. Somewhere deep inside, Ryu felt that his last guess was the most correct. But if this was the case, then these martial gods were even more of a problem than he initially assumed. He didn't regret spending all of Elena's primordial Qilin on Ailsa rather than himself. As far as he was concerned, there was no difference. And, even if there were a difference, it was in that Ailsa could continue to be by his side in exchange for such a sacrifice. But, the broader implications of this honestly fear-inducing prowess of the martial gods stilled Ryu's heart. A calmness took hold of his mind and body. Regardless, this was a mountain he would climb. Chapter 5:25-13. Ryu's body emitted a faint glow, the lines and veins of his muscles clearly visible. But what was especially pronounced was the beating of his heart. As though a war drum being pounded, its every vibration sent the water around Ryu tumbling and rolling despite the fact he didn't move a single inch. Ryu took deep and steady breaths, feeling the power coursing through him. He knew he couldn't continue cultivating the blood-tempering realm because he didn't have the latter portions of Phoenix Heavenly Body yet, but right now it didn't feel like it mattered. His strength ballooned to 5,500,000,000 gene, an advancement of 10 times for crossing the barrier. His mere presence alone could shatter the polished stone he sat upon if not for his immaculate control. What once was a small change of 50 million gene had suddenly become one of 10 times that now. Such a strength was already equivalent to one of Ryu at the peak of the vessel tempering realm. Even though Ryu could feel that Icemine's primordial Qilin was running out, He didn't mind. This sort of improvement was more than he could have asked for, and he had not expected to reach such a level so soon. For Ryu, the quicker he could exit the realms of pure cultivation and reach the ones of comprehension, the better. While others might dread those cultivation realms, tediously laboring millions, billions and even trillions of years just for an inkling of enlightenment, with his pupils, Ryu would be like a fish in water. Even now, he had already touched the threshold of building his own dominion. Though the limitation of the embryonic origin flame had shone through, resulting in him forgetting a large portion of the feeling, he still felt like he had been able to stop the door from completely closing with a toe. It was a small advantage, but Ryu, this would only snowball. This aside, the changes to Ryu's bone structure felt even more prominent now. During his battle with Icemine, he felt something within his snap. His bones completely shattered and reformed themselves, integrating with the fusion of his Rage Flame and Qilin Lightning. Ryu couldn't focus on the changes back then, but reflecting on it, he felt that his transition into spirit body was even smoother than it had been in the past. It was the kind of result Ryu would have expected only after he completed his master skeleton stage and reformed his soul, something that shocked him greatly. Ryu understood immediately that this was definitely a mutation of awakening two spirit bodies at once. The bad news was that he felt his phoenix spirit bodies being locked away in a place he might never reach them. But the good news was that the fluidity of his spirit body made it so that he could even make a fool out of even the likes of Icemine in battle. I can also feel that my body is finally ready to awaken my storm talent. That will be when the true strength of Qilin Lightning makes itself known. But I will need to wait for Ailsa to awaken before I can act on this. He also felt that he had been neglecting his phoenix talents too much. Maybe when he strengthened and reformed his soul, he would finally be able to take advantage of them. But first, Ryu turned his attention back toward Eska's primordial Een. Quite frankly, Icemine's primordial Een was simply too good toward his body realm, so good in fact that it became the only logical choice. With Eska's primordial Een, though, the answer wasn't so clear-cut. Though Eska was a mental realm master, her primordial Yin's special properties weren't as prominent as Elena and Icemine's. In addition, even if it was, Ryu's mental realm couldn't advance without him first entering the immortal ring realm. This all ultimately meant that no matter what he wanted to do, his choice would be slanted toward his chi realm no matter what. Luckily, that was exactly what Ryu wanted to begin with, the connecting heaven realm. This was the foundational realm and set the stage from crossing over from mortal to immortal. As the title implied, one was forming a connection, a cycle through one's body to reach a higher power. In this case, the cycle would be formed between one's chi, body, and spiritual pulses and vessels. This was why Ryu could not enter the soul birth realm all this time despite having been at the peak of the spiritual vessel stage for so long. If he broke through, he would lose access to his spiritual vessel and thus be unable to complete a perfect immortal ring. This was the most fundamental requirement to create the best immortal ring you could. As for the rest, it was all dependent on your talent. This then left Ryu with a choice to make. He had chosen the most neutral techniques he could, emphasizing the accumulation of chi to benefit from the sturdiness of his chaotic silk meridians. But, as one transitioned into the immortal realm, the amount of chi one could hold in their meridians became less and less important as atmospheric chi, and one's spiritual foundation began to play larger and larger roles in your strength. Luckily, Ryu and Ailsa had long since formulated a plan. Or, it was more accurate to say that Ailsa had long since made one, while Ryu, who had become more comfortable with sharing their minds as one, had stumbled onto it as well. It could be said that it was exactly the kind of maddening plan that Ryu would choose, and it was perfect for someone who had chosen such neutral techniques to begin with. Ryu began to prime his pulses and vessels, circulating his chi through them one after another, reviewing the plan in his mind multiple times and taking steps with Eska's primordial Een to make the future as easy as possible, because he was under no illusions that this would be simple. Why? Normal immortal ring experts split the immortal ring realm into lower, middle, upper, and peak. Genius immortal ring experts split the immortal ring realm into stage 1 through 9. As for Ryu, he would split it into 1 through 13. This sounded innocent enough except for the fact things wouldn't end there. Normal people had just one immortal ring. Ailsa planned for Ryu to have 13 times that. This was already clinically insane, but it was still just the surface level. In order to accomplish this maddening goal, Ryu would need to complete the connecting heaven realm 13 times as well. Chapter 526 Fear. The immortal ring realm and the connecting heaven realm were tied by a strong tether. Usually, just the connecting portion of the latter realm was emphasized. This was the process of running one's energies through one's pulses and vessels. It was this connecting that formed the ring of that would thus be nurtured during the immortal ring realm. This was where the differences of the immortal ring realm stemmed from. A mediocre cultivator might not open all of their pulses and vessels. They might also potentially enter the soul birth realm prematurely, thus losing access to a perfect foundation. Those who lost a chance at this perfect foundation would have their immortal ring realm broken up into lower, middle, upper, and peak. This more general separation allowed for more fluidity, and was less hard-lined in comparison to higher forms of the immortal ring realm. Such a person might be lucky to have their immortal ring evolve for times, but most would only receive 2 or 3 and completely lose a chance at the path extinction realm. A person who opens all pulses and vessels and maintain their availability upon entering the connection heaven realm will gain access to stages 1 through 9 of the immortal ring realm, thus giving them a chance at 9 total evolution stages. These so-called evolution stages worked just like the rites of the awakening realm. This would be a process where your immortal ring doubled in size. The end result would be dependent on how large your immortal ring was to begin with. The sizes were also in line with what one would expect from the awakening realm. A half meter was common, 1 meter was black, ancestral grade was 5 meters while the origin grade was 10. By the point one reached the 9th stage of the immortal ring realm, one's immortal ring could truly be massive. So what about Ryu? Why did he had to complete the connecting heaven realm 13 times? And what was this about having more than a single immortal ring? The answer should be obvious. Only by completing the connecting heaven realm multiple times could you form more than a single immortal ring. But the process itself was quite special. And in fact, as expected, only someone with meridians as sturdy as Ryu's would be able to accomplish this. The process was simple enough. Taking each one of his pulses and vessels as a starting point, he would form his immortal ring with each as a centerpiece. He would complete these a total of 13 times and resonate with the heavens for this total as well. One might wonder that if there were 6 chi pulses, 6 chi vessels, 6 body pulses, 6 body vessels, and 1 of each spiritual pulse and vessel, then the true number should be far more than just 13, but this was where the true complexity of Ailsa's design was rooted. Sustaining just a single immortal ring took a great amount of fortitude. It could be compared to holding a nuclear bomb within one's body, one that, with even the slightest loss of control, could shatter. In order to mitigate this loss of control, the body and spiritual pulses and vessels acted as stabilizers. One set of 12 fortified the body, keeping it strong and sturdy during the process. This allowed the body to stay empowered and not collapse during what would definitely be a trial of the mind. The spiritual pulse and vessel role to play was related in the heaven portion of the connecting heaven realm. They acted as the relay station to the heavens, calling down upon it in helping one to transcend from mortality to immortality, because only upon completing that step would one be able to manifest their immortal ring into the real world. The body became earth. The spirit became heaven. Chi connected the two, completing the cycle and forming the crown of immortality, the immortal ring. Ryu, then, would be forming one immortal ring with each one of his chi pulses and vessels, thus completing a total of 12. The last would be a layering of them all, a perfect stabilizer to ensure they all survived the process, thus resulting in a perfect 13. According to Ailsa's calculations, each cycle through the connecting heaven realm was meant to go faster and faster, but it would still slow him down a measure. This was why, despite having the realm heart which boosted his cultivation speed through the mortal realms, and having his own talent, it would still take Ryu 200 years to complete it all. However, it would most definitely not take so long this time. Ryu could clear the passageways far easier and achieve resonance with far more ease like this. The moment he began, his body trembled slightly, but there was hardly any other change. With the amount of power he had now, his frame was more than just a small bit solid. Even when he completed the first resonance, sustaining the first of his immortal rings, he felt that it was as easy as breathing. What Ryu felt was the most powerful about Elsa's method was that it was inherently perfect for his miniature Dantians. The greatest weakness of the current Ryu was that using powerful primordial chaos cheese was taxing and even a form of terrible self-harm. He couldn't even use primordial chaos death chi without fearing he might end his own life. However, with every one of these immortal rings he formed, thanks to the foundation granted to him by Six Realm Opening, it allowed him to use and access the chi separate from his body now, alleviating all the burdens that it would have come with. This was the strongest benefit of Elsa's method. Not the vast amounts of atmospheric chi he could now pull on, not the absolute suppression his enemies would face in front of such a dauntless pseudo-domain, and not even the added power of each one of his strengths. Rather, what one should fear most would be Ryu's rampant and fluid use of primordial chaos cheese without reserve.
Chapter 527 No.
This was still only the beginning. One would think that with more immortal rings, it would also take longer to complete the immortal ring realm. But this line of thinking neglected a very important fact, and that was the resonance portion of forming an immortal ring. After entering the immortal ring realm, cultivation wasn't just about consuming more chi, though this was in part the case. It was also about deepening one's connection with the heavens, allowing you to sustain larger and larger immortal rings. One had to understand exactly what it meant to control atmospheric chi. You were essentially taking something of the heavens. The only way such a thing would be allowed would be if you were recognized by the heavens themselves. With 13 immortal rings, this process would be even faster for Ryu, and it wouldn't be necessary to do it one at a time. As long as he reached a certain threshold of acceptance, all of his immortal rings would advance as one. When it came to the second aspect of advancing in the immortal ring realm, that being absorbing chi, this was also far easier for Ryu. The trade-off in needing to gather more chi was offset, and then some, by the fact Ryu would be able to gather far more than more people would. The amount of improvement in this area wouldn't be merely additive. There would be an exponential benefit that would place Ryu far ahead of others. It took great geniuses about 9,000 years to complete the immortal ring realm, about 1,000 years per stage, allowing the best geniuses to cross into the path extinction realm at around 10,000 years old. However, when it came to this realm, Ryu had too many advantages. His ability to resonate with the heavens was far better than others thanks to his bone structure and his pupils. On top of that, he gained the benefit of Elsa's ingenious cultivation design to boost the amount of chi he could take in at the same time. Ryu believed that with his current calm and carefree mindset, he could complete the immortal ring realm in just a few hundred years. This sort of estimation would leave anyone in shock. However, even then, it didn't consider something very important that Ryu had neglected. Ryu's body shook, bulging slightly as the 13th immortal ring was formed. He could feel the gate of the immortal ring realm laid out before him. All he needed to do was take a single step forward. However, he could not. Due to the fact his realm heart was only of the mortal grade, he could no longer rely on it to sustain his cultivation. Without a spiritual foundation, he would only be continuously ramming against a wall that had no intention of letting him through. However, this was not a worry for Ryu. In order to reconnect with his spiritual foundation, he had only needed to undo 9 seals on his heavenly pupils. But now he had already undone over 50. For a long while now, he had already been able to faintly feel it calling back out to him, the tether of karma linking them through time and space. The only reason Ryu hadn't connected with it yet was because Elsa had warned him that doing so too early, before completing the connecting heaven realm, would revert his chaotic silk meridians back to what they once were. But now that they were rooted and established, it would no longer be an issue. The waters around Ryu rose and fell more violently, the glow of a golden ring being drawn on his chest and abs. The ring was almost too perfect. Its edges were incredibly smooth, and it fit with Ryu's body as though it had always meant to be there. In a void, in a completely unknown place, a spiritual foundation spanning 40 kilometers blazed with undying white flames. It was difficult to tell if there was something solid hidden within or not, but it seemed to have a space of its own, unblemished by the outside world. As though feeling a tug from some unknown place, the spiritual foundation began to tremble. But it soon stopped as though it had become confused on which direction to go. Ryu frowned from within the dark pool, his first poor expression in the past several days. He could easily feel his spiritual foundation, but for some reason when he tried to pull on it to form it to return to him, it couldn't complete the action. It was like something was blocking him from it, as though they were in two completely different worlds. But the problem was that that should always be the case. His spiritual foundation would always be on another plane of existence. How else would he be able to fit something that was 40 kilometers long into his body? This world? Ryu's frown relaxed. The only reason he could think of was this fabricated world. But how could it possibly stop the spiritual foundation of a sky god? Could it be that Ice Mine lied? Or was it that she never knew the truth to begin with? Or maybe it was something else completely? This was a problem. As powerful as Ryu's body was, there was only so long he could maintain his immortal rings like this. As long as he slipped up or his body grew too fatigued, his control would falter and the perfection of his immortal rings would be tainted. Once that happened, there would be no sustaining their origin grade level any longer. Yet, somehow, Ryu still managed to maintain his calm. He could feel memories of his failed severing dancing through his mind. Would he fail like that again right on the precipice of success? No, he most definitely wouldn't. Come here. The sound of a resounding barrier shattering rang through the nether realm. The earth trembled and the skies split. It felt for a moment that the world was coming to an end. Chapter 528 No different. Ryu's body shook and quaked. However, his expression remained steady and unmoved. A strength that seemed to pervade his very being took root, blazing a trail of white throughout his body. The moment his spiritual foundation reconnected with him, Ryu could subconsciously tell that he didn't need to complete any more severings. The fusion was a level of perfection he had never experienced in his life before. Ryu didn't fight back as the white flames surged into his meridians. A calmness pervaded his very soul as it danced with his chaos chi. The two energies didn't seem to reject each other. It didn't feel that they had the same origin. In fact, they couldn't have felt any more different. Rather, it was like they had a mutual respect, a nod of acceptance for two beings that shared a level of strength and power others could only dream of. The two intertwined, racing along the outline of Ryu's immortal rings one after another. At that moment, Ryu felt every cell of his body sing. The source of evolution into the immortal realms should have been rooted in the heavens. However, what Ryu had neglected before was that his own progression was rooted in something completely different. His was an existence that existed outside the purview of order. His was an existence that basked in chaos. The golden circle that displayed an inhuman level of perfection on Ryu's torso suddenly darkened to a blackish gold. White flames erupted around its exterior, pulsing and dancing with a mysterious energy unblemished by the touch of the mundane. At that moment, the name of his white flames were suddenly whispered into Ryu's ears. When Ryu heard it, he felt his body shudder. It was spoken in a language that he couldn't understand, but as though it was pervaded with an emotion that existed across space and time, it touched the deepest part of his soul. He felt like just the mere whisper of this name sent him to a different time. He watched all of existence pass by in the blink of an eye, only for him to snap back to the reality he was experiencing right this very moment. Ryu's body shook, the ring on his torso blazing into a bright light that suddenly manifested to his back. Trembling with a dark gold light surrounded by a ring of white flame, it felt like the halo of a deity as it grew to 10 meters tall. And then it split. The Deathworm Immortal Cave was already shaking due to the changes in the Nether Realm, but this change only made it worse. Ryu's 13 immortal rings arranged themselves in a deadly formation. One hovered behind his figure, enveloping him in the center. To the sides, 6 arranged themselves in 2 columns of a curved line of 3. They almost made themselves look like a massive pair of rings, causing the skies and energies around them to quake. The sound of a barrier shattering resounded as Ryu's body continued to glow. The momentum was so fierce that he immediately broke into the second immortal ring stage. His immortal rings pulsed and expanded, growing to 20 meters before suddenly concentrating in on themselves. Their density grew by a factor of more than just 2, raging with a power that didn't seem like it would be satisfied until the world collapsed. When they shrunk back down to 10 meters, their strength was undeniably far greater. Ryu felt as though all the energies of the world were at his beck and call. His ephemeral tapestry saw nothing but a thick blanket of colors. The concentration was so exaggerated that Ryu almost felt blinded. The power coursing through him was so much that Ryu felt that he would implode if he didn't vent it all out right this moment. However, before Ryu could even think of doing this, his mental realm suddenly trembled. Ryu's expression changed. He quickly began to circulate his master skeleton stage method, feeling that his soul was about to be birthed completely outside of his control. Ryu would have never expected something like this to happen. With his poor mental realm talent, something like a spontaneous breakthrough was something he would never expect. There were two forms of breakthroughs that stood above all others. The first was to break through relying on a high form of energy. This energy could be essence, chaos chi, or even primordial yin. All of these high-level energies could facilitate a perfect, smooth breakthrough without lingering issues. The second was to break through spontaneously. For obvious reasons, both were rare, and the second especially was usually reserved for the greatest of geniuses. Ryu had never had to force a breakthrough in his entire life. Even his failed attempt at his first severing could fall into this category, though the ending was unfortunate. However, regardless of the reason, his soul was currently experiencing such a thing. All he could do was accept it and act on it. But it was exactly then that the situation changed once more. Even as Ryu wanted to use his master's method, the white flame suddenly acted. What should have been a soul reformed of lightning and fire suddenly became one of purely white flame. And what should have been a difficult process that Ryu would have sought out his master's help for became almost automated, as though it was always meant to happen. Ryu's spiritual sea began to be absorbed into his white flame outside of his control. In what felt like just a moment, an endless sea that spanned over 1,000 kilometers had been concentrated into a small, palm-sized fire that looked more like a ball of cotton than a flickering flame. Then, it began to change its form, rising up to stand above Ryu's immortal Sakura, above his divine chaotic annihilation, and above their volatile energies. It grew a head and arms, its features becoming more pronounced and clear. In the end, all that remained was a miniature figure sitting in silent meditation as white flames danced across its skin. It looked no different from Ryu himself. Chapter 529 Wanted. Ryu's aura blazed, his strength towering to a new height. His mind seemed to open to a completely new feeling. It felt like his eyes were opening up from the first time in 2 lifetimes. Ryu's body flashed. When he appeared again, he stood above an expanse of dark mountains. The clouds above were split as though a sword had been run through them. It erupted with cracks in space that could tear even a path extinction realm expert in two with just a single touch. The ground below shook and quaked. Tall peaks collapsed and avalanches started and gained momentum every moment. Short of blazing pillars of fire rising up from the ground, the scene seemed right out the perfect picture of a world's end. And yet, Ryu only wanted to see more destruction. His fist whipped out, the force of concentrated air behind it collapsing the space before him. It almost looked like a casual wave of his hand, but 100-meter wide hold was blasted through a mountain peak over a kilometer away. The walls of the hole were so smooth and uniform that it almost appeared to have been carved out by an artisan. The spatial fluctuations grew wilder around Ryu, threatening to swallow him whole. But in that moment his immortal rings trembled. The energies of the world seemed to come to a grinding halt. Everything within 10 kilometers of Ryu became the perfect picture of stillness. Ryu stood in abject silence for a moment, his overwhelming strength speaking for itself. His spiritual sense spread outward, blanketing the same 10-kilometer distance with ease. Every nook and cranny of that radius was reflected within Ryu's mind, dancing along with the images of his thoughts. Ryu took a step forward. His body flickered and vanished. When he appeared once more, he stood above a clan of rotting apes, his gaze cold and without the slightest hint of emotion. The roars hardly reached his ears as he pressed a palm downward. A wall of energy formulated on a whim, covering an impossible span. The roars of the rotting apes very quickly became ones of shock and horror before they were overwhelmed by whimpers. Their bodies were locked in space, Even their own chi didn't seem to want to listen to their call, shaking them to their very cores. An entire settlement was destroyed in the blink of an eye, the only thing remaining of its existence being a single palm print that seemed to have descended down as the divine punishment of a god. Ryu watched this scene without much of a reaction. He looked at his hand, feeling as though his attack had been somewhat weak. His grimoire appeared above his head, shimmering resplendently. He could feel his fire dragon blood boiling as his hand rose up again. Fire dragon's claw. Ryu's gaze flickered into slits, blazing with a ruby red. At the same time, his grimoire rose, flipping to pages bathed in a sea of black-red fire. An illusory scaled claw rose into the air. It was over 100 meters long, the space around it crackling and popping as all the moisture burnt to nothingness. Ryu's hand descended, causing the claw to crash through a mountain range in the distance. Everything in its wake was obliterated. Lines of earth it hadn't even touched were incinerated to ash, leaving nothing but a clear path toward the devastation of where it landed. A stretch of 4 claw marks dug deep into the ground. The trenches were so deep and seemingly endless that nothing but an all-encompassing darkness could be seen within, replacing the once bustling clan that had just been in that location. As expected, the methods of fire control the Fire Dragon clan had were far beyond just fire breathing. In fact, the fire breathing technique Ryu had used in the past was just the simplest and was based on a crude instinct hidden within his blood. But, with his master's visualization, he could not only feel these techniques with more clarity, he could use them while resonating with his bloodlines and not placing undue pressure on his body. Ryu grasped out a palm, causing 2 nether keys to shoot toward him. The moment it touched him, a flash of light passed by, and he felt something trying to imprint itself in his mind once again. But, this time, Ryu completely stonewalled it, grinding it to dust with his divine chaotic annihilation. He had no interest in taking the risk of losing another year of his life. Even if it was the dream wraith that was responsible, there was no telling what kind of method it was using. As for the legacies that came with them, Ryu was able to read them without allowing it to be imprinted into his mind. Now that he knew what he was looking for, it wasn't difficult with his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. A rotten ape clan contract and a sword beak rotting raven contract. Ryu shook his head and ignored these 2, not bothering to form them in his mind. Though the formations were far more complex, this wasn't why. With his improved soul, it was well within Ryu's ability. It was rather that he couldn't be bothered. They were too weak. He would be better off using more skeleton warriors and leaning into his comprehension abilities. I can't sense Nemesis on this world anymore. Gomen is also not here. That can only mean that Serial ascended to the 3rd floor with them already. Ryu's body flickered once again. Appearing back on the mountain range the death worm hid within. He felt that he had outgrown this immortal cave. His current strength was already beyond the Hecate of the path, and even before his breakthrough, he was confident in matching her blow for blow. But immortal caves didn't just fall out of the sky. He would have to either refine his own or explore some more ruins to find another. This world seemed like it was on the verge of collapsing, but somehow, Ryu felt that it would hold itself together no matter what. It was definitely relying on something far greater than just what he could see. Unfortunately, as powerful as he had become, it came at the cost of increasing the strength of his heavenly pupils. Everything was about give and take. He could only go to the 3rd floor to peel back this final layer. But first, he wanted to know what Ice Mine knew. Chapter 530 Confidence. Ryu's immortal rings flickered and vanished. He was quite satisfied that they didn't grow beyond 10 meters in size. He felt like it gave him tighter control similar to how Nemesis Adept body talent worked. Ryu had an inkling that the reason for this wasn't because of Ailsa's technique, but rather because of the influence of his chaos chi. It seemed to have allowed him to break the rules set down by order, dragging them down into chaos. When Ryu reached this conclusion, he came to understand something. He had been worried that after he reclaimed his spiritual foundation, there would be some other cultivation misstep he would need to make in the future in order to continue to evolve his chaotic silk meridians. But it seemed now that that wouldn't be necessary. The focus on his progression should no longer be on his meridians themselves, but rather the chaos chi they produced. Ryu also felt that his cultivation method had changed. He no longer had to absorb neutral chi and then convert it to chaos chi. He felt a connection directly to the chaos plane that allowed him to cultivate directly with chaos chi. This was likely one of the biggest changes Ryu had experienced alongside the reformation of his soul. The reason he had stepped into the second immortal ring realm so quickly was because he was resonating not with the heavens, but rather with this mysterious chaos plane he still didn't quite understand. The experience was similar to his comprehension of his great sword staff. It was such a rare weapon that pulling and molding its fate as he pleased was incredibly easy. By the same token, the chaos plane seemed to be so exclusive that Ryu could resonate with it far easier than he could the heavens in this place. The result was a cultivation speed even beyond Ryu's initial estimates. He felt it might not even take a year for him to enter the third immortal ring realm. This was a kind of pace that left even him somewhat shaken. But, in his present state, his heart was calm and measured. He felt that even if he was akin to a small boat amidst a raging ocean tide, he would be able to keep his wits about him. At the same time, Ryu had a newfound appreciation for the gifts he had been given in life. Serial's words still reverberated in his mind from time to time, acting like a chime that calmed his heart. What reason did he have to act like a victim? If he couldn't succeed with these cards in hand, he wouldn't even want to look himself in the mirror. As Ryu stepped down from the skies and his feet touched the earth, a ripple of gold energy spread out with the tips of his toes as the center. Ryu emotionlessly gazed at this ripple, feeling that a fascinating change had just happened. But he didn't try too hard to grasp at it. He felt a mellow song in his mind, a hymn of a lost age plucking at the strings of a heavenly lyre. He took one step after another, entering the immortal cave to find Eska silently preparing a meal. She worked with the delicate diligence of a housewife. Looking at the meat she was using, Ryu recognized many discarded carcasses of beasts he had killed long ago. He had drained them all of their blood to use to train his body. Though they had been here for a long while with the cultivation they had before their deaths, it would still take several centuries before the meat began to degrade, let alone rot. As for the herbs and spices, they all came from Ryu's incubator. He had no idea how Eska had gotten to them, but he wasn't about to question the prowess of a mental realm master who had reached the realm of sky gods. Eska noticed Ryu's arrival and gave him a simple greeting. The kitchen of the immortal cave was another place that didn't see much use. After all, Ryu saw eating a lot like he did bathing. The only reason he ate at all was because his bloodlines forced him to. Always sustaining his vital chi with just his chi alone was a poor waste of his stamina. But he didn't bother to make the food taste good, he simply heated it up and ate it. Since he had his flames to do this, there was no need to use the kitchen. Eska placed down plate after plate before taking an elegant seat down. She motioned for Ryu to sit across from her, to which he obliged. "Thank you," Ryu said. "No need to thank me. I'm only doing as I should." Ryu didn't respond to this as he had already begun to eat. His appetite was as large as one might expect, and it had only grown after entering the blood-tempering stage. He would have to make it back to the shrine plane soon and sneak into his clan's ancestral grounds so that he could find the pieces of the technique he needed to continue. "I have finished organizing Icemine's memories. There is a great amount of information. I'll explain as clearly as I can, and as concisely as possible." For Eska, who had experienced trillions of years of life, Icemine's own memories were like a blink to her. It hadn't taken her long at all to sift through them all. The only annoying part was ignoring what was useless and throwing them out. "I can begin with your first wife." Ryu shook his head. "I know my wife. The things Icemine said she had done, she hasn't. You can move on to the other matters." Eska gave Ryu a deep look, her expression not giving anything away. However, all she found was an unperturbed Ryu swallowing oceans worth of food with an elegance that didn't match his volume. His confidence was off the charts. There wasn't a single fabricated bone in his body. Chapter 531 One Purpose. Ryu looked up. Is something wrong? He realized that Eska hadn't spoken in a while, so he asked this question. But she only shook her head. Nothing. Eska wasn't very surprised by Ryu's explosive growth in strength. After all, she was a sky god. If her primordial Qilin couldn't improve Ryu by at least this much, she wouldn't be very worthy of her years of cultivation. If anything, the fact Ryu progressed so little was a testament to just how deep his foundation and how strong his talents were. What she was surprised about, though, was the shift in Ryu's mentality. On the surface, it seemed as though Ryu had gained enlightenment through cheap, emotionless sex. But the truth was that this was simply the final domino and the first to be knocked over. Ryu had been building this shift in his thoughts for a long while. It was just Eska that gave him the mental clarity he needed to take the final step. When he met Ailsa, he was as rigid as he could be. He hated the world as though it owed him something for his years of suffering. If it wasn't for Ailsa's resolve to stay by his side, he might have lost a partner for life forever that day. But as time progressed, he slowly learned to trust her. He leaned more on her. He opened himself up to her criticisms and her thoughts. Maybe one of the first large turning points was when he agreed to abandon his Tatsuya saintly weapons. He could still remember the fear Ailsa felt when she forced herself to say those words to him. He remembered feeling terrible. He had already accepted Ailsa as his woman at that point. But why was it that she was still so scared to speak of something that would obviously only benefit him? Had he been in the wrong? Ryu felt that his flaws were especially glaring that day, but there were still many other points he could point toward. When he lost his grandpa Tor, he had thought that he would have nothing to do with that family for the rest of his life, only for a person that was all but dead to him to become the reason he could sit here alive. When he accepted Balor as his master, it was an act he never thought that he would do in his lifetime. Who cared if it was a sky god? He was Ryu Tatsuya. What need did he have for a master? Wouldn't he just surpass him in the future anyway? When he expressed his feelings to Ailsa, he had always thought he would only have one woman in this lifetime. He could still vividly remember that night he asked Elena if he could be selfish. It was forever imprinted onto his mind, even if he had never contracted the origin flame. He felt he simply owed her too much, even to the point he ignored her acceptance of such a thing. Even more recently, he had actually let Mateus live. He, Ryu Tatsuya, had let someone he gave an ultimatum of life or death live. He had always been a man of his word. Not doing something he swore to do, even to the detriment, rage, or sadness of those around him, wasn't something he'd ever do. And now here he was, sitting across from women who would call him Lord Husband without hesitation. Yet their souls had never been merged, nor did he know if they would ever be. If the Ryu of years ago was told that this was where he would be in the future, would he even believe it? It was odd to think about. Was being in a relationship most people would hate to be in considered a success? What about this was a good thing, exactly? Wouldn't it be easier to tell if the two could at least look toward one another with a smile? Probably. At least it would look better on paper. However, to Ryu it didn't matter. He didn't need to learn how to love, he already knew how to do that. He didn't need to learn how to smile. He finally felt as though he didn't need to hold up a cold facade all the time. He didn't need a relationship that could whisper sweet nothings into his ear. He had already experienced all of that already. What he needed was maturity. What he needed was the calm mind he had right this very moment. The quietest, most reserved man Ryu had ever known was his grandpa Tatsuya. He was an obedient husband to his wife, a gentle grandfather to Ryu, and a loving father to Titus. Chapter 532 Mysteries of Heaven and Earth. Ryu's eyes narrowed, but he didn't respond. This much should have been obvious. No? If not for this, they wouldn't be making all of these moves. The reason why Ryu killed himself in his first life was because he sensed the shifting of fate. As for what triggered him to look into such a thing when he never did, it was the conversation he had with Elena on Shrine Mountain the day of his 1000th birthday. Back then, Elena had mentioned that her Holy Wing clan had gained as many as 9 Holy Wing Saintesses in the last several thousand years. The moment he had heard this, Ryu knew that this number was far too large for it to be a simple coincidence. The births of such talents require a large amount of fate. If it was just one extra, it could be passed off with a shrug. But to have 9 in the span where having even one would look like a great boon was absolutely ridiculous. It was this thought that triggered Ryu and pushed him to observe his fate star, something he could count on a single hand the number of times he had done. He had almost always cut himself off from one of the most powerful abilities of his Mysteries of Heaven and Earth pupils because he hated it so much. When Ryu observed fate that day, he realized that the fate of the Tatsuya clan, which should have been burning brightly, was being continuously siphoned off and weakened. It was then he understood that the time that was left wasn't great and that he had to make a decision. Luckily, the current Ryu didn't feel like he needed to continue hiding away from this ability of his any longer. Could even be extremely helpful in his future path. The ability to read fate stars, known as Mysteries of Heaven and Earth, was the most fundamental of Ryu's pupils, which made it all the more ridiculous that Ryu never used it. Observing a person's fate star was like peering into their soul. It would allow Ryu to do everything from something as simple as telling if a person was lying or not, all the way to seeing if they had some unearthed potential that could be made use of. It could be said that such an ability was one a king or emperor would kill for. It was just too bad that Ryu had no interest in ruling over people or taking on such responsibility. Even now, he didn't feel himself to be a good leader. Of course, there were drawbacks to Mysteries of Heaven and Earth as well. Those who were powerful or sensitive could feel that something was wrong, almost as though they had been stripped naked before a person they didn't trust. It was also possible to fly too close to the sun and end up with a temporary blindness in both eyes. For now, Ryu could only observe those who fell within range of the immortal realms because that was the level his pupils were at now. But that didn't mean that they'd be useless. Another ability was seeing the link between fate stars. This meant that as long as a sky god had even the smallest connection to someone weak enough for Ryu to observe, it would be possible for Ryu to gain an inkling of their life. Through such a link, Ryu could even find the exact location of a person or being with a single look, as though a chart of the entire world was at his beck and call. If he was so inclined and if he learned certain fate cursing arts, he could even use this connection he could see with his eyes to harm people. Author's note: I definitely didn't wait all this time to explain how this ability worked so that you all wouldn't kill me for having him never use it. Definitely not. Struts away. As she was his own wife, Ryu could observe Elena's fate star with little to no penalty to himself despite her cultivation. Likewise, he could also find her location and even experience what she was feeling, though he could just as easily do this through her soul as well. However, strutting off to Elena's location as though he had the power to deal with his enemies right now would be nothing short of foolish. That said, there were countless other ways to use this ability that would help his strength increase at an even faster pace. It was about time he took his Ruin Master profession more seriously. Now he was definitely powerful enough to explore ones he had always dreamt of. The martial gods have 4 branches, and from my understanding, their goals aren't necessarily aligned. The ones you have met until now are the Berserk branch and the Heavenly Dew branch. As of now, the Berserk branch is greatly focused on our shrine world for reasons Icemine doesn't quite know. But, from her understanding, they feel that the shrines will offer them a path toward what they really want: domination of the real plane. The Heavenly Dew branch isn't actually very interested in the Nether realm, even though it seems like it. It was only a coincidence that Icemine took up a mission to guide those here. The truth is that this trial is actually being run by the Silver Touch branch. If the Berserk branch is known for their Berserk state and the Heavenly Dew branch is known for their healing factor, the Silver Touch branch are the branch of martial gods capable of turning their spiritual chi into vital chi and their vital chi into spiritual chi. Their abilities are quite fearsome. They can ingest the vital chi of their victims. Using their bloodlines, they can absorb the talents of their targets and thus strengthen themselves. By proxy of this ability, they can replenish their stamina, whether in body or soul, by devouring the people around them. While the Berserk branch is focused on the shrine world, the Silver Touch branch wants to build the perfect spiritual chi bloodline. Toward that end, they've gathered so many here together for the sake of their goal. However, what is curious is that the 3-pupil clan of the moon world you came from has been gaining a silent support from the Silver Touch branch. It seems they are very interested in what the 3rd pupil will evolve into when nurtured. Chapter 533. Coincidence? Is that so? Ryu fell into his own thoughts, still consuming food in large amounts yet speaking so clearly one would have thought he wasn't eating at all. Ryu never worried much about the 3-pupil clan or the 3-pupil eclipse sect during his first life for obvious reasons. He was the scion of the Tatsuya clan. What did such existences matter to him? But that didn't mean he didn't understand their ability. The third eye of the clan and the eye techniques cultivated by the sect worked similar to Ryu's ephemeral tapestry, but only for a single kind of chi, and only for Yin chi in specific. This gave those with these pupils more sensitivity toward Yin and greater control over it, giving them great futures as necromancers. This ability also helped the clan to gather many Yin treasures in their day, something that was likely a large reason for their improvement to this point in such a short time. Ryu could see how this ability, if evolved, could be quite enticing. In specific and key situations, it might even become as useful as heavenly pupils. It was even possible that the Silver Touch branch had predicted the birth of a new pair of heavenly pupils if Ryu wanted to make a guess at the worst possible circumstance. Could a pair of heavenly pupils be birthed from a clan from a small world? It was possible but not probable. It was more likely that the Silver Touch branch wanted to sap away the 3 pupil clans' talent and forge one of their own. And it was even possible that they had gathered so many varying bloodlines with spiritual chi-related talents of their own to help facilitate this. Of course, this was all Ryu's own speculation. Not every clan could be like Little Gems and foster their own pair of heavenly pupils to be passed down through the generations. Thinking of Little Gem, Ryu's eyes flashed and the little bundle of white joy appeared. Ryu smiled lightly as the little one hopped around him. He had been worried that after losing a year, he would find that Little Gem was harmed, but it seemed that the likelihood that he had lost a year in memory but not action was more likely the case because Little Gem was only looking healthier and healthier every day. When the little one was first born, she couldn't even walk around on her own. But now, she was hopping and skipping, even greedily fighting Ryu for his food like a little rascal. It really brought a smile to his face. Ryu had always wanted a little sister, a feeling birthed by the affection he had for his elder adopted sister, Nuri. It was why he doted on Gayat's little sister so much and why Little Gem brought such a smile to his face. At the moment, he was at peace despite the words Eska was speaking. It could be said that what the Silver Touch branch is most interested in, then, is the Nether Realm. Namely, they want to take control of the Demon King clans and see if the Demon Emperors truly exist or not. At least, that is what Icemine's guess is. Even when it comes to her branch, what she knows is very little because her cultivation is still too shallow. She is just a junior. However, what I can say is that it isn't by accident that there are so many people of different dialects here. Ryu patted Little Gem's head, speaking absent-mindedly. Their hold on the Nether Realm is definitely not shallow if they could pull that off. Ryu didn't seem perturbed by his words, but the weight of them was far different to someone who understood what he meant. You understand this already? The only way to gather so many people whose bloodlines should have long since been extinct is through the Nether Realm. The concept of time in the Nether Realm is skewed, especially the deeper through the floors you travel. According to a theory written by a ruin master from the Sky God era, there comes a point where time becomes absolutely meaningless once you reach a deep enough level. Theoretically, if one was dead set on producing a new heavenly pupil that could help with your control over spiritual chi, and one had decided that the best way to do this was through your talent absorption bloodline, then such a person who was already invested in the Nether Realm to begin with might take advantage of this to transport all of these talents from across eras into just one easily accessible, convenient place. Eska gave Ryu a deep look. She had a feeling that Ryu had figured this out a long time ago and the abilities of the Silver Touch branch was just the final piece to his puzzle. Then you know that. Ryu nodded. I know. And? I'll see how it plays out. Ryu replied calmly. Eska gave Ryu another look but said no more. The fourth and final branch of the martial gods is known as the Nourishing Soul branch. Their vital chi functions similarly to a soul nature, but is far more potent. Someone with a spear soul nature would gain a great boost in comprehending the spear. They would find comprehended mortal endowments in this lane to be extraordinarily easy, almost as easy as breathing. Someone with the Nourish Soul branch bloodline, though, would experience this on a much deeper level. It wasn't just pervading their soul, but rather that their body itself had a natural instinct toward the weapon. Even without comprehension or relying on the heavens, they would have a natural inclination toward a weapon and be capable of using it with far more fluidity than even someone who had practiced for millions of years. They were practically born as infants with the skill of a person in the ruler realm, and as their bodies strengthened, this only became more exaggerated. Ryu stopped playing with little gem for a moment, his finger tapping lightly on the table. A branch with high vitality, and a branch with something exceptionally similar to a soul nature? Was it just a coincidence? Or was he overthinking it? He suddenly thought back to a thought he had of Gaiat's mother and his little sister. It was almost like they weren't human. Chapter 534 Goals. Ryu let the thought sit for a moment. According to Gaiat, his father had died. His mother was a mortal without cultivation, yet she had lived for hundreds of years. And his sister, after leaving a state of malnourishment, became a talent great enough to replace the inheritor disciple of the Awoken Moon sect. On top of that, according to Ailsa, Gaiat himself was born with a spear soul nature, allowing his talent in the spear to even surpass Ryu's own, at least if the abilities of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils weren't taken into account. All of this for a small family with seemingly nothing special about them was a bit much. However, if they were the descendants of martial gods, this could make sense. Who was to say that in the 900 million years the martial gods had been on the shrine plane that they never once had relations and formed families they later abandoned? This didn't necessarily mean that Gaiat's father was alive as opposed to dead like he thought. After all, it seemed that the special one in this case was Gaiat's mother and not his late father. If Ryu was correct, Gaiat's mother definitely had heaven's due vital chi in her body. If this was the case, it would explain her great lifespan despite having never cultivated a single day in her life before. This didn't have to mean that she was even aware of her lineage. 900 million years was a not too long but not too short time to many high-level cultivators. However, to mortals and even lower-ranked immortals it constituted hundreds of generations. Who knew if Gaiat's mother just had a very dilute portion of heaven's due vital chi that originated from a long-lost ancestor she had never even heard about, let alone met. This was all very possible. As for whether Ryu would have a use for such a thing, he wasn't sure of that. He hadn't met Gaiat in a while. He had left him to train within the tower and improve himself. There was no telling if Gaiat was even still alive at this point or not. Ryu had never had much intention in taking care of Gaiat to begin with. At most, he had agreed to bring him to the moon world since he insisted. It was never anything more than this. At that time, forming relationships was never on Ryu's mind. And even now, if he were to form such a thing, it would have to be with someone on his level, or else he would simply be dragging others into danger. Still, there was one thing Ryu needed to confirm. Gaiat's mother seemed to exhibit the talent of heaven's due. Gaiat himself seemed to exhibit talent of nourishing soul. And now that Ryu thought about it, the little sister of the family exhibited talent of silver touch. In that case, what decides which vital chi you are born with? Is it random? Eska, who had been about to continue to explain, blinked. Yes, it is random. This is why, despite having such vastly different goals, the martial gods still see each other as one unit. Having a parent with a berserk bloodline doesn't mean that you will necessarily be born with one. But, according to martial god culture, your loyalty will always be first and foremost to your branch and to your family second. Icemine was actually born from 2 silver touch branch parents. Due to the fact she is still quite low on the hierarchy of martial gods, she can still take up missions handed down to her by her parents. But, after entering the Tao pedestal realm, she will be expected to leave most of those ties behind. Ryu nodded. This was what he had expected. In that case, it made perfect sense. And the martial gods' policy on marrying outside of their clan? The martial gods are unique in that their power stems not really from their blood, but rather the vital chi is carries, which mean it can be trained. Ryu finished. Exactly. Whereas another clan would weaken with a thin bloodline, a martial god can always make up this gap by training harder. As long as they have the ability to produce this vital chi, they can always increase it. Is there no limit? Ryu's own bloodlines, for example, had a limit. His phoenix bloodlines carried much less strength than his dragon or Qilin bloodlines. But, if what Eska says was true, then that means that there was either no such limit for a martial god, or there is a limit, but it is the same regardless of the amount of blood you have. The only difference is the time it will take you to accumulate that amount. Those with thicker bloodlines will need less time than those with thinner. This is why the martial god culture emphasizes strength and competition. It also encourages marrying outside because the offspring produced by such unions are greatly beneficial to their futures. The martial god bloodline has high activity rates, so the number of mutations it can undergo is quite a lot. In addition to this, those born with martial god blood are often promiscuous and quite liberal with sex, even women. Eska looked toward Ryu when she said this, but he was still playing with little Gem, a light smile on his face. He didn't seem moved by her words at all. Eska didn't continue to press. It could be said that the only reason Icemine was still a virgin was due to her cocky abrasiveness. The men on her level were too weak to defeat her, and the men above her only drove her competitive spirit. Unless one was a talent who could suppress her at her age, she wouldn't even look your way. Ironically, she lost her virginity to a man she might have picked on her own anyway, and yet he very clearly didn't want her. Not once had Ryu asked about Icemine's well-being despite being fully aware that by now, she was likely conscious of what was happening. Eska had taken advantage of Icemine's absent state of mind to take over her body easily, but she hadn't killed Icemine. She needed Icemine alive for her technique to continue working and also needed the latter's soul to be in healthy condition. It could be said that Icemine had likely woken up long ago and could only be a third-party observer as her body was made use of like a vehicle. Even for her, she had gotten tired of being mad already. Well, she had gotten tired after about the second day of Ryu's assault on her body, which still felt like her body despite the fact it looked like Eska's. So the martial gods are a clan built for war and constant improvement. Ryu responded. I understand. Eska nodded. We can turn our focus back to their focuses. As I said before, the Berserk branch is entirely focused on the shrines. They seem to be looking for a secret, but haven't quite been able to find it. According to Icemine's memories, the shrine plane is mostly sealed off by an enormous ice barrier they haven't been able to break down. From what I can gather from Icemine's memories, this was the result of a large sacrifice made by a woman called Himari Tatsuya. Ryu's hand slowed a measure when he heard his mother's name being spoken for the first time in what felt like several lifetimes. He probably should have spun into a rage hearing that word sacrifice, but his silver eyes only became a slight shade darker, his chewing becoming a bit more deliberate. Eska took a pause before continuing. It has been a culmination of hundreds of millions of years, but there is word that the martial gods may be getting close to finally breaking the seal and accomplishing the original goal they set out for. Ryu nodded. The Silver Touch branch has split their own way and is greatly interested in matters related to the Nether Realm, but this is only just the half of it. Along with this, they have made many moves on the ethereal plane and have seemingly attempted to form many ties, especially with the fairies. Ryu's movements slowed once again, his eyes narrowing. As I told you before, Icemine's parents are both Silver Touch martial gods, so the information she has in this area is even more than what she might have for the Berserk branch. From her understanding, everything had been going well on this front for many years already, and the Silver Touch martial gods and the fairies were beginning to integrate with one another more and more. Apparently, the synergy caused by half-fairies was especially pleasing, so the Silver Touch fairies wanted more. 900 million years ago, there was a marriage contract decided between a Silver Touch king and the Cultist Fairy King. It was meant to be between Princess Ailsa Cultus and youthful talent of the Silver Touch branch, Galcos. Having recently entered the world's sea realm, it seems that Galcos wants to celebrate with a marriage ceremony. Chapter 535 they call it, Ailsa Tatsuya. Eska blinked, not quite understanding. Her name is Ailsa Tatsuya, not Ailsa Cultus, Ryu said lightly. Eska opened her mouth to say something, but took a pause instead. Now that she thought about it, Ryu did indeed have a fairy life partner. He had entered the library with her once before. In fact, it was because of her that Ryu had become confident enough to enter the second floor at all. Before, he had stuck to the first, third and fourth floors, not wanting to take the risk of putting his life in their hands. And, if Eska thought about it at a deeper layer, it was indeed quite rare for a normal individual to reach Ailsa's level of strength. It wouldn't be too surprising if she was, indeed, royalty. It seemed that she had accidentally said something she shouldn't have. But, once again, Ryu continued to eat as though nothing had happened. World Sea Realm, who cared? He would get there eventually, and probably faster than anyone in history. Plus, considering his strength, he might not even need to go so far to deal with such a person. If he didn't understand his place, Ryu would just have to show him where it was. The Silver Touch branch seems to be trying to sink its claws into the ethereal and nether realms. But they are far more interested in the latter and seem to mostly be using the former in order to keep them neutral. The ethereal races are often passive and indecisive, wishing that things could be solved through means other than war. As such, they are the most susceptible to these sorts of tactics. Of course, these are just my own speculations from things I've gathered from Icemine's memories, as she has never been expressly told such a thing. But it's an easy conclusion to come to when you compare the hard-line stance the martial gods took against our shrine world and the netherworld, then compare it to the soft gloves they've been using with the fairies and the treefolk. Ryu nodded faintly. The beginning and end of every era was demarcated by a disaster. Ryu was well read on them all, and it could be said that while they were all different in some way or another, there was one thread of commonality that strung them all together: the inaction of the fairies. One of the reasons Ryu and Elsa clashed when they first met was because of how vastly different their cultures were to begin with. Elsa's people didn't place the strongest at the head. If it was about the purest output of strength, how could a cultist fairy ever match up to an elemental fairy? In fact, even the strongest of the three king fairy clans, the Kabus fairies, didn't even hold this power to themselves. Rather, they relied on their manipulation of death and death chi to display this strength. As though this wasn't different enough from the human world, Kabus fairies didn't even become necromancers unless their partners led them down this path. Noble Kabus fairies weren't powerful summoning necromancers like one might expect, despite the fact they had more right to be than any other species in all of existence. They were more accurately described as pacifist monks who studied the mysteries of life and death. Just thinking about it made Ryu gag. Pacificism was about as far from him as you could get. Even now that he had reached a calmer state, he still wasn't 100% confident in controlling his temper, let alone living a life of silence and non-violence. He found it all to be ridiculous. It would be fine if the pacifism of Kabus, cultists and Fishia fairies didn't bother anyone else, but of the 8 disasters, Ryu could make a good argument that 3 wouldn't have happened as long as they agreed to raise a hand. Of course, as shaming as Ryu was of their culture, he wasn't in the business of moving people through pity. This was the martial world. No one had an obligation to do anything for you, and that would always be true. It was just that you would think the fairies would have gotten tired of watching history repeat itself like this. Or maybe they simply didn't care. Every time something like this happened, they would just continue to live on the same way they always had, completely unaffected. It was hard to blame them, especially when the only instance of one of their kind stepping up, the Fae, resulted in their eradication as well. There was simply no good argument to force them into doing anything. Then, if we look at the Nourishing Soul branch, their actions find themselves on the real plane as well, but rather than targeting the Shrine world like the Berserk branch, their goal seems to be surrounding the several guilds, especially the Armament Guild. Ryu paused, his eyes narrowing. Even now, on his fingers, there were 3 rings. One was a normal spatial ring he mostly used as a cover. It was too odd for a cultivator not have at least one, so he kept it for appearances, even though he much preferred to use the inner world of his heavenly pupils or his incubator, as they both gave him far more space and far more flexibility. The second ring was from the Mercenary Guild. Ryu had been hesitant to re-enter Osiris all this time, and sometimes found himself wondering if Violet Olive was doing all right. But he felt he had done enough for them. Even though the Mercenary Guild gave him the best shot at finding the spiritual herb Elsa needed, it wouldn't be worth it if he ended up getting tracked down by the cultist clan. Of course, Ryu had a personal timer set in his mind. If he really couldn't find what he needed, then he would just have to take the risk. But for now, it wasn't worth it. Finally, the third ring, it was more of an illusion. Rather, sometimes he felt as though it was there, but most of the time it wasn't. As he grew more powerful, he realized that this was just a trick of that old man and his son to make sure he never forgot the Armament Guild, and most importantly didn't forget the favor he had received from them. If not for the actions of the old man, Ryu wouldn't have survived to this point, something that he realized much later. He had a feeling what the old man wanted him to do, likely beg to join the armament guild or something to that effect. But Ryu wasn't sure what doing such a thing would net him. Unlike the mercenary guild, the armament and necromancy guilds weren't as free and liberal. Though they were still less restrictive than clans and sects, they still had their own rules. Ryu might join the necromancy guild just because it could provide something to him. But the armament guild didn't have enough benefits for him. That said, the mention of them made Ryu think of that father-son pair again. He had wondered why two such powerful people were loitering around in the inner ring of the pedestal plane of all places, but if they were experiencing pressure from the martial gods. This made sense. It seemed that the martial gods were truly stirring up trouble in every facet. There weren't many worlds as powerful as Ryu's shrine world, yet they had already taken it over. The three guilds were practically the only organizations more powerful than a clan at the level of the Tatsuyas, but they seemed to have already forced the armament guild into a dead end. And even right here and now they were already imprisoning a dream wraith, a member of the most mysterious of the Demon King clans, just for the sake of a recruitment. The more Ryu learned, the more he felt the mountain he had to climb get taller and taller. If he really wanted to crush the martial gods, just what kind of strength would he need? Was it still possible to think of doing it alone? Ryu inwardly decided that if he was in position to, he would lend a hand to that father-son pair. They had saved his life before, that was the least he could do. And the heavens do branch? Ryu asked. Their goal seems to be a bit complicated, I can't make much sense of it, honestly. They seem to be obsessed with studying lifespan and extending it despite the fact their lives already rival even the most powerful primordial beasts I've ever heard of. Toward this end, they seem to be researching this plane and are especially interested in essence and how to reconstruct it. They seem to believe that their heavens due vital chi has a lot of similarities with essence that have intrigued them. According to what they've learned up to now, though, it isn't possible for essence to exist without a counterpart, and they posit that a fourth plane must exist to complete the balance of the real, ethereal, and nether plane. They have yet to find this plane, but they feel that they are getting close. They also believe that once they do, they'll be able to increase their strength exponentially. They call it the Chaos Plane. Chapter 536 Closer. Is that so? Ryu continued to eat, not responding very much to this. If there was anything to be impressed or shocked about, it wasn't that others knew about the Chaos Plane, but rather that of all those who knew, it was a group that had been here the shortest. How is it that the martial gods who originated from places unknown could be aware of the existence of an entire plane that was news to Ryu just a few years ago? One could say that it was because not many cared enough to actually study essence as much as the martial gods had, but this was ridiculous. Essence was among the most important energies in all of existence. How could it not have been researched many times over? This told Ryu something very important. There was someone of great intelligence within the martial gods, maybe multiple someones. And whoever this person or group was, their advancements in research was beyond anything Ryu had ever seen. That was the only possible explanation for all of this. However, Ryu also had a feeling that this was something Icemine most definitely wouldn't know about. Whoever this person or this group was, Ryu would bet a lot that they were responsible for the transfer of the martial gods from their world to this one. And they were most definitely the backbone. If Ryu was running the martial gods and he was very much aware that he and his people were outsiders to this new world he was entering, what would he do? He would probably make it seem like their people weren't very united, splitting up his 4 branches to target tasks that were seemingly not related at all. He would have lax rules on marriage and bloodlines, ensuring that his people would integrate as quickly as possible. He would snuff out his greatest threats as quickly and efficiently as possible before laying low for millions of years. And, most importantly, he would keep the true masterminds of it all hidden from the public eye so that no one was the wiser. Now, didn't that sound very familiar? Ryu ate the last of his food, his expression calm. Little Gem had slipped into his robes, her little head poking out as she rested. Ryu stroked her fur, a strong, controlled pulse of chaos chi entering the little one's body. It swept through her small frame and slipped out her nostrils, taking with it a large, sweeping mass of impurities. Little Gem burped, sticking her little pink tongue out and shifting slightly in her sleep. This time, she rested even more comfortably than before. That, a griffin. Eska only now seemed to recognize the little beast in Ryu's arms. Such a realization left her absolutely stunned. This was, quite frankly, the last thing she would have ever assigned to the little bundle of white following Ryu around. For one, griffins were much larger even upon birth. Secondly, some might have had white fur and feathers, but none would be so pristinely white, especially not their sovereign jewel. The color of their jewel was supposed to denote power and strength, as did the color of the feathers that formed the crown atop their heads. Simply put, she had never seen a griffin like this. Back in her day, the sky god era, there had already been a shift from the ancient beasts to the era of humans. After being hunted down and chased away, there were a small number of experts that managed to get their hands on the number 2 ranked world pupils of the Griffin clan. Back then, the world pupils had been ranked number 1 and could only be produced by stealing it from a griffin, and it was also then when heavenly pupils began to manifest within humans. It could be said that the world pupils were the origin of almost all heavenly pupils in existence. To see a baby griffin here, how could Eska not be shocked? What was more shocking was that she wouldn't have noticed at all unless Ryu allowed her to. Otherwise, the bundle of white would have been nothing more than a puppy with wings to her. This is just an obscene amount of luck, Eska said softly. She didn't lose control of her emotions almost ever. Even during her days-long romp with Ryu, a time where she had no choice but to admit that he was a very fast learner. She hadn't allowed even those emotional highs to fry her mind. But this, it felt different. It was like she was watching a bright and open road get wider and wider. Something she felt might have only had a 0% chance in the past might be creeping toward 0.1%, a difference that was absolutely massive to a sky god. Would you rather no chance of completing something, or a 1 in a 1,000 chance? Eska, Ryu spoke. Yes. You'll be ice mine for now. In fact, if it's possible, allow her to take control of her body again while being aware that you can kill her at any time. Are you sure? Eska looked toward Ryu, her eyes having regained their calm. In my opinion, it is important to let you grow on your own. If you cannot do this, it won't be possible for you to ever become the sky god you need to be. So I am inclined to let you do as you please. However, I hope you understand that we have bet quite a lot on you. I have bet quite a lot on you. If you plan to do something foolish, please reconsider. Ryu didn't mind Eska's words. In fact, he took them quite calmly. Is it foolish? Maybe so. But it has a purpose to it. As much as I learned through you and Ice Mine, I still know too little. And I won't lie and say that I have no desire to see my wife after so long. Isn't there a saying that goes perfectly with this? Keep your friends close, and your enemies closer. Chapter 537. Why her? What is this? Are you really gonna drag me into this clown show? You fuck me for a few days and suddenly now I'm yours. Is that it? Ice Mine erupted almost immediately when Eska retreated into her body. Damn it! Ice Mine looked down at her body. She was actually wearing a dress? What kind of ridiculous nonsense was this? Without hesitation, she ripped it away from herself, revealing delicate lingerie that had been hidden beneath. But even that didn't last very long as she tore even that away as well, leaving herself stark naked. That big tit whore. Fuck. Ice Mine was especially pissed off about Eska's bra for some reason. Well, it was likely due to the fact that after Eska retreated, she returned to her true body and found it to be at least 2 sizes too big. It wasn't like she was flat, but that woman had 2 watermelons strapped to her chest. It was ridiculous. She mumbled to herself in an annoyed tirade as she took out another set of garments from her spatial ring. Eska had disdained to even touch the things of a Path Extinction Realm Junior, so everything from Ice Mine's undergarments even up to her golden spear were perfectly intact. What are you looking at? It's not like you haven't seen this before. Ice Mine slipped her panties on with a little too much ferociousness as she glared at Ryu, her breasts jiggling with extra emphasis. But, luckily, the fabric seemed to have been specially chosen for her as took it like a champ. One would have thought that Ice Mine's room was a war zone whenever it was she got ready, and the cracks spreading along the dining room floor showed that. Icemine's lip curled in disdain as she noticed the damage her casual stomp had caused. This is the quality of a mortal cave the princess's husband rides in? This is too pathetic. Ryu didn't say a word as he watched Icemine dress. He seemed completely unmoved by the whole thing. Even his blood continued to circulate with a controlled calmness. Icemine snorted and finished clasping her bra. Then, she pulled out another pair of tight white robes that wrapped around her explosive figure before she ran her hand through her short hair. She sat back down with a harumph and ate the plate of food Eska had left to herself. This food isn't enough, she spoke with no level of elegance. My body is powerful and explosive. Since you're using me, I only have 2 requirements, especially since I don't have much of a choice anyway. The first is that I need food. A lot of food. Definitely more than this. And second, since you've fucked me once, you can't just wipe your hands clean of the ordeal and leave. I don't care about marrying you, nor do I care about being one of your women. But since you've opened Pandora's box, you need to satisfy me, otherwise I'll only get grumpier. Oh, and a kid from you would be nice. That way my mother won't talk my ear off all the time. Ryu watched in silence as Icemine talked and chewed. He couldn't help but feel that she would be an excellent corpse puppet, at least theoretically. He was quite interested in knowing how different vital cheese impacted the refinement process. After a while he replied to Icemine, I have no intention of giving you my child, and you also have no negotiating power here. Icemine heavily dropped a bone onto a plate. What are you? A woman? You ask for 1 kid and suddenly it's a problem. Plus, it's not like you've been using protection this whole time. For all you know, I'm already pregnant. Wrong, Ryu said calmly. This chapter is updated by Free Web Novel. Calm. Icemine's lip twitched. That was right. If there was anyone who would know almost immediately when she conceived, it would be Ryu. He wouldn't even have to wait. He could practically watch the whole process happen with those eyes of his. Damn, he was annoying. Icemine really wanted to punch that handsome face in. If you're done, we'll go to the 3rd floor now. Ryu rose, pulling little Gem from his robes and holding the little one in his arms. This isn't enough food, Icemine complained. There's no more food left. I ate it all, Ryu replied. Icemine gagged on air. If it wasn't for Eska, she would have already tried to put a foot through his chest. Ryu appeared in the air with Icemine by his side, taking the Deathworm Immortal Cave into his incubator. With a thought, another nether key appeared and a portal flashed before them. What the hell happened to this place? The 2nd floor is collapsing. Icemine frowned as she looked around. The spatial tears and near-apocalyptic surroundings hadn't changed even 1 bit. But Ryu pretended as though he hadn't seen a single thing as he stepped forward. Without a choice, she could only follow. The truth of the matter was that this was all caused by Ryu's spiritual foundation. But it had also exposed something very important in Ryu's eyes. This might not have been the real Nether realm, but it also wasn't far from it. And that was in terms of distance and proximity, not similarity. When the 2 stepped out, they didn't find what one might expect. Rather than being yet another floor of the Nether realm, it was rather an expansive hall. The floors and walls were carved out of black marble, the ceiling covered by a massive dome of glass. Through the glass, one could see an endless expanse of skies with a dark violet moon acting as the centerpiece of it all. Ryu matched what he was seeing to his memories almost immediately. This was the or rather Nether Palace. This was the place he was supposed to enter from the very beginning, only for him to finally end up here after all of this. Something told him, though, that even while the designs might look the same, this would be a very different Nether Palace. Icemine, Ryu's gaze shifted toward the voice, only to find another young woman that seemed to be similar to Icemine in age and cultivation. In fact, there were dozens of pairs of eyes all focused on the new arrivals, all of them observing Ryu and Icemine as though they would soon be enemies. But the moment Icemine heard this voice, she audibly groaned. Why her of all people? Chapter 538. Laughter. The woman had a head of long silver hair. She was quite the beauty herself, matching up to Icemine quite well. But, Considering their talent and cultivation, one would be more hard-pressed to find a woman that wasn't a beauty rather than finding one that was. There was a reason that Ryu was usually unmoved by it all, compared to Icemine's tight martial robes. Though, this young woman wore a flowing dress that was a pale shade of green. It seemed that the color suited her quite well, accentuating the shimmering silver gloss of her hair and eyes. That said, most would be drawn to the deep ravine that could be found at her chest. Something like thinking about just how much the colors suited her would be secondary for most, even if you were a woman who preferred men. Xenove, Icemine replied to the greeting plainly. Xenove smiled sweetly as though she took great pleasure in Icemine saying her name. However, that smile that could make most swoon made Icemine's nose wrinkle with disgust. She really didn't like this girl, not one bit. What are you doing here, Icemine? Weren't your obligations on the first floor? Icemine rolled her eyes. Obviously, I've already completed them. Is there some sort of rule against me being here? Well, not exactly. But you aren't part of our branch, so there are some things that you're not allowed to be privy to. I think we both know that I have more of a right than you do. Xenove's smile thinned out into a forced line. It was still enough to make it seem like she was smiling, but the coldness in her eyes still made the temperature plummet several degrees. Icemine suddenly smiled sweetly, wrapping her arms around Ryu and squeezing her chest to him. She didn't even look up to meet his gaze as she continued to stare at Xenove. In fact, she even seemed quite proud of herself as though she had truly accomplished something. Can't you see that I'm here to accompany someone? Have the years of playing with corpses and ghosts made you blind to human interaction? Xenove blinked and frowned. For the first time, she looked toward Ryu, her eyes narrowing. She realized at that moment that he looked like an endless abyss, somehow being nothing, yet having unknown depths at the same time. It was no wonder she hadn't even noticed him before. His aura was so reserved that she found it difficult to pinpoint his cultivation level despite the fact she could also tell that he wasn't actively trying to hide it. Not too far away, the two young men who had come with Icemine to begin with coughed beside themselves, wiping their knuckles around their eye sockets as though to make sure they were seeing correctly. What the hell was going on? Were they seeing things? This was Icemine they were talking about. You might get castrated just for looking at her a split second too long. If you caught her on the wrong day, you might be castrated for looking at her at all. It wasn't just them, but Neil was also speechless. He had managed to get here by riding on the coattails of Serial, Nemesis and Ryu's corpse puppet, but he was still at a loss for words. How long had it been since they separated? A week? 2? On top of that, weren't they practically enemies? He was certain that Ryu had pointed his blade and threatened that girl. Did he imagine that? Did falling for men that threatened to kill you make sense? Was there some new fad he wasn't aware of? Neil turned a glance towards Serial, only to find her frowning with a slight pout. What was going on here? Shouldn't she be crying? Shouldn't this have been a chance for him to swoop in and comfort her? Maybe if he called Ryu enough bad names, she would let him take her to bed, right? Where was that script and why wasn't reality following it? Nyeh! Nemesis trotted over and nuzzled Ryu. He didn't seem to care that he was cutting off Xenove's view of the couple at all. In fact, he seemed to be blaming Ryu a bit because without him, he hadn't been able to continue his evolution. Ryu smiled and shook his head. Nemesis was still impatient to grow stronger, especially because of Little Rock and Little Gem. Nemesis was the oldest of them all, but his bloodline was the weakest. If it wasn't for his adept body talent, he wouldn't be able to keep up at all. It was no wonder he was so anxious. How could he keep his big brother role if he was being pressured by his little siblings so easily? Don't worry. I already know the next steps. Just be patient. This world doesn't have anything left for you anymore. Nemesis accepted Ryu's caring pat and entered the incubator once more. Ryu knew that to Nemesis, unlike most beasts, his soul was just as important as his body. In order to emulate his Wraith Knight lineage, he needed to be able to manifest his soul into a Wraith. That would require absorbing the talents of those clans, but the Master Beast duo would have to be careful. Wraiths, ghosts, spirits and the like were always the most enigmatic and troublesome to deal with. Even if one was powerful, without knowledge, you could easily be caught off guard. Luckily, Ryu had Eska by his side now, so he could try to pick her brain about the subject. Watching Ryu completely ignore Zenevie's presence made Icemine feel a welling of satisfaction in her heart. Just a few weeks ago, she had wanted to tear him apart for having the same attitude with her. But now she loved that he was like this. She almost wanted to give him a kiss. Zenevie, though, took advantage of the small distraction to regain her composure. Though she knew that Icemine knew her well enough to know that she was pissed, that didn't mean she had to make it obvious for everyone else as well. "So you are Icemine's partner?" Icemine suddenly became very nervous. It wasn't because she didn't know the real answer, but rather that she couldn't afford to lose face in front of Zenevie. She hated this woman too much to allow her one over on her. Now that she thought about it, she didn't even really know Ryu's purpose in doing all of this. Nor did she really understand what role she would have to play. "You could say so," Ryu replied faintly. "But you want to join our Silver Touch branch?" "Want to?" Ryu raised an eyebrow. "I came here to enter the Tri-Palace and take advantage of its resources. Instead, I was thrust into a trial, and the palace I had thought I knew became the Nether Palace. I'm only interested in taking as many resources as I can. As for whether I join your Silver Touch branch, that will depend on what you can offer me. And even in the case I do decide to, it will be as a throne." Zenevie was stunned into silence for a long while before she suddenly began to laugh. Her cadence twinkled like silver bells, the deep ravine of her chest billowing like gentle waves. Once she started, she had a very hard time stopping. Being laughed at? Ryu couldn't remember the last time such a thing had happened. By this point, his aura alone would have suffocated any sort of reaction to this level. But the current Ryu was like a gentle spring breeze compared to his former self. He watched Zenevie laugh without saying a single word. In fact, after the first few seconds, he ignored her completely, casting his gaze and senses around the room. He smiled lightly when he noticed Neil and Serial, giving them a nod before he continued to scan the room. "Oh!" Ryu raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected to find the others of the Three Pupils Eclipse sect to make it this far, and yet, here they were. But, remembering the words Eska had spoken about how infatuated the Silver Touch branch was with evolving their pupils, Ryu realized that his surprise was unwarranted. In fact, they just might be his only challenge left in this place. Zenevie's laughter seemed contagious. No small number of individuals began to laugh at Ryu, something that caused Icemine to almost blow her top. At this point, Ryu's face was equivalent to her own. How could she allow this to continue? Zenevie wiped tears from her eyes. "For you to call it Tri-Palace, you must be from that small little moon world. Yet you're actually still so arrogant. It seems that you don't quite understand how high the clouds in the sky are, let alone the heavens. Could you even make it through the second floor without Icemine's help? Forget it. Forget it. It won't be long until you realize just how ridiculous your statement is. In fact, I can't wait anymore. This starts now." The walls began to tremble. The glass dome that looked into the depths of space above began to slowly open. Chapter 539 Duo. Very quickly, whatever calm flow of chi there was vanished. Chaotic waves of energy took hold of the large hall, causing many to feel as though their chi control was slipping further and further away from them. Ultimately, of those here, the vast majority were absolute geniuses, with only a few like Neil having relied on others to make it this far. So, they likewise quickly adapted to the circumstances, the soles of their feet almost anchoring to the ground beneath them. Ryu sent a casual glance upward. The astral winds whipped through his long, shimmering white hair. It seemed for a moment that he would be completely thrown off his feet. But, as time passed, it became clearer and clearer that he was mostly unaffected. Ryu took a calm and steady breath. The vicious winds around him suddenly slowed to a crawl, his hair resting upon his shoulders and back with hardly a whimper. Astral winds were among the most dangerous phenomena of deep space. They came from stars of a certain caliber expelling their waste. This waste supercharged chi in its surroundings, resulting in violent reactions that could even reap the lives of strong, veteran cultivators. If it was just about violent chi, it would still be easy enough to deal with. But the main issue with astral winds is that they were capable of passing on their state of excitement onto any chi they happened to come across, including energies within the bodies of cultivators. One could imagine the devastation that could be caused if this violent tidal wave of chi appeared within your body. Ryu might still be fine due to the sturdiness of his chaotic silk meridians, but not many would dare take on such a thing. As things stood now, the astral winds were fairly weak. Even Neil could deal with them without an issue. However, Ryu knew that this was likely just the beginning. The selection rounds will all take place in this environment. If you're unable to deal with this much, you aren't worthy of gaining a spot amongst our esteemed apostles, and you may as well take the rewards you've received until now and turn tail. This region has a small protective ward over it. The further down this hall and toward the next level you travel, the less protection there will be until there comes a point where you are facing the full brunt of the astral winds. You might as well not call yourself a necromancer if you can't control your chi to at least this extent. Xenove smiled sweetly in Icemine's direction. Though she didn't say a word, her meaning couldn't have been more obvious. It couldn't be that Icemine planned to stay by Ryu's side all this time to help him cheat, right? However, when Icemine saw this, rather than continuing to be angry, she smiled back. Xenove must have thought that the astral winds were so calm around Ryu because she had stepped in to help him. But she knew the truth was that she hadn't lifted a single finger. If there was one thing she could be confident in, it was Ryu's talent and strength. This trial wouldn't pose a challenge unless Xenove wanted to stir up some trouble. And even in that case, Xenove and Icemine had always been neck and neck in terms of strength. If Icemine couldn't defeat Ryu, what made Xenove think she could? Icemine put her hands up in mock surrender and glided backward with an effortless leap. At that moment, Xenove already stood at the target goal, looking down on them all from above. A sweet smile curled her lips, seemingly not caring about the disorganization of it all. As far as she was concerned, none of that mattered. Whether or not you could make it to her level was all that did. So, Ryu obliged, taking a step forward, treating the astral winds as though they were nothing more than a gentle breeze. Fuck! The people in the restaurant all looked over toward a particular old man, their expressions odd. It was rare seeing someone so old be so brash and unrefined with their words. Usually, people like this would be especially concerned with their face and how they appeared in the public eye. But this old man didn't seem to care in the slightest. He hadn't even tried to hide his voice. "Calm down, old man." A middle-aged man sitting across from him took a large swig of alcohol, waving a hand to hide them from prying eyes. "Are you trying to embarrass me? If I didn't have such a useless son, would I even have to worry about any of this? Why are you blaming me? You really lack any sort of accountability. Your jizz is just too weak. Can't believe my poor mother had to deal with such a low-quality man. Jizz? What the hell is that?" The middle-aged man spit up his drink, spraying his father all over the face. He couldn't hold in his laughter anymore. "Fuck you." The old man seemed to finally get it. "Don't you think I've tried to replace you already? But that brat disappeared for 200 years. 200? He's probably dead by now. Well, who asked you to be so stubborn about it? Who was the one who said he would have to beg me to join? If you had just snatched him up back then, he wouldn't have even been able to struggle. And if you had told him that you were the one that saved him instead of playing all of these mind games, he might have already been of great help. Instead, you wanted to protect your useless pride. Now you're sitting in a restaurant that wasn't even fit to clean the soles of your shoes in the past, crying over some cheap liquor. Don't you find it all to be quite sad?" The old man stared at his son for a very long time before he spoke. "Does it still count as infanticide if you kill your fully grown son?" The liquor that had been sprayed onto his face continued to drizzle down in slow drips.
No, Dumbas.
The middle-aged man responded. The father-son duo almost leapt at each other's throats for a moment before they settled down. The tone of the atmosphere seemed quite heavy. "We're running out of time." "He was never going to grow fast enough to help," the middle-aged man rebutted. 200 years isn't even enough time to grow into a man, let alone save that organization. We never really stood a chance to begin with. We need to go back. The middle-aged man looked up from his wine bottle, staring into his father's eyes. There didn't seem to be any of the playfulness that had been there in the past. "You've already lived a long life, old man. But I'm not quite ready to die yet. Oh, please, they don't dare to kill us so blatantly. If they did, why would we have survived for so long? Quit being a pussy. You know, parents are supposed to protect their children from danger. What the hell is this? Have you no shame?" The father-son duo seemed to be back at each other's throats again, but their decision had clearly been tacitly made. They would be back. If others knew of the choice they had decided upon, the commotion wouldn't be small. The father-son duo seemed to be nothing more than a pair of comedians, but no normal pair of individuals would be feared by the Armament Guild enough to be ostracized like this. The Armament Guild was formed of 9 powerful families, each representing a treasured weapon of the heavens: the Siri clan, the Securus clan, the Glone clan, the Gladio clan, the Lorum clan, the Arcus clan, the Verga clan, the Ferrum clan, and the Hastam clan. The Hastam clan was renowned for the use of the spear. There wasn't a single clan in existence that could match up to them in this regard. They were simply unmatched. The Hastam clan was known for having 2 demons, a twin pair of devils that wielded the spear with wild and naked abandon. A duo that happened to be father and son. The son, Godfried Hastam. The father, Aberardus Hastam. And on that day they had decided to return. Back within the Nether Palace, Ryu had no idea that 200 years had somehow passed in the outside world. He had been focused on his own body the entire time and still felt that he was 21 years old, not being aware that he had been displaced through time in a completely different fashion, and there was no telling how much more displacement he would experience before all was said and done. But at that moment, this was hardly what he was thinking of. In fact, it wasn't what anyone present was thinking of. Ryu stood before Xenove at the very top of the steps. Astral winds blew around him with wild abandon, and yet he was completely unaffected. It was as though all the volatile energies of the world acting together wouldn't be capable of touching the hem of his robes. Chapter 540 Madman 1. Ryu stood before Xenove, his demeanor indifferent. It was almost impossible to tell that the place at which he stood should have been difficult to reach. Xenove herself forgot that she should have been coordinating this round. In fact, she almost forgot that there were even others participating at all. Even as Ryu stood at the top of the stairs, dozens more geniuses were still struggling their way upward. The contrast was almost pathetic to an extreme. How could the difference be so large? If it wasn't for the fact Ryu didn't have the markers of someone within the Path Extinction realm, Xenove would feel that he had somehow cheated the system. They had purposely set up this challenge to be almost impossible for absolute geniuses at the half-step Path Extinction realm. The reason why the likes of Icemine and Xenove were sent here was precisely because they had already stepped over this threshold. But how could they have ever possibly expected for a youth like Ryu to appear? Was this sort of combat prowess even human? Ryu's gaze swept over Xenove's body. But, rather than having the same heat it once had before, it felt more like he was just observing an object with no more intrigue than a hole in a wall. It was as though he was just seeing Xenove for the first time, not having bothered to memorize the look of her face before. "I hear that your martial gods have a princess by the name of Elena." Ryu suddenly began to speak of something that seemed completely irrelevant. Yes. What kind of rank is princess?" Ryu asked. Ryu could have found this out from Icemine, but he had his own reasons for acting like this. Pretending to be a playboy chasing skirts, even skirts that would seem to be far beyond him, would do him some good. In fact, it would be about the only normal thing about Ryu. Having overwhelming talent wasn't enough. Though Ryu had this in spades, he was also aware of the kind of trouble such a thing could bring as well. A youth in the second immortal ring realm capable of crushing Path Extinction realm geniuses beneath his feet was the kind of thing any sect or clan would pine for, if and only if this person was born into their families. However, if such a talent appeared like a gift, without background or warning, it would instead become a matter of great suspicion. There was good news, and that was as a person who had been reincarnated, Ryu's backstory was bulletproof. There was no gap that could be pointed to and questioned. And, for existences on the level of the martial gods, they would be able to find out about all these details with ease. Still, this wouldn't be enough. Anyone with wisdom would know that they couldn't possibly know everything. This would make them suspicious of even something that made perfect sense. If Ryu also happened to be a genius without flaw, that would only make suspicions grow. So, Ryu had to present them a flaw so glaring that it would be much easier to accept. Of the potential flaws, pretending to be infatuated with every beauty that crossed his path was the easiest and lowest hanging fruit. It would also be something easy to buy and accept. The princess. Genevieve found her cheeks, neck and collarbone flushing red. Ryu's unabashed and intrusive gaze made her feel like she was walking on eggshells. In the distance, Ice Mine couldn't help but roll her eyes. Say whatever you want about her, but she would never swoon over a mere gaze. In fact, even now, she wanted nothing more than to give Ryu a good punch to the face. She would sooner kick his teeth in than have that kind of ridiculous reaction. If Genevieve knew what Ice Mine was thinking, she would only feel more aggrieved. She wasn't feeling infatuated. In fact, she had been looking down on Ryu so much before that she didn't even remember what his face looked like. And right now, all she could see were a pair of silver irises floating in space. They put so much pressure on her that she didn't even have the thought to observe the rest of him. It felt like she was the one being tested rather than the way it should be. Genevieve shook her head, trying to regain her bearings. Within our martial god clan, the highest of the active officials are known as kings. They are World Sea Realm experts with a good chance of becoming sky gods in the future. Genevieve hardly registered the words she was speaking. It was like her thoughts and memories were being extracted out by Ryu's gaze and pressure alone. As for what she meant by good chance, it would be good as long as there was 1 in a billion odds. Becoming a sky god wasn't like stepping into other realms. In fact, to many, even absolute geniuses like Ice Mine and Genevieve, it wasn't even guaranteed to enter the World Sea Realm. A step below them are the princes and princesses. They are Cosmic Seed Realm experts with a good chance at becoming World Sea Realm experts. But, from what I know, Princess Elena has stepped into the World Sea Realm already, and her promotion to Queen is coming up quite soon. There is a banquet. Ryu nodded. He had expected as much. To step into the World Sea Realm in less than a billion years was a feat, indeed. As expected of his wife. As for this banquet, how could he not attend? He might not have the cash to do so now, but they wouldn't block their own throne from taking part. Now would they? Ryu smiled, causing Genevieve's attention to immediately shift from his eyes. She hardly knew how to react. I want her, Ryu said plainly. What do I have to do to take her as my partner? Chapter 541, Madman, 2. Of all the things Ryu had said until this point, this probably disgusted him the most. This wasn't because he thought it was degrading to Elena, but rather because the idea of asking what to do to take back his own wife disgusted him. As far as he was concerned, she was already his. There was no denying it. Even if Elena herself tried to deny it, as he had said before, he had a few spanks lying in wait for her. As for whether he could spank a World Sea Realm expert right now, the answer was no. But a man had to dream big, and Ryu wouldn't allow any man to outdream himself. Genevieve, though, was stunned into complete silence when she heard this. Her mouth hung open, unable to form words. It wasn't just her either. Even though Ice Mine knew that Ryu was actually Elena's husband, she still thought he was clinically insane. He hadn't even stepped foot into the martial god clan yet, and he was already trying to make an enemy out of all of them? How many men were chasing after her in the clan? Scratch that. How many men in the whole of the martial world were chasing after her? This wasn't just about juniors and their scuffles anymore. There were tried and true experts at the half-step sky god realm and even some true sky gods chasing after her at this point. This wasn't a funny joke. Not in the slightest. Those kind of experts didn't play games with their face. It was fine if those they deemed to be on their levels sought after Elena. When it came to them, they were fine with an above-board competition. But, if it was an ant they all saw as being beneath them, the reaction would be far different. To make matters worse, Those experts were well aware that Elena was no longer a virgin. And yet, they were still willing to do this, which meant that their determination was rooted in something even deeper than mere infatuation. Instead of making things easier, this only made things far more complicated because this meant Ryu was entangling himself within a complex web of politics at the same time. Somewhere deep inside, Icemine knew that Ryu was taking such a risk because he wanted to see Elena, but didn't he understand propriety? At least wait another several million years. It would at least look better if a Dao pedestal realm expert was chasing her as opposed to an immortal ring pup. He's lost his mind. You're crazy. Genevieve finally sputtered this out. She couldn't even find it within herself to laugh any longer. The geniuses who were still struggling up the stairs had too much blood rushing to their ears to even pay attention to what was happening. But those that could were too ignorant to the circumstances to truly understand what it was that Ryu was saying. Ryu, however, didn't seem to care. The fact he was willing to pretend like he was only chasing his wife was giving enough face to these so-called experts. As far as he was concerned, this small bit of face from him was worth the weight of worlds. You still haven't answered my question. Ryu pressed. I don't know. I have no idea. These words seemed to take up all of Genevieve's strength. How was she supposed to know what it took to become Elena's man? Why was this man pretending like she had girl talks with someone on the level of a princess? It was asinine. Are you invited to the banquet? Yes, I am. Good enough. Ryu replied succinctly. His meaning was clear. If she could be invited, then he most definitely could be as well. But Genevieve was speechless. She was a genius who also had a king and queen for a father and mother. In fact, this was the reason her and Icemine always butted heads. The Silver Touch branch had 6 kings and queens, and 2 of them were also Icemine's parents. Between the 2 of them, one would think that there were 4 king and queen parents among them, but the truth was that there were only 3. Both Icemine and Genevieve shared the same mother but had different fathers. This led to a rivalry between the 2 kings who often ended up butting heads with one another. That rivalry was thus passed down to their daughters. This was all to say that as one of the most likely candidates to become the next princess, and taking into account her family background, it made sense that Genevieve would attend such an event. But who was Ryu? He hadn't even joined them yet, but all he had done until this point was brag. Then again, Genevieve looked from Ryu back to the geniuses who were still struggling to climb up the stairs. Maybe he just might have the right to act like this. Ryu sent a glance back. Is there really a need to continue with the other events? I don't have a choice, Genevieve said bitterly. Then let's do this as quickly as possible. I don't like wasting time. Genevieve was once again speechless, but she found it difficult to say no to Ryu. There was something compelling about his presence that made the world revolve around him. For a moment, she almost felt that she was standing before her father rather than a youth even younger than herself. With some hesitation, Genevieve stepped out of the way. This palace is already designed to be completed without a monitor. You can continue forward as you please. This first round was only a test designed by myself. The rest is the real test. Ryu nodded. He was aware of this already. The Tri-Palace he knew had been running on its own for millennia. It didn't need the input of others. I assume I get to keep the rewards to myself? Yes, Genevieve said lightly. Without another word, Ryu took a step forward, vanishing before Genevieve's eyes. As the silver-haired girl watched on in speechlessness, her hair whipping about beneath the pressure of Ryu's stride, she couldn't help but feel that the martial god clan would be stirred up very soon. And she wasn't quite sure how she felt about it. Chapter 542 Middle. Ryu's figure vanished out of sight, leaving the youths below in a state of shock and even rage. Those that had been laughing previously had difficulty even breathing at this moment. Among the crowd, the first brother of the 3 pupil eclipse sect watched on expressionlessly, his face tinged with a small bit of red. However, the large mat of sweat that blended into his violet robes on his back painted a completely different picture. From beginning to end, Ryu had hardly spared them a glance. Even before his advancement, he didn't believe they were a threat to him. As things stood now, they were even more insignificant. First Brother swept his gaze away, pausing on Serial and Neil for a moment. In the end, he focused on his own matters, choosing to remain silent as he trudged forward, his eyes sparkling with a stoic determination. The speed was too fast, and with a swoosh, Wang Xian was pulled into the whirlpool, like a little crucian carp that had been hooked and was violently pulled out of the water. Gigi! And Little Gem hopped up to the top of Ryu's head, her little wings beating as fast as she could move them as she tried to lift up into the air. After a moment, she gave up, her adorable pink tongue hanging out as she tried to catch her breath. If you dare to fish against him like this, no matter if it's a strange thing on a mobile phone or that ferocious giant fish, you'll have to pay the price. Ryu smiled lightly, allowing Little Gem to do as she pleased. He was already certain that she would grow to be quite spoiled, but he didn't have the fortitude to reprimand her for causing trouble. Plus, with his protection, as far as he was concerned, she could do as she pleased. Soon Ryu came to the first barrier. A shimmering light twinkled into existence, and it became obvious to Ryu in an instant that the trials of the Nether Palace weren't meant to be taken alone like this. At the very least, it seemed like this trial itself was prepared for the assault of multiple individuals. A fizzy is mocking him. Though only a single figure seemed to be forming, Ryu could feel and see formless energy swirling about, prepared to introduce as many of these figures as would be necessary. Despite not having invested any primordial een into his heavenly pupils this time, Ryu felt that his eyes were still far sharper than they had in the past. He had never thought that his poor mental realm talent had been a bottleneck for his heavenly pupils, or rather, he had never thought that they were related. It was clear that there were many things that his comprehension of were still too shallow in. Then, it was noisy and motionless. Instead of reviving here, it chose to disguise it. Just then, a strong suppressive pressure landed upon Ryu. He felt that his bodily strength was sapped and his control of chi had been wrested away. The only portion of himself that seemed to be functioning normally was his mental realm. It seemed that this trial wanted to test him as a necromancer and nothing else. Ryu felt that this sort of pressure was one his current self could ignore and even suppress back. After all, this trial was designed for youths of a certain strength. But he chose to oblige. If one's piece of sword energy can't solve the problem, then take a few more pieces. Wang Xian is going to kill it. Ryu pointed a slender finger forward, tapping its space. In that moment, a strong surge of death chi erupted, originating from his mental realm. Ryu reacted far too late to turn the tap off, resulting in 10 swirling portals to manifest at once. My control needs some work, Ryu thought to himself. Gigi. Little Gem seemed to sense that Ryu had made a mistake and began to laugh, her sparkling white eyes curving into crescents as though she was about to fall asleep. Ryu chuckled. He had indeed made a mistake. The 10 lower skeleton warriors turned to face Ryu, kneeling in unison, while completely ignoring the figure that had formed. It was a good thing that this spirit didn't seem to have any intelligence or emotion of its own, or else who knew how it would react. Ryu pointed toward one of the skeleton warriors. Devour! The lower skeleton warrior slammed a bony fist against its ribcage. Then, without another wasted moment, it leapt onto the warrior closest to it, its jaws opening wide as it took a massive bite out of its skull. Ryu watched indifferently as this occurred. The most efficient method to increase the strength of a skeleton warrior was to have them devour their own kind. To accomplish this, one would usually have to hunt them down in the nether realm because it would be too inefficient otherwise. Summoning skeleton warriors took a lot of stamina, especially when you were new to summoning necromancy. Doing something like Ryu and being capable of casually summoning 10 should be impossible. And, by the time a summoning necromancer could accomplish this, mere skeleton warriors would be useless to them. After all, the strongest of them were only comparable to the peak of the Path Extinction realm. As for the more elite skeleton existences, it wasn't so simple to evolve into them. It was more efficient to simply find and contract them in the nether realm. But Ryu had a feeling he might have an easier path toward that as well. The other skeleton warriors didn't resist. Even their instinct toward survival was completely suppressed. It was as though Ryu's word was law to them, completely overriding whatever level of autonomy they had once had. In just a few minutes, the lower skeleton warrior had devoured them all. For every bite he took, the pale blue skeletons of the target turned into motes of light, fusing with his body. Interesting. After devouring 9, it's still quite a distance away from becoming a middle skeleton warrior. It took up about 5% of my stamina to summon 10 of them. Devouring 9 brought one up to about 10% of the way to the next evolution. Getting a single middle skeleton warrior wouldn't be a problem, then. Getting more will take some time, though. Replenishing stamina here also isn't very easy. Alright, one middle skeleton warrior should be enough to plow through these trials anyway. It should take between 80 to 85, and that'll take up about half of my stamina. Once Ryu made his choice, he acted. The spirit might have been confused as to why he didn't attack, but this feeling wouldn't last. The moment the middle skeleton warrior appeared, the first trial was obliterated. Chapter 543. Interesting. The middle skeleton warrior hardly looked different. However, Ryu's pupils saw it differently. All skeleton warriors were formed of pristine white bones that radiated a slight blue hue. They looked almost like polished gems. At the same time, all skeleton warriors had a deep, dark black fog hanging around them. This was the manifestation of the death chi used to produce them. The stronger this death chi, the stronger the strength they would display. At the same time, the quality of death chi would decide how many of them could be produced. Ryu's death chi was particularly potent. He knew that the reason he could summon so many skeleton warriors was beyond just because of his improved cultivation and mental realm talent. It was definitely heavily carried by his primordial chaos death chi. The speed was too fast, and with a swoosh, Wang Xian was pulled into the whirlpool, like a little crucian carp that had been hooked and was violently pulled out of the water. So he would take advantage. The middle skeleton warrior accepted the reward for the first trial and respectfully handed the scroll over to Ryu. Ryu accepted it and casually opened it with a hand. His eyes quickly scanned it, realizing immediately that it was a technique. He imprinted it onto his mind with a thought. But he was keenly aware that this time, he had relied far more on his heavenly pupils and his cultivation as opposed to his origin flame. If you dare to fish against him like this, no matter if it's a strange thing on a mobile phone or that ferocious giant fish, you'll have to pay the price. The further he progressed, the less useful the origin flame embryo seemed to become. It had been very good at memorizing and remembering matters at a mortal level. But, as Ryu entered the immortal realms, it was having trouble keeping up. It was also a large part of the reason Ryu's flame talents hadn't improved in a long while. The white flame whose name Ryu couldn't pronounce seemed to have a positive effect on the origin flame, something that was surprising, especially considering the true strength of the origin flame. However, it was very slow. At this rate, it would take millions of years before there was tangible improvement in the origin flame, and it would take billions before it could naturally evolve into its complete form. A fizzy is mocking him. Of course, if others knew this, they would be shocked. A few billion years to produce an origin flame? That was a steal. But Ryu didn't have that kind of time. If he couldn't accomplish his goals long before then he felt that he would have failed. That was the simple truth. In the back of Ryu's mind, though, he remembered something quite well. That day on his 1000th birthday when Mistress Holy Wing accused him of stealing the resources of his Tatsuya clan. Back then, everyone thought the origin flame Ryu was going to receive was the complete one that belonged to the clan, only to find out that Ryu had found a second origin flame, though this one was an embryo. Then, it was noisy and motionless. Instead of reviving here, it chose to disguise it. If Ryu really wanted a complete origin flame, he already knew where to find one. As long as his Tatsuya clan managed to keep it protected, that is, according to what he knew, his mother sealed most of the plane. There was a good chance, then, that the flame was still intact. Ryu wasn't sure if there was anything he could do about the seal, but he had a feeling that his mother would never leave anything behind with the capability of harming him. She was just that kind of woman, and he had absolute trust in her. If one's piece of sword energy can't solve the problem, then take a few more pieces. Wang Xian is going to kill it. If there was anyone who believed in him wholeheartedly and without reserve or hesitation, it was his mother. He was certain that she knew he would be back. Ryu's gaze steeled. Corpse explosion. It was the simplest, most wildly spread, and most common necromancy technique there was. However, the power was completely dependent on the corpse it was targeted toward. And there were countless variations of corpse explosion. Some with poisons, some with projectiles, but once again this was all reliant on the target corpse. For a summoning necromancer, corpse explosion was an especially compelling ability. The sacrifice of a single lower skeleton warrior could net Ryu the equivalent of a pinnacle strike from a middle skeleton warrior. That was an exchange of a lower path extinction realm expert for a middle one. It was a decent exchange. In addition, this was only if Ryu didn't take into account the potency of his primordial chaos death chi. He had a feeling that if he was ever forced to use the corpse explosion technique in this scroll, someone very powerful would be suffering a great deal. Not bad. Ryu nodded and put the scroll away. Then he proceeded. Ryu crossed the barrier of the first trial and flashed forward, continuing until he was stopped by yet another barrier. However, his middle skeleton warrior had hardly begun to battle when his pupils suddenly constricted. Ryu's reaction was quick and his control wasn't slow. But, even so, the explosion rocked his corpse puppet and hit him with a wall of corrosive energy. I see. When the billowing black fog cleared, Ryu's middle skeleton warrior's body was filled with cracks from head to toe. They began to quickly heal at a visible pace and were soon nowhere to be seen. But, had Ryu not reacted so quickly, he had a feeling that his skeleton warrior wouldn't be here anymore. It seemed that the techniques that were being handed out weren't just for show. The instant the spirit decided it would lose, it self-detonated using corpse explosion. When the middle skeleton warrior handed Ryu the next reward, he felt that things were only getting more interesting. If this pattern continued and the next trial made use of this technique and all the subsequent ones, things would very quickly become troublesome. Ryu had a feeling that his performance decided how good and complete the technique he received was. But, likewise, the better he did, the better the techniques his subsequent enemies would have, thus making it even more difficult for himself. This was a bit different from the Nether Palace he knew, and it even seemed to have adapted to the fact he was practically participating on his own. It was a fascinating change, almost like the Nether Palace was a living, breathing entity. Ryu wondered if the Dream Wraith had a hand in all of this. A smile curled his lips as he looked around, but he could neither sense nor see anything else. Ryu looked down at the technique in his hand once more. Warped Corpse Explosion. Chapter 544 Convenient.
Warped Corpse Explosion.
It was a more complex iteration of the usual corpse explosion. Not only did it come with a more powerful burst, but there were several other factors that made it several times more potent. The first point was aimed toward the mention of warped in its title. This technique was able to cause a sink of energy at a single point. This sink would result in a strong pulling force toward its surroundings, causing a difficult-to-resist suction. The second point was in the concentration of its explosion. This suction effect was as a result of the decreased range of the overall explosion, at least in the initial stage. The combination of the two had a greater effect and was at least 20 to 30% more deadly. As Ryu expected, the instant the next stage's spirit felt threatened, Warped Corpse Explosion was used. Ryu was able to predict this and have his middle skeleton warrior anchor itself in place with its spear. The winds whipped about in all directions, Ryu's hair flying along the sides of his face as it along with his robes were all pulled toward the same direction. However, it was a simple matter for Ryu to prepare for something he could already anticipate. Like clockwork, the middle skeleton warrior respectfully brought over yet another scroll for Ryu to take a look at. At this point, Ryu couldn't help but question the intentions of the martial gods. Was this how they usually stored their techniques? In his life, Ryu had long since become used to reading techniques with the help of jade slips. Not only were they far more convenient than scrolls, they should also, theoretically, be capable of housing far more information. However, until this point, Ryu hadn't benefited from a single technique that didn't come from one of these scrolls. It was either that the martial gods didn't know about the convenience of jade slips or there was another reason entirely. Ryu's initial thoughts was that they did this so that Ryu would be forced to imprint the technique onto his mind using the scroll's mechanism. That way, they would always have a way to monitor him. Something that Ryu had long since learned how to work around, especially now that his mental realm was so much more powerful. But Ryu was familiar enough with Jade and its uses to know that the same thing could be accomplished with them as well. In fact, it would be even more convenient. This was because with a Jade slip, Ryu would have to sink his mind into it no matter what. There was no avoiding it. However, with a scroll, he could always just casually glance at it. It was almost like the martial gods were purposely handicapping themselves. Ryu didn't feel he had enough information to understand why it was that they were doing this, so he simply slotted in at the back of his mind. It was an odd detail he just couldn't quite wrap his head around. With that thought, he opened the new scroll. Summoning Corpse World. Ryu raised his brow. A corpse world was something that all high-level, elite and genius necromancers had access to. It simply made things too convenient. Not only could one retrieve their corpse puppets without having to physically touch them, it could also nurture your puppets as well. And, of course, the higher quality your death chi, the better your corpse world would be. A summoning corpse world seemed to have all the same benefits but could also act as a gateway between your body and the nether realm. This allowed your summons to travel back and forth at a much lower cost to yourself as long as you tagged them previously. Before this, Ryu had never bothered to tag his skeleton warriors and simply summon them randomly. That was because they would all be lower skeleton warriors anyway. There was no need to pick out one over another. Now that he had a middle skeleton warrior, however, this would likely become his first tag and thus his first true summon. Thus, it might make learning Summoning Corpse World worth it. That said, this wasn't why Ryu would really learn it should he care to. The truth was that with the inner world of Ryu Heavenly Pupils, all pseudo-world techniques like this were just low-level to him. He had never taken any time to foster the inner world of his Mysteries of Heaven and Earth Pupils, mostly because he had no real need to and it wouldn't become useful for a long while. But if he could use Summoning Corpse World to mask his use of spatial chi, it would make battling far more convenient. That way, he could summon weapons, corpse puppets and his beast companions freely, and with ease without constantly having to hide his methods. Convenient. Ryu nodded and memorized the technique. All the scroll techniques were in the form of formations. But, for Ryu, decoding them wasn't much of a problem. Once he was finished, he moved on to the next. As he did so, Ryu realized just how good a time these techniques had come in. With his explosive increase in strength, he knew that he would have to find new techniques for himself eventually. He couldn't help but thank the martial gods for being such good helpers. He would be sure to let them know when he killed the last of them. The next technique, Sacrificial Escape, was one Ryu didn't even bother to take another glance at. He just tossed it into a spatial ring and ignored it. It allowed one to sacrifice the life force of their own body to both harm an enemy and allow their soul to escape. Ryu had not a single intention of ever using such a technique. Unfortunately, it was the beginning of a string of techniques Ryu had no interest in. The pattern continued until Ryu reached the seventh spirit and gained reanimation. He had almost tossed it into his ring as well before he was forced to give it a second look. Chapter 545 Intuition. Reanimation was among the most devastating abilities of a necromancer. In fact, it was this technique that ended the Sky God era and triggered the Shrine era. Reanimation was a technique that could either be incredibly weak or impossibly strong depending on the way it was used. Due to this, some often called it the origin technique of necromancers in a facetious way. Though this namesake was given in jest, the more one thought about it, the truer it seemed. Reanimation could be used by any necromancer with death chi regardless of power or strength. That was in line with how origin techniques functioned. The only reason reanimation was not considered an origin technique was because it couldn't be used on any target. An origin technique would function irrespective of who it was aimed at. Of course, its strength would vary depending on who was using it, but it would work. Reanimation, however, couldn't work on just any corpse. If you were too weak, you could forget about reanimating a sky god. This was the small and seemingly insignificant detail that separated it from true origin techniques. It was almost like splitting hairs. When one understood this, it was easy to see how the term origin technique of necromancers came about. By now, what reanimation did was obvious. It was capable of reanimating the dead to fight for a necromancer. But how was this different from simply refining a corpse? The answer was simple: ease. Refining a corpse took time, effort, and stamina. Reanimating a corpse, however, was a quick process that could be completed in just a few seconds. When used in the midst of battle, especially against large groups, it could even turn the tide of war. Of course, reanimation had its weaknesses. For one, those reanimated corpses would only have a fraction of its original power, whereas a carefully refined corpse had the potential of being even more powerful than when they were alive. Secondly, reanimation could only be used on a fresh corpse the soul had yet to leave. Thirdly, reanimation could be resisted by the target should their soul be strong enough to remain lucid. Fourthly, the decay of a reanimated corpse was accelerated in their reanimated state. This fourth weakness not only causes the rapid weakening of reanimated corpses, most of which would last a few months at most, it was also the reason that many still saw necromancer as a disgusting and vile profession to this day. By this point, Ryu had interacted with many necromancers, but not a single one of them had ever taken out a rotting corpse to battle with. The root of the stigma had come from reanimation. After all, if it wasn't for such a technique, how could the bodies of powerful cultivators rot so easily, especially if they were taken care of? For many of the reasons stated, along with the fact this technique ended an era, reanimation had been banned for a very long time, even longer than Ryu's Tatsuya clan had banned mental realm cultivation. Back during the Sky God era, some of the most powerful necromancers of all time had existed. That was because before the Sky God era had come the Ancient Beast era. With the war having ended in the retreat of the ancient beasts, one could imagine how many enormous beast corpses still existed. These corpses became the foundation of some of the most powerful necromancer clans and sects to ever exist, but it also became the root of competition. It was funny. The Sky God era was the almost undisputed strongest era for humans. It was the representation that they could fight against the darlings of the heavens, the ancient beast. And yet, it was humans themselves that ended their prosperous era all on their own, purely out of greed. Now that Ryu thought about it, it was no wonder the Zu clan inheritances had so few necromancy techniques. They probably had a huge stigma against necromancers despite being mental realm masters themselves. Ryu wasn't sure what to do with this technique now that it was in his hands. Did this mean that the martial gods also had a reanimation technique? The answer was almost certainly yes if this nether palace was indeed built and run by them. But what did they mean by giving him such a technique? Something was telling Ryu that things weren't so simple. Why did he feel like this wasn't the intention of the martial gods? As Ryu's sensitivity increased and his pupils grew stronger, his innate intuition grew even without activating intuition. He was able to see the subtle push and pull of karmic strings. And at the moment, he didn't sense enough of these strings leading back to the martial gods. There were some there, definitely, but not enough for him to think that this was a ploy of theirs. This was why the wielders of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were so fearsome. To be able to guess at such a thing purely based on feel is why they were so feared and revered at the same time. But just because Ryu had a feeling, didn't mean it was correct, nor would it give him the answer like a pie out of the sky. He could only turn his attention toward the surroundings once more. Was this really the doing of the dream wraith? Or was it something or someone different entirely? Reanimation in the hands of someone with primordial chaos death chi. Did they want him to destroy the world? Ryu's eyes narrowed as he slowly put this technique away. This time, however, a swirl of death and spatial chi manifested, sucking the scroll into his eyes before he moved on. He couldn't casually store this technique in his spatial ring like he had done for the others. Ryu felt like he was walking on pins and needles, expecting the other shoe to drop at any moment. What once was a casual stroll to snatch up resources and rewards suddenly felt far heavier. However, when he defeated the 8th spirit, the technique he got couldn't have been more ordinary. Bone Armor. Chapter 546 Best Bet. Bone Armor was yet another simple technique as fundamental as Corpse Explosion. But, once again, to a summoning necromancer, especially one with skeleton warrior or skeleton summons in general, with the added flexibility of such summons, it could be used almost too freely. Bone armor had a few applications. The first was in using the self-healing properties of skeleton warriors to instead cause outgrowths. These outgrowths, almost like tumors, would result in excessive bone material that could be used in various ways, the best of which would be as an armor. A second method of using bone armor would be to sacrifice an entire skeleton warrior to become the armor for a second skeleton warrior. This application was even more potent than the first and more efficient as well, though it required a complete sacrifice. The third application was just like the second but instead applied to the necromancer him or herself. By sacrificing a skeleton warrior, Ryu could gain an armor or even floating shields around him for just that extra bit of protection. And, given how sturdy the bones of skeleton warriors were, the added defense would not be small. Ryu felt that this wasn't a bad technique, but it was most definitely the weakest of its kind. Its chi usage wasn't very efficient and it had its limitations. There was a reason it was called bone armor, and not something more generic like bone manipulation or the like. The way the technique worked made it difficult to execute any form of subtle control. Due to this, the best method was to crudely layer the bone into sheets to form a sturdy defense. Trying to do anything else would waste too much energy, at least with the current structure of the technique. Unsurprisingly, it didn't take long for Ryu to get the bone manipulation technique he preferred just 3 rounds later. He once again had to thank the martial gods for their generosity. With bone manipulation, not only was the control of bone more subtle and efficient, when used in combination with other attacks or techniques, the results could be devastating. Even as Ryu walked toward the next trial, he could think of several applications. The easiest was to sacrifice a skeleton warrior to form a weapon. These weapons would be far stronger than the ones a skeleton warrior could naturally manifest at the behest of their master by a large degree, and it wouldn't just be 2 or 3 times the difference either. Beyond that, what if a skeleton warrior was sacrificed to form a weapon and then Ryu triggered corpse explosion? The results would be quite potent, especially if Ryu was careful about the moment in battle he chose to trigger such a thing. This was just the tip of the iceberg as well. Facing bone manipulation was nothing short of going against a death trap. Not only could Ryu sacrifice more than one skeleton warrior and layer bone manipulation to produce exponentially greater results, but if he used it like a domain rather than a single-pointed attack or defense, what kind of result would there be? Ryu could imagine large cages of bone and spiraling spikes littering the ground. Would his enemies even be able to take a single step backward or forward? When coupled with his senses and his heavenly pupils, he would be a devastating opponent to battle indeed. This truth almost made Ryu want to focus entirely on skeleton warriors and beasts. There were already several demon clans he could think of that fit what he needed. After several more rounds, Ryu found 2 more useful abilities, making the method of attack he was thinking of even more potent in his mind. As a cultivator grew in strength, creating styles of combat became more and more important. Learning powerful techniques wasn't enough. A truly powerful cultivator or genius designed the combat methods they learned to layer atop and complement one another. Until now, Ryu's greatest focus had been on both gaining combat experience and increasing his cultivation speed. As he quickly progressed toward realms reliant on comprehension, though it was becoming more and more important for him to understand his own path. In truth, necromancy wasn't Ryu's style. He had neglected his grandpa Kukin's bow for so long because attacking from a distance wasn't something he liked to do. He spent the whole of his first life on the backlands, being protected by everyone else. In this life, he wanted to be at the front. Of course, Ryu's thoughts on this matter had very much matured. However, this didn't change his innate draw toward close combat. Still, the reason Ryu had decided to design his first combat style so heavily upon necromancy was for 2 reasons. Firstly, he was about to enter the realm of the martial gods. He would effectively be surrounded from all sides by people who would want to see him deader than dead, should they know of his true identity. For that reason, the less he showed of his true abilities, the better. The good news was that he no longer used the Tatsuya saintly weapons and his rage flames and Qilin lightning had evolved to something new. This meant there wasn't much to worry about on that front even if he was forced to bring them out. The second reason he chose to do this was twofold. The first half of it was that he wanted practice. He wanted to experience what it felt like to build a combat style and dip his toes into the world he would have to enter when he stepped into the Path Extinction realm. As for the second half of it, he knew that necromancy would have to be a part of his combat prowess if he wanted revenge. He had no backing left, no support system, no hidden organization or forces he was building up. It would likely come down to him and him alone if he wanted to see the martial gods fall. And, as Ailsa had said all those years ago, if he wanted to be a one-man army, necromancy was his best bet. Chapter 547 3-1. The two techniques Ryu had found were Gravedigger and Death Swap. Gravedigger was quite an interesting technique, especially when used either cleverly, covertly, or on a chaotic battlefield. It gave a corpse puppet the ability to dig and move through the ground quickly, almost like an escape technique. But this was instead used to place a corpse puppet in position to attack. Images of skeleton hands piercing up from the ground was definitely one that was synonymous with this technique, and the possible combination uses of it didn't need to be explored. It was definitely quite the technique if paired with the others Ryu had taken. Death Swap was likely the most complex technique Ryu had found to this point. Reanimation wasn't very difficult to use, or else it wouldn't be known as the origin technique of necromancers. Death Swap definitely left it far behind in terms of complexity. Maybe the simplest part about Death Swap was in the description of its abilities. It allowed a necromancer or their corpse puppets to swap places with one another. The only caveat was that this swap had to occur within range of the necromancer's death chi, and it could only happen between properly tagged corpse puppets and the necromancer. This meant that randomly summoned skeleton warriors wouldn't be able to use this technique. After that, all the simplicity went out the window. Rather than relying on pure spatial chi to achieve this effect, Death Swap used a necromancer's corpse world as a tether between themselves and their corpse puppet. The weeds of it all was quite complex, but the swap essentially required using this link to create the effect of teleportation. It was simpler if it was between two corpse puppets. One essentially had to call back their corpse puppets simultaneously, using the information you gained about their position from this callback to swap their locations. This was already a difficult feat of timing, control, and splitting your mind to do multiple things. But it got even worse if the goal was to swap yourself as a necromancer. Just like Ryu couldn't enter his inner world or his incubator since they were within himself, he likewise couldn't enter his own corpse world either. This was where the technique required a substitute for himself in the form of energy. Only with this substitute would the swap be successful. But maintaining it while your body was being shifted was an even more difficult task of control and skill. If you happened to fail to maintain your substitute, well, let's just say there were more than a few cases of necromancers failing to do so, resulting in them bisecting their own bodies. And, in the worst case, there wouldn't even be a body left behind to mend. Still, if there was one thing Ryu was confident in, it was his chi control. In this aspect, he dared to say that even those two large realms of cultivation above him couldn't be his match, nor would they ever be his match. Worry about his own death? Ryu didn't need to do such a thing. Ryu's steps suddenly came to a stop. This is the end of it? HM? Ryu shook his head. Originally, he wanted to come to the or rather Nether Palace to gain treasures and find clues about summoning necromancers. But, after what happened to Ailsa, his priority had been to find the Nightshade Dew. Unfortunately, Ryu was now standing before an obvious portal out of this place and world, and yet there was no such reward in sight. From beginning to end, it had been nothing but techniques. Ryu couldn't help but shake his head. Clearly, the Nether Palace had been changed. It wasn't that the techniques were bad, it was just that the rewards were not nearly enough, even in comparison to what Ryu had heard about the Nether Palace in the past. Why would the Nether Palace have better and more ample rewards in the past but suddenly have so much less while the martial gods were using it for recruitment? The most logical answer was that the Nether Palace had never been the martial gods' possession to begin with. They merely cleared it out before using it as a convenient medium to bolster their ranks. Considering their connection with the three-pupil eclipse sect, this made perfect sense. Why would Ryu believe that there was just one Nether Palace his whole life, only to suddenly find out that there were many and even spread out among so many eras and times? What if there was only ever just a single nether palace and it was the martial gods who opened up access to it across these timelines for the sake of recruitment, just like Icemine, or rather Eska, had said? If that was the case, then this meant that Ryu still hadn't answered the truth of what the nether palace was. Ryu remembered his reaction when he first learned of the name change. Tri-Palace had been turned to Nether Palace. 3 had turned to 1. Life, death, and reincarnation had just become death. Death triumphed over all. Was that something the martial gods wanted? Was it something the Dream Wraith wanted? Or was it something even more powerful that they were all playing to the tune of? The martial gods must have a home of their own, right? It can't be that they had come from nowhere, they definitely had an origin. For some reason, they had left their home and come to this place. Not only were they sowing chaos, they had succeeded in wiping one of the most powerful families to ever exist in this world from the face of it, and were still seeking more. Why were they still looking for more? What had they cleared the Nether Palace of, exactly? What treasures had been here that were no longer here? And most importantly, what had forced the martial gods to run from their home to wage war here? Chapter 548. 3 words. Ryu stepped through the portal, his eyes blurring for a moment before he could finally see once again. After registering just where he was, Ryu stood silently for a long time, ignoring the individuals that were all around him. Maybe just a few days ago, after seeing this place, he would have flown into an immediate rage. Draconic scales would flood down his skin. His irises would flicker between its current silver and a deep crimson, and maybe the ground beneath his feet would have long since shattered. Though some of it had changed in the last 900 million years, it wasn't enough that Ryu wouldn't be able to recognize it with a single glance. The Deep Eruption Sect. If the Awoken Moon Sect was a subordinate sect of Ryu's Ice Phoenix clan, then the Deep Eruption Sect was a subordinate sect of his Tatsuya clan. Compared to the former, Ryu had much deeper roots with the latter by several measures. Though Ryu was the product of 4 powerful bloodlines coming together, it had to be known that he was ultimately the scion of the Tatsuya clan. His families had been close, but if there was ever a clan he was going to inherit, it would have been the one, not all 4. From his youth, that was what Ryu had been raised to be. Even when he failed his awakening ceremony, his father never treated him any differently and still acted as though he would one day inherit the clan. His father had always been that way. He inherited some of his quiet and reserve from Ryu's grandpa Tatsuya. But Titus Tatsuya was far more impulsive than his father ever was. In fact, that impulse was tied with his stubbornness, a stubbornness that even his own wife and child had trouble budging. Even if Ryu's father didn't have a plan, even if it didn't make any sense whatsoever, the moment he set his mind to something, he would do it. Due to this, Ryu had always been raised like the successor of the Tatsuya clan, and it was also likely due to this personality that his father had gone off to the Nether Realm without a thought for what might happen in his absence. Ryu didn't believe his father hadn't known the danger the Tatsuya clan had been in. After all, the reason he had been able to leave without explanation was because after fusing their souls, Elena should have been aware of all of his thoughts. There was no way she wouldn't pass on the information and what he was doing. But that was just the kind of man his father was. And now, for the first time in millions of years, Ryu stood in the same position he had when he was just a youth who had to reach up to his tippy toes to hold onto his father's hand. He was far taller now than he had been in the past, but these walls still seemed so tall. Everything was washed in deep blacks and reds. The heat of the air alone made it feel as though there was no moisture in the surrounding thousands of kilometers. Someone who was too weak to stand here would feel a stinging in their eyes just trying to look around. The building was completely open concept. Rather than windows, there were simply large, vacant holes. There was no ceiling above, just massive columns that made the whole place look like it was crafted to be a several-kilometer-wide chimney. And there were even several large holes torn through the ground that, if he didn't know better, Ryu would conclude had to be some sort of odd abstract art. But he did know better. And the truth was that the Deep Eruptions Palace was a volcano. That was right. This sect wasn't built into a volcano, it wasn't on top or beneath a volcano, it was a volcano. All of the holes, opening, and the billowing heat that pervaded the area painting the perfect picture. Even the irregularly shaped walls and crevices were just products of Qil's molten rock that had been left over several eruptions. The location was the Blossom Plain, just a step below the shrine plain Ryu was born on. And this deep eruption sect was a place Ryu had frequented, as it was one of the weakest subordinate sects the Tatsuya clan had. Why the weakest? This was because his father had tried to ingrain into him the importance of even the weakest subordinate, doing his best to mold him into a leader. Obviously, this failed quite miserably. Ryu didn't have the patience or charisma of a leader. If he had succeeded in awakening the first time and set off on a path to taking over the Tatsuya clan, it surely would have flourished. But this wouldn't be due to his management, but rather his strength. As for all the miscellaneous matters, he would have left it to Elena, who was much better at these things than he was. Seemingly realizing that his son wasn't getting it, and not being that great of a teacher himself, Titus Tatsuya settled for quantity, hoping that if Ryu visited the deep eruption sect enough, he would finally get it. The issue was that Ryu had never not gotten it. It was just that he didn't care very much. Well, this wasn't accurate. He had cared maybe a little before his failure. But, after he realized he would never be able to cultivate, he became very closed off from the world. He simply couldn't be bothered to care about the plights of those beneath him. At least they could cultivate. At least they had a chance. By all rights, this should have made all the memories Ryu had of this place terrible. Except the fact he could have been considered to have made his first and maybe only true friend in this place. If he could be called that. He was ironically a boy who was just as cynical as Ryu. Ryu's lip curled into a smile. If there were 3 words to sum up that relationship, I hate him. Chapter 549, Deep Eruption Sect. Were they actually friends? Not really. Maybe if Ryu actually had cultivation, he would have killed that bastard long ago. As for why Ryu was still living right now, that was even more obvious. He was the scion of the Tatsuya clan. How could a brat from the Deep Eruption sect dare to kill him? It was quite funny because this was the first time Ryu had ever even joked about him being a friend. If he had remembered that young man a few weeks ago, it would have probably been fleeting before he ignored it. Or, he could have very well decided that he would kill him the moment he saw him. The two had never had a friendly talk even once. Back when they were both just boys, Ryu's sharp tongue did nothing but dress him down. At the same time, he always had a quip about Ryu's lack of cultivation back when Ryu was the most sensitive about it. How could they have not grown to hate each other? But when Ryu reflected back on it now, that was the only relationship he had that wasn't related to family, and he couldn't be considered a true enemy either. Ryu wondered if he was still alive. 900 million years might have been not much to the Shrine Plane, but to the Blossom Plane, and especially the Pedestal Plane, very few if any could live so long. From what Ryu knew, that man's talent wasn't very great. He was born with Earth-grade Meridians and the Earth-grade eruption bloodline. However, his bone structure was only black-grade. His best point was his spiritual foundation, which was at the heaven grade, something he never let Ryu forget. But this talent pretty much made the Path Extinction realm his peak. It would take an extraordinary amount of luck and fortuitous encounters for him to go beyond that, let alone live 900 million years. To make matters worse, there was the elephant in the room that Ryu had been ignoring all this time. For the Deep Eruption sect to have survived for so long, even seemingly being intact like this, there was a high likelihood that there was betrayal. If not, why were they in a much better situation than the Awoken Moon sect that was far more powerful than them? If there was betrayal, Ryu sighed. That man was the son of the sect leader. It wouldn't be surprising if he was involved in all of this. In fact, it was highly likely. Ryu shook his head, finally beginning to pay attention to his surroundings in earnest. But what he found was Ice Mine staring at him as though she wanted to take a bite out of his throat. He had been standing there for several seconds, ignoring everything that was around him. In fact, had it not been for Ice Mine's presence, the elders who had been tasked with greeting the new arrivals would have already killed him in a rage. Or, rather, they would have tried to kill him. The only reason Ryu would enter such an absent-minded state was because he couldn't sense any threat around him, and there was nothing that could hide from his third perspective. It would have been a pipe dream for elders regulated to the Blossom Plane to handle him. Hello! Ryu finally looked Ice Mine in the eye. What is it? Seeing Icemine's reaction to these words, one would have thought that Ryu had just insulted her mother. She lunged forward, going for his throat with every intention of ripping it out. But, midway, something took control of her body and her lunge became a hug. The elders, who had been furious along with Icemine, suddenly didn't know how to react with her wrapping herself around him like some sort of koala bear. Icemine froze in place. It seemed that she had forgotten that Eska could take control of her body whenever the latter wanted. With slow movements, as though trying to play it cool, Icemine climbed down from Ryu's body and raised a fist to her lips as she cleared her throat. Ahem. Yes. This is a new recruit we are attempting to bring to our side. Please give him the explanations he needs. Icemine patted down her tracksuit, clearing it of wrinkles before clasping her hands behind her back like a mature overseer. The lips of the elders twitched. They couldn't quite understand what was going on here and why, but they knew better than to question it. Whenever they saw anyone with white gold hair and eyes, silver hair and eyes, or crimson hair and eyes, they knew it was a person they couldn't afford to offend. Right? An elder wearing red robes with black embroidery took the lead. They all wore the same clothing, and it hadn't changed at all from the original Deep Eruption sect attire. Except for the FAC, the emblem of the Tatsuya clan was nowhere to be seen. Yes, you have two choices. The first is to leave through here and return to where you came from. The second choice is to join the martial gods. Should you choose the second, you will be subordinated to one of the martial gods' subordinate clans, among which include our Deep Eruption sect. From such a position, you will be able to work your way up the rankings of apostles by completing your assigned missions and eventually reach the martial plane should you display enough promise. Your recruitment pipeline began with the Silver Touch branch, so you will be treated accordingly. This is just a convenient hub. Should you choose to accept, you will be taken to a subordinate clan under the control of the Silver Touch as we are under the control of the Berserk branch. Of course, should you prefer to switch to a different branch, you can attempt to do so. But please keep in mind that you have only passed the test of the Silver Touch, so if you want to join another branch, you will have to take another. The elder finished his explanation and waited for an answer, but Ryu instead turned to Icemine. Didn't I say so already? Bring me to the martial plane. I plan on becoming your throne. Chapter 550 Cold. Icemine pouted her lips when she heard Ryu's words. She knew that this was what he had said he wanted to do, but she hadn't thought that he was actually serious. Shouldn't he be doing his best to hide himself away? Why did he want such a spotlight now? When Ryu had been speaking to Xenovi, Icemine thought that he was just fooling around. But now it turned out that her wagon had been hitched to a madman. The elders were stunned. Icemine cleared her throat, trying her best to force an ingratiating smile. Can you change your mind? She said with as sweet a voice as she could muster.
No.
Ryu said plainly. But, Icemine bit her lip. We already have a throne. How could the martial gods not already have a throne? Imagine for a moment that you were a hostile threat to a new world you were trying to take hold of. What would you do in that instance? The first thing you would do is take out one of your greatest threats if you could manage it. The martial gods had already done this. But what maybe came even before this was the gathering of information. If the martial gods could learn of the existence of the Chaos Plane before most of Ryu's world, Ryu had no doubt that they were well aware of all of their customs and how their karmic strings and fate worked. As a result, how could the martial gods not also know the kind of detriment a throne would pose to their cause? If you were the martial gods, what would you do in that case? Obviously, you could give the position to someone you could either trust or control, hopefully both. That way, your fate wouldn't have to be in the hands of an unknown variable and your resources would still be managed by yourself. It was the best choice one could make in this situation. However, so what? Ryu's words caused Icemine's next plea to get caught in her throat. She felt like she was losing her mind. Did Ryu understand what it was he was doing? Truly, could be said that Icemine didn't really understand what the goal of her martial god clan was. In fact, while Ryu saw them as outsiders, to Icemine who had only been born a few thousand years earlier, this was the only home she had ever known. However, this didn't mean that she was completely ignorant. Due to her standing, there were certain things she could understand that others at her level weren't privy to. Among those things she did understand led her to the conclusion that if Ryu did this, he would be pointing himself out to be the clear enemy of the martial gods. And all of that was even setting aside whether or not he could do it. Not only was this going to be Ryu's attempt at claiming a second throne, it was a throne of an 11th Order clan that already had a throne of their own to begin with. As difficult as claiming a second throne was, snatching one from another throne would only compound the difficulty. One had to remember that a throne existed to accumulate faith for a clan or sect. This meant that if you wanted to claim more than one, you had to prove you had ample enough talent to carry not just one but two clans or sects. Likewise, if you wanted to claim a third, the difficulty would grow exponentially once again. At the same time, though, there was an increase in difficulty when it came to snatching a throne as well. Just like a Ryu had gained certain protections as a throne so that the Awoken Moon sect couldn't lie to him about the resources it had, so too would there be protections against his position being snatched too easily. Over the years that the throne system had existed, how many clans and sects had tried to wiggle their way out of it? After all, an increase in faith wasn't something the current generation could benefit from, so there were no shortage of selfish individuals who cared only about the present. Because thrones could make use of resources with very few restrictions, it wasn't a surprise that these selfish individuals would do everything they could to hold onto these resources for themselves. There were many loopholes in the throne system that had been abused over the years, one of which was contracting a genius from a higher power to snatch your throne back. Such geniuses wouldn't be interested in the resources of these smaller sects and clans and would only care about the small boost in faith and prestige they could receive. They would then pay a price to hand their throne down to another the small sect could more easily control. There were all sorts of minor and major loopholes like this that forced the system to evolve. Ultimately, the throne system was a construct of both heaven and man. No matter what hoops the latter wanted to jump through, the former would usually close them or add protections for them. One such protection was the increased difficulty in snatching a throne from another. The martial gods likely believed, and rightfully so, that the combination of the genius they had chosen plus the difficulty in snatching a claimed throne would give them more than enough protection. After all, the added difficulty would scale with the one who claimed it to begin with. However, unfortunately for the martial gods, the one universal truth that would never change about thrones and claiming them was that it would always be based on a ratio of age to combat prowess. Ryu was a 21-year-old with the combat strength almost surpassing the Path Extinction realm. He was unmatched in this aspect and there was nothing that could be done about it. "Bring me to the martial plane." Ryu spoke plainly once again. Every time he had to say martial plane instead of shrine plane left a bad taste in his mouth. He wouldn't repeat himself again. Icemine grit her teeth. She knew it was useless to say anything more. If she really continued to fight it, it only meant that Eska would just take control of her body again and force her to do what Ryu wanted anyway. With that being the case, what was the point? She had no choice. Fine. Fine. If you want to die, go die then. The elders didn't know what to do. They had been randomly assigned to deal with an influx of new recruits coming from the Silver Touch Branch's trial grounds because the location of their sect was a bit special. The space in the surroundings was stable, but also very malleable due to their being not too far and also not too close to Shrine, or rather Martial Mountain. However, none of them had expected such a scene to play out before them. Even long after Ryu and Icemine had left, none of them knew how to react. They looked toward one another feeling as though they might have heard something that they were never meant to. When Ryu and Icemine reappeared, the latter was still grumbling. But once again, Ryu didn't hear a word she was speaking. The air was filled with a frigid cold. Could be said to be the exact opposite of the Deep Eruption sect. However, the difference lied in the fact that Ryu didn't recognize anything in his surroundings, except for the feeling of the air touching his skin. He took a deep breath, subconsciously circulating his Ice Phoenix martial form. The air in the surrounding tens of kilometers suddenly all surged toward Ryu. Icemine, who was still grumbling about how her life was over now, was almost swept off her feet completely. A cyclone of raging winds swarmed, threatening to collapse what seemed to be Icemine's personal home. Ryu's chest expanded, his skin glowing a light blue hue that flickered in and out of existence. When he had his fill and settled down into a slow exhale, 2 jets barreled out from his nose. His hair fluttered, his robes loosely flapping. In all this time, Ryu had never neglected his martial forms even for a single day. By this point, his mastery was leaps and bounds beyond where he had begun, and the results spoke for themselves. Every fiber of Ryu's being wanted to roar at this moment, but he knew that he couldn't. The moment he did, bits and pieces of the 4 clans he represented would be awakened. It would cause a phenomena that wouldn't be ignored. So, he suppressed it, his veins bulging out as his heartbeat slowed. Ignoring the state his breathing had put Ice Mine in, Ryu stepped out of the elaborate, once well-decorated home. He stepped into the air, rising his way into the skies and soaring above it all. There it was, right before him. After so many years, he could finally see it again. No matter where you were on the shrine plane, you would always be able to see it, that peak he wanted to sit upon once more. Shrine Mountain. It felt so close and yet so far at the same time. Right there and yet displaced in both time and space. The frigidity of the air only grew more pronounced after Ryu stepped out. He realized then that in this environment, even normal Immortal Ring experts couldn't casually survive. However, it was completely unable to match the coldness in his heart. Ice Mine rushed out of her home, her expression warping. This idiot. Didn't he know that you couldn't just fly about randomly wherever you pleased? Wasn't he a scion of the Tatsuya clan? He should know at least this much. These rules were even more fiercely enforced the more noble the region. Wait. No. How was he flying at all? Even Ice Mine couldn't fly in this place. In fact, unless you were in the World Sea Realm, it should have been impossible. The Martial Plain had been covered by a perpetual winter for hundreds of millions of years. The cold only became worse the further up you traveled because it originated from the peak of the world, Martial Mountain. The cold chi hadn't done just a small bit to restrain things on this plane, but it had ironically also helped those of the Martial God clan to bolster their strength by staying in such a harsh environment year-round. It could be said that Ice Mine was among the youths who had benefited from this, allowing her to have an exceptional foundation. However, get down. Quickly. Ice Mine's expression changed. It was too late. She could already sense that Ryu had been locked onto. Chapter 551 The Shrine Plane. Ice Mine jumped up and grabbed onto Ryu's ankle, trying her best to pull him down. She didn't seem aware of how ridiculous she looked in the slightest. Things only became worse when Ryu shook his foot, causing what she thought was a steady grip to falter. She could do nothing as she fell down from the skies, landing heavily on her feet. She didn't feel just a little aggrieved as she stared up. Ice Mine's temper was horrible. Everyone knew this. But, whether it was because Ryu had taken her virginity or maybe because he was even more of a madman than she was, she found herself being far more lenient with him. On top of this, Ice Mine still wanted to live. As much as Ryu wanted to become powerful, she too shared such goals and aspirations. Could be said that Ice Mine was maybe the most like Ryu of anyone he had ever met. Well, if you ignored her sometimes ridiculous actions. If Ryu was objective with himself, as ridiculous as Ice Mine's temper flare-ups were, hadn't he been just like this in the past? His fuse was short, his trigger was quick, and his actions were swift and without regard for consequences. Even now, he realized that he still hadn't changed as much as he wanted to. He knew that standing up in the skies like this would bring trouble, but whenever he tried to control himself to descend, he felt an inward revulsion that almost made him retch. It felt no different to him than lowering his head and bowing to another. How long had he waited to be able to fly through the skies in the shrine plane like this? How long had he waited to be able to reach this peak under his own strength? But, you're still not strong enough, Ryu thought to himself. Ryu exhaled a light breath, descending from the skies at a leisurely pace and walking back into Ice Mine's home. They had left from a back entrance to step outside originally. This time, Ryu headed for the front door. Ice Mine blinked when she saw Ryu suddenly descend. She had been very much ready for him to throw a tantrum and not do such a thing. Something about it felt very distinctly unlike Ryu. It was like he was overcorrecting, but it was hard to tell whether this was for the better or the worse just yet. Ice Mine's gaze flashed with a subtle seriousness for the first time. Did she want to be controlled by others? Absolutely not. Her arrogance was no less than that of Ryu. In fact, only herself and Eska knew how many times she had already tried and failed to kill herself in just the last day. A lot of her odd mood swings were rooted in exactly this. She felt like she was losing her mind, and even the recesses of her thoughts, which should have been reserved for herself and herself alone, were no longer sacred. She resented Eska. She resented Ryu. She resented herself for being so weak. It could be said that the only reason she was trying to protect Ryu's life now was because Eska had made a silent deal with her. If she could just reach that goal, then maybe she would have a chance at claiming her own body once again. Then she could have the revenge that she wanted. Somewhere deep inside, she knew that this was a pipe dream. Ryu was only at the second immortal ring realm, and yet he could crush her by hardly lifting a finger. Revenge? How would she ever get that? But she was still stubborn to her core. She would rather die than admit that she couldn't do it. And since she could apparently no longer even do that, then there was only one chance left. Don't you dare die until it's at my hands, you punchable bastard. Eska, who could read Icemine's thoughts as easily as skimming a book, said nothing as the young lady chased after Ryu. Ryu stepped out from the home, his expression giving nothing away. He could still sense several auras converging, but all of them were forced to rush along the ground. It was clear that only someone with ice chi affinity as high as himself, or someone with World Sea Realm strength could fly here. And, with the strength of those at the World Sea Realm, how could they possibly be relegated to the task of an enforcement officer? Though Ryu recognized none of these buildings, the structure of the shrine plane was exactly as he remembered. One would think that the shrine plane would be the ultimate hub of cultivation, that abodes would always be one with nature. However, this couldn't have been further from the truth. There was just a single mountain on the shrine plane, Shrine Mountain itself. It towered at the very center of the plane and could be seen from anywhere, even millions of miles away. The rest of the plane was completely flat, split into pockets that seemed like completely different worlds at times, but were nonetheless on flat ground. These pockets of seemingly vastly different worlds were all built around the infamous shrines that could hide themselves even in broad daylight. One would think that shrine would be hidden deep underground or within extremely dangerous places, and that was somewhat true, but the real reason they were so difficult to find wasn't because of this at all. With how long the Tatsuya clan had ruled over the shrine plane, how could it possibly not have managed to scour every inch? The key to their failure were these pocket realities. The shrine plane seemed like a simple, single slab of land that extended to infinity, only interrupted by a single mountain peak and a few large bodies of both salted and fresh water. However, if one tried to travel, you would quickly find yourself lost in a maze of space. If one started from the northern edge of the shrine plane and headed perfectly south, logic would say that you would reach the southern eventually. However, any ruin master worth their salt would tell you that you could just as easily end up right back at the northern edge even if you never turned left or right. The plane was an intertwining mesh of layer pockets of space. Crossing from one space to another wasn't difficult as there were no true barriers. Even a toddler wouldn't be obstructed. The issue came in the fact that two pockets that were side by side weren't guaranteed to be connected. What did all of this mean? It meant that the shrine plane couldn't be mapped out by normal means. Even if you made the assumption that all the pockets were connected in one way or another, something that wasn't guaranteed by any stretch of the imagination, it would be difficult to pinpoint your own location after crossing from one to another due to a myriad of factors. The first choice one might make is to use star charts. As long as you circled the section of stars you were beneath as you traveled, it might be possible to pinpoint your location and mark how two pockets were connected. The second choice would be to use sister treasures that could sense each other's locations. By doing so, you would be able to sense the location of the other after being teleported to a new pocket. The third choice was to rely on an expert in spatial chi. The number of individuals that the shrine plane had that could fit this description were too numerous to count. They should be more than capable of feeling their movement through space and marking their location. There were any number of thoughts and ideas one could come up with. There were even earth chi specialists who tried to map things out through the ground rather than on the surface. However, almost all of these things were useless before the maze of the shrine plane. And, even those that might work had severe weaknesses and drawbacks of their own. None of this even considered the worst part of it all. the fact that shrines could hide in plain sight. It truly took an enormous amount of skill and luck to find a single one, and most had been passed down for countless generations. Regardless, these odd phenomena of the shrine plane was exactly the reason for the construction seen here. Rather than building into nature, most of the shrine plane was built by the hands of humans so that they could draw very clear dividing lines between these small pocket worlds. The result was vast, expansive cities, most of which only dared to be traveled between via the use of delicately structured and meticulously maintained teleportation formations. So, what Ryu saw when he stepped out of Icemine's home was an endless expanse of residential homes, each that connected and intertwined with one another to form a grandiose palace in the shape of a city. As a result, one could imagine the amount of commotion Ryu had caused. Despite not having made a sound since he came, the sudden eruption of auras toward this direction wouldn't be missed by anyone capable of calling this place home. Icemine rushed out not long after, her expression solemn. She could sense it quite clearly. 1 Tao pedestal realm existence and 3 within the path extinction realm. Ryu really only knew how to cause trouble. It didn't take very long at all for many to begin sweeping their spiritual sense over, trying to understand what was happening. They couldn't remember a time where anyone had dared to cause trouble here. Well, expect for. Not long after that, the squadron of enforcers had made their way into view. However, when they saw that the target was Icemine's home, their expressions became unsightly to an extreme. Chapter 552 Serenity. The enforcers all carried the same white gold hair and eyes that Icemine did. It was very much likely that this region of the martial gods' territory was set aside for the Heaven's Due branch. Unfortunately, this just made things just that little bit more complicated to deal with. The enforcers immediately recognized Icemine, so they were also immediately aware of her background. Despite the fact they knew that the perpetrator was Ryu because their spiritual sense had reached out long ago, there was no denying that Ryu was one of Icemine's people. At the same time, though, this wasn't the territory of the Silver Touch branch, and it had to be remembered that both of Icemine's parents were king-level existents of that opposing branch. As a result, the sway she had over things here was lesser. However, were things that simple? Could they just end here? If everything was 100% fair all of the time, there would be no discussion. Icemine's friend would be detained and punished. It should only be all the more easy since this wasn't Silver Touch territory. But, since when was anything in the martial world fair? If they offended Icemine now, not to mention the fact that aside from the Tao pedestal realm enforcer, none of them could beat her, who was to say that she wouldn't complain to her father? Or God forbid her mother? Even if they were in the right, only the strong had privileges to argue about right and wrong. Since they were doing a thankless job like this, it was obvious that their backing wasn't the strongest. In a weaker region, enforcers might be able to bend the law to their whims and gain some benefits under the table. But, up here, things were so strict and uptight that even the most corrupt individuals didn't dare to breathe too hard. This might sound contradictory, but once again, everything was based on power and strength. If someone at the World Sea realm did as they pleased, it wouldn't count as corruption, it was just be writing a new set of rules. Things were that simple. There was one aspect, then, that was left out of all of this, and that was Icemine's personal worry. She had panicked the moment Ryu shot into the sky, and that was most definitely not her making a big deal out of nothing. At this moment, she wasn't entirely certain if she could protect Ryu at all because she knew one thing very clearly. Those ugly expressions these enforcers were wearing likely meant that they would pass on their duties to someone else. And that someone else would be of higher standing than themselves. Once this happened, Ryu would truly be finished. Icemine was trying to figure out what to say, but she also wasn't a fool. If she displayed how worried she was, it would just be a sign of weakness. In the martial world, no one appreciated weakness or felt pity in the face of it. You were more likely to end up trampled than garnering any sort of sympathy. But, at the same time, if she came out as abrasive as she usually would, that would give these enforcers even more of a reason to call their superiors. At this moment, the enforcers were still hesitant to do so. Calling forth their superiors for something that could be seen as a minor infraction depending on a number of factors would reflect badly upon them as well. They almost wanted Icemine to snap so that they could have a legitimate reason to call for help without gaining the ire of those above them. However, today, Icemine seemed tame, almost too tame. The result was an odd situation where both groups became eerily silent. Ryu and Icemine standing atop a set of wide stairs and the enforcers standing below. At the same time, they had to deal with several spiritual senses sweeping by them with a probing curiosity. Icemine suddenly felt resentful toward Ryu. Wasn't he going to at least try to do something? Communicate with her at least. She was trying to help. When Icemine looked over to Ryu, looking for some aid, she almost fainted from rage. This bastard actually had his eyes closed, breathing lightly as though he was taking a morning stroll. How infuriating could he get? Ryu was indeed calm. The harsh, cold wind that left most shivering was like a spring breeze to him. It licked across his exposed skin with a gentle touch, wafting the fragrance of his long, white hair toward the surroundings. Delicate crystals formed from the fog of his breath, making it seem as though he was breathing shimmering lights in and out. His very soul was soothed, his body reaching a state of relaxation it never had before. True serenity. The prayer mat that had laid dormant within Ryu's inner world for years trembled slightly before going back to a resting state. It was impossible to tell whether Ryu noticed this infinitesimally small shift at all. A light smile curled Ryu's lips. He hadn't felt such peace in a long time. He had wondered why it was he managed to lower himself to the ground before. Even he didn't believe he had matured so much so quickly. So, it was because of that. To the martial gods, all they could sense was a harsh cold, one they couldn't even raise their children in. It was difficult to tell if they even had a single settlement near the Shrine Mountain due to how harsh the conditions were. However, to Ryu, all he sensed was the warmth of his mother. Her aura hung all around him, her arms draped across his shoulders, her hands resting on his chest, her kiss gracing the side of his cheek. They had benefited from such a thing for so many years, and yet they couldn't even appreciate it. Sparkling snow began to fall from the skies above as the temperature suddenly began to plummet all the more. Ryu suddenly rose into the skies once again, a strong confidence pumping throughout his heart. Icemine didn't even get the chance to stop him before his voice boomed, causing even the skies above to quake. I've heard many things about the martial gods of the martial plane. I, Ryu Tor, come to challenge you all. Ryu unleashed his aura, a wave of devastation rolling out from himself in all directions. Chapter 553 Unranked. Ryu's palms reached out, causing large swaths of ice chi to accumulate around him. The temperature continued to plummet, the surroundings becoming so volatile that even Icemine, who had an extraordinarily strong body, began to shiver. In the blink of an eye, two crystalline blue great swordstaffs formed. Each sparkled with a beautiful sheen, faint patterns of golden veins barely hidden within their depths. Ryu's brandished both, the violent winds that resulted threatening to flatten the city below. With these two weapons, formed the of the will his mother left behind, he would sever everything that lay in his path. Icemine, come here. Icemine was speechless. For one, she couldn't fly in this place. Hardly anyone could. And, secondly, had he lost his mind? Unfortunately, Icemine didn't have much of a choice. A strong wind chi raised her into the skies. Much like his flames, Ryu's northern heavenly wind had also begun to lag behind. But that didn't mean it was useless. Why are you doing this? Icemine asked, exasperated. I need a beauty to use to piss them off, Ryu said with a smile. Are you flirting with me? Icemine was speechless.
No.
This smile isn't for you. The curl of Ryu's lip didn't fade as he stepped through the skies, his destination toward the biggest section of this endless palace that he could spot. Icemine scoffed. She had been called beautiful too many times in her life, even though the person speaking usually ended up needing bed rest for several weeks to months. She was immune to it all. If this bastard thought that he could soften her heart with a few words, he was sorely mistaken. He's really treating me like some sort of trophy. How ridiculous. Well, at least. Icemine's thought froze when she felt Ryu's arm firmly grab onto her waist. She was suddenly at a loss for words once again. When her vision cleared, she found that both of Ryu's great swordstaffs were hovering before him by some mysterious force. As for the man himself, he strolled through the skies as though he owned the place. Now that she thought about it, he technically once had. And when she thought about it further, if Ryu wanted a woman to act as a status symbol, short of those monstrous beauties who had already stepped into the cosmic seed and world sea realm, she was definitely the best choice. On top of that, if one was going to challenge a throne, impugning on the dignity of the target sect or clan first was probably the best way. At least this way, if they tried to refuse, it would be a blow to their prestige and faith. There was a deeper layer to all of this as well. If Ryu so publicly claimed her as his woman, considering how protective her father was of her, so long as Ryu wasn't useless, something he most definitely was not, then he would probably gain the protection of a king at the same time. This would only work because as a Path Extinction Realm expert, Icemine was still considered to be a member of the younger generation, so there would be no problem with her father stepping through branches to help her out. Could be said that maybe this was the best choice Ryu could have made. Did he really think all this through?
No.
He definitely didn't. Icemine shook her head, squirming due to the fact she wasn't used to having her waist held like this. This annoying man definitely doesn't think before he acts. Icemine pouted, trying to make some distance between herself and Ryu, but his hand was too strong. You know, Icemine whispered harshly, shouldn't you think about your wife? What is she going to do when she learns that you were strolling through the skies so overbearingly with another woman in your arms? Ryu's smile didn't waver. The Elena I knew would say something like, it's about timed. And what about now? Roeda-e. She would probably ignore me. Humph. Icemine smiled with satisfaction, taking pleasure in Ryu's misfortune. That won't be for long, though. Ryu spoke without missing a beat. I'd like to see how long she can ignore me for. There's no man in this world worthy of her aside from me. Icemine looked toward Ryu's side profile. I really want to punch you in the face. At that moment, several auras converged from all sides. The commotion Ryu had caused had been immediate. There were no small number of individuals who had reacted almost immediately, converging with a fervor and rage only those of the younger generation could match. The first to make it was a man with flowing white gold hair much longer than Icemine's own short hair. He held a massive pair of twin hammers in his hands, an almost fiery white gold aura hanging around him like the fog of a sun. Who's he? Ryu asked. Icemine rolled her eyes. He really did think nothing through. He is Ian. He's at the third path extinction stage. I can already see that. I meant something more interesting. Ryu asked casually. There's nothing more interesting to say. Icemine said plainly, looking toward Ian with disdain. He's not good enough to be ranked on the air ranks. I'm surprised he even has the balls to appear before me. I put him in a coma years ago, so he's always taken the long way around me. He thought he could bully me into his bed just because I was in the immortal ring realm back then. Ryu shook his head. This woman really was too violent. Considering who her father was, who would dare do anything like she described? She was definitely embellishing the story. Ian, though, finally seemed to show a bit of a temper. A man's reputation is his honor. Don't dare to slander mine. Or what? Icemine snorted. Ian's expression turned red with rage. What's the air ranking? Ryu asked. It's a ranking of 900 youths below the cosmic seed realm most likely to become princes in the future. If it's below the cosmic seed realm, doesn't it make sense that someone at his cultivation level isn't on it? No, Icemine snorted with disdain. The 900 youths are divided into 9 sets of 100. Each set represents a cultivation realm from the awakening realm all the way up to the Tao pedestal realm. The 100 most promising youths at each cultivation realm are slotted in based on their potential. He's just not good enough to make it among his peers. Ryu raised an eyebrow. He still felt that Icemine was leaving out something. There's no way such a list didn't take combat prowess into regard as well. In that case, it made sense that someone 6 stages from the peak of the Path Extinction realm would be left off, right? But Ryu wasn't here to argue on behalf of a man who was obviously here to battle him. He reached his free hand forward, tapping the air with a slender finger. Ian's expression changes drastically, but he didn't even get a chance to swing his hammer. His body was encased in a gem-like block of ice in the blink of an eye. He fell from the skies mid-leap, crashing heavily into the ground below. However, the ice was so sturdy and powerful that not a single crack could be found. Chapter 554 Tor Clan Name. Ian's face was completely frozen in rage, his hammers raised high and his body still in a jumping motion. He hadn't even been able to react before he found himself completely encased in ice, unmoving and his life and death unknown. Ryu found the power he had here over the ice element to be even more exaggerated than what he had felt in the Nether Realm's replica world. As powerful as he had become after taking Eska and Icemine's primordial eans, he was even stronger here, a thought that was truly fear-inducing. What is going on? This was a question that many across the martial gods' residential area were asking. The truth was, as orderly as the city seemed, disputes between martial gods were quite common. It shouldn't be taken that this region was peace-loving. It was just that there were certain lines that couldn't be crossed. For example, flying in the sky. Flying seemed like a benign action, but one had to remember just who was allowed and capable of flying in this region to begin with. Most below the cosmic seed realm couldn't take the harshness of the cold chi in the surroundings and thus couldn't fly by making use of it. That meant that this no-fly rule was meant to apply to entities with that level of strength. Ryu was essentially breaking a rule that was only in place for the powerful to begin with, as it helped to reduce collateral damage. This was completely different from breaking a rule that even the weak could break should they be determined enough. At that moment, though, in this particular region, the ones asking the question weren't simply characters by any stretch of the imagination. It could be said that with Elena's promotion to Queen ceremony coming up, anyone who would have received an invitation had already begun to make their way back. At the same time, it couldn't be forgotten that Galcos, Ailsa's supposed fiancé, had also recently entered the world's sea realm as well, so the celebration was twofold. Not only was Ryu on a hot seat for causing trouble in such an environment, it was an even hotter seat than it would otherwise be. Under most circumstances, at least half the geniuses currently present would be out completing missions and accumulating merits. But now, a bunch of hot-blooded youths who had begun to feel itchy at the lack of action in recent days finally got a bite of meat to take a chunk out of. Ryu Tor? Tor? I've never heard such a name, have you? Never heard of it. The momentum behind it was decent, but nothing much. Maybe a family from the Blossom Plain. Would we not have heard of it at all if it was from the Blossom Plain, though? Where the hell did this brat come from anyway? His voice travels pretty far, but he seems to be using comprehension of wind to accomplish this. His power itself isn't very great. Three youths who had just been enjoying a meal on the top floor of a restaurant all began to analyze the situation at once. However, when they swept their spiritual sense over toward the direction of the voice and saw that Ryu was actually standing in the air, their pupils constricted. Is there a Tor clan on the Blossom Plain with such a strong ice inheritance? They obviously had no idea that the supposed Tor clan they were asking about was just a small destroyed kingdom from the higher mortal plane. And yet, they still felt that it had the momentum of a weak clan from the Blossom Plain. Roeda-e. In truth, the current Tor name was about equivalent to a clan in the Pedestal Plains core region. The reason the youths decided on the Blossom Plain was because they felt that one had to at least be from there to produce a genius that dared to do all of these things. It was simply close enough. How, then, could the Tor clan have such momentum? How else if not for Ryu? Ever since the death of his grandpa Tor, Ryu's stubbornness in that aspect of his life had been lowered by several measures. That day, without reserve, he told Ailsa as plainly as could be that the Tor clan ancestor deserved to be his grandfather. If not for him, Ryu wouldn't be able to stand in the skies this day, arrogantly proclaiming his challenge. This subconscious acceptance was just one aspect, though. Ultimately, Ryu still saw himself as a Tatsuya. The reason, then, that the Tor clan was gaining such large amounts of faith was because others didn't know he was from the Tatsuya clan. They all believed he was from the Tor clan. After investigating Ryu's background, finding out his origins, especially since he didn't keep a low profile, was a simple task for these clans. If even the inner ring clans had found out that he was a Tor, and Fedroha and the clans of the core region had most definitely found out as well. It could be said that the devastation Ryu had wrought on the pedestal plane, in addition to killing 2 immortal ring experts at the Divine Vessel realm, had caused his name, along with the Tor clans, to resound far and wide. It was just not wide enough to catch the attention of this martial plane. The group fell silent for a moment, their eyes narrowing and their auras flaring up beside themselves. They had known that whoever dared to cause so much trouble wouldn't be a simple individual, but this was a pleasant surprise, indeed. Is that King Isambard and Queen Athelina's daughter? It looks like he's provoking us. The 3 had already stood, the winds whipping about in the restaurant suddenly picking up. Seated at a table alone, an older gentleman opened a single one of his eyes. The action alone forced the volatile chi around him to go to rest. Youths these days. He shook his head and closed his eyes once more. Let's go. Without a care, the 3 youths crashed through the window, landing heavily on the ground below. All that was left of their presence was a pile of chi stones they left to pay for damages. Chapter 555 Fun. Is this all your martial god clan has? Ryu asked. The streets beneath him were littered with ice coffins. The enforcers who had wanted to do something about Ryu breaking the rules suddenly felt that they couldn't act at all. It was one thing if Ryu was just breaking them, but the fact that he was challenging the youths of the younger generation made it a different matter entirely. If they tried to subdue Ryu now, what message would that send? To make matters worse, they were still having a hard time seeing through Ryu's cultivation. One had to remember that grasping the cultivation of an enemy relied on both experience and feel. But the further Ryu deviated from normal cultivation, the more and more difficult it was for others to see through him, especially when he was barely trying. The current Ryu wasn't even using his own chi. Every tap in the air he made caused a swarm of cold atmospheric chi to surge forward, freezing the opponent in an instant. Aside from a bit of his own focused chi that was used up, an amount that was almost instantly replenished by the prayer mat, he wasn't using up any of his energy at all. Do you think that the ones you actually want to battle would come out just because you said so? Ice Mine snorted with disdain. However, she never expected Ryu to answer seriously. Yes, Ryu said plainly. If they don't, it only means that they aren't the ones I would want to battle anyway. As though on cue, 3 blazing auras, each just as voluminous as the next, tore a path through the winding city paths. Soon enough, they grew tired of this and leapt onto the buildings, leaving devastation in their wake without a care. Ryu's brow raised. 8th stage path extinction realm experts. Every single last one of them had white gold hair and eyes. By this point, Ryu was certain that this was all that would appear in this region. Clearly, the Berserk and Silver Touch branch members did not reside here. Unfortunately, that made it unlikely that the core of the martial gods was here as well. Why would their throne be located in a place where only a third of them resided? However, Ryu didn't mind. In fact, this only gave him a better opportunity. If he had to travel to each one of their cities, that was exactly what he would do. That's Mazzello. That one is Ragnar. The last is Throg. The 3 youths flashed, their figures vanished and appearing atop a building just below Ryu. Mazzello is ranked 89th. Ragnar is ranked 91st. Throg is ranked 84th. Hey Ice Mine, you're helping an outsider learn all of our secrets? Did he fuck you that good? Ragnar quipped. Yes. Ice Mine grinned fiercely, her aura flaring up. You could say that my man is quite well endowed. You could also say that his fist is pretty big too. The 3 young men narrowed their eyes. It seemed that they had forgotten that Ice Mine wasn't a normal woman. This was definitely not how the script was supposed to go. She was supposed to get embarrassed. Then Ryu was supposed to lose his temper and do something stupid. After that, he would lose and they'd all gain a hilarious story to tell. But this fiery-tempered woman was really too unpredictable. It only made them more annoyed because they had all wanted the first taste of her. By the way, where you ranked? Ryu suddenly asked. Me? Ice Mine looked down on the 3 before her with disdain. I'm rank 97th despite being in the first stage. They're too pathetic. I see. Ryu nodded. Adae. With a casual motion, he tapped a finger forward. The pupils of the youths constricted. However, their auras surged, their reaction speeds not lagging behind in the slightest. The sound of cracking ice resounded as the three young men retreated swiftly. Ugly expressions contorted their faces as they watched even the chi they had been controlling around themselves turn into particles of ice. "Your ranking system is a mess," Ryu commented. "Why fuse potential and combat prowess into one list? The list isn't supposed to take combat prowess into account at all, at least not initially," Icemine replied. "However, when someone breaks through and their potential is ranked, they're then allowed to be challenged by those who aren't satisfied. When you lose, you fall down a rank and someone else replaces you." Ryu chuckled. "So, let me guess, you probably debuted in the top 3 then lost more than 90 times? Icemine glared at Ryu. If he was going to pretend to be her man, shouldn't he do a better job of letting her have some face? "And I assume that these 3 are among the few you lost to, Icemine's glare only intensified. "I guess that means I should protect your honor? Aren't you having a little too much fun with this?" Icemine finally snapped. Ryu smiled. "It's been too long since I've come home." Ryu's aura surged, a grand grimoire appearing above his head. The temperature continued to plummet, ice crystals flowing like snakes in the heavy wind. It felt like a winter wonderland was descending as the falling snow became heavier. But there was nothing peaceful or beautiful about it to the 3 young men that faced Ryu. "I'm sorry to say, but unless your Tao pedestal realm heirs begin to appear, none of you stand a chance against me, least of all 3 who can't even step into the top 50. Ryu's voice boomed over the city once again, howling harsh winds growing in speed. Icemine rolled her eyes. "How could you possibly know that? You have no idea how strong our true geniuses are. Arrogant bastard." That was right. Ryu had no idea how strong they were. But not only did he snub his nose at those at his cultivation realm, even those an entire layer above him were being effectively ignored. However, the result seemed to side with him. Ryu didn't even activate his grimoire when the mere tempest of accumulating ice chi froze the 3 youths solid. Ryu turned his gaze toward the distance. The longer this went on, the more he wondered just when it would get interesting. Sure, becoming a throne was his goal, but before that, he didn't mind burying every so-called genius the martial god clan had. Still, at that moment, Ryu felt that a gaze was locked onto him. His vision pierced through the over 100-kilometer distance, through a broken window and landed on an old man with both his eyes closed. Ryu's lip curled. Chapter 556 Good. "What is it?" Icemine asked. Ryu's gaze seemed odd at the moment, and his smile definitely felt different. However, though Icemine could also see through hundreds of miles, there was too much in that direction for her to point out exactly what Ryu was looking at. "Nothing much, just that it seems that the older generation is starting to pay a little bit of attention." Icemine's gaze shook at these words. "Should we go down?" "No," Ryu said. "It isn't quite time yet for the old to come to take revenge for the young. That would take much more commotion than just this." Icemine was speechless. More? Even she wasn't this unruly. However, when she saw that Ryu actually planned to put what he said to action, she almost couldn't stop herself from reaching out to stop him. Ryu's hand grasped forward, snatching one of his great sword staffs out of the air. Even now, they were still being nurtured by the stifling cold chi in the surroundings, becoming more and more solid and powerful with each passing moment. Ryu raised his arm into the air, holding his blade with one hand and Icemine's waist in the other. Third perspective. In the blink of an eye, the entirety of the Heaven's Dew Branch was reflected in Ryu's mind. Tens of thousands of kilometers in every direction was painted into his psyche with the ease of a single stroke. He locked onto every aura of note with ease. And the most fear-inducing part? Not a single soul was even aware. "You will be the first." Ryu swung his blade down. The air whistled and whined, a large scythe of blue, crystalline energy jetting out as though it had a mind of its own. It tore a path through the skies, leaving nothing but frozen remains in its wake. Windows shattered. The ground turned into a frozen hell. Large, sweeping icicles grew off of the buildings, homes and towers, and yet, the great sword staff chi remained unhurried, undiminished, and unaffected. At that moment, A sudden surge of chi rose out of a building in the distance. It tore its way out from the roof, turning to face the scythe of blue headed its way with a ferocious momentum. Unfortunately, even after gathering up all the momentum they could, it was all useless. Another ice coffin was formed, falling from the ground with a heavy thud, a look of unwillingness and rage forever etched onto their face. Didn't you say that those who didn't come out personally weren't worthy of fighting you at all? Icemine really didn't know what to say about Ryu at this point. They were taking too long. Ryu replied simply, his blade rising high in the skies once again. That was the 81st ranked? Icemine couldn't even finish her words before Ryu's blade descended again. That's the 78th. The 74th. Roidai. Icemine shook her head. At this point, she just accepted that her life was finished. Even her father wouldn't be able to block her out from all this commotion. Plus, the trial for the throne wasn't even here. If Icemine had to be honest, she wasn't entirely sure where it was either. She just had a good guess. After all, you couldn't just hide away your throne trial. That would be yet another hit to your faith. What she did know, though, was that it most definitely wasn't here. Ryu hadn't even given her time to explain anything before he went on a rampage. Clearly, he was just using this as an excuse to vent some of his frustrations. Ryu's blade descended again. If you're going to do this, why waste time on Path Extinction Realm experts at all? You might as well target the Tao Pedestal Realm ones. I'm saving myself some time, Ryu replied. How is this? Ryu's blade descended again. It was like he was paving roads of ice. From above, it looked as though the city was being frozen beneath layer after layer. In fact, Ryu even felt like his ice flame might progress to the Monarch realm very soon. HM? Ryu's blade suddenly paused, his smile fading. Icemine, who was by his side, suddenly felt a shiver down her spine. As long as Ryu's smile remained, as long as he was still having fun, even if he went overboard, Icemine felt that he wouldn't go too far. However, if that smile faded, and he let the rage of what had happened in this place overwhelm the happiness he felt toward finally being back in the place he was born. At that moment, an arc of scarlet flame tore through the skies. The flames were so hot that the falling temperatures began to slowly rise once again, the snow that had been falling from the dense clouds above vanishing into puffs of vapor. The flames were such a harsh color of crimson that they almost seemed to be painted out of blood. The pair of wings they originated from sent a wall of heat forward every time they flapped, leaving even more devastation than Ryu's ice ever had. Ryu didn't even pay much attention to the person the wings were attached to. He couldn't take his eyes off of the flame themselves. He didn't even really register the fact that this winged individual was carrying another person with a hand to their shoulder. He was all too familiar with those flames. He had seen them countless times. If the Deep Eruption sect was among the weakest subordinates the Tatsuya clan had, then this clan was among the strongest. Not only were they among the strongest, they were almost among the closest, even allowed to frequent the Tatsuya palace with almost as much ease as a Tatsuya could. Maybe to call them subordinates was incorrect, as the power they held was no less great than the descendants of other ancient beasts. But the fact that one of their own here and was even freely cozying up with the other youths of the martial gods, wasn't the betrayal as clear as day? The Scarlet Sparrow clan. Good. A fiery light lit Ryu's gaze. I was just getting bored. Chapter 557 Squarely. The auras of two Tao pedestal realm existences pressed down. But Ryu's expression only grew colder and colder. As much as his cold chi seemed suppressed, Icemine, who was by his side, had lips that were quickly turning blue. If not for receiving some of Eska's help, her life might have been over already. The Scarlet clan was the descendant of the Scarlet Sparrow in the same way the Tatsuya clan was the descendant of the Fire Dragon. It was said that the Scarlet Sparrow would never be more than 2 palm lengths large even after maturity. Due to this, Ryu's Grandpa Qilin was always relentless in his teasing of the old monsters of this clan. He found them too difficult to take seriously. However, it was definitely only a monstrous descendant of the Lightning Qilin that could possibly make. The Scarlet clan, in ancient times, even before Ryu's era, used to control the Blood Shrine. Back then, even Ryu's grandpa wouldn't have dared to look down on them. The Scarlet Sparrow had high affinity in both fire and blood. Their flames were completely rooted in how hot they were. In this aspect, they most definitely surpassed the Fire Phoenix and even the Fire Dragon. The Fire Phoenix's flame wasn't hot at all. Its abilities were beyond that. As for Ryu's Fire Dragon Rage flames, heat wasn't their main ability either. Though it could feed on emotion to rival and even surpass Scarlet Flames in pure heat, this also wasn't its main ability. However, what the Scarlet Sparrow was most known for, and the reason it could be placed on the same level as dragons, Qilins, and phoenixes, was its blood affinity. The Scarlet Sparrow were masters of vitality. Even though their bodies were not as strong as other beasts, they were still far stronger than regular humans and body cultivators. At the same time, their stamina was practically endless and their ability to battle through injury was heaven-defying. At a certain level, a Scarlet Sparrow wouldn't die even if its head was chopped off, even if there was only a single drop of blood left in its body, even if its organs had all been incinerated to ash. Even with all of this said, the most fearsome ability of the Scarlet Sparrow hadn't been touched upon. When their flames and blood were raised as one, fusing into their ultimate talent, the blood flame, they gained the ability to bestow and rip away bloodlines. Blood essence was protected by the heavens. One couldn't just take as they pleased, they could only give. And, even in the case of receiving blood essence that was being willingly given away, a body might not be able to withstand the demand such a thing would take. In both cases, the Scarlet Sparrow defied the heavens. Not only could they take without permission, they could make the process of accepting it far easier as well. Could be said that the only drawback was that they couldn't take these bloodlines for themselves. This was the only limit the heavens placed on them. In Ryu's time, much like the Ice Phoenix clan had been having difficulty finding another to awaken their ice flame, the Scarlet clan couldn't find a successor to the Blood Flame. The trouble was that the Scarlet clan had been faced with this predicament for billions of years already by the time Ryu was born. The result? They lost the Blood Shrine and became known to be as inferior to the Phoenixes, although by every metric at their peak, they were equals. The Phoenixes controlled the quintessence of life, death, and reincarnation. The Scarlet Sparrow controlled bloodlines. The former seemed to be above the latter, until one realized that bloodlines could only be bestowed by the heavens and through unions between the powerful. The Scarlet clan, had they found their blood shrine once again? Ryu landed on a roof that had been beneath him. He looked toward the shivering ice mine, realizing that he had lost control of his rage a long time ago. If not for the sake of the fact he still needed her and couldn't let her die, he wouldn't have settled on this roof at all. "Stay here," he said plainly, the smile in his voice completely gone. Where are you going?" Icemine's teeth chattered. "To kill," Ryu replied. Icemine couldn't react before Ryu shot into the skies. "Ho ho, he's coming toward us, Auther. You lose. Did you really think he would be scared off by you? Your face isn't worth so much." The man being carried by the Scarlet clan member laughed, basking in his victory. Auther snorted as he glared toward Ryu, who was carving a path toward them, his speed picking up with every passing moment. "I didn't think he would be such a fool." Auther snorted again, this time even more forcefully, as though he was scared that it hadn't been picked up the first time. Tybalt, the young man being carried by his shoulder, continued to chuckle. Originally, Auther hadn't wanted to come at all. It was him that convinced the stubborn fellow to go. How could they miss out on such fun? It wasn't every day someone pranced around the skies like this. Plus, he would have gone alone, but wasn't it far more convenient to have someone that could fly accompany him? And now that Auther had lost the best, considering his temper, he would probably take out his frustration on Ryu. Like this, he wouldn't even have to fight and could just sit back and watch a good show. At that moment, though, Ryu suddenly accelerated. He pressed down on the air, causing it to crack apart beneath his might. In the blink of an eye, his speed had gone from meandering to being like a raging bullet, leaving exploding concentric circles of violent winds in his wake. In one breath, he was tens of miles away. In the next, he had appeared before the both of them, the sole of his foot meeting Auther's chest squarely. Chapter 558 Summoning. For a moment time seemed to freeze. Ryu's body hung in the air like a coiled spring, his arms spread out and bent as though he was a crane. His foot was firmly planted against Auther's chest, the depth of his eyes piercing through the short distance that separated their gazes. And then, time accelerated to its peak. Ryu's body uncoiling with an explosive power that shattered the sound barrier before his leg was even halfway through unfurling itself. Auther shot out like a laser cannon. The skies were split apart as though a god had reached down and drawn a line to divide the world into two. Space crackled and shook, a thin pillar of crimson following Auther's figure through the air, concentric circles of exploding wind following his wake. The battle between hot and cold chi becoming so prominent that it felt like the entire was about to collapse. Ryu's head turned toward Tybalt, who had seemingly managed to extricate himself from the collision. But even as the latter fell from the skies, he held his hands up innocently as though none of this had anything to do with him. The way his white gold eyes twinkled and his hair waved about in the wind gave him a warm sort of charisma that made everyone around him want to hang onto his every word. Everyone except for Ryu, that is. However, Ryu didn't spare him more than a single glance. At that moment, Auther had smashed through the ground and buildings, his flames licking about the city and causing pillars of flames to rise and fall in his wake. It was then that his roar shook the skies. Rage, humiliation, fury, all bubbled up from his core. His head tilted to the skies. A mighty shout shook the dense clouds above as they struggled to close after just being split in two. He didn't know who Ryu was, nor did he care. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to burn him to ash. A sword appeared in his hand. It was only 3 finger widths wide and about 1.3 meters long. It looked as though it couldn't have weighed any heavier than a feather, and yet it swallowed up the chi Auther poured into it as though it was a bottomless ocean. It shone a violent crimson color, the kind that made you think of rivers of blood, oceans of bone, and skies of corpses. The bloodthirst was palpable. Auther's hair turned a burning shade of red and his irises vanished, replaced by 2 orbs of pure radiant bloodlust. The ground cracked and shattered, splintering in all directions for tens of kilometers as Auther's knees bent. In one blink, he was still on the ground. In the next, he had rocketed back into the skies, his wings of fire unfurling to the point they spread out a kilometer to the left and right. Ryu responded in kind. Sparkling ice chi hovered around him like a raging torrent. It took no more than a single breath for wings of ice just as large to spread out from his back, countering the oppressive heat Auther bore down with in an instant. And then the two clashed. Ryu's great sword staff, Auther's sword. The sound was so blaring that it alone shattered all the windows in the surrounding several kilometers. But, once the wind pressure of their battle caught up, the devastation could hardly be put into words. It was like a tsunami of earth was rising with the two of them being none other than the epicenter. "I'm going to kill you." Auther's voice was like a clap of thunder, sending Ryu's hair fluttering backward. But all that did was reveal a face as cold as ice, a demeanor as unshaken as diamond, and a disposition as noble as even the shrine mountain in the distance. Still, Auther hadn't spoken for the sake of Ryu's response. He didn't care what the latter would say. All he wanted to see was blood. His sword retracted itself before snaking forward at an even greater speed. Ryu's gaze could follow its arc with ease. He could already tell that Auther was in the lower Tao pedestal realm on the verge of stepping into the middle. His attainments in the sword, likewise, were definitely not small, as were his attainments in the Tao of Fire. In addition, he had begun to use his spiritual foundation in earnest, so the chi he had access to was slowly surpassing immortal chi in quality. However, why should he care? White serpents dance. Winding stepped, Ryu's figure seemed to vanish out of the path of Auther's sword, his afterimage being sliced into two only for his true self to appear to the latter's side. His speed was so quick that it felt to those observing that he teleported. However, who didn't know that the space on the Martial Plane was far too sturdy to allow such a thing at the hands of anyone below the World Sea realm? Auther's wings flapped a single time, sending forward not only yet another wall of heat, but also moving him out of the way of Ryu's strike. He countered with an unmatched swiftness. If there was anything the palm-sized scarlet sparrows gained in exchange for size, it was speed. Auther didn't believe that anyone could outdo him in this aspect. Anyone who wanted to was asking for death. Ryu's crystalline blade just barely missed the tip of Auther's nose, only for the latter's sword to appear at his throat. A vicious light lit Auther's eyes. Reverse flow pierce. Ryu's pupils constricted. He felt as though all the blood in his body was flowing in reverse, his strength suddenly plummeting as he lost control of his own vital chi. Auther's timing bordered on perfection, his blood-red sword appearing just an inch from Ryu's throat in the blink of an eye. However, other than a slight change in his pupils, Ryu's gaze was filled with an undying indifference. Take form and conquer the world. Ryu's soft voice somehow filled the skies. Auther's pupils constricted. An immortal ring summoning. Chapter 559. Oh my. Every immortal ring had a special cadence to it. Much like how mental realm masters could use chanting to increase the strength of their visualizations, certain immortal rings could be summoned with greater speed in battle by reciting a mantra that suited them. This was why during his battle with Israel in the dream world Osiris, Ryu had heard him say, "Blossom forth." However, the trouble was that Ryu's mantra was far too overbearing. Even though common sense told Auther that this was all that it could be, he had an unwillingness to accept it. In fact, he was unwilling to accept it for more reasons than just this. Once one stepped into the Tao pedestal realm, immortal rings could no longer be summoned. Only very special techniques allowed for the continued use of immortal rings, but in most cases, the immortal rings would fuse with the body once one cleared the path extinction realm. The fact that Ryu was summoning his immortal rings meant that there was a very strong likelihood that he wasn't in the Tao pedestal realm. And this reality enraged Auther all the more. However, there was no changing the result. At that moment, everything within tens of kilometers of Ryu was suddenly blown away. 13 immortal rings, radiating a dense dark gold chi, took form. Their manifestation alone repelled Auther and his sword, sending them flying backward for several hundred meters before they could finally stabilize themselves. Ryu stood in the skies, chi rolling toward him from all directions. The temperature began to plummet at such fast speeds that the ground and buildings cracked and splintered, shrinking in on themselves too quickly. Ryu brandished his great sword staffs, his hair gaining a sparkling sheen of ice as his pair of crystalline blue wings exploded in size, from just 1 kilometer in both directions to 10. With a step forward, ice petals formed beneath Ryu's feet with hardly an attempt. He rose just a single great sword staff in the air. His momentum so frightening the repaired split in the clouds above suddenly became a cyclone of raging white, blue and black. Auther stabilized himself in the air, his gaze still painted over by a crimson. "The Scarlet Clan is still so weak," Ryu said plainly. Auther's eyes widened, his rage so palpable that veins danced across his forehead and forearms. It felt as though he might burst at any time. Small realm. The moment Auther felt the change around him, he realized how serious the situation was. He no longer dared to hold back, his own small realm forming in an instant as he held his sword before him. The dividing line between the Path Extinction realm and the Tao Pedestal realm was among the largest because it was precisely after crossing this divide that one would be able to transcend the use of heaven-grade techniques and step into the League of Mystical Grade ones. If this Ryu thought that he would just keel over, he was sorely mistaken. Auther's lips gave way to a fiendish grin. He had felt the weight and heft of Ryu's bloodline just a moment before. It was shocking that he actually found it so difficult to move the blood of someone barely at the beginning stages of the blood-tempering realm. But that made it all the better. When he drained this bastard dry and stripped him of his bloodlines, he would really like to see if he still had the face to be so arrogant. Blood manifestation. 9-pillar formation. Dash? Oh. Oh. At that moment, Auther's veins became a bleeding red. They wiggled beneath his skin like crimson snakes with minds of their own. It was then that 9 streams shot out from Auther's body, forming the 9 separate pillars. Each of them was 100 meters and almost a tenth of that thick. They surrounded the battlefield between Ryu and him completely, sealing them off from the outside world. For the first time, the atmosphere seemed to stabilize for everyone but Ryu. Ryu himself felt as though his blood was rolling and like his immortal rings were being starved of chi. tainted by a dense bloodlust that only seemed to be growing thicker and thicker. Ryu's arm was still raised into the air, but even his crystalline blue great swordstaffs were beginning to reflect more and more of a crimson hue, their translucent surface dancing with the color of blood and death. Veins continued to wiggle about Auther's body, his sword brandished before him and the glow in his eyes only becoming more sinister with every passing moment. Ryu suddenly shifted to the side, his body flickering out and back into existence as he dodged an imperceptible strand of chi. Auther's gaze narrowed, not only because Ryu had actually managed to dodge, but also because of the indifference painted on the latter's face. Not only had Ryu made no attempt to not become trapped by his technique, his arm was actually still raised in the sky as though nothing had happened. Auther activated his technique once again, trying to latch onto Ryu, but once again, the latter dodged. This time, there was a clear paling of Auther's face. Just because a Tao pedestal realm expert could use a mystical grade technique didn't mean it was easy to do so. Didn't you hear me the first time? Ryu said coldly. The Scarlet Clan is weak, has always been, will always be. At that moment, Ryu's immortal rings trembled. The call for chi was so fierce that the barrier Auther had formed almost instantly shattered. Shards of translucent, crimson glass fell from the skies even as Auther coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his heart threatening to beat out of his chest. White serpents dance. White world. Ryu's blade descended. The world seemed to lose all its color, washed with a white light that covered everything. It felt like everything had gone back to the beginning, left with nothing but a blank canvas to build it all back up again. Even without seeing the strike land, those spectating knew that Auther was finished. Ryu was, of course, of the same opinion. Or, rather, he would have been had it not been for his third perspective. At that moment, an old man with a hunched back, half-closed eyes, and a hand trying to rub out an ache in his spine was walking through the skies. His pace seemed so slow, even to the point he could pause and mumble to himself from time to time. And yet, he was completely unaffected by Auther's crimson barrier, Ryu's immortal rings, or even the soon-to-clash attack. It seemed like he had perfect timing, appearing before Ryu's swing by accident. Oh my, tsk, tisk. The old man reached out a wrinkled hand, shattering Ryu's white world with a single palm. Chapter 560 Old Overseer. Oof. The old man continued to rub his back. Youths these days are always so fiery. Just look at the state of the city now. Tsk. Ryu didn't say anything immediately. The fact the man was walking through the air without a pair of wings was enough to speak to his prowess. Though Ryu wasn't quite satisfied just yet, he wasn't a fool at the same time. He had no intention of going up against a World Sea Realm expert, even if they had a foot in the grave. At the same time, though, Ryu wasn't starstruck. How many of such experts had he seen in his lifetime? He had long since lost count. He had once interacted with them every day, and 4 of them were his very own grandparents. If there was anyone in this world that could treat World Sea Realm experts like cabbages by the side of the road, it was Ryu. You know, it's my duty to oversee things in this particular city. What am I supposed to do with all of this mess? Ryu once again didn't reply despite fully well having a proper answer. In the background, Auther continued to spit up mouthful after mouthful of blood, the backlash of his technique being shattered still not having died down quite yet. The truth was that this city had several self-repair formations in place. It would only take activating them for the city to rebuild itself. Any high-level city worth its salt would have such formations in place. This was why Ryu didn't particularly care about the damage he caused. The old man continued to sigh to himself before he looked toward Ryu. At that moment, though the old man looked amiable, Ryu felt the pressure of an entire wall fall down upon him. It didn't seem that the old man was trying very hard, but his gaze alone was worth its weight in years. Youths really are hot-blooded these days, Aya. What to do? Ryu met the old man's gaze, but something suddenly sparkled in the latter's eye. Without Ailsa around, Ryu knew there was always a chance that his heavenly pupils could be exposed at any time, but it was already too late to pretend to be blind at this point. or else he would have been pointing even more attention toward his eyes. However, Ryu wasn't as helpless as he had been in the past in this regard. As difficult as it was to deduce his true cultivation thanks to his chaos chi, so too was it more difficult to piece together just what kind of talents he carried with him. The old man might be able to tell there was something special about his eyes, but as long as he wasn't using his mysteries of heaven and earth techniques on the man himself, jumping to the conclusion that he had heavenly pupils would be a large leap. After a few moments, Ryu cupped his fists toward the old man and turned to walk away. Ho ho! The old man chuckled. He didn't seem like he was trying to stop Ryu at all. In fact, he didn't seem to be much other than amused. Where are you going now, lad? I know my limits. Ryu finally spoke for the first time. His meaning was obvious. He could defeat the younger generation with impunity, but if their elders wanted to interfere, there wasn't much he could do. Ryu descended onto the building he had left Icemine on. By now, the young woman was caught between wanting to glare at Ryu, being relieved that he was alive, and wanting to punch him. This shameless bastard. He came back over here to remind that elder that he's with me. Huh? Do I look like a shield to you? Icemine didn't dare to say this out loud, because she knew quite well that Ryu would be shameless and thick-faced enough to say yes. The old man chuckled at Ryu's response before his gaze shifted over to Icemine. And what about you, little girl? Are you trying to wash your hands clean of this too? You know, you'll be an adult very soon. Icemine practically choked on her air. Unlike Ryu, she wasn't nearly as used to speaking to World Sea experts. One would think that since both of her parents were such experts, that she would at least be as used to it as Ryu was. But this was far from the case. Icemine rarely, if ever, saw her parents. Her father did dote on her, but that was more so due to the competition he had with Zenevie's father over their mother. As far as Icemine's father was concerned, Icemine had to be protected because she was the representation of his connection with her mother, not because he intrinsically loved Icemine herself. The good news was that since Icemine was tied to his pride, he would never allow anything to happen to her. But it wasn't rooted in the same love Ryu experienced from his own parents and his grandparents. This was simply the way of the martial world. The greater your cultivation, the less of a chance there would be for you to spend so much time and effort on children and family who had yet to grow to your height. Maybe if one day Icemine became a queen, then her relationship with her father would grow beyond just this level. But for now it wasn't that deep. The same went for many others. Often, the act of an elder getting revenge for the junior was less about the love the former felt for the latter, and more about the face the former would be losing if they sat back and did nothing. This was the cruel reality of the world. So, when Icemine stood there facing the glance of a World Sea realm expert, she felt her body freeze over. That was until she felt Ryu's arm around her waist again. In that moment, what once was an insurmountable wall of pressure seemed to vanish. She didn't know how he did it, or how he could possibly make her feel safe beneath the gaze of such an expert. But she actually foolishly believed for a moment that even if this old man was a sky god, it wouldn't make a difference. Icemine shook her head at this ridiculous thought. Logic told her that even a cosmic seed realm expert could crush Ryu with a single finger, let alone the World Sea realm expert before them, and not even mentioning someone of the sky god realm. What a joke. Icemine snorted. What a show-off. After recovering, Icemine quickly cupped her fist. I apologize, Overseer. My partner was overly eager to test the combat prowess of our martial god clan after being specially recruited by the Silver Touch branch. His temper is as bad as mine is, so he didn't seem intent on waiting around and simply issued the challenge directly. We don't mind paying the Chi-Stone's charge it will take to rebuild the damaged structures. The old man's eyes twinkled again when he heard Icemine's composed answer. But he was even more curious about the contents. So, this young man has joined the Silver Touch branch? No, Overseer. He has yet to choose a branch to join. He only came here to spend some time with me and ended up being overly eager. Dash? Ooh. Icemine completely avoided the topic of Ryu wanting to become their throne. She felt that just this knowledge alone was a ticking time bomb, so she preferred to keep it a secret. At the very least, the elders from the Deep Eruption sect wouldn't dare to breathe a word about it. At the same time, this overseer seemed very interested in Ryu. She felt that this was a chance. An overseer was a World Sea Realm expert that oversaw a pocket of space on the Martial Plane. It could be said that this city was just one of the many hundreds to thousands of settlements the martial gods had on this plane. Unsurprisingly, then, an overseer held a lot of authority and power. Likewise, for an overseer to step out personally to deal with such a small issue was unheard of. Ultimately, the scuffle between the younger generation was exactly that, a small issue. So, the logical conclusion was that this overseer wanted something, and it was bad enough that he didn't allow any number of his subordinates to step in for him. Of course, this particular overseer was a bit eccentric, so it was difficult to tell what he was thinking. After all, how could you not be eccentric if you were eating on the same floor as a couple of Path Extinction Realm brats? That was right. This was the very same man Ryu had noticed through the broken window just moments ago. Fascinating. Fascinating indeed. Good then, young man. What do you say about completing a couple spars for me? Icemine's brow twitched. What was that supposed to mean exactly? Chapter 561 by proxy. Spars? Ryu's gaze narrowed. Although Icemine was confused, Ryu himself was quite used to dealing with old monsters like this. The word games they played, the way they skirted out of responsibility, and the method by which the bent and twisted others to their will. It was all just like what he remembered. World Sea Realm experts had lived too many years of life. At their stage of cultivation, they were exceptionally sensitive to matters like karmic ties and faith. As a result, they were even more careful with their words and their sentence structure. Everything they said held a trap. All the words, phrases, and sentences they weaved together hid themselves within layers. Usually, these layers were difficult for those beneath the World Sea Realm to pull apart and reach the root of. But who was Ryu Tatsuya? Exactly? The Overseer's use of spar told Ryu a lot of things. Firstly, the Overseer wanted Ryu to fight for him for some purpose. Secondly, the event he wanted Ryu to participate in likely wasn't a matter of life or death. And thirdly, and most important of all, he wanted to ensure that Ryu knew that since this was something as low stakes as a spar, he shouldn't expect to receive any sort of reward for it. To make matters more shameless, he was also simultaneously telling Ryu that he didn't have much of a choice in the matter. He, as an oh-so-magnanimous overseer, was actually willing to let all of this go in exchange for such a small favor. If anything, Ryu should be on his knees thanking the heavens for him being so big-hearted and kind. Dash? Oh. It only took Ryu a moment to understand all of this. It could be said that he was quite versed in the language of World Sea Realm experts. So, rather than explaining directly, Ryu feigned ignorance. I wouldn't dare, esteemed overseer, Ryu said humbly. The gap between our strengths and experience is far too large. What I can do is repair the city in your stead, so that you won't have to worry about any of it. Ryu's spiritual sea surged. Ancestor Morvers. Formation I visualization manifesting. Ryu didn't wait for the overseer to respond and instead immediately sent the formation eye into the sky. The auto-repair formation that covered the city was of the ancestral grade. Even with Ryu's soul having gained a great amount of talent, maybe even more than the rest of his body, this was still far beyond him to construct. He couldn't make nearly enough formation eyes. But this didn't matter. After all, the formation was already completed. All Ryu needed to do was activate it and provide it with the power it needed. Both of these things only required a single formation eye to accomplish and were as easy as breathing for Ryu. The Overseer could only speechlessly watch as the energies of the world converged, pulling in chi from all sides and rapidly healing the fractured and broken city. Completed formations were invisible to the naked eye, making them difficult to deal with for normal individuals. But Ryu had never had a problem with this. In fact, even if he didn't want to see a formation, it was as plain as day to him just by the swirling colors of his ephemeral tapestry. The Overseer wanted to stop Ryu, but it was already too late. In just a few moments, a city that had been ravaged by battle was as good as new, leaving the Overseer at a loss for words. Icemine especially wondered how all of this had happened. Now that she thought about it, Ryu was in fact known for his heavenly pupils and was quite good at working with formations. But the issue was, how had he done it without even using chi stones? The truth was that this formation was always meant to function without chi stones. High-grade formations, much like cultivators, could use atmospheric chi. The rulers of the city probably just hid this little rule so that they could claim more taxes from the people who lived here in the form of more chi stones. But now all of this left the overseer at a loss. Had he met someone more shameless than himself? He didn't understand how his words could be misunderstood as an ask for a spar. Why would he want to spar with a brat like Ryu? He could blast him apart with a single fart. Wasn't all of this too ridiculous? But how could he expect that someone who couldn't even use cosmic chi could activate an ancestral grade formation? Worst of all, now that the city was repaired, much of what he had to coerce Ryu with had suddenly vanished. Could he still get away with making Ryu work for free? Logically, he felt like the answer was yes. After all, Ryu had still broken the no-fly rule. If he was shameless enough, he could definitely force Ryu into a corner with this. But something about the look in Ryu's, I told him that it wasn't a coincidence he managed to slide by his first word trap completely unharmed. And something more told him that if he had done it once, he could most definitely do it again. Who the hell was this brat? At that moment, Auther, who had still been coughing up voluminous mouthfuls of blood, finally landed. His body beaten and broken. From the moment Ryu landed that foot on his chest to the end of the battle, he hadn't been able to gain a single upper hand. It was frustrating to the point he wanted to raise his head up high and roar in rage. But his body was too weak to allow him to do such a thing. Hearing the sudden cough, the overseer's eyes lit up. He looked toward Ryu again, a sly grin growing. I might not be able to get you directly, but I can definitely get you by proxy. Do you know your crime? The overseer's voice boomed, but rather than being in Ryu's direction, it was aimed toward the pitiful Auther. Just when the Scarlet Clan member had just managed to settle to his hands and knees, he collapsed again under the pressure of the overseer. Ryu's lip couldn't help but twitch. This damned old fox. Chapter 562 Crazy? Auther coughed more and more violently. He struggled to look up, but unlike Ryu, he was completely unable to withstand the aura of a World Sea Realm expert. To make matters worse, he was injured from the backlash of his own technique, one of the worst injuries one could ever face. Things were only made more horrible by the fact the technique he had used was faintly beyond his means of activating completely. Flying in the skies, fighting an unsanctioned battle outside of a designated area, causing damage to the property of the Heaven's Dew Branch. I will ask you once again, do you know your crimes? Tybalt, who was a ways away from all the action despite knowing well that he had instigated all of these matters to happen, narrowed his gaze. After Auther had dropped him, he had moved to a nice and high location to view the battle. The entire time, he couldn't help but be shocked by Ryu's combat prowess, and he was even more shocked by Ryu's immortal rings. Even now, Ryu's immortal rings hung in the skies, trembling the space that hung around them. Clearly, even though Ryu was aware that he was no match for a World Sea Realm expert, that didn't mean he would keel over and allow anything that would happen to happen. As a result, he hadn't allowed his immortal rings to fade just yet. Tybalt couldn't help but replay the mantra Ryu used to summon them in his head again and again. Every time he repeated them in his mind, he felt his soul tremble uncontrollably, and every time became more difficult than the last. Take form and conquer the world. Just who was this Ryutor? Where the hell did he come from? Tybalt shook his head. It seems that the overseer has set his sights on this Ryu for the banquet. I know a few elder brothers who will be unhappy about this, but if he's willing to use Auther to get to Ryu, that means that the old man doesn't care about the consequences. Let me stay as far away from this as possible. Ryu could only watch speechlessly as the overseer berated and lambasted Auther, who couldn't even stand on his own 2 feet. As much as Ryu currently hated the Scarlet Clan, he almost felt a little bad for the guy. After all, Auther was far too young to have partaken in the betrayal of almost 1 billion years ago. And it could also be argued that it wasn't his fault that he was embroiled in this battle to begin with. Not that Ryu would show him any mercy because of these things. What is happening right now? Icemine looked toward the overseer who currently had his back to them. He continued to go at Auther until spittle flew from his mouth. One would think that he was a normal old man at this point. If a World Sea Realm expert was truly angry enough to make such a scene, he would have long since waved a hand and wiped the city from existence. This was clearly nothing more than a show. Youths these days really don't respect the work of the old. You need discipline, structure. You and all those involved need a sense of duty, or else you'll continue down the wrong path time and time again. I can't sit idly by and allow you all to waste all the talent and potential you have. You and all those responsible for this carnage will participate in the coming banquet. And no, you don't have the right to refuse. That goes for all of you. Humph. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and strolled away through the skies. From the start of his rampage against Auther to the end, he hadn't spared Ryu another glance. In fact, Ryu couldn't even see his face. But somehow Ryu could tell that that old bastard was probably grinning from ear to ear. It was no wonder he didn't dare to look back. He was afraid he'd burst into a fit of laughter. Ryu opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he sighed and shook his head. It seems that he had gotten a bit rusty after all these years. He actually let such a shameless ploy play out like this before him. In the end, Ryu shrugged, finally speaking to answer Icemine's question. This is just what happens when you have enough talent, Ryu said. The fingers of the old man twitched in plain sight of Ryu's gaze, but he continued to walk away with a steady pace as though nothing had happened. After a while, Ryu decided that this wasn't the worst thing that could have happened. He had managed to get out of this without putting his life on the line. And though he hadn't achieved his ultimate goal of becoming a throne, he had stepped one measure closer. Although Ryu didn't feel the need to hide the fact he wanted to become a throne, being too forceful with his wants was also suspicious. This was a perfect middle ground that allowed him to play the part of arrogant, reckless playboy to perfection. And the best news? The name of Ryu Tor would begin to slowly spread. When is this banquet? Ryu asked Icemine. I think he's speaking about the ceremony for Princess Icemine and Prince Galcos. Such ceremonies always have an exchange of moves between the members of the younger generation. In martial god culture, this is even more important, and there will be many valuable treasures to be gained for both the youths and the overseers that represent them. So, its date is a few months away. Ryu nodded. I see. A few months, huh? What can I accomplish in that time? Ryu was speaking to himself, so Icemine didn't answer. To someone else at this cultivation level, a few months was nothing. But to Ryu, who was only 21 years of age and had only been cultivating since he was 14, it was worth far more than that. Is there any way for me to gain enough merits to exchange for a mystical grade spiritual herb in that time? Icemine's lip twitched. Are you insane? Ryu expected as much. But he still wanted to try. If he didn't have Elsa by his side for this banquet, it would feel as though his hands were being tied behind his back. He didn't like that. Oh wait, now that you mention it, there's this Ice Devil Legacy world opening up tomorrow. I can't enter because my cultivation is too high. But you! Chapter 563. She knew. This Ice Devil Legacy world again. This was what Ryu thought when Icemine mentioned it. It seemed like everywhere he had gone, he had heard about it. So, it was finally opening up tomorrow? But wait, wasn't that supposed to still be a long ways away? Ryu's eyes narrowed, his pupils dilating as he looked into the skies. Someone else would only see an expanse of white clouds fluttering with dense packets of falling snow. But Ryu saw the depth of space with a single glance. After observing the changed position of the stars, Ryu frowned. I see. So time moved forward so much faster in the outside world while I was in that replica netherworld. Or is it that I was directly transported into the future instead? No, it's likely the first, or else Icemine wouldn't have complained like that. Or maybe a combination of the two. With how many youths came from different eras that had participated, who was Ryu to say that he wasn't one of them? He just happened to be lucky in the fact that he wasn't displaced trillions of years like they were. One had to remember that the cap for the Ice Devil Legacy World was the Immortal Ring Realm. Back then, the Apostles had started tournaments on the pedestal plane to find talents. The winners of those tournaments would then be trained over several hundred years so that they would be primed and ready to help the geniuses of the Blossom and Shrine Plane to enter the Legacy World. Now that Ryu really thought about it, this was a lot of investment into a Legacy World that would only be making an appearance on the mere Blossom Plane. In fact, it was a lot of investment even if the Legacy World appeared on the Shrine Plane. Why? Because this Ice Devil was a completely unknown existence. Ryu couldn't understand why the martial gods had invested centuries of planning, effort and resources into an unknown expert. "Do you know who this Ice Devil is?" Ryu asked. Ice Mine looked up toward him before shaking her head. "I have no idea. I'm not even sure my parents know either. I always thought that it was because no one knew that we invested so much into it. Who wouldn't want to unearth such a mystery? In fact, had I known that I would have been stuck in the replica netherworld for so long, I would have suppressed my cultivation at the Immortal Ring Realm to enter too." When she finished her words, Ice Mine looked up and glared at Ryu. That was right. She had only been meant to step in for a moment to explain things before leaving. But she ended up spending weeks getting fucked both mentally and literally by Ryu. It was more annoying the more she thought about it. Ryu pretended not to notice her glare at all. He was still thinking about whether it was worth it or not. Was this what he should spend his time on? On the one hand, for a legacy world the martial gods had put so much effort into now to be finally opening, this was likely the best chance to gain merits. They were especially invested, so the rewards would be great for anyone who could learn of its secrets. This much was true. However, entering that legacy world was as good as broadcasting that he was in the Immortal Ring Realm. It was one thing for a Path Extinction Realm expert to jump a single cultivation level, but two, that was completely unheard of. If the martial god higher-ups heard about such a thing, who knew what would happen? Being talented was a good thing. Being too talented was a sin. This was the way of the world. As reckless as Ryu always was, he was no fool. He only took calculated risks he had a chance to grow and improve from. He wouldn't throw himself into certain death situations just for the heck of it. However, it was at that exact moment that something Ryu would have never expected to happen occurred. Ryu's heart trembled violently. It felt as though his mind became as light as air for an instant, like he might pass out at any moment. His vision blurred, his eyes flashed, and even a clap of thunder rang through the skies as the white clouds grayed and eventually blackened. It didn't take long for Ryu to regain his calm, his breathing steadying and fists clenching. Intuition. It had activated for the second time in this lifetime. It was telling him to go. On the Blossom Plane, the upswell was only growing livelier. An event that these geniuses had been preparing for centuries was finally about to begin. Not many knew why the martial gods were so invested in a legacy world only those at and below the Immortal Ring Realm could enter. But, quite frankly, it didn't matter to many of the youths who had come from the pedestal plane and many who had been born on the Blossom Plane. To them, this was an opportunity to change their lives. They had been given a chance, and this was finally where they would reap the benefits. In one particular location, though, a young lady that wasn't familiar to Ryu even though she should be, was among those who were the busiest. She was Meralda, a woman Ryu should be endlessly grateful toward. This beautiful young lady had been the overseer of Ryu's herbology exam all those years ago. Thanks to her help, Ryu was able to hide the fact he had contracted Ailsa from the eyes of the martial gods for the most part. Though he had to deal with Fedroha afterward, it was because of Meralda that he had the benefit of the doubt and wasn't pursued with more fervor. If not for her, Ryu might have already been turned into a puppet for the martial gods to make use of Ailsa. Of course, the martial gods also had no idea that the fairy they wanted to take control of was actually Galco's fiancée, or else their approach would have been much different, indeed. But this was only the tip of the iceberg. That day, Meralda had heard Ryu say his name. She knew that he was the successor to the Tatsuya clan. Chapter 564 Gold Leaf City. Of course, back then, Meralda hadn't believed that Ryu was a true blood member of the Tatsuya clan. Even now, she still didn't. Rather, She thought him to be a lucky young man who ran into one of the Tatsuya clan's legacies. For a powerful clan like the Tatsuyas, it was impossible that they wouldn't have countermeasures left behind to let their name be remembered, and maybe even allow them to recover some time in the future. The best way to do this was to choose talented youths who could take up the Tatsuya name in their absence. Meralda believed that Ryu was one of them. After so many years, Meralda still had no idea why she had protected Ryu all those years ago. Maybe she felt bad for him. Maybe it was because he was a little handsome. Or maybe it was because he was so talented in the field she loved the most, herbology. Whatever the reason was, Meralda, despite her standing as the heiress of the Dugo clan, had taken a lot of heat for her decision back then. Even centuries later, she was still paying for it and clans were still suppressing her Dugo family using her folly as an excuse. Of course, they still couldn't prove anything. But, with the shamelessness of these old fogies, they only needed a small reason to gang up together and cause problems for her. If it wasn't because her grandmother was used to being just as unreasonable, who knew how many more troubles she would have had in this time. As luck would have it, Meralda was tasked with handling much of the miscellaneous matters of this coming Legacy World entry, something that was definitely far beneath her status as an heiress. But, without a choice, she could only accept. The other 7 clans were all too eager to take small bites out of her Dugo clan's prestige in this fashion. The location was a grand city at the center of the Blossom Plain. Whether by fate, luck, or coincidence, the Ice Devil Legacy World was also precisely located at the center of it all. Of course, when it came to matters of the center of a plane in the Shrine World, with the exception of the mortal planes, the only true center was Shrine Mountain. The city was thus built as the base of a towering mountain which was both impossibly wide and tall to the point of piercing through the veil of the skies, reaching to the plane that called the space far above them home. The densest energy of the plane radiated out from the mountain, cascading down upon the city of gold with a splendor surpassing even it. Unsurprisingly, the city was indeed named Gold Leaf City. It had tall tan walls decorated with golden leaves and 5 inner walls that were easily viewable even from the base of the outer wall. The city itself was constructed like a tower or a looming mountain. Each one of its subsequent inner walls was placed at a higher elevation than the last, giving the illusion of a continuous, monstrous wall that rose into the skies, only overshadowed by Shrine Mountain itself. The gates of Gold Leaf City were a thick, heavy rose gold. It was etched with scenes of a mythical heavenly realm, frequented by fairies, angels, and halos of holy light. The roads that led to them were wide, and carved of beautiful polished white stone. Every one was set with purpose and care in mind, giving the air a light, delicate feel to it that made one feel as though they could get lost in the ambience of it all. This city and everything around it was truly of unmatched beauty and majesty, touching upon realms most never would. Of course, if Ryu had been there right that moment, he would know why. This city was modeled after and even seemed to use the base of a subordinate sect of the Holy Wing clan. If there was anything those shameless old women cared about, it was beauty and appearances. Oh, and their undying hatred of men. It was quite ironic, almost as though Ryu and Meralda were connected by fate. The very reason Ryu chose to take his own life and managed to trigger intuition in his first life was due to this very city birthing far too many holy saintesses. And yet, the person who had saved him all those years ago, at no knowledge to himself, was one of these very saintesses. At that moment, the rose gold gates were opened wide, revealing the grandeur of the city. Meralda stood at the entrance, her demeanor calm and unhurried. She didn't seem to realize that this was a knock to her status at all. In fact, there was a light smile playing her features. Even now, Meralda wore the same pair of glasses and had her hair up in a messy bun. She didn't seem to pay too much attention to her appearance, yet she radiated a holy aura that felt unmatched. Without even trying, her beauty stood out even amidst a crowd of expert cultivators, her demeanor causing the heart to flutter. Her hair was a translucent violet color that would remind Ryu of Elena's diamond pink hair. They radiated a similar shimmering light, looking like gems strung out into long, delicate strings. Her eyes shared the same color. Even hidden behind her glasses, they caught the attention of all those who passed by, sparkling with kindness and an adorable innocence. There was just a single group of people she had left to welcome to the city, but they certainly taking their sweet time. They had been meant to be here hours ago, but time seemed to be a loose construct to them. Of course, a few hours weren't much to cultivators, so Meralda could only wait quietly, smiling and nodding to the passers-by. Ah, they're finally here. At that moment a platform formed in the distance. One after another, the people upon it slowly turned from illusory to corporeal. Ryu had no idea at this moment that a person he would never expect to see was among this group of people.
Chapter 565 Daze, Bonus Chapter.
Meralda? What are you doing here? An amiable older woman blinked in surprise when she saw Meralda standing at the gates. Of all the people she expected to be here, she was most definitely the last.
Ah, oun tieduno.
Meralda politely came forward. How could I not come to greet you all? It's my pleasure. Auntie Duna seemed to be a woman in her 60s. However, the delicate features that must have made her a beauty in her youth had definitely not faded quite yet. In fact, there were certainly no small number of young men who wouldn't mind spending a night with her at all. She wore a translucent veil, but the embroidered lace couldn't hide the beauty of her face. The only thing that was a bit off-putting about her was the fact she seemed to be dressed for a funeral. Not just her, actually. Everyone following her seemed to be the same. Auntie Duna shook her head. I'll be giving those old fogies a piece of my mind for letting a fragile little girl stand out here all alone. Don't worry, Auntie will fight for you. Meralda giggled lightly, her silver bell-like laughter causing the eyes of the young men who followed behind Auntie Duna to glow. However, they knew their place. Meralda's cultivation was far beyond their own. Even if they were confident in their futures, they knew enough about the martial world to know that nothing was guaranteed. The young and old held their hands together. One would think that they were a pair of teenage girls exchanging some gossip about the boys they liked. Auntie Duna had known Meralda ever since she was a child. Of course, this was because she and Meralda's grandmother were both dear friends and rivals as well. It could even be said that Auntie Duna treated Meralda like her own granddaughter despite the fact the little girl insisted on calling an old lady like herself Auntie. Ah, oh right, Meralda, come. I want to introduce you to a little girl. You two would be great sisters. Little Nunu, come here. Amidst the group, a young woman with delicately sculpted features was surprised by the call of her name. Something about her felt ethereal, as though she was both within arm's reach and yet a world away at the same time. Her features were hidden behind a far thicker veil than Auntie Duna, and yet just the gentle slope of her brows and the twinkling of her irises captured one's imagination, making it difficult to not want to pull it away and see just what was hidden beneath. Her eyes seemed to shift in color depending on the way the sun hit it, adding to her mystery. The way her cheeks blushed in a clear shyness brought her back down to earth. Though, the result was her being an untouchable beauty in one instant, and an innocent lamb others would lay their life down to protect in the next. Her hair was a beautiful jet black, falling with a healthy sheen to the small of her back. Her figure was wrapped in a black dress, clinging lightly to her curves. However, it was exactly because of this that where her hair began and ended was so difficult to spot. That and the fact sometimes her hair appeared to be material, and at other times, it wafted about like gentle, harmless black fog, only adding to her mystery. Everything about this young woman sent one's mind into a tailspin. It was too difficult to tell how you should feel laying eyes on her. It even felt like time stopped for a moment, and that was despite the fact Meralda was pretty sure she didn't like women that way. Luckily, it was Auntie Duna grabbing this young woman's hand to bring her toward Meralda that snapped the latter out of her stupor.
Oun tieduno gigad.
This little one is quite the beauty, right? I'm surprised I managed to find such a gem on the mortal plane. Meralda blinked. The mortal plane? Yes, I was surprised too. Her name is Yana. Introduce yourself, little Nunu. Ah, yes. Hello. My name is Yana. Yana lowered her head, not daring to meet Meralda's gaze. I'm always trying to get this little one to feel more confident. She is the greatest genius I have ever met. Before I took her in, she couldn't even cultivate out of the awakening realm, but she was just missing the proper technique. Ah, I said too much. This little one has a special physique that shouldn't be spoken about in public like this. I will talk to you and your grandmother about it over some tea. How about we go inside? Meralda blinked. Her Auntie Duna rarely got so excited. Clearly, this little girl was not normal. Now that she thought about it, wasn't that Ryu Tatsuya? From the mortal plane too? Was fate trying to reverse itself again? Meralda sighed. She knew well that this shrine world wouldn't allow itself to fall into another's hands so easily. It seemed that it wasn't ready to lay down just yet. Meralda shook her head, pushing these matters to the back of her mind. Yes, of course. I will definitely have some tea with Auntie. I will be right there after settling some things. We still have until tomorrow morning. Meralda replied with a sweet smile. Good, good.
Auntie Duna smiled brightly.
Auntie Duna led the youths that followed her into the city. Not long after, they had disappeared into the distance. Meralda took a deep breath. Well, that should be it. I guess I should close the gates now. Just when Meralda was about to take action, the teleportation station in the distance flashed once again. But this time it wasn't connecting to an outside world. The shrine plane? They should all be here already. At that moment, a young man with looks that took Meralda's breath away appeared. He towered over Meralda, his pristine white hair fluttering in the wind. Just his scent alone made Meralda feel as though she was being intoxicated as she fell into an even deeper daze than she had before. I'm not late, right?
Hello, I'm Ryu Tur.
I have a participation plaque given to me by Apostle Fedroha. Is it still valid? Ryu presented the plaque he had received from Fedroha after the core region tournament all those years ago. He smiled lightly, his usual cold demeanor seemingly receding slowly as time passed. But this just left Meralda all the more speechless. In her daze, it took her several moments before she even thought of replying. But when she was about to, her eyes widened. She finally recognized Ryu. It was actually him. Chapter 566 Playboy. Ryu blinked. His senses were far too sharp to not notice the emotion in Meralda's eyes. The first part was one he was used to, but the second, that was? Recognition? Where would this woman have recognized him from? Even though the origin flame was becoming less useful, something like remembering a face was as easy as child's play for it so long as no odd sensory obstruction techniques were used. Beyond that, even without the origin flame, the memory of an immortal wasn't fallible enough to forget a face so easily. After a moment of curiosity, Ryu's gaze flashed and a hint of surprise was hidden in the depths of his heart. As expected, there was a line of fate connecting himself and this woman before him. And the line was quite thick at that. Far too thick for it to have just been the result of a single meeting. Unless, that single meeting was a very important turning point in one of their lives. However, Ryu had no idea who this woman was. There were only two possible explanations. The first was that he really had experienced that year of life he lost. In that case, he likely met that woman more than once during that year and they had a small relationship. The second possibility was that she had observed him without his knowledge at some point. And, during that time, she had either saved his life or had tried to take it from him. Considering the fact the line of fate between them was an almost absolutely pure white, it was safe to say that their relationship was positive. So, if it was the second, it meant that she had saved his life at some point. When could that be? Ryu had put his life on the line so many times even he, himself, had lost count. It was impossible to tell when his life could have been saved by someone else. That said, there were some clues. Firstly, Meralda was in the Tao pedestal realm. Clearly, she was a genius, almost too much so compared to the others of the Blossom Plane considering back in Ryu's time. The highest level of cultivation one could find here was just a single realm above this. And those were the ancestors of their clans who spent much of the time in deep seclusion. However, this cultivation wasn't nearly enough to hide from Ailsa, who had a soul and spiritual sense comparable to a cosmic seed realm expert. This likely meant that this either happened before he met Ailsa, or after Ailsa fell into a coma should the second option be true. Ryu shook his head. To think that I'd have such an ambiguous relationship with a holy saintess. The heavens really like to play tricks on us mere mortals. Do we know each other? Ryu probed. Ah, Meralda didn't know how to respond. But this told Ryu something else. She's nervous. She doesn't want others to know how we might be related. Why is that, exactly? Did she help me even though it might anger others? Or, Ryu thought of another possibility, but that one gave him a headache. He would prefer it not to be the case. Though thankfully it was unlikely to be true. There was always the possibility that his ambiguous relationship was deeper than just that. In that case, this young lady would probably be worried about him appearing here because his life would be in danger. A holy saintess having relations with a mere immortal ring expert? It was grounds for trouble indeed. Luckily, as Ryu thought, this was unlikely to be true. If it was, he wouldn't have been pent up to the point of needing Eska for such things if such a thing really happened in his lost year. Ryu shook his head. He wouldn't be so loose, right? Never mind, maybe it was best if he didn't answer that question at all. Ryu waited patiently for Meralda to finally settle herself. No, I don't know you. It's nothing, you just reminded me of someone else. Yes, your identification plaque is still valid. Please feel free to display it at any one of the outer cities' inns to find accommodation. Ryu nodded and pretended like he accepted Meralda's reasoning. Since she didn't want to tell him, there was no reason to press her to do so. He didn't know enough about the situation, so he might be putting her in a tough spot by pressing for an answer. Since she had helped him, or they at least had a good relationship, there was no need to make her life difficult. I see. Farewell. Ryu walked by Meralda before he suddenly paused. Right? There should be a young woman by the name of Melody here, right? Do you know where she is? Meralda blinked. She had been mid-sigh of relief when Ryu suddenly spoke to her again, so she ended up coughing on air a bit. She couldn't help but kick herself. Since when had she been this flustered by anything? As much as it seemed like it was because of Ryu himself, the truth was that was only a small part of it. Ryu's appearance could lead to all sorts of trouble for her Dugo clan, especially if his fairy is ever revealed. The main issue was the Fedroha, the apostle tasked with chasing after him, was also here. On top of that, the city had become a central hub for all sorts of experts, all of whom wanted to see everything go as smoothly as possible. To them, Ryu was like a wrench in all of their plans. This wasn't because they already knew that Ryu would cause trouble. In fact, Ryu himself had no intention of disrupting anything. He was only here because his intuition insisted. Since he would only have 3 such opportunities in a lifetime, how could he possibly ignore one? The trouble stemmed from the fact Ryu was supposed to have been part of the training program all the other pedestal plane geniuses had been going through over the past several hundred years. Yet, not only had he not participated, he was suddenly showing up at the final moment. How could that not raise many questions? And there was something else that Melody couldn't put her finger on. Melody? I'm not sure. But there are only 3 inns that most of the participants would have gone to. In all likelihood, she is within one of them. Ryu nodded. What about an individual called Serial? Meralda's lip couldn't help but twitch. How many women was this young man going to ask her about? What a playboy. In truth, Meralda's opinion of Ryu couldn't help but take several steps down. Something that ironically helped her to reach her usual state of calm once again. Ryu, of course, noticed this and could guess why. But he couldn't very well do much about it, right? I think I did hear about a Serial, yes. Meralda was partially surprised with herself for actually having an answer. She should be. Meralda explained with great detail where Serial would be. That girl should have come with some Silver Touch branch members along with their new recruits, and she happened to hear her name spoken among them. Thank you. Ryu didn't stay for much longer and simply walked away. The truth was that he could just use his third perspective to reflect the entire city in his mind. But it was quite taxing for a city as large as Golden Leaf City. In such an environment, he had to try to remain in top condition for as long as possible. The Blossom Plane didn't have the same spatial pocket restrictions the Shrine Plane had, so their cities were absolutely enormous. Even thousands of kilometers wasn't enough to paint the picture. The only reason it looked reasonably sized was because it might as well have been an ant before Shrine Mountain. Meralda watched Ryu walk away, and it was only after he truly disappeared that she finally sighed in relief. At that moment, she finally realized why it was that she was so uncomfortable. It wasn't because of what was at stake, it wasn't because he was handsome, but it was because her bloodline was actually being suppressed. Who is he, really? Ryu walked through the city. Though his expression didn't give much away, he felt waves of nostalgia. This city was different from the last time he had visited it, but not different enough that he was at a loss to recognize it. The last time he had come here had been with Elena. It was among the last times she had actually completed her duties as a genius of the Holy Wing clan. Of course, this was before she chose to sever all ties with them and marry into the Tatsuya clan. Ryu couldn't help but feel that he was far too stubborn in the past. He couldn't blame Elena for feeling like she felt now. One might say that Elena should have been aware that this would happen. After all, at some point, since Ryu was immortal, she would outlive him. By then, let alone 900 million years, she would have to spend billions, maybe trillions alone. But Ryu didn't feel like these were the same things. However much anger Elena had in her heart was as much as he was fully prepared to withstand. In this life, the last, and any others, she could only be with him. By the time Ryu made it to where Serial should have been, the sun was already fallen and the moon was high in the skies. His pace had been completely unhurried from start to finish. Despite the fact he could have crossed the distance in just a few moments, he took several hours. However, before he could open the doors, they blasted open just as his hand was reaching out.
Chapter 567 A låt till.
Ryu's gaze flashed, the forward motion of his hand becoming a swift downward slap. There was no hesitation in his actions, no pause, and it almost seemed as though this was what he had planned to do from the very beginning. In one moment, an incisive knife that hid within the darkness was blazing a trail toward him. In the next, it had been pierced into the ground at Ryu's feet down to the hilt. It wasn't until a moment of silence that the air suddenly exploded apart, a cacophonic boom spreading throughout the region. Ryu's robes fluttered beneath the impact, but he remained unmoved. His gaze looked up from the dagger in the ground through the now open doors of the inn. Within, he caught sight of a young man sitting at a table. Though he was expressionless, eating as though these matters had nothing to do with him, Ryu's eyes couldn't be fooled in the slightest. Maybe it was because he was so distracted by his thoughts, or maybe it was because this young man was that good at hiding his aura and intentions, but Ryu almost hadn't reacted in time. Of course, had the dagger landed, it would have rebounded off his skin as though it had collided with a steel wall. The current Ryu had already stepped into the blood-tempering realm. Whether it was his bodily strength or defenses, they were all elite even without him activating his spirit bodies. However, that attack would have likely blasted apart his clothing and left him in a sorry-looking state. Though he had formed his current robes with his master's visualization technique, making them far more durable than normal clothing, he hadn't invested a lot of spiritual chi into them. As a result, they weren't as sturdy as they needed to be for Ryu to take part in a high-profile battle. What was truly odd about this was that Ryu didn't recognize the young man at all. Usually Ryu wouldn't care about this. For attacking him with such ill intent, he likely would have taken this young man's head off already. He couldn't be bothered to wait for an explanation or anything of the sort. However, in his current mood, he was still in a partial daze. He had just spent the last several hours strolling around aimlessly and lost in his own thoughts. To suddenly be thrust into such an odd situation didn't just catch him a little off guard. At that moment, a clerk or bartender or receptionist, Ryu couldn't exactly decide right then and there, suddenly shot up. "There's no fighting allowed in my inn. Scram!" Ryu blinked, his mind still somewhat foggy. Had he really lost his mind? Or was this big-bellied worker actually speaking to him? Ryu shook his head. He must have heard wrong. Even after reincarnating, Ryu had rarely met individuals so stupid. He had half a mind to go back to being as cruel and cold as he usually was. Clearly, people thought that this more amiable version of himself was easy to bully. He took a pause, willing to wait to see if this fat clerk was really speaking with him. But, unfortunately, the gods of intelligence were greatly disappointed that day. "Did you not hear M?" The fat woman couldn't even finish her next words before her head was separated from her neck. Her last sight was of a room rotating around a headless corpse. Her corpse, Ryu rubbed his forehead. He really wasn't in the mood to deal with such nonsense. He looked up and toward the young man who had thrown the dagger. You heard the woman. There's no fighting allowed in this inn. Are you going to scram? Or do you want me to make you scram? The young man finally looked up from his food. First he gazed toward the fat woman's corpse before he panned over toward Ryu. One might be wondering at this point why all this was happening. Many within the inn were doing their best to mind their own business, but there were a few others who were having a hard time not laughing. Obviously, these were individuals who didn't care about giving the dagger-throwing young man any face. When Ryu had been making his way to the inn's entrance, he had walked by several windows. He hadn't been paying much attention at all. However, that didn't mean the women at the young man's table weren't. One he had taken a fancy to had gazed at Ryu for a fraction of a second too long before looking away, and the result was a woman losing her life. It seemed that within the martial world, life really was so fleeting. Such a benign, ridiculous matter had reached this point. Of course, one could say that Ryu had taken things too far. But as far as he was concerned, he had taken things just far enough. The penalty for weakness in this world was death, and this innkeeper was clearly trying to drive him out so that someone else could backstab Ryu later. It only took a glance for Ryu to see through all of that. Still, what was maybe the most ridiculous matter was the fact that the young woman hadn't even been looking at Ryu for reasons the young man thought. Instead, it was because she recognized him. The young lady who sat at the dagger-throwing young man's table was none other than Awespec Til, the throne of the Night Terror sect that Ryu had met during the core region tournament. She had clearly grown greatly in that time. But this much was expected for a throne, even if it was only for a sixth-order sect. Awespec obviously had a lot of pride of her own. She had gazed at Ryu a hint longer only because she had a flash of those moments from several hundred years ago. But, as far as she was concerned, Ryu's arrogance in choosing not to partake in the training the apostles bestowed upon all of them was the greatest mistake of his life. If Byron learned that he was here, there would be blood to pay. By now, she was confident she had left him in her dust, which was why she only spared him a single glance. But who could have thought that things would end up like this? Chapter 568 Clear. The young man across from Awespec wasn't a simple character. He was the young scion of a prestigious clan of the Blossom Plane. It could be said that while the geniuses of the Pedestal Plane were practically recruited for the purpose of becoming cannon fodder, the geniuses of the Blossom Plane were at the first level for which they could be taken seriously. Of course, Awespec knew this. However, as a throne, she wasn't willing to resign herself to such a fate. None of them were fools. The martial gods wouldn't just help the weak out of the kindness of their hearts. They had a very express purpose for why they were here, and she was smart enough to be cognizant of that despite the carefree attitudes of the other fools who thought that they had already made it. This was just the first layer of matters, though. There was a deeper, more intriguing layer that needed to be separated out and pieced apart. One had to remember that those below the Path Extinction Realm couldn't hope to live on the Shrine Plane long term. In fact, even an immortal ring realm genius without a strong ice affinity would find themselves frozen to death in an instant should they step foot on the Shrine Plane. What did that mean, then? It meant that all of the geniuses below the Path Extinction Realm were all concentrated on the Blossom Plane. Whether it was the competition, the resources, the camaraderie, if you were below the Path Extinction Realm, this was, by far, the best place to be. In the several 100 million years since they took over the Shrine World, the martial gods had cultivated the Blossom Plane to the point it had become the best place to raise juniors. This all culminated in a simple fact. In the past, Ryu could look down on Blossom Plane geniuses, because they would pale in comparison to the true geniuses of the Shrine Plane almost 100% of the time. Even if there was a genius born on the Blossom Plane that could be compared to those of the Shrine Plane, more often than not, they would be taken in by the sect or clan their own were subordinate to. However, the same couldn't be said now. If one was well known enough to be a genius of the Blossom Plane in this era, it meant that you were a preeminent genius of the Shrine world as a whole. You could hold your head up high anywhere. Knowing this, it was no wonder that the awe Awespec had had for Ryu had faded away. She had been surrounded by geniuses she felt could accomplish the same things and much more over the past several hundred years. Plus, what was the throne of an 8th order sect worth before a throne of a 9th order one? What about a 10th? Because she had seen versions of both. However, she was disappointed to find that Ryu wasn't aware enough to adjust his attitude. Even if you were attacked first, there were some insults you had to swallow. In these years, she had never devalued or sold herself. However, there were many grievances she had swallowed no matter how hard it had been. It was this that allowed her to be here, sitting at the table with the scion of a ninth-order sect and being valued by him enough to deserve his jealousy. Maybe had Ryu not just said the words he just had, it would have still been possible for her to say a few words that would have allowed him to keep his life. But at this point there was no chance. Rather than lose her hard-earned connections over someone she had just met once, things she had bred over countless decades, it was better to just remain silent. She was close to finally entering the inner ring of her sect. She didn't want to ruin her chances just for a small exchange of pity. Of course, this was a weird thought for a throne to have. What inner ring could a sect have that its throne couldn't access? "What did you just say to me?" the young man said in a low voice. Ryu rubbed his forehead, his mind slowly clearing up. Why was it that people chose the worst times to be stupid? Ryu didn't even feel like coming up with a witty comeback. He knew that more trouble was likely on the way already. After all, as harsh as the punishment was for fighting in this city, the punishment for killing was definitely harsher. Yet Ryu had already done that. It was too late to take it back. "I'll give you to the count of 3, Ryu said plainly. 1. The young man sneered, speaking the words for Ryu. 2. I would really like to see what you'll do to me after 3. Before he finished his sentence, Ryu had already moved. No one seemed capable of keeping up with his movements. In fact, his silhouette seemed to still be standing at the door, still rubbing its forehead as though nothing had happened at all. The young man's next words were caught in his throat before he could say them. Ryu squatted over their table, the tips of his toes pressing into the hard wood as he held the young man up by his neck. At that moment, the wind finally caught up with Ryu, sending a strong gust through the surroundings. Alot's hair fluttered, her eyes widening when she realized that Ryu had actually already passed her. He held onto the young man's throat, never having looked at her even once. It was hard to tell if he had realized she was there and simply didn't care, or if he hadn't bothered to notice in the first place. All she could do was stare at his side profile, her heart forgetting to beat for several moments. Ryu shook his head, rubbing his temple with his free hand. All of this was really too ridiculous. You can't kill me. I am the scion of the... Just shut up. The young man's neck was snapped. Ryu accidentally squeezed too hard, causing a burst of blood to spray about the surroundings. It was clear by that point that the authorities had been alerted. Chapter 569 Frustration. The blood smoothly fell from Ryu's palm. It was as though his skin couldn't be blemished. Without so much as an attempt to wipe it, it all dripped away on its own. Ryu shook his head. How asinine. Without sparing anyone else a glance, he stepped down from the table and walked up the stairs of the inn. He had already known where his destination was a long time ago, and had already pinpointed exactly where Serial was. The lobby and dining area of the inn was stunned into silence. Even those who had been chuckling at the young man's misfortune couldn't find it in themselves to laugh anymore. What they had just seen was simply far too shocking. Many of them couldn't help but pinch themselves to check if they weren't dreaming. Not a single one of them could defeat that young man with such ease. In fact, even the most powerful among those that remained would need to exchange several thousand moves with him before a winner would be decided. And yet, just one step followed by the squeeze of a hand and his life was actually forfeit so easily. Ryu had hardly begun to knock on the door when a blurry shadow streaking with tears leapt into his arms. It quickly wrapped its arms and legs around him as though it was horrified that he would disappear. Toward such a thing, Ryu could only stand speechless. Wasn't this woman a bit too eager? They had just seen each other a few days ago. Plus, they had only known each other for a few months. What was wrong with her? Now that he thought about it, what was wrong with him? Why had he come to see her first before going to check on Granny Miriam's sister? It seemed that even his own priorities were skewed. He didn't seem to be thinking particularly straight. This was an especially odd feeling for him considering that intuition had led him to this place. Usually, after using it, his mind would be especially clear. Maybe it really was because he was back home. All the emotional high he had felt had suddenly come crashing down at once, and the reason should have been as clear as day. He had felt so happy to be back home, and everything was going smoothly, until an old man so much more powerful than himself decided to step in on a whim. What impacted him the most was that the old man hadn't even had any ill intent. He had only interfered because he needed Ryu for something. What Ryu wanted didn't matter, what his thoughts were meaningless. It wouldn't have mattered even if he had been fighting for something as important as his life. If someone so powerful simply decided to do something, there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. It was the nonchalance of it all. He had been right there, primed and ready to become the throne of the clan he had hated with a passion for so long, only for his plans to be derailed at the whim of an existence that didn't even know or care to know and understand his struggle. That was what it was. He was frustrated. Frustrated to an extreme. However, he managed to hold it down. Even now, he was still holding it down. He knew that he had stepped to that plane again far too early. It wasn't time for him to be there. He wasn't strong enough, his fist wasn't large enough. Even if the main mastermind of his family's demise was right before him, what could he even think to do about it? Ryu suddenly felt a lot calmer. Serial hadn't even said anything, but his mind felt soothed. Well, it was soothed, until Serial began to speak. I thought you left me for that ice mine girl. Why didn't you say a word before you went off and disappeared? You didn't even say hi to me. Ryu felt a headache coming on. However, it was the kind of headache that made him want to laugh. The only person he knew who could speak such nonsense yet have him end up laughing was Elena. She used to say and do the most ridiculous things all the time. How she kept up such a cheery attitude around a man as dreary as himself, he had no idea. She truly was a gem amongst gems. Who knows, maybe that was why he was so fond of Serial. Though she was lacking in too many aspects be a perfect copy of Elena. That said, wasn't that why she was her own person? Okay. Ryu chuckled. I'm here now, aren't I? Ah. Serial pulled back, her legs still wrapped around Ryu's hips. But now, the palms of her hands were squeezing down on the sides of his face. Did you just laugh? Do it again. I missed it. Ryu was speechless. Let alone how ridiculous it was to expect him to laugh on command. Even if he wanted to do so, how would he with her squeezing his face like this? Ryu shook head, peeling Serial's hands from his face. What happened with Mateus and the others? After Ryu had come back with Ice Mine, he hadn't even cared enough to continue dealing with Mateus. His mind had been on other things. Since he had let him live on a whim, just let him live, then. But now that he thought about it, Mateus had also been at that tournament all those years ago, so he should have a plaque for entry just like Ryu did. I don't know. Serial blinked. But I have your corpse puppet here. How could you forget something so important? Ryu raised his brows. That was right, he had also left that behind as well. It seemed that he really had stopped caring about a lot of things after that moment. With the exception of Nemesis, of course. Ryu's gaze suddenly flashed. Let's go. I don't feel like dealing with this trouble right now. Ryu's cloak appeared for the first time in a while and the two completely disappeared. Not long after they left, several powerful auras converged, having no idea that Ryu simply walked right by them. Chapter 570 Were they? The city fell into a state of chaos. It quickly became widespread news that the scion of the Cloaked Dagger sect had actually died. To make matters worse, the killer hadn't even tried to hide himself. Not only had he done the deed before several witnesses, he was actually recognized by one of them. Under interrogation, Alote had had no option but to expose Ryu's identity for the sake of saving herself. After all, she had been the trigger for all of this in the first place. With the intelligence of cultivators and their ability to pick up on the tiniest of details, it was impossible that she would be able to escape scrutiny, especially not when everyone around her would be clamoring for credit. It was then that everyone came to know of Ryu Tor, the man who brazenly killed the scion of a Ninth Order sect. It was safe to say that Jeffshins, the young man, parents were completely infuriated. However, when it came to matters of Golden Leaf City, even if they were core members of a Ninth Order sect, they were still too small to do much of anything. In the past, the Blossom Plane might have only had a handful of ninth-order sects. But, in this era, there were hundreds of them, and the most powerful 8 ruled over Gold Leaf City, including Meralda's Dugo clan. Though the Cloaked Dagger sect wasn't weak, they weren't prestigious enough to wash the city in blood seeking revenge for their scion. However, that didn't mean that the 8 clans of Gold Leaf City would sit idly by and do nothing. This wasn't just a matter related to the Cloaked Dagger sect, it was also related to their own prestige. After all the businesses of the city were owned by one of the 8 clans. By killing their innkeeper, wasn't Ryu smacking their faces as well? Unfortunately for them, Ryu was absolutely nowhere to be found. The gates had closed long ago, so they felt that it should have been impossible for him to flee. And, as someone who had come to enter the Ice Devil Legacy world, he should also be at or beneath the Immortal Ring realm, so how could he possibly hide from the spiritual sense of so many experts? And yet, that was exactly what happened. Let alone finding Ryu. They couldn't even find a single clue about his whereabouts, throwing the entire city into a state of upheaval. As these matters went on, more about Ryu's past came to light and his origins became clear to all. Whether it was about his birth on the mortal plane, his actions in the outer ring, his exploits in the inner ring, and even the culmination of it all in the core region. And then, there was his sudden disappearance. He had simply vanished for several hundred years, only to appear once again just in time for this world opening. The happenings within the replica nether realm and on the shrine plane were completely out of their reach. It was impossible for them to know of such things. However, the rest of everything else was more than just a little shocking, especially after Fedroha suddenly found herself involved in these matters again. Once again, everyone seemed to focus in on the high odds that a fairy was in Ryu's possession. The night passed without any clues or headway. Without a choice, the next day's events could only begin. The accumulation of talent was likely the greatest ever assembled on the Blossom Plane. The number of geniuses not only from the Shrine world, but even from neighboring allies, was so numerous that one might have thought they were going off to war. Space seemed to be particularly volatile at this moment. No one dared to casually fly in the skies for fear that they just might be swallowed whole by an invisible enemy at any time. It was said that today would be the breaking point of the Legacy world. It had been teetering on the edge of opening for several decades now, and it was finally reaching its end. However, this also resulted in not only the weather, but even the fabric of space itself teetering as well. The weather was indeed in an odd state. Despite the fact the sun was high in the skies, there were still clouds drizzling with rain. Sometimes, these clouds would release a clap of thunder or an arc of lightning, leaving many befuddled about what exactly was happening. As if this wasn't odd enough, the closer they got to the time, the chillier it became and the drizzle of rain became like ice pebbles pelting down from the skies. They only continued to get harsher and harsher until many even thought of activating the city's protective formation. Even Divine Vessel Realm experts would have trouble not dying beneath the hail as it ramped up. And yet, the sun still continued to shine as though smiling down in mockery. All the while, the very man they had been searching for was already amidst them all. Ryu sat in meditation on the roof of a tower, unmoving. He didn't spare anyone around him a single glance, his demeanor calm and unhurried. As for Serial, she was within the incubator. Since she had already seen through all of Ryu's treasures and even his heavenly pupils, a single origin grade treasure wasn't worth keeping a secret, especially since it had already fused with his body. Her being in there made things far less complicated on his part. Plus, there were Nemesis, Little Rock, and Little Gem to distract her. Ryu's eyes suddenly opening, sensing something familiar. Just as he was looking around, his gaze narrowed. A group of individuals walking forward in tandem. It was clear that they also had every intention of entering this soon-to-be open world. At that moment, space finally couldn't withstand it and shattered like glass. The volatile winds only became harsher as they howled and screamed through the air. Even Ryu's own hair couldn't help but whip about wildly. Still, his eyes hadn't shifted a single step away. That group of people, every single last one of them had white hair and silver eyes. Ryu couldn't help but think back to the matters of Osiris and the Immortal Sakura Alliance. Was this really what they were accumulating resources for? And in that case, for what purpose? Was the Zhu clan on the side of the martial gods? Chapter 571 Waves. Ryu stood to his feet, moving his gaze away from the Zhu clan. Whatever it was they were planning, it didn't matter to him. Out of respect for his master, he wouldn't go out of his way to kill them. But that also didn't mean that he intended to allow them to roll all over him. His blade might be merciful, but it would still be true. The harsh winds and the crackling of space only continued to grow, the pure violence of it all grating on the soul. At that moment, an aura of resentment and rage began to permeate, leaking out from the quickly widening portal in the skies and bearing down on them all until many couldn't even stand. Deep frowns etched the faces of even those below, some of those who were struggling more than even others having veins that popped across their foreheads as their fists clenched. This level of resentment was not something they were prepared to experience. It felt like even the most powerful of wraiths in the netherworld were wholly lacking before. Ryu stood amidst this resentment just like everyone else, his heart calm. This resentment and unwillingness, wasn't it a familiar part of his life? Felt like he was right at home. He didn't feel tainted by the rage like everyone else. Rather, he seemed completely unaffected even as he took a step into the air. In the skies above, there wasn't a single soul but himself. The youths below were still waiting for the elder generation to stabilize the situation so that their trip into the legacy world would be relatively safe. After all, with such volatile space moving about, one wrong move would result in death, even for one well into the Tao pedestal realm. However, for Ryu, he might as well have been strolling in a peaceful garden. The fluctuations in space were marked by a very specific color under his ephemeral tapestry. Whereas they were random and almost invisible to the eye to anyone else, to him, he could point them out one by one should he choose to do so. This might as well have been his playground. Seal the area. Only those with plaques can move forward and follow me. Those without will be killed on sight. At that moment, even as Ryu hung in the air, unbeknownst to anyone else, he heard a familiar voice. It was one, quite frankly, that he would never forget. The first time he heard that voice, he was in the outer ring and almost died. The second time he heard it, he killed her subordinate right in front of her. This was the third time he was hearing it. Wasn't it about time she died? Ryu's gaze shifted, landing on Fedroha, who was below, directing the youths below with an authority only apostles could command. It was clear that she was the cream of the crop the martial gods had to offer at the immortal ring realm, but also that she wasn't quite at the pinnacle, or else she wouldn't have been tasked for such a mundane job. By now, Fedroha was at the half-step path extinction realm. It was clear that she had made great progress since Ryu last saw her, but that was a given considering it had been hundreds of years. However, to the current Ryu, she might as well have been a paper tiger. He only had to reach out a finger to snuff out her life. The difference between how it had been when they first met to now struck a chord with Ryu. What she was about to feel, wasn't it exactly what he felt when facing that overseer? Ryu's mind entered a state of disharmony, an action that he would have taken without hesitation just a few months ago suddenly making him hesitate. But it was exactly that forced Ryu out of meditation state, causing his presence to fail to remain hidden. The sky! It was hard to tell who it was who yelled out first, but it wasn't long before several auras locked onto a cloaked figure standing amidst a swath of flickering spatial scythes. Even though his face was hidden, a few strands of white hair still peeked outward, making his identity almost too obvious to guess. Ryu didn't seem to react very much to being exposed. In fact, the only reason he kept his cloak on even at this moment was because he was too lazy to take it off. Whatever it was they thought below had nothing to do with him. Quite frankly, he couldn't be bothered to care. Fedroha suddenly shivered. Even though she couldn't see Ryu's eyes, she could feel his gaze locked onto her. Her spine tingled and her blood rushed, her body entering a state of flight in an instant. It was the sort of reaction that left her feeling as though she had been locked down by a wild beast. She suddenly remembered what she had experienced that day when she allowed Edwin to attack Ryu from the back. She had sensed a pair of eyes gazing at her with a killing intent that made her feel an undying, instinctive fear. But, back then, she hadn't been able to pinpoint where it was coming from. At this very moment, though, she couldn't have been more sure of who it had been back then. The instant everyone recovered from the initial shock, a spike of rage almost burned the capital down. On one hand, there were the elders of the Cloaked Dagger sect. On another, there were the Zhu clan individuals who had managed to connect the death of their 2 immortal ring experts and even Esme, who should have been participating today, to Ryu. On yet another, there were the Dugo clan and their 9th Order clan counterparts who wanted Ryu for the sake of his fairy. And, as though that wasn't enough, the Ember and Lao clans from the core region of the pedestal plane lit their torches and raised their pitchforks as well. This was especially for Ancestor Ember, who still remembered the humiliation Ryu forced him to experience all those centuries ago, and for Throne Byrine, who could still feel Ryu's foot pressing down on his head. What felt like an endless tsunami of killing intent rained down upon Ryu, each wave more vicious than the last. Chapter 572 Never Again. Ryu didn't seem perturbed by all the rage that was around him. His mind seemed to still be in a half-foggy, half-indifferent state. He had felt much better last night after meeting with Serial and allowing her to take his mind off of things. But these emotions seemed to come in waves, much like all of this killing intent. He wondered to himself when he had ended up making so many enemies. It had only been a few years since he began to cultivate, not even 10. But he was actually able to have so many blades pointed toward him at once. It was one thing if they simply did all of this for the sake of their face. But Ryu could tell that each one of them had their own bone to pick with him. Even if there was no one else to gauge their actions or no benefits to gain from him, they would still want his life on a platter. It was only then that Fedroha finally managed to relax. That was right, there were so many people around her. What reason did she have to be scared? Plus, what else did this Ryu have other than a scary gaze? If he could have that glare when he was in the more chi refinement realm, of course he would have it now. That didn't mean he was strong. Fedroha had spent the past several hundred years taking part in the best resources and growing amongst geniuses, each of which was just as if not more talented than Ryu. No matter where he went, could his progression compare to her own? Plus, she had already been ahead of him to begin with. How could he possibly catch up? Ryu, though, didn't care about what Fedroha was thinking about. In fact, he could hardly see the faces of the people below him. They had all become one homogeneous monster of rage without anything differentiating them. In fact, even the resentment of the Ice Devil legacy world and Ryu's own seemed to merge along with it. The result was Ryu having a hard time even finding where it all started and where it all ended. He couldn't even tell the difference between his own and that of others. Rather than shocking him, such a reality only made him chuckle. As important as his own family was to him, wasn't Esme also important to the Zhu clan? Of course, she deserved death for what she did to his grandfather, but wasn't it also a matter of perspective? As important as his own family was to him, wasn't Jeffshin also important to the Cloaked Dagger sect? Of course, he also deserved death. But, once again, wasn't it a matter of perspective? To Ryu, all martial gods deserved to be eradicated from the face of his world. But, to the martial gods, the Tatsuya clan was in the way of their survival, were they not? Ryu still didn't know exactly what it was that the martial gods were running from, but if they had a choice, why would they make an enemy of a clan as powerful as his own? Maybe all this resentment really wasn't so different. Ryu ignored the enraged shouts from below, and looked toward the swirling portal that waited for him in the sky. By now, it had grown so large that it seemed to want to swallow the city whole. Cracks began to appear in the walls and the solid rose-gold gates. A violent earthquake ravaging the land. He had a feeling that it was because the resentment of this world was so clear that these things were so obvious to Ryu right now. Maybe it wasn't so true that it hadn't affected him at all. When he peeled away all of the layers, what was it that he wanted? Ryu didn't have to hesitate to answer that question. Even if his family had never been eradicated, what fueled him was the drive to be the best, the drive to stand atop the world and look down upon it from on high. He had told Ailsa as much long ago. However, what if he had none of this resentment? It was easy to ignore what he did to others because he had this baggage with him. He could always play the "how could your pain compare to my own" card whenever he wanted. But, if his family was still here, if he still had his loving father and his doting mother, how would he deal with all this resentment? Wasn't the answer to that simple as well? As long as my conscience is clear, my blade will ring true. This was the first time Ryu had ever said such words. In fact, he couldn't exactly remember hearing them from anywhere either. But, for some reason, he felt that they were perfect. Perfect because he finally realized just what it was he had been neglecting. That night he left Elena. He left like a coward. He could give it all sorts of reasons. He could say that he was scared his parents would stop him. He could say that he was afraid he would lose the courage he had built up. He could say that he didn't want Nuri to have a chance to change his mind. However, he would always know that that wasn't the full truth. What he had done to Elena that night was the reason Ryu didn't have an ounce of blame to give her. It sounded cute and sweet that he would choose to spend his last night with Elena the way he had so they could part as husband and wife, but there was a reason he asked to be selfish before he had done it. There was nothing sweet and wholesome about that night. He had been nothing more than a weak, insecure man marking his territory before he left. He had treated Elena like a lamppost to be lit and set aside as property, forcing her to live the last nearly billion years as a married woman simply by the virtue of the fact she was no longer a virgin. The moment Ryu finally admitted these things to himself, he felt a wave of disgust welling up from the depths of his soul. That was the man he had been. That was the man he was. His marking had worked. Even Icemine knew that the mighty Princess Elena was the wife to such a weak man, all because her purity had been taken away by the man who should have loved and protected her the most. It wasn't about Ryu taking Elena's virginity. He was the man she had loved. She would have gladly done it. Even when she felt that he was wrong, she had still gladly done it. The issue was in why he had done so and the purpose behind it. It was a stain on their relationship that was hard to erase. A stain that Ryu had been completely ignoring until now. That was it. The reason why Ryu never thought of or spoke of his conscience was because he had been ignoring it for too long already. How could he ever reach his true potential when he was such a coward? When he had always been such a coward. He wouldn't be that anymore. He would never do something that went against his own code, whether it was out of fear or a twisted love. He was Ryu Tatsuya. This pride of his, he felt that it was about time he earned it with something other than just his talent. Never again, Ryu said softly, his voice blanketing the entirety of the city. Take form and conquer the world. Ryu's aura seemed to completely vanish before it erupted to a level it had never touched before. Chapter 573 Same World. 13 trembling immortal rings of dark gold, each 10 meters in size, manifested themselves. At that instant, the hood of Ryu's cloak was blown off, revealing a face of marked indifference. He pointed his finger down toward Fedroha. The action couldn't have been more casual, his breathing any more steady. As wild as the winds were around him, even they might as well have been a soothing spring breeze, gently blowing against him without a hint of animosity or rage. Before anyone could react, Fedroha was frozen. Ryu didn't seem to have done anything before she collapsed to the ground, sitting in a puddle of her own piss and sweat. Ryu retracted his finger and shook his head. What a waste of time, it wasn't even worth the energy. All he had done was point at her, and yet her mind completely collapsed. He wouldn't be surprised if her cultivation never progressed even a step for the rest of her pitiful life. Ryu ignored Fedroha, stepping toward the portal that hovered in the skies. It was safe to say that his nonchalant actions infuriated a lot of people, many of whom wanted to rush into the skies after him, but not many that dared. The appearance of Ryu's immortal rings only seemed to make the spatial chi in the surroundings even more volatile. Most knew that if they charged up in a fit of rage, they would just die. But this made it even harder for them to understand how it was Ryu seemed to be able to stroll through the skies without a hint of worry. They could only watch as Ryu slowly approached the portal. His gait was slow and deliberate, each and every one of his steps being measured and filled with purpose. It almost felt like he was moving slowly on purpose, ensuring that all of them knew that he was here and that he had nothing to hide. He was Ryu Tatsuya. Who did he have to hide from? At that moment, the elders of the Cloaked Dagger sect could no longer hold back. A rain of several well-concealed knives shot into the skies, each with the expressed intent of killing Ryu. They all rose at varying speeds. But, no matter how one looked at it, it was as though all the paths of advance and retreat had been cut off. There was absolutely nothing that Ryu could do to escape such a fate. And yet, that was exactly what he did. Nothing at all. Ryu continued to walk as though he hadn't seen a single thing. His gait just as unhurried. His pace just as unmoved. It was like he was in his own world. Like the spatial chi around him had truly shipped him to another space. However, it was felt that no amount of acting nonchalant would get him out of this situation. Until that was exactly what happened. The daggers never even managed to touch Ryu. In fact, they didn't even manage to enter a 10-meter radius of him. He simply continued to walk forward as though nothing had happened, as they were all deflected away by the volatile spatial chi. If Ryu wanted, with a simple thought, he could eradicate everyone in this city. There wasn't a single soul here that could stop him. It had to be remembered that his ephemeral tapestry wasn't just about seeing chi in colors. If it was just this, how utterly useless would the ability be in most situations? It was more precisely a mutation resulting from a synergy of Ryu's ice jade crystal body and his heavenly pupils. His heavenly pupils granted him sight, and his ice jade crystal body granted him control. Not only could Ryu see these spatial blades hanging around him, with his ephemeral tapestry, his immortal rings and the spatial affinity granted to him by his heavenly pupils, he could control them on a whim. Those below should take his inaction as a sign of benevolence. Ryu appeared before the portal, just a single step from entering. It was exactly at that moment that a booming shout came from below. "Halt!" Interested in what this person might be saying, Ryu paused. Or at least that was what it seemed like. But maybe only Ryu himself knew the truth of why he had done so. The person who spoke was an older man from the Vera clan. Their standing stood at the same level as Meralda's Dugo clan, and they were one of the 8 clans of Gold Leaf City. "We are fully aware of your identity. Even if you enter the legacy world and make some gains, do you believe that you can so casually partake in the belongings of the martial gods? The moment you take a single step out, you will die." Ryu didn't speak for a long while. In truth, he wasn't even really listening, as he continued to observe something curious that caught his attention far more than this. Many believed that he had been caught. That was right, who cared if he entered? How long had the martial gods been planning this? Did he think that they would just let anyone enter just because? Ryu suddenly shook his head, snapping away. Finally, he seemed to register the words of the old man. "Your information is out of date," Ryu replied plainly. Before anyone could reply or even begin to, Ryu took a step forward, vanishing. Down below many were stunned, but amongst one particular group, a young woman was so excited that she was caught between flushing red, shouting out, covering her mouth, and flooding her cheeks with tears all at the same time. Yana was so thrilled she almost jumped up and down and squealed. If it wasn't for her usually shy and reserved personality, she would have already done exactly that. That was Ryu, she was sure of it. She had finally caught up to him after all this time. At one point, she was an old lady at her death's door, believing that she would never see him again. But now she was here, so close to being in the same world as him. Chapter 574. I already said. "Yana." Auntie Duna looked toward the young woman with an incredulous expression. She had never seen Yana have such a look in the time she had known the young girl. However, now that she thought about it, she remembered that when she met Yana for the first time, one of the first questions she had asked back then was if she was talented enough to reach the pinnacle. Yana's lack of talent had left a scar on her life for as long as she could remember. Even until she was an old lady on her deathbed, she had never given up trying, to no avail. However, then came this woman who promised to sweep her away to a world she had never seen before. Yana didn't want to just become a pawn to some organization that enslaved her for a lifetime of servitude. If she was going to cultivate, it would be for the express purpose of keeping up with Ryu and staying by his side. So, back then she had asked if she was talented enough to reach the top of the world. This wasn't because she was afraid to work hard. That was something she had already been doing to no avail for the whole of her life. However, what that time had also taught her was that hard work wasn't enough sometimes. What Yana wanted to know was if she would be strong enough one day to not have to abide by any of the orders of the guild she had joined. If the answer was yes, she would go without hesitation. If the answer was no, she preferred to die a peaceful death, one where she knew that she had remained faithful to Ryu even if he couldn't be by her side. Yana turned toward Auntie Duna, her eyes lit like two lanterns. She was so excited that the space around her trembled, threatening to collapse. When Auntie Duna saw this, she sighed. She had been able to tell back then that there was something Yana was chasing after, and that something was likely a man. But she hadn't expected them to meet so soon or like this. Little Nunu. The change was abrupt. Yana didn't even wait to hear Auntie Duna's words before her expression turned a frightening shade of cold. It was as though she had become a completely different person. Her hair waved about like foggy tentacles, each with a mind of their own. The space around her solidified to the point that it was difficult for those in her group to even breathe, let alone move. I already said it the day we met, Auntie Duna. If the Necromancer Guild stands in between me and Ryu, even if you can stop me for now, when I grow powerful enough, I will destroy it. Yana didn't say anything else before she shot into the skies. Many were shocked that young girl had suddenly done something most, if not all of the elders here didn't dare to. And yet, despite the fact her speed was hundreds of times what Ryu's had been, she too seemed completely unaffected by all the spatial ripples. Before anyone could react, she too had disappeared into the portal above. Auntie Duna opened her mouth to speak, but, in the end, she sighed and shook her head. Back then, Yana's knowledge of the cultivation world was so small that Auntie Duna felt the man she was chasing couldn't have possibly been all that special. The fact Yana was born on the mortal plane was shocking enough. How could two such geniuses be born there in such quick succession? So, Auntie Duna had agreed, feeling that as Yana saw more of the world, all of this would be forgotten. She had simply said everything Yana wanted to hear back then. But who would have thought that this young man would actually be such a genius? This made things several times more complicated. She hadn't even said the words she was planning to, but she could sense that Yana's trust of her had already hit rock bottom. That little girl was far too sensitive when things were related to that boy she was chasing. Stabilize the space. Hurry up. Realizing that two had already entered, the elders and other geniuses below began to scramble, activating formation after formation to make it safe to enter. They worked quickly. Not even 10 minutes later, a flood of geniuses surged forward, all of them entering as well. When Ryu appeared and his vision stopped swimming, the first thing he did was use third perspective to check his surroundings thoroughly. It only took him a moment to realize that he had appeared in the middle of a winter snowstorm. Not only was knee-deep snow all around him, trees that seemed formed of sharp icicles formed a forest all around him. The trees of ice towered around him, many standing at several hundred meters tall, some even several kilometers tall, and all of them could be seen right through with a single glance. This snow isn't normal, Ryu thought with a frown. He wasn't afraid of cold, but every time a snowflake fell onto his skin, he felt a small portion of his chi being sapped away. Even when he tried to ward it off with a layer of chi skin, it would eat away at that as well. Interesting. Due to the purity of the ice trees, they couldn't obstruct Ryu's vision in the slightest. He could see all around him for tens of thousands of miles. However, there seemed to be nothing but endlessly flat land and more trees. There was just a single exception, a looming mountain in the distance that felt both a few steps and millions of miles away at the same time. It was eerily similar to Shrine Mountain in the way its size played ocular tricks on the mind. I guess that's where I should go, Ryu thought. Just as he was about to move, he froze. His senses surged into the incubator only for his pupils to constrict into pinholes. Serial. She was no longer there. This world. Ryu could only think of one explanation: random teleportation. But how could this legacy world, born on the Mere Blossom Plain, ignore the barrier of an origin-grade treasure to stop Ryu from sneaking in help? What level did it have to be at to accomplish that? What the hell was this place? Chapter 575 Reappearance. Ryu didn't take very long to regain his bearings. However, he first checked to see if Ailsa was still with him. If she was also teleported away, it would be a problem. He would definitely have to set everything aside to find her first. Luckily, it seemed that Ailsa wasn't affected. Since she was within the ethereal plane, she was spared from the random teleportation. It was either that or her deep unconscious state was the reason. Either way, she was here and that was all that mattered to Ryu. Now, he could focus on making it to that mountain. As for Serial, Ryu wasn't very worried about her. She was at the half-step path extinction realm and her talent was probably only a few levels beneath his own, especially considering her heavenly pupils. If she couldn't survive in this world, then no one could. Since this legacy world had a cap at the immortal ring realm, it should be that the difficulty was adjusted as such. This should both make this world exceptionally easy for Ryu to speed run through while Serial should be more than equipped to protect herself. But something about this feeling told him that things wouldn't be so simple. Ryu could only sigh to himself at this reality. After activating intuition, his senses would be more sensitive until he claimed the reward or treasure it was pointing him toward. This made his instincts especially sharp to the point he would almost never be wrong. It seemed that nothing would come easy. Anything his intuition could alert him of was a grand treasure of epic proportions. He should have known that he would be able to get it for free. This legacy world should have been brewing for a long while. In this environment, it might be possible for it to appear. But this snow would make it difficult for any spiritual herbs to grow. Ryu was a bit disappointed in this, but he could only move forward. As expected, it wasn't long before Ryu suddenly found himself surrounded. If it was humans, things would have been fine. But monstrosities formed of resentment and snow suddenly rose up from the ground, cutting off all his paths of retreat. Ryu raised an eyebrow. The snow monsters didn't seem to be modeled after any particular beast or human. In fact, they were amalgamations of all sorts of races, as though someone had mentally vomited all sorts of bits and pieces from different lore to form them. Ryu's figure flickered, dodging the downward swing of claws double the size of his body. The ground shook and quaked, waves of white walls spreading out in every direction. They obviously don't have true physical bodies. Cutting them down is meaningless. They'll just cobble themselves back together and maybe even cause me to have to face more enemies at once. The snow monsters weren't very strong. From what Ryu could tell, they were at the lower immortal ring realms. However, they couldn't be handled simply. They acted like wraiths, being formed of resentment. But at the same time, unlike wraiths, they had physical bodies and could thus do great physical damage. Though they weren't nearly as powerful as the Wraith Knights that Nemesis descended from, the concept was the same, and it was very soon clear that attention was warranted to deal with them properly. The easiest thing to do would be to use divine chaotic annihilation. Ryu felt that after his soul had been reconstructed, he could once again manifest its visualization. However, Ryu quickly decided against this. As easy as it would be, the stamina consumption wouldn't be worth it in the slightest. Also, Ryu was a bit worried about how this odd snow would react when faced with his visualizations. Would it eat away at his soul as well? Ryu's chi supply was practically endless. His foundation techniques had only given him exponentially more benefits as he progressed. His chi reserves put even more Path Extinction Realm seniors to shame, and that was despite not quite beginning to use his spiritual foundation yet. But his soul was still a bit different. He couldn't see the end of his chi stamina, but he could see the end of his spiritual chi. He had to be more careful with it. Suddenly, Ryu had a thought and almost slapped his own forehead. He was an idiot. What was a better counter to the Een of Wraiths if not his own extreme yang? In fact, his lightning was the bane of wraiths. Ryu stretched out a finger. In that moment, arcs of purple flame lightning shot from its tip, incinerating the snow beasts to nothingness in the blink of an eye. Ryu's gaze narrowed. He had tried to call out his lightning alone, but it still manifested in this combined form. It seemed that there was really no going back. The good news was of course that this combined lightning fire was far more powerful than anyone individually. But the potential bad was that Ryu may be cut off from the usual evolution path of dragons and Qilins. Whether that was a good or bad thing, only time would tell. Ryu shot forward, his speed picking up. He wanted to make it to that mountain as quickly as possible. He wanted to know just what was calling him. His left hand grasped at thin air, bringing out a familiar bow Ryu hadn't touched in years. On his right hand, The glove of order also made its reappearance, causing the space around Ryu to tremble slightly. Since he only had one weapon as opposed to 3 to focus on now, why not give his marksmanship another chance? He couldn't disappoint both sides of his family, right? Ryu's lip curled into a smile. The bow that used to feel so heavy in his hands felt so flimsy now. It was barely at the black grade and he could snap it in two with just a couple fingers. But this was what Ryu wanted. His grandpa Qilin had always said that the power of the bow shouldn't matter to a true bowman. And now, he was more open to finding out just how true this was. The air whistled as the glove of order trembled. The arrows Ryu formed couldn't be compared to the past. Just the formation of one made it feel like the world just might collapse. Chapter 576 Veil. Violet arrows of crackling flame and arching lightning shot through the air one after another. Their speed and precision was on a level that could hardly be matched. But Ryu wasn't satisfied. He still felt that his skill was far too lacking. Something like drawing his bow and shooting accurately was a simple task for him. He had absolute control over his body, and his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were the dream of any bowman or woman. The problem was that he didn't have the grace of a bowman. It felt like he was swinging a sword and could follow the arc a diagram detailed perfectly, but he had none of the artistic conception, none of the feel, and none of the subtle, nuanced comprehension. Ryu had always felt that he was lacking in this aspect. Ironically, accuracy, something many bowmen struggled the most with, was the easiest to him. The most important thing to a bowman are their eyes. The strongest bowman can make it seem as though a target invited an arrow into their home. These were the two sayings his grandpa Qilin always repeated time and time again. Ryu wondered, was artistic conception just a roadblock for him? Now that he thought about it, he was able to bring out such artistic flair with his great sword staffs and his movement techniques. But wasn't that because he had techniques to follow? The artistic conception never truly came from himself. Ryu felt as though he had just opened up another door. His back relaxed. The movement of his fingers became smoother and faster. His shoulders evened out, feeling less hunched. Even as he raced forward, raising his bow every time an enemy appeared, he only seemed to grow more calm and unhurried. How could he ever have grasped artistic conception before? He had always been so closed off from his own emotions, so how could he be in tune with such a thing? Ryu began to bask in the feeling of his resentment, of his disgust, of his willingness to change and grow for the better. His feet glided across the snow, the glove of order pulsing with greater and greater fervor as it grew from a glove, to a gauntlet, to an arm sleeve. The arrows it began to form grew heavier and more solid. Eventually, even the flickering flames and arching lightning vanished, forming a sleek and stable body that began to form runes of its own. The more runes that appeared, the more powerful the arrows grew. Suddenly, Ryu, in almost a daze, leapt over a snow beast, his feet landing on the crystalline trees and soaring into the sky. His body spun horizontally, his bowstring twanging as he released yet another. It shot through the air at empty space, the fabric of reality itself threatening to collapse beneath its might. In one moment, it looked as though it would hit nothing but air. In the next, the very snow beast he had leapt over roared, its body expanding just enough that the very center of its forehead suddenly found itself in the path of Ryu's arrow. Ryu landed on the ground, not bothering to look back. Ryu felt that he had finally grasped the air realm of the bow. It was quite amusing. To his current self, the essence descending currently was negligible to an extreme. It couldn't even move the needle. And yet, it felt like a breakthrough that weighed the most to him. Ryu couldn't help but smile despite the fact his steps didn't stop. It was quite odd. Even as others were weighed down continuously by the resentment that constantly hung in the atmosphere, it seemed to give Ryu a clarity he hadn't had in a long while. His smile was only growing brighter with every step forward he took. He almost couldn't be bothered to care about the snow constantly sapping at his chi. Ryu had never gained a specific inheritance for the bow before. He had built up his comprehension on his grandpa Qilin's two sayings alone. But he believed that these two phrases were exceptionally profound if his grandpa had repeated them so many times. Ryu believed that he could build an inheritance of his own no less powerful than his great-grandfather's Tatsuya saintly weapons with these two sayings alone. Not only that, but he would elevate his great swordstaffs beyond a level he could fathom. When the time came for him to face the saintly weapon sky god, he would display the artistic conceptions he built the foundation for today on the grandest of stages. I wonder how far I can get with the bow before I leave this world. Ryu's gaze lit up with a competition spirit. Across the Ice Devil legacy, youths were appearing from all over. Among them, there was Serial, who had been randomly teleported, Yana, who had surged in after them, and geniuses of both the martial gods and others alike. However, amongst these number of individuals, there was one that stood out especially, and that was because, unlike everyone else, she seemed capable of picking out individuals with great ease. In the blink of an eye, she had already gathered a group together. Ryu hadn't been capable of finding even a single person after he entered, and yet she didn't seem to have this problem in the slightest. And, while everyone else was doing their best to rush toward the looming mountain in the distance, her plans seemed to be far different. She wore a veil almost identical to Yana's, making it seem as though she had been within that group previously. In addition, she wore a deep black dress that made it almost impossible to see her figure, and yet simultaneously made her stand out like a sore thumb amidst all the endless white. In that way, she seemed to be a lot like Ryu. Had Ancestor Ember been there, though, he would have recognized this woman immediately. She was none other than the woman who was responsible for him having conquered the pedestal plane in Ryu's absence. She was also the very woman who had captured a certain youth from the Batil clan who had taken the herbology exam with Ryu, the very woman who was well aware that Ryu's last name was Tatsuya. Chapter 577 intact. Ryu's speed only seemed to grow faster. Unfortunately, his progress wasn't endlessly fast nor without bumps. He was finding it more and more difficult to constrain himself to the power of his bow. One would have thought that after entering the air realm, it would have become easier. But it was the exact opposite. Using a bow now gave him an added boost to his strength, a strength he had to put even more effort into suppressing now. It was a fascinating change. There were several times Ryu almost snapped his body in two. It was simply incapable of keeping up with him. The fact he was killing immortal ring-level threats with a black-grade treasure was testament enough to just how potent his pupils were. Ryu suddenly missed Ailsa. By now, she would have probably said something that would have enlightened to him what felt like the next several dozen steps he would need to make. But, without her, he could only stumble around on his own. It felt like Ryu was progressing fast even in Ailsa's absence, but that was more of a fluke compared to anything else. In fact, the way Ryu's cultivation had stalled in the lower connecting heaven realm was a better portrayal of how Ryu was without her around. He just happened to be lucky enough to stumble into absorbing a sky god's primordial een. Nothing more, nothing less. Ryu even felt that if Ailsa had been present, he might have even gotten far more out of that energy than he did. He was definitely eager to see her awake again. The current Ailsa's mind was in a dream-like state. Ryu was still connected to her, but he couldn't make heads or tails of the thoughts she was having, so there was really no point to him paying attention all of the time. Ailsa's mind was akin to a dream, while how Ryu perceived it was how one would feel about said dream after you awoke. Dreams always seemed to make perfect sense while you were dreaming them, but you would quickly realize just how ridiculous it all was the moment you woke up. Toward this, Ryu was a bit helpless, but it was at least good to know that Ailsa's mind was still active and healthy. She just needed the proper stimulus to wake up. The snow beasts are getting more powerful. Ryu's eyes narrowed. The change was subtle, but it wasn't something Ryu would miss. It seemed like things would only pick up as he approached the massive mountain in the distance. Yana's small palms sent ripples throughout the air. Each ripple was clearly outlined, making the air look like the disturbed surface of a lake. However, the result of these ripples was nothing like the benign waves of water. The instant the snow beasts touched these ripples, they were obliterated. There wasn't even a sound to be heard, nor did it allow for the slightest hint of resistance. In one moment, the snow beast existed, and in the next, it was as though it had never been there. Yana moved forward, having chosen the mountain as her destination just like everyone else had. It was far too obvious. There had to be a reason for it to be the only noticeable landmark within this land of snow. It was clear that the Ice Devil wanted them all to head in that direction, and maybe that was where the true trial would begin. When Yana realized that she was all alone in this place, rather than right behind Ryu like she had hoped, she had been overwhelmed by a sense of sadness. But it wasn't long after that she regained her bearings and settled herself. She had already lived out a mortal life for over 100 years before cultivating diligently for several hundred more. What was the point in growing impatient now? Thinking of that small blind boy who ended up causing the downfall of a kingdom all on his own, Yana felt a bone-deep infatuation. She had had years to think of why it was she felt that way about Ryu. It could be said that they were childhood friends, but that was a phase that most grew out of as they matured. For the mere sake of a childhood friend, Yana couldn't have possibly held on to such emotions for hundreds of years. In all that time she had had to think, though she had long since come up with an answer. She simply had never come across a man who was better. Yana had thought to settle down many times. All her life, it had been her duty to marry, to care for a household and to have children. Deep inside, she really wanted that life. Fighting, killing, cultivating. These were never things she wanted to do, and that was despite the fact her grandfather was a general. If she had a dream, it was to be a housewife. Many might look down on her for wanting such a thing. Some with misplaced kind intentions would believe that a strong woman could never want such a thing. Those with far less noble intentions would believe that she was a puppet, a weak-willed defect to the female gender. But, in her heart of hearts, this was Yana's truth. However, in that ideal world Yana had fantasized about more times that she could count. The most important figure in her life was her husband, but every time she thought to settle for the man who was good enough, for the man who would treat her kindly and give her a warm, fulfilling life, she simply couldn't bring herself to do it. This wasn't about her feeling the man was unworthy. She believed that everyone had their own unique worth to bring to the world. The reason she couldn't do it was because every time she thought to do so, she felt a guilt from the depths of her soul. This wasn't a guilt toward Ryu, nor was it a guilt toward her dreams. It was a guilt she felt toward that man who would become her good enough. She couldn't bring herself to live a life where her own husband was always second in her heart. She didn't want to put another human being through that. She felt that everyone deserved happiness and that she wasn't the one who would be able to provide it to such a person. And so, she worked hard. She put her head down and dismissed such thoughts from her mind, intent on spending the moments until her final breath chasing after a man she might very well never see again, feeling content as she watched those good enough men live happy, simple lives, building families of their own. Those years had been the closest she got to being that loving housewife she had always wanted to be. It was her way of showing her loyalty, love and duty to a husband she would never have. But who could have expected that she would gain such an opportunity now? With the life she had always wanted being within arm's reach of her, how could she give in to despair now? Yana's speed increased. That mountain, she was certain that Ryu must be going toward it too. He must be going in the same direction as her. They would meet soon. Of course, in her fantasies, there were a lot of things she neglected. What if Ryu didn't feel the same way about her? What if he already cared for someone else? Was it even possible to live out her dream if she wasn't his only wife? But Yana didn't even consider any of these things. Maybe after regaining her youth, that naivete had come back. Or maybe it was that it was difficult to extinguish a dream that had been stoked and protected for so long. Ryu didn't feel the same way. She would simply stay silently by his side until he acknowledged her. As for the rest, she would figure it out one step at a time. Suddenly, Yana's expression changed. The ripples around her multiplied and her body shifted to the left just as a bone spear pierced through where she had just stood. Yana's countenance turned into a deep frown as several ripples manifested themselves. It only took a moment before she felt that she had been completely surrounded. At that moment, a dozen cloaked figures cut off her path of retreat in all directions. However, each also kept their distance. What is the meaning of this, Yana? Did you forget your duty? Why is it that you didn't respond to our call? Are you betraying us? A barrage of questions rained down as Yana stepped into the air. Her brows wrinkled. She didn't like this even the smallest bit. She had just wanted to find Ryu. She hadn't cared about the so-called mission she was sent here to do. She had planned on helping the guild out later since she was, in fact, one of their disciples. Still, though she had been wrong for prioritizing her own matters ahead of the guild's matters, why had they struck to kill before even trying to speak to her? Why are you even bothering to ask questions, Zek? Didn't you see earlier? She found her little lover. She doesn't care about you. The madam already said that those who don't follow her orders should be killed. Stop wasting your breath. Zek remained silent for a long time, his jaw clenched. Eventually he squeezed out some words, trying to pretend as though his face wasn't turning crimson. Leave her corpse intact. The man who had spoken, Guido, was stunned for a moment before her burst out into a fit of laughter along with the others. All right, you sick pervert. You can have her corpse. The group shot forward as one. Chapter 578. Why? Yana's expression turned an icy shade of cold. It was the kind of expression she had gotten far too used to making ever since she had stepped into this so-called martial world. And the words of Zek only infuriated her all the more. Even among necromancers, the individuals who wouldn't let even a corpse go were among the most disgusting and vile experts they had to offer. Yana instantly found herself going from being assaulted by a dozen individuals to the amount doubling then tripling in an instant. Corpse puppets of all shapes and sizes charged toward her from all sides. Some were armored beasts, others were pale-faced humanoids, and the last were entirely made of bone, brandishing the very same bone spears that had almost impaled her a moment ago. Though Yana had joined the Necromancy Guild and she was told that her mental realm talent was exceptional, she had never refined a corpse puppet for herself, much to the helplessness of the elders who were quite fond of her talent. However, just because she didn't choose one of the many paths a necromancer didn't mean that she had no means of defending herself. In fact, there was a reason these dozen disciples had only dared to target her after gathering a dozen of themselves together first. Yana's expression warped. She was already so close. She didn't want to be delayed in this place. But she also didn't want to kill. The gap between herself and these youths was too great, in her favor. Even though she was only at the 3rd stage of the Immortal Ring realm and all of them were at the 9th at worst, she still felt that one-on-one, not one of them stood a chance. Yana was reserved and rarely fought. The only reason these youths had this level of caution against her was because of one incident that happened half a century ago, not to mention the records she had broken purely for the sake of bettering herself and growing stronger. However, her senses were sharp to the point that even without having a pair of heavenly pupils to herself, it would almost feel like she did. She could easily see through the gap between herself and these fellow disciples. It was just that Yana's body seemed to twist and vanish. When she appeared again, she struck out a palm at the back of a skeleton corpse's head. Once again, without a sound, the target was left with nothing more than its bottom half. A cut as smooth as a mirror marring its bony hips. Yana hardly remained in her position for a moment before she vanished again. The delicate tips of her toes landing upon the back of an armored bear with empty eye sockets. Just her gentle step caused another ripple to form. This time, a hole was torn through the bear's back right between its shoulder blades. The impact was deathly silent as it always was. And yet the damage didn't just stop there, even tearing a hole through the snowy grounds beneath the corpse beast. Yana's body only became more ethereal as she fought, her hair becoming a mass of black fog that seemed to embody the canvas of deep space, sparkling like twinkling stars and forming a massless depth that left one in awe. In the blink of an eye, half of the corpse puppets the group had sent out were left in crumbled heaps, many of which hardly had many of their body parts left. Yana's actions all seemed more nonchalant than the last. She moved silently, killed silently, and left death in her wake without so much as disturbing the peace of the forest around her. It only took those few moments to cause solemn expressions to coat the faces of the youths. They had known that Yana was powerful, but how could it possibly be so exaggerated? What were those ripples? How did she vanish and appear like that? Was that a heaven-grade movement technique? But that was impossible. An Immortal Ring expert couldn't possibly use such a technique. And even if by some miracle they could, they shouldn't be able to do so in such quick succession. Yana didn't even look like she had broken a sweat. causing many to suddenly realize that what should have been a sure victory might quickly become a life and death struggle unless they could change something right this moment. "Stop holding back," Guido roared. At that moment, the group had to split their attention between Yana and the snow beasts that kept appearing. Due to their number, the snow beasts responded in kind, spawning at faster rates and with greater numbers. They had all thought that they could just focus on keeping the snow beasts from growing too much in number while their corpse puppets dealt with Yana. But the result was far outside of their expectations. It had to be remembered that the greatest strength necromancers had was being able to control corpse puppets that were far more powerful than themselves. Of course, this was only possible for the best geniuses amongst them, but who were they if not among that demographic since they could be sent into this world? Even the weakest corpse puppet Yana had just killed was at the half-step path extinction realm. How could they have possibly expected for things to reach such a level? They soon realized that Guido was right. Who among them didn't have a special corpse puppet they took special care of? However, they had never expected that they would need to use them so soon. How could they not hesitate? "What are you hesitating for? The madam needs us to stop as many people as possible from reaching the mountain. We can't waste so much time here." After he spoke those words, Guido immediately took the lead. He knew well that amongst a group of geniuses, each one with their own goals, just getting them to gang up on one person like this required someone as powerful as the madam, let alone expecting them to listen to his words just because. He had to lead by example or else they would just think he was trying to weed out competition. At that moment, yet another armored bear appeared out from a swirling black portal. But this one was completely different from the last. It had fur a pristine white that could almost match Ryu's hair. Its eye sockets seemed empty at first glance, but upon another, one could see a dark gold flame flickering within, containing an ominous and ancient aura. This dark gold flame perfectly matched the armor the bear wore from head to toe, each plate of which was etched with a complex, ancient rune that exuded a majesty that was hard to stand in the presence of. Despite being a corpse, the bear almost seemed to be alive, radiating outward with a domineeringness. The bear rose to its hind legs, billowing out with a roar that shook the canopy of the ice tree forest. At its full height, it was 20 meters tall, its body rippling with an endless strength. Seeing Guido take the lead, the other geniuses set down their reservations, unleashing their trump cards all at once. A skeleton corpse with black tattoos etched directly into its bones rose. A gray-skinned corpse puppet with real gems for eyes appeared, wielding a saber twice the size of its body. A skeleton python with a length of over a kilometer coiled around the surroundings, shrieking as though to mask the creaking of its bones. Tongues of blue flame erupted around its shell, becoming corporeal to the point it seemed to form a layer of scales over it all. Yana's expression grew serious. Many of these corpse puppets had auras well into the path extinction realm. However, Yana never even got the chance to take action. At that moment, a tempest of tangible rays rose into the skies. The fury was so palpable that space itself shattered. For an instant, Yana, who had always taken space to be the friendliest to her, almost didn't dare to meld with it right now. The geniuses were shaken, but there was absolutely nothing they could do before pillars of violet flame lightning began to manifest from what felt like thin air. Everything in its path was completely incinerated. Not a single soul was able to flee. Whether it was Guido or Zek, they finally learned what true despair was. Their final thoughts were about how this legacy world could possibly allow someone so powerful in. It wasn't fair. The only one who was untouched by it all was Yana herself, who didn't really know how to react. Why was this person so angry? She didn't even have a scratch on her. And, even if she was forced to fight their trump cards, she wouldn't have necessarily lost either. It was then that someone suddenly appeared before her. He was so much taller than she was, casting a shadow over her petite frame and forcing her to look up to meet his gaze. But, when she saw who it was, she couldn't help but be stunned. First, she felt a welling up of excitement before she began to panic. This wasn't because she was scared to face Ryu, but because of what she saw when she faced him. He was crying? Ryu was crying. Why was he crying? Yana trembled when she felt a palm caress her face. She fell into an embrace every bit as warm as she had always imagined it, her soul suddenly entering a state of calm it hadn't experienced in centuries. She was hugging him. She really was hugging him. Yana couldn't help but cling to the robes at the small of Ryu's back, burying her head into his chest and flooding his fabrics with tears. But her moment of peace only lasted for a moment. Nuri, you're alive. This is good. This is really good. Ryu's hoarse voice drifted to Yana's ears, but Yana herself had frozen stiff. What Ryu didn't realize was that he only didn't recognize Yana because he had spent the childhood of his second life as a blind boy. As for Yana, her grandfather didn't call her little Nunu because Nuri was her real name. He called her that because it was her mother's name. Why was Ryu calling her that? Chapter 579. Someone else. Ryu held on to Yana tightly, and yet just gently enough that he wouldn't harm her. Tears. They weren't something that Ryu had shed ever since he awakened his memories. Nothing had ever been able to push him to such a point, nor did he think anything ever would. However, when he came across this battlefield and laid eyes on Yana, something within him completely snapped. He had already been lowering the barrier between himself and his own emotions bit by bit, day after day. And this event just seemed to tear a hole through that dam completely. Ryu could see it clearly. It wasn't just Yana's face. Her aura, her demeanor, the cadence of her voice, the fate that hung around her, her karmic connection to him, it was all identical. This was the very same woman who had spent a lifetime protecting him, that he was certain of. It was just unfortunate that Yana didn't share the same certainty. Her mind was taken hold of by confusion and hesitancy. Why did Ryu call her Nuri? Why was Ryu so emotional seeing her? Why did it seem like Ryu knew her so intimately? Of course, the two had grown up together. There was even a point where Ryu's maternal grandfather from concubine Lailana's side had tried to force Ryu to take Yana's first time, taking advantage of her feelings for him to bolster the family's power. However, during all that time, Ryu had never displayed such an infatuation with her. From what she remembered, Ryu had always treated her like a little sister. And though she could sense that same doting feeling now, there was a hint of something else that went beyond just that, something that had seemed to come from thin air. Yana should have been ecstatic to feel such emotion coming from Ryu. Wasn't this exactly what she had wanted? This was the man she had worked so hard to reach, just so that she could finally stand by his side and face the world with him. From a young age, she could already tell that Ryu had ambition. Even though she wanted to be a simple housewife, she knew that Ryu didn't want to be a simple husband. He wanted to go out and conquer the world. So, she wanted to be strong enough to help his climb. But now, her emotions were in complete disorder. If she was certain that these feelings were for her, she wouldn't care how Ryu birthed them. She didn't care if he had always felt this way and just hid it. She didn't care if he had never felt this way and had birthed it in her absence. She didn't care even if he was faking it entirely because she saw how useful his talent would be to him. It didn't matter to her how the emotion came about. Though she didn't want to force another man to be second to Ryu, she didn't care even if she was third or worse to him. But the issue was, these emotions weren't aimed toward her. The reality made her shiver. Despite Ryu's warmth, she suddenly felt very cold. The feeling made her want to pull Ryu in closer to feel more of his heat. But, at the same time, her heart wanted to pull away, leaving her in a state of limbo she didn't know how to get out of. Nuri? What's wrong? Everything is fine. No one can harm you now. Yana shuddered. There was none of that sarcastic tone she had become so used to hearing in Ryu's voice. None of that big brother making fun of little sister vibe. All that was there was care and affection. She couldn't hold back her own tears any longer, her sobs ringing through any of Ryu's attempts to communicate with her. Ryu, who didn't quite understand Yana's thoughts, simply held her. By now, he had already gotten control of his emotions. If he wanted to be a man, he couldn't possibly continue crying while a young woman in his arms was doing the same, right? Who was she supposed to lean on if not him? However, the words Yana squeezed out between her sobs left Ryu baffled. I'm not who you think I am. Ryu blinked. He tried to lift Yana's chin to look into her eyes, just so he could get a better read on what her actual emotions were beyond what he could hear. But she struggled against his attempt, just burying her head further into his chest. She seemed to want to hide from him, yet also didn't want to leave his side at the same time. What did she mean she wasn't who he thought she was? What was she talking about? Yana didn't understand how Ryu could possibly know her mother. After all, her mother had died so young that even she didn't remember her, let alone for Ryu to. On top of that, even if Ryu's memory was just better than their own and they happened to meet, how could Ryu, as a toddler, have formed such feelings for a grown woman? And, even if by some miracle that somehow happened as well, why would he assume that she was her? He should know her mother had died long ago. None of it made any sense. The most logical explanation was that the Nuri Ryu knew wasn't related to Yana at all. But then how could he mistake Yana for that Nuri? Wouldn't it be because they looked alike? Now that Yana thought about it, this was the very first time Ryu was seeing her face. Maybe this was why? But what were the odds that a Nuri that wasn't her mother also somehow looked exactly like her as well? It made no sense. None of it made any sense. How could this happen? Why was this happening? Yana felt that her heart was shattering into a million pieces. Her breathing was shallow, her shoulders endlessly trembling, and her inner organs twisted and convulsed as though wanting to shrink in on themselves. However, she still forced herself to speak. She didn't want to fool Ryu. She didn't want him to care for her simply because he thought she was someone else. My name isn't Ennu, Nuri. That's my mom's name. Ryu froze. Chapter 580 doesn't matter. Ryu didn't say anything for a while, but his eyes were blinking in confusion. What was this little girl talking about? Her mother's name was Nuri? So what was her name? Ryu tried to take a look at Yana's face again, but the stubborn girl refused to look up and kept sobbing away. Toward such a thing, Ryu was quite helpless. In the martial world, the importance of names couldn't be understated. If this person in his arms now was certain that her mother's name was Nuri, Ryu wouldn't be surprised by this. In order for his Nuri to be here and be so weak, the only explanation was that she had to have reincarnated just like he did. However, Yana would have reincarnated differently from how Ryu had. While Ryu was taking part in a trial, Yana likely wouldn't be. So, her name wouldn't necessarily be the same in this life. At the same time, though, Nuri was quite a powerful expert in her first life. To some extent, she had the ability to warp karmic luck in her favor. As a result, the name Nuri being attached to her in some form or fashion wasn't impossible, even if it was an ancestor or someone closer like a mother. Of course, Ryu still wasn't aware of this now, but if he knew that this girl was Yana from the Tor Kingdom, it would likely only make him more emotional. Clearly, Nuri would have exchanged much of her own karmic luck in exchange for being reborn nearer to Ryu. However, as a result of that, her luck was poor and she almost died before she could be by Ryu's side again. Obviously, another big reason was the fact Nuri was half fairy. Without proper techniques, she would just look like she had terrible talent on the cultivation path. However, once she was given the right techniques to practice, her cultivation speed would be blinding. Despite having been adopted by his parents, Nuri's strength was no weaker than Himari and Titus. This alone was enough to display just how fast her cultivation speed was. Half-fairies were very rare offspring to begin with. After gaining the ingenuity of humans and the heavenly love fairies were granted, their power would be off the charts. There was a reason why, out of all the experts his parents had access to, Ryu's parents chose Nuri to be his death guard. Finally, after several hours and Ryu's arm almost becoming numb from killing snow beasts that continued to spawn, Yana finally explained the rest of the story to him. Ryu looked down into Yana's eyes for the first time, scanning her up and down. Yana herself gripped at her black dress. Though she tried to meet Ryu's gaze, she found it difficult to do so. It was taking everything for her to not be a nervous wreck. All right, then you are Yana. Ryu smiled lightly, wiping the tears from Yana's cheeks with a thumb. There's no need to cry anymore, right? You don't hate me? Ryu blinked. Why would I hate you? In fact, you're one of the most important people to me in this world. Yana's deep black eye brimmed with tears. Then, why did you leave me? Ryu's lip twitched. She had him there. Luckily, her head was down when she spoke this question, so she hadn't seen his unnatural expression. In the end, he could only sigh. The truth is, Yana, I reincarnated. I was born into the Tor clan as a trial created by a sky god I was chosen to be the successor of. The early part of my life was filled with hardship, much of which was by design to mold me into the successor this sky god needed. I have reason to believe that you are my adoptive sister from my first life, or, at the very least, you are closely tied to her. Whichever one it is, I cannot be certain. But, since you say you are Yana, then you are Yana to me. Yana was stunned by this flood of information before she was suddenly filled with a burst of warmth. So she was connected to Ryu like this? And he was actually willing to tell her all of this without reservation? Such a secret must be something he constantly held close to his heart, right? But he told her without reserve. But if I'm not Nuri, Yana almost burst into another fit of sobs, but Ryu immediately stopped her. It doesn't matter, Ryu said firmly. If you are Nuri, then you are a person I owe my life to. If you are Nuri's daughter, then you are a person I would give my life for. Regardless of what it is, the same words apply. You're one of the most important people to me in this world. Yana's heart burst with happiness before there was a slight hesitancy. Don't treat me like a little sister, okay? The sharp turn in voice left Ryu speechless. What was that supposed to mean? He couldn't possibly treat Nuri's potential daughter like a potential romantic partner, right? He wouldn't even blame the heavens for smiting him if he did such a thing, and he usually hated the heavens. Ryu suddenly remembered that as shy and reserved as Yana usually was, she was also very strong-willed and mischievous. It was clear she wanted to draw a hard line now so that there wouldn't be any misunderstandings in the future. Seeing that Ryu was in a daze and didn't quite know how to react, a flash of light one could only usually see in the eyes of a predator chasing after prey lit up in Yana's gaze. Her movements were so quick and natural that Ryu didn't even react. Plus, how could he think that he needed to put his guard up against Yana? He treated with as much trust as he would even his own parents. But the next moment showed that trust might have been misplaced. Before Ryu could react, he felt something grab and tug at his wrists. He didn't even register what was happening before his palms were suddenly invaded by an extraordinarily soft feeling. He almost squeezed in reflex, though there was a slightly tough fabric separating his hand and what he felt was the true source of it below. It didn't stop his mind from relishing in the plump, bouncy feeling. For the first time since his days with Eska, Ryu felt a fire light within him. He looked down, speechless, only to find Yana pressing his hand into her chest. The look in her eyes said that she was trying to appear as though she had been wronged, but she couldn't hide the mischievous glint from Ryu. You have to take responsibility. Ryu didn't know what to say. Why did this situation feel so familiar? Chapter 581 Laughter. Ryu felt a headache coming on, but at the same time, he tried his best to stop himself from laughing. In truth, if he had to assign probabilities to whether this was Nuri's reincarnation or if Yana was her daughter, he'd say it was about 80% likely to be the former and only about 20% to be the latter. In all likelihood, the reason Yana's mother shared the name Nuri with Yana's former life was just a misalignment of karma, something that was bound to happen when you were working with such enormous spans of time and relying so much on luck. Of course, this was just a gut feeling and he couldn't be sure. But he would most definitely prefer to be certain before he acted on something so sensitive. The awkward part of it all, though, was that Yana didn't seem to want to allow him that time, and he couldn't find it in himself to blame her. Whatever barriers Ryu had up for Serial seemed to collapse one after another for Yana. Plus, it had to be remembered that Ryu's intuition was especially sensitive right now, so he felt like he was most likely correct. And even if he wasn't correct, Yana seemed to want him to ignore that fact entirely. Still, he felt a warmth in his heart at this moment that transcended just the feeling of Yana's naughty actions. When Ryu was growing up with Nuri, he had always been her little brother. After he failed to awaken, this feeling had only intensified and he never got the chance to protect her. As a result, the version of Nuri that he knew would always be far more reserved and well put together than the version he might have otherwise come to know had she taken him to be a serious candidate for her husband. To that Nuri, maybe he had always been a little brother regardless of what antics Elena tried to pull and regardless of whatever feelings he might have had. To make matters worse, Nuri probably always felt the weight of wanting to repay his parents for the kindness they had extended her. It had to be known that Himari and Titus hadn't originally known that Nuri was so talented. It was just that they had tried for millions of years to have a child to no avail and happened to take pity on the young Nuri, who had been thrown away as a waste who was unable to cultivate. These two matters come together made it so that Ryu might have only ever known a small portion of the person Nuri had been. He had a feeling that she had always been so mischievous, but it wasn't until this life where she could finally release some of that. For as long as he could remember, Ryu wanted to be the one to protect Nuri. And even though that she was now Yana, he finally got the chance to. Ryu's smile brightened. "How do you want me to take responsibility?" Yana froze, her hand still clamped onto Ryu's wrist. Honestly, the novel feeling was leaving her in a bit of a weird state. She couldn't decide if she felt odd, if she felt good, or if she really felt nothing at all. She had a feeling that a part of the reason she was acting like this was because she anticipated that she should feel something, but that the result was far more muted than she thought it would be. Either way, it was clear that she hadn't thought nearly so far as to have an answer for Ryu's question, and she only felt more flustered when she felt Ryu's fingers lightly squeeze. "Ah!" Yana squealed. Ryu burst into a fit of laughter. He couldn't remember the last time he had laughed so freely and heartily. Maybe he would have to go all the way back to the days before his awakening ceremony. It might really be so far back. You're bullying me." This only made Ryu laugh harder. He couldn't help but find it amusing that Yana had tried to act like Elena, but they were clearly two different people. Had Ryu asked that question of Elena, she might have already directly pounced on him and tried to get him to put a baby in her. But Yana only became flustered. He found it all to be adorable to an extreme. All right, I'm sorry. I won't treat you like a sister. Okay?" Yana pouted before her face suddenly flushed red. She realized that Ryu's hand was actually still on her chest, but now that her rush of adrenaline was gone, she didn't know what to do. If she tried to push his hand away, he would realize she was being a poser. But if she left it there, he might call her bluff. Ryu smiled knowingly and decided to stop teasing Yana, taking his hand back from her chest and pretending not to notice her sigh of relief. Maybe Yana wouldn't care very much about Ryu taking advantage of her. After all, she was no longer a little girl and she had experienced a lot of life. She had even helped many mothers give birth and had had her fair share of lady talks with friends, more than enough to be well learned on the subject. But, after abstaining for so long, she no longer even knew how to cross that line. She unironically felt it would have been easier to do those things back when she was in her 20s, rather than now that she was hundreds of years old. Ryu obviously had no intention of pressing her to do such things. At the moment he just felt at peace. His mind was free and unfettered. Yana, though, grabbed his retracting hand, insisting on holding on to it, so he obliged and allowed her to have her moment. After all, he couldn't imagine what she had gone through in this life, let alone what she had experienced at the end of her first. Assuming that that had been her, of course. Just as the two were about to continue toward the mountain, Ryu raised an eyebrow. "HM? It's actually still intact?" "Oh." Chapter 582 Bear God. In all his rage and subsequent emotional excitement, Ryu had actually almost missed something so fascinating. At this moment, the land around where he and Yana stood had been eviscerated. Purple lightning flames were still dancing about in a donut shape around them, and the snow had melted into a steaming hotbed of water that was giving off billowing fog. The combination of Ryu's emotional state and this fog almost caused Ryu to miss that there was actually something that managed to survive his rage-fueled tirade. With a wave of his hand, a large corpse shot out from the steaming waters and fell before the two of them. It only took a look for Ryu to recognize the beast corpse, and even then, he couldn't help but be stunned. A bear god corpse? Where the hell would you find something like this? Ryu frowned, looking toward Yana. Where were these people from? The Necromancy Guild. And they didn't wear masks? From Ryu's experience, most necromancers, especially those from the Necromancy Guild, would wear masks. It was a sort of protection for the profession as a whole. But, now that he thought about it, he had just spent the better part of the last several months surrounded by necromancers, but only a rare few care enough to wear their masks at all. From what I know, it was rare for those of adequate standing to wear masks. Lower members of the necromancy guild did, though. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Was it just a change in culture? He guessed that 1 billion years was indeed enough to cause such a change. Plus, with the main power against mental realm cultivation gone, with his Tatsuya clan being destroyed, mental realm masters in general likely felt freer. Something still felt off. But, that aside, if there was any expert who would be able to get their hands on such a valuable corpse, it would definitely be a genius of the Necromancy Guild. The Bear God clan was an ancestral beast clan on the same level as rocks, griffins, dragons, and Qilin. They were split into 3 branches: the Black Bear God, the White Bear God, and the most powerful Gold Bear God. Regardless of the branch, they all had powerful bodies and a special vital chi that allowed them to use runes in combat. These runes could be used to multiply their strength, speed, defense, and in its most powerful state, form the very dark gold armor that coated this White Bear God now. When a Bear God's rune armor was activated, they'd shrink in size, multiplying their bodily strength several times over, using the same concept as Nemesis Adept body talent. However, the results weren't as exaggerated. Still, to be able to refine the corpse of a Bear God, and even have it in the state of activation like this, it was safe to say that whoever the master of this young necromancer was would likely be pissed to an extreme that their disciple and investment were now dead. Ryu didn't believe for a moment that any of those geniuses had found and refined such a corpse puppet themselves. To put matters into perspective, Ryu's purple lightning flame hadn't left a single scratch on this White Bear God. The only reason it wasn't moving right now was because Ryu's attack had killed its master long ago. At this moment, it was nothing more than a normal corpse. Whoever gave him this bear really dotes on him, Ryu finally commented. Giving such a corpse puppet to an immortal ring expert is a waste of treasures. Yana thought for a moment before she blinked in realization. That corpse puppet was summoned by Guido. His grandfather is the head of the Armored Beast branch of the Necromancer Guild. Armored Beast branch? HM? These words reminded Ryu of Mateus. His first run-in with necromancers in this life had been against Mateus and his armored armadillo. Clearly, though, these beasts were in 2 completely different classes of their own. Even a necromancer who didn't specialize armored beasts wouldn't hesitate to throw their life's work to the side if they could start with such a corpse puppet. However, Ryu's fascination with this White Bear God went beyond its strength as a corpse puppet. As far as he was concerned, turning a beast that relied so heavily on vital chi into a puppet was as good as ruining heaven's treasures. Corpse puppets obviously couldn't preserve their blood. So how would they maintain their vital chi? If it wasn't for the fact this Bear God still had its rune armor, it wouldn't have stood a chance at withstanding Ryu's attack. However, what was fascinating was that since this rune armor was here, it meant that whoever refined this corpse puppet used a special method to freeze the innate runes of the Bear God in a state of activation, thus allowing the refinement to continue in this state. For most people, this was as far as you could go. However, Ryu wasn't most people. Firstly, Ryu had his master's legacy, a visualization that was perfectly designed to snatch the secrets of beasts and apply them. Secondly, Ryu had his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. When it came to seeing through the mysteries of the cultivation world, especially when it could be broken down into terms and applications as simple as foundational runes, Ryu would practically be swimming in a world tailored to him and him alone. Ryu had no need to apply what he learned to himself. He had his immortal Sakura, his warped ripple, and even his spirit-body fusion. However, all this time, Ryu had been building up his corpse refinement methods. Esme had been his first iteration. Gomen had been his second and even more successful iteration, though he had unfortunately quickly outgrown him. Finally, he had a feeling that this Bear God would open a door to a 3rd iteration, one that would synergize with his skeleton warriors to a degree that even made him faintly excited. With a flash of his pupils, a strong swirl of spatial chi manifested, swallowing the 30-meter-tall bear whole, armor and all. Yana blinked. Such strong spatial chi. She didn't know that Ryu had such good spatial chi affinity. She felt an innocent happiness that they had something in common. Of course, she had no idea that Ryu's use of spatial chi wasn't nearly as free or easy as hers. "Shall we?" Ryu asked with a smile. Chapter 583 Regret. As the two walked forward, Yana couldn't help but quickly grow speechless. Let alone letting her face danger, Ryu didn't even let her lift a finger. Every snow beast that formed was instantly annihilated by him with a point. At first Yana thought it was just a coincidence, but as time passed, she realized that Ryu really didn't want her to fight. It left her in a state of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, she too found it adorable. Of course, if Ryu knew that Yana thought he was being adorable, it was hard to tell how he would react to it all. That said, he was far too engrossed in protecting Yana, so he didn't even notice the funny looks she was giving him at all. He continued to pull Yana along, a wide smile on his face. Eventually, realizing that she wouldn't get a chance to do much of anything, Yana started to pepper Ryu with questions. She found it fascinating that he had actually reincarnated, and she wanted to know everything about it. The more she learned about Ryu's life, the closer she felt to him. For Ryu, it had been a long time since he had actually told anyone about these things. The last person was actually Elena. Of course, when it came to things between him and Ailsa, nothing needed to be said. She could know anything she wanted to know about his first or second life with a single thought. But the act of actually saying these things out loud felt novel and different. For some reason, dealing with the snow beasts didn't even seem all that difficult anymore. Ryu plowed through them one after another. Though it was a shame that one of his hands was occupied by Yana so he couldn't use his bow, he still felt as though he was rapidly improving. Ryu's pupils suddenly constricted. At that moment Ryu came to understand. He was focusing too much on the bow itself, whereas it was just a medium for a marksman. The bow had unique quirks of its own that would allow a projectile to display various flight trajectories of its own. But it wasn't unique in the way a spear would be from a sword, or a sword would be from a rod. Ryu had become so used to normal weapons that he thought of the bow in the same way. He had been chasing after a unique and special way that a bow should be used, when the reality was that he should have been chasing the essence of marksmanship itself. To put it simply, the essence of using a spear was different from the essence of using a sword or a saber or a dagger. However, the essence of using a bow or a crossbow, or any weapon that used a projectile, was the same. The power output might be different, the method of activation might be different, the strength needed for said activation might be different, but all the core components were the same. Reading your opponent, the importance of your eyes, guessing the next move your enemy might make, accounting for the wind and environment, all of it was the same. By the same token, Ryu stretching out his finger like this and sniping the snow beasts as they came, coupled with how calm his heart was right now, it was also a form of marksmanship, and it was even beyond what he had been previously displaying with his body. At that moment, Ryu's body lightened again as he crossed into the imposed realm. Yana blinked. She of course sensed what had just happened, but she didn't understand how anyone could make such a casual breakthrough. The only other person she had ever seen do such a thing was, well, herself. Yana's master had never told her exactly what she was, but after talking to Ryu she understood that she was part human and part elemental fairy. Specifically a rare spatial elemental fairy. Space loved her and she loved it. Whenever she made a breakthrough in that regard, it was as casual as it could be. But even she felt that it was slightly more difficult than what Ryu had just done. In fact, Ryu had been in the middle of telling her another one of his childhood stories, so how had he suddenly broken through like that? In order to break through mortal endowments, most needed to enter seclusion. A very rare few could break through in the middle of battle. But this was the first time she had heard of someone breaking through while having a leisurely chat. Yana realized at that moment that maybe just finding Ryu wasn't enough. She needed to continue to work hard, or else if he continued to advance like this, there would come a day where she would be left far behind by him again. "Didn't you say you hated him? Why do you think he's a friend now?" Ryu smiled. "Well, I don't know if I can consider him a friend. What I do know is that if there was anyone even close to being such a person to me, it would be him. Unfortunately, I have no idea if he's alive or not." Yana blinked. That was right, almost 1 billion years was a long time. To geniuses it was nothing. But this person Ryu was speaking about was from one of the weaker clans of the Blossom Plain. It was hard to say if he would reach such a level. Then after we leave here, we should go find him, Yana said enthusiastically. Ryu felt a headache coming on just hearing this. Even if he was going to reunite with this person, he most definitely couldn't be the one to go find him. And he most definitely couldn't be allowed to know that Ryu thought of him as a friend until he admitted it first. What would he look like going to find that man after so long? He'd be laughed into oblivion. Also, if he managed to survive so long, he had probably had some great fortuitous encounter and his strength would probably be beyond his own now. Unfortunately, Yana kept chatting away, clearly not seeing the regret on Ryu's face for having told her such a thing. Suddenly, Ryu's gaze narrowed. The forest of crystal trees came to a stop. Up ahead, all that was left was a stretch of flat snow to the base of the mountain. Chapter 584 slipped. Though it seemed close, Ryu could tell that the mountain was still about 100 kilometers from them. Of course, such a distance was a small thing to cultivators at their level. But what was curious was that Ryu couldn't see anyone else. There was definitely something odd about the current situation. From Ryu's vantage point, it was possible to see a large portion of the base of the mountain. Of course, 100 kilometers when compared to the size of this monstrosity was nothing, so it was actually difficult to see the full scope of everything. In fact, what must have been a mountain with a round base looked like nothing more than a straight line to Ryu right now. But it was also exactly because of this that Ryu could see thousands of kilometers both to his left and right, a large measure of which was filled with nothing but snow. There wasn't a single person in sight. One might think that Ryu was overthinking this. With his speed and strength, wasn't it only obvious that he would get here long before anyone else? The trouble was, though, that Ryu had run into Yana. What did this mean? It meant that there were people who were randomly teleported far closer to the mountain than he was. Just because he was the fastest didn't mean that he would get here the fastest. If Yana could be teleported so close, there was nothing stopping from someone else being teleported even closer. Though this wasn't exactly fair, what in the martial world ever was? Ryu felt that there was probably some formation hiding things. But what was baffling was that it was his intuition that told him this and not his heavenly pupils. For a formation to hide from him, it would have to be at an extremely high level and it would have to have been designed specifically with the goal of being undetectable. After all, even the ancestral grade formation of that martial god city hadn't been able to hide from him. This probably means that there's an illusion or dreamlike world up ahead. But, for it to be so high level, how could something like this appear in this world? It simply didn't make any sense. Whenever a legacy world had a particular cap, it also meant that the difficulty was adjusted to fit that cap. Ryu was definitely if not the strongest immortal ring expert to ever exist. There shouldn't be anything in this world that was difficult for him unless this ice devil expert was a truly sadistic bastard. That said, it would probably be foolish for Ryu to believe that anyone worth of the title Ice Devil would be a good person to begin with. Maybe he should have stepped into this knowing very well that it might be a death trap. Yana, Ryu suddenly spoke. What did that madam ask of you? She didn't exactly tell us anything. But Auntie Duna said to use the formation plates we had to meet up with her as soon as we could. I assume she gave the orders she wanted to there. Guido said something about being tasked with killing everyone. Killing everyone? Huh? That's quite the bold move. Is it related to the martial gods? Or is it someone making a play against the martial gods? Who would be bold enough to do that? Ryu spoke as if this person was crazy, somehow forgetting that he wasn't just going against the martial gods, he wanted to overturn them completely. At the very least, that goal was just as bad as anything this mysterious individual wanted to accomplish, considering it was already the worst-case scenario. Yana didn't respond. It seemed like Ryu was talking to himself or trying to figure something out. Ryu knew that the martial gods must have had some sort of enemy now. However, whatever enemy it was that made them run from their home wouldn't have to sneak around like this. At the very least, they wouldn't be in the shadows while the martial gods were living openly and grandly. Due to this, logic stated that this was a different enemy than the one the martial gods ran from. But, with the armament guild struggling against them and even those powerful necromancy families falling in line with them, not to mention the fairies who were trying to make marriage alliances with them, who still had the guts to go against the martial gods. Now that Ryu thought about it, much of the necromancy guild was ruled by those three necromancy clans. The Avantgarde clan, the Deliard clan, and the Mephisto clan. Yet, Ryu had seen members of all three take part in the Silver Branches trials. But now, somehow it was someone of the necromancy guild which was practically in their back pocket, taking action now. It was intriguing. If everyone died but these people, what then would they do? How would they face the martial gods? Did they have a way to leave this place undetected? Did they not care about being detected? Were they already ready to fight against the martial gods? Or was it something else that Ryu was missing entirely? Ryu's lip curled. Wasn't this a very good thing for him? Wouldn't he now have a scapegoat to blame everything on after he plundered everything in this world? He would have to be careful, though. For all he knew, these people wanted to also use him as a scapegoat. The thing was, he wasn't so easy to use. Hold on tight, Yana. Even if for some reason you've lost the feel of my hand, just keep squeezing as hard as you can. Okay. Yana nodded obediently. Let's go. Ryu flashed, stepping across the barrier. The instant he did, he felt Yana trying to run in the complete opposite direction of him. She was sprinting as hard as she could as though he was a menace she needed to dash from. Ryu could tell immediately what was happening. Yana thought that she was running to keep up with him, but the truth was that this odd world was forcing her to run away from him instead. Ryu's vision was layered with two different realities that made his head spin. For a moment, he couldn't remember which hand he had been holding onto Yana's with and his grip slipped. Chapter 585 Formation. Ryu's pupils constricted. This was the most layered and complex illusion formation he had ever heard of, let alone been in. For a man who had spent much of his first life adventuring in high-level ruins, this was an absolutely shocking realization for Ryu. Even when his pupils hadn't opened even a single seal, let alone the more than 50 he had opened now, he had never been so stumped by a formation. And yet, here he was. At the last moment, he managed to realize that Yana's grip slipping from his own was nothing but a trick of the mind. It wanted to use this feeling to make him grasp out at her. But that action alone would have only caused his grip to truly loosen. At that point, it would just be a matter of forcing him to deviate slightly from the path Yana was running on. By then, they would be completely separated, and it would be impossible to tell if he would ever manage to find Yana again. Ryu's gaze flickered with fury. He pulled back on Yana's hand, gripping her waist tightly. Lines of fate. If there was one thing that couldn't be tricked so easily, it was this fundamental ability of Ryu's pupils. As long as he focused on karmic strings, nothing could hide from him. Though it would drain his stamina, it was far better than losing Yana. There was no telling what kind of danger waited out there. The longer he spent in this legacy world, the more he realized just how dangerous it was, or rather, potentially was. He had no intention of allowing Yana to risk her life. He had just found her after so long, and she had no intention of letting her go. Yana struggled and fought against Ryu's grasp. It was clear that she thought that she had been caught by some sort of beast. If things continued like this, Yana might end up using her spatial arts, and that would make things become far too complicated, far too quickly. Ryu couldn't allow Yana to enter the incubator. If the experience with Serial had taught him anything, it was that this world didn't find it difficult to deal with its barriers. If he allowed Yana to go in, she would still be affected by the illusion, and the result would likely be her using her spatial arts to teleport out. By then, it would be too late for Ryu to regret anything. Ryu thought of allowing Yana to enter the crystalline Jade. At the very least, this legacy world didn't seem capable of impacting it. However, Yana was only part fairy. There was no telling if she could enter the ethereal realm with as much ease as Ailsa did or not. Without a choice, Ryu could only knock Yana out, something that was far more difficult than he thought it would be. For one, Yana was more powerful than he had assumed. And secondly, he had a hard time hitting her. He didn't even want a single hair on her head to be harmed, but now he actually had to hit her with so much force. If he found the bastard who laid this formation, they'd definitely have to pay for making him do such a thing. Fuming, Ryu cradled Yana in his arms, trudging forward through the formation. Ryu could feel the snow pooling at his feet, sapping away at his chi. The snow in this region was even more vicious than it had been in the crystal tree forest. The snow in the latter region had lost much of its chi-sapping effects, but the snow in this region seemed to have a cumulative effect. From the very beginning, Ryu had ignored much of this effect. Even now, it hardly affected him. All he wanted to do was make it to the peak of the mountain before him. But it was clear that the so-called 100-kilometer distance was far more devastating than just this. With lines of fate activated, Ryu could see even further than he could in the past. Even with the world invaded by an endless swirl of colors, it only felt clearer to him. This had become a trial of endurance rather than fighting prowess. And Ryu had a feeling that it would only become more difficult from here on out. What was fascinating about the snow was that Ryu could tell that if he activated his immortal rings in an attempt to use atmospheric chi and save his stamina, his situation would only become even worse. The cap of the legacy world was the immortal ring realm, so how could the snow not be designed with that in mind? There are others. Ryu's gaze continued to sweep through the surroundings. As expected, there were indeed others. They were thousands, sometimes even tens of thousands of kilometers away from Ryu. But they were there. Most of them seemed to walk aimlessly like headless chicken. If they continued like this, there was no doubt that their stamina would be drained away by the snow before they could even make it to the mountain. There were some among these individuals that seemed to be aware that they were stuck in an illusion and were trying their best to use methods to get away. Some even stabbing near fatal wounds into themselves for a chance at survival. Unfortunately, these crude methods didn't work. Some even ended up being coerced by the formation into accidentally taking their own lives, decapitating themselves or piercing their own hearts. Ryu's heart shuddered. Not because of the gruesome scenes, but because he realized that this could very easily have been Yana. What would have happened had he not found her in time? Could it be that the members of the Necromancy Guild were already prepared for this? According to Yana, that group that attacked her should have just been one of many. Wouldn't it be too ridiculous if they had gone all out to kill as many people as possible, only to have no chance at getting the treasure? Ryu really couldn't see how one was meant to pass this trial, even he was having so much difficulty with. Just what was this Ice Devil individual doing? Chapter 586. Each point more ridiculous than the last. The more Ryu looked around, the more he felt that this Ice Devil simply wanted everyone to die. Ryu's frown only became deeper as he continued forward. Faster. Ryu picked up his pace. He wasn't the type of person to care about the deaths of others. No one who had entered this place was a child. Plus, most of them had some sort of enmity with him and wouldn't hesitate to take his life should they get the chance. However, none of this stopped Ryu's heart from beating faster and faster. He felt his intuition screaming at him, making his blood boil as though it was priming his body for something big. However, as one might expect from something like intuition, it gave him no details, no explanation, no information. It was as though he was being surrounded by walls closing in from all sides. But he still had no idea how much distance they had left to travel or even how fast they were going. He could only go faster, move faster. Ryu at his top speed was no different from a blazing comet. If he could enter his spirit body form entirely, he would be even faster. However, he had no choice but to stay partly tangible for the sake of continuing to carry Yana. He cut a trail through the snow, leaving nothing but melted steam in his wake. Space tore along Ryu's path. He didn't hold back in the slightest, nor was he worried about the impact to Yana. If a spatial fairy couldn't handle such a thing, then no one could. Bang! The whistling of air boomed and collapsed on itself. Ryu's body was practically like the point of a laser, slicing through the wind, skies, and clouds with impunity. Bang! Ryu came to an abrupt stop. In one instant, he was crossing hundreds of kilometers in the fraction of a second. In the next, he stood as tall and straight as a javelin, his demeanor icy cold. It was as though he hadn't been moving at all, as though he had been standing there from the very beginning. He coldly stared up ahead, standing at the foot of the mountain. A journey that would have taken most in this place days, even weeks to cross, even if they went completely straight the whole time, had been crossed by Ryu in just a few minutes. Up ahead, a group of several hundred figures stood. Each one of them seemed to be waiting at the foot of the mountain for a purpose, and the moment they all laid eyes on Ryu, it seemed that they had found that purpose. It was then that the wall of wind that had been rushing to get out of his way suddenly collapsed. The sound was so jarring and loud that it felt like the skies themselves were falling. Bang! The wall of cloaked figures was suddenly sent flying. To some of the weaker ones, they imploded into a rain of blood and gore, unable to handle the mere wind pressure of Ryu's speed alone. If Ryu had the complete northern heavenly wind, such a thing would never happen because he would have completely fused with the wind. Unfortunately for these individuals, though, he was still nowhere near completing his heavenly wind. And the results were devastating. Despite this, though, there were many within the group that seemed completely unaffected. In fact, their robes only fluttered slightly. That said, this slight fluttering was just enough for Ryu to catch a glimpse of their faces. The 3-pupil eclipse sect? Here? This alone would have been enough for Ryu to question some things, but it wasn't nearly enough for him to be shocked. After all, was it really so surprising? These people had been in the same trial he was in, and there wasn't exactly a cap on the number of people who could enter this world, or else it would have been mentioned long ago. If they had managed to get accepted by the Silver Touch branch, it wouldn't be surprising that they would have gotten entry into this place. But that wasn't the main problem. First, they had managed to get here before him. Even with how unfair this Ice Devil Legacy world had been to this point, Ryu highly doubted it would allow anyone to directly skip its trials, right? It was impossible that they didn't have to go through the same trial he just did. But, in that case, how could they have possibly made it through? Ryu knew a little about the pupils of the 3-pupil eclipse sex bloodline, so he was aware of its abilities. At best, it was just better than other eyes at picking up Yin Qi and helping its wielders to use such Qi. But there was no Yin Qi involved in the illusion formation. If anything, an illusion formation had to be the perfect balance of Yin and Yang, or else it wouldn't be a very good illusion to begin with. Of course, Ryu also remembered that Eska through Ice Mine had mentioned that the Silver Touch branch was very interested in helping the 3-pupil eclipse sect to evolve their pupils into something greater, and maybe that had succeeded? But even if Ryu was willing to accept something like this, how could their pupils possibly match up to his own in seeing through formations? If they could do that, he might as well give up the seat of first-ranked heavenly pupils right now. Was it a treasure? Maybe one at the level of the origin grade. Ryu guessed that that might be possible. But that only led to more questions. How could such a small world have such a treasure to use? And, in the case of some miracle they did have such a treasure, it would be the most tightly held secret. They wouldn't randomly allow it out of the sect. The only way such a thing would be allowed is if they had planned things beforehand. But, wouldn't that require knowing what the trials in this place would be? How could they possibly know that an origin grade or even ancestral grade treasure would be necessary in a legacy world capped at the immortal ring realm? Even after reaching this point, none of this touched upon the worst and most ridiculous thing. Of those who had been unbothered by Ryu's wind pressure, all of them were above the immortal ring realm. Chapter 587 Sacrifice. Despite the shocking realization, Ryu's visage was the picture of indifference. By now, he had already figured out some things, and the confirmation only made him eerily calm. He looked down toward Yana. She was cuddled up like a little kitten. As expected, she was completely unaffected by the commotion in the surroundings. In fact, she was lightly snoring as though nothing was happening at all. In her current state, she looked quite adorable. Ryu's indifference couldn't help but give way to a smile. Wasn't this what he had always wanted? Why should she have to bear the same burden as he did? It was better if she was oblivious to it all. Ryu looked back up, his expression once more reverting back. This time, it was pervaded by a deep fog of cold. First brother, let me fight him. This bastard is the reason I couldn't get a seated position. This person was their so-called sixth brother. It wasn't a surprise that he was the one who was enraged, because it was Ryu's refusal to hand over the tri-key that caused him to lag behind the others. He wasn't able to immediately progress to the third floor from the second floor, skipping over the hardest trials like everyone else. As a result, his rankings were near the bottom. How could he not be infuriated? Ryu completely ignored the group before him. Communicating with his master's visualization, He modified his robes to add straps to them. Then he tied Yana to his back. Though he could have brought Yana into his incubator, he had a bad feeling about it. When it came to enemies at this level, it didn't particularly matter that he had a liability with him anyway. They were in the path extinction realm. Who cared? Ryu's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he had already grasped the throat of sixth brother. The words the latter had been planning on speaking were instantly caught in his throat. Ryu's physical body alone had gained the prowess needed to fight path extinction realm experts. In fact, thanks to his bloodlines, after stepping into the blood-tempering realm, he was far beyond most body cultivators at this level. Even without using chi, it would be difficult even for a normal mid-level path extinction realm expert to last a few exchanges with him. The horror hidden beneath Sixth Brother's cloak was suddenly all too clear to Ryu. Sixth Brother's forehead trembled, a hidden slit trying to open itself up. It was clear that this was where those of the sect hid their third eye. Agagha! Ryu's finger pierced through his forehead, shattering his third eye into dripping pieces of flesh and blood. The sequence happened so quickly that none of them seemed capable of reacting. The cloaked figures stood frozen, unable to know how they should react. They knew quite well that if Ryu pressed forward just a hint more, he would pierce into Sixth Brother's brain, ending his life for good. It could effectively be said that he was already dead despite the fact he was still breathing. How could they accept such a thing? They had entered this world with such a massive advantage to begin with. Everything should have been easy. So, how is it that things had ended up like this? You know. Ryu began to speak coldly. I don't particularly care how you all managed to get into this place, nor do I care what your goals are. But what I will say is that this is the last chance I will give you. Trust me, you should take it. I rarely give second chances, and I most definitely don't give third chances. You have until the count of 3. If you don't scram in that time, don't blame me for what happens. No matter what had happened, the 3-pupil Eclipse sect was once tied to the fate of his Ice Phoenix clan. Even now, less than 1 billion years wasn't nearly enough to wash it away completely. If Ryu killed those that were here, effectively erasing an entire generation worth of their geniuses, he would effectively be destroying what remained of their well of faith. Though Ryu was the scion of the Tatsuya clan, he still felt some responsibility toward the other 3 clans his bloodline represented. If he could help it, he would rather them to stay as intact as possible for when he rebuilt them up once again. But it seemed that these youths couldn't quite understand kindness when they saw it. Sixth Brother suddenly imploded in Ryu's hands. If it wasn't for a barrier of chi that instinctually appeared around the latter in that instant, he would have been covered in blood and gore. Yet, even then, Ryu immediately noticed that this blood began to corrode his chi barrier. A curse? Ryu's expression darkened. This technique that dabbled in necromancy, the mental realm and absolute Een was among the most grotesque and also one of the main reasons Ryu's family had banned mental realm cultivation in their territories. To see that the 3-pupil Eclipse sect had such an inheritance to pass down not even 1 billion years later filled Ryu with rage. But this was just the start of it. One after another, much to their apparent horror, one cloaked figure after another began to implode. Ryu could sense that they even tried to target Yana, but she was very quickly protected by him. However, this only made his fury simmer all the more. In the blink of an eye there were just 3 left. First brother, second brother, third sister. The concentration of Een in the air reached unprecedented levels and was still rising. Large quantities of malice and resentment formed, fusing with the resentment that was already originally in the air to become something even more tangible. Ryu's gaze narrowed. So it's like that. The tempest of Een chi began to grow. Cyclones of energies whipped about, tearing blades into the snow and kicking it up into the air as though to bury them all within a blizzard. It was at that exact moment that it began to descend. The ground was ripped in 2, 3 pairs of large hands began to tear their way out, space itself trembling beneath their might. Their skins sizzled and popped, the crimson hue of their hides steaming as they stepped into the cold world one after another. This alone made it difficult to see exactly what was happening, but there was almost nothing in this world that Ryu's pupils couldn't see through. Crimson skin, blood that flowed like magma, twisting horns of obsidian, teeth stained of blood and half-eaten flesh. Ryu knew what it was he was seeing immediately. At that moment, Ryu had flashbacks to the words Icemine had spoken just a few weeks prior, that day when he met her for the very first time. Agree to subordinate yourself under my family. In this case, you will gain a complete summoning necromancer legacy, and you will be granted control of a demon baron and a commoner demon clan. Ryu almost shook his head and sighed. The demon baron magma devil clan. The 3 magma devils rose out of the ground to their full height, each of them standing at over 4 meters tall. Even if one didn't have Ryu's pupils, it was possible to see the molten earth rushing through their veins and watch as their twin, rock-coated hearts pumped in turns. Their skin was both crimson and cracked in certain places. They had 4 horns that seemed curved of obsidian, spiraling in outward from one another like some sick, demonic plant. Each breath they took wafted a grotesque sulfur into the air, melting the snow around them into streaming rivers. Just their aura alone made the world whine and cry. Space bent and twisted, a suppression of bloodlines pressing down on their surroundings. These were creatures of noble demon blood. Even in comparison to beasts, fighting above their cultivation level was as easy as breathing to them. A normal path extinction realm expert wouldn't even stand a chance against a peak immortal ring demon baron. And yet, here were 3 peak path extinction realm magma devils, all of which saw Ryu and thought of murder. The central magma devil took a deep breath, its eyes opening for the first time. Each looked like coal heated to a tipping point, radiating out an undying heat. When it locked eyes with Ryu, a savage grin spread across its face. Boy, you smell good. Your flesh must be exquisite. What kind of bloodlines are you hiding in your bones? I want a taste. The auras of the 3 magma devils suddenly blazed to life, their cultivation levels rising again and again until it shattered through a ceiling. The resentment in the surroundings continued to flow into their bodies, making their muscles bulge and their magma blood rush faster and faster. It was then they broke through the final barrier. In one sweep, all 3 magma devils stepped into the Tao pedestal realm. Just 1 chapter today. Chapter 588, I presume? Ryu stood before the magma devils, his hair billowing under the clash of cold and hot air. Even now, he seemed completely unmoved. My blood, he said coldly. Since when did a mere demon baron have the right to speak of such a thing? Not to mention the first, second, and third disciples of the 3-pupil eclipse sect, the magma devils themselves were absolutely stunned to hear such words. They were mighty demon barons. They existed on a plane of strength that could only be worshipped. When had they ever been looked down upon as mere anything? However, at that moment, Ryu's aura began to rise. A tempest of whipping winds seemed to want to drown the world out completely. His momentum instantly suppressed the 3 demon barons before him, his expression icy to the point it seemed to cut across the rising heat with an undeniable ease. Take form and conquer the world. Bang! Ryu shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the middle magma devil, his palm forming a blade as though his flesh itself had become his great sword staff. Fury lit the gaze of the magma devil. When had it ever been looked down on to this extent? It believed that even when it was an immortal ring expert, it could have crushed Ryu. And yet, now that it had stepped into the Tao pedestal realm, this ant dared to attack it. Of course, it had to be said that much like beasts, the cultivation path of demons was different and actually followed the same naming scheme as that of beasts. Rather than calling these demon barons Tao pedestal realm experts, it was more accurate to call them 9th order demon barons. This was why their breakthrough had been so smooth. No human could so casually break through such a large barrier, and most definitely not in battle. In most cases, that is. However, none of this dampened the strength of the magma devils. The 9th order was still the 9th order. I'll use your skull as a cup to drink your blood. Too many words. Ryu replied coldly. You're a demon, what's the point in using your head to try to come up with insults and threats? It's clearly not your forte. At that moment, Ryu's palm descended from the skies. It felt as though the world was being split in 2. A momentum the likes of which even demon barons couldn't fight against, descending like a mighty judgment from above. Weak, Ryu said with disdain. Bang! Ryu's palm split the shoulder of the magma devil as it shifted to the side to dodge. He splintered its flesh as though it was nothing but only managed to get halfway through its bone before his arm was caught. The rest of the momentum crushed the magma devil into the ground. Its knees almost shattered, its legs bending out of its control, and the right side of its ribcage threatened to collapse entirely. It only took Ryu a moment to realize that these demon barons were weaker than that Scarlet Sparrow clan traitor he had fought just yesterday. It wasn't by an enormous margin, but Lionel could tell that it was at least 10 to 20%. If it wasn't for the fact Ryu didn't have an appropriate weapon for his current level of strength, this magma devil would have already been split in two. The pupils of First Brother and the other two constricted into pinholes. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. It had to be remembered that they had come prepared to enter an immortal ring-capped world. The idea that 3 Dao pedestal-level demon barons weren't enough to be overkill astonished them. But at the same time, Ryu had noticed the ridiculous nature of the situation even before them. Had he not had such a massive increase in his strength, wouldn't he be dead? No matter how bad his luck was, he would never think himself to need the strength of a Dao pedestal realm expert just to survive in this legacy world. Though Ryu understood the power of demon barons to normal cultivators, he never put them in his eyes. Even when the martial gods provided such a potential gift for joining, he hadn't been moved. To him, demon barons weren't nearly noble enough to fight by his side. Just like that, Ryu stood between 2 magma devils, one of his hands wrist deep in the shoulder of a third, forcing it to kneel before him. The roar of the middle magma devil sounded like the layered, manic cry of a resentful soul. It was hard to tell, though, if it was simply in pain or if it was furious for being humiliated like this. Ryu could feel its heat and smell its terrible sulfuric breath. Quite frankly, he felt disgusted. However, a demon baron's blood would be quite good for nemesis growth, so he had to be thoughtful with how he chose to kill this one. Wastage wasn't good. Nemesis didn't have an elemental affinity. Though this meant that he couldn't absorb 100% of blood with an affinity, it also meant that he wasn't restricted by the type of blood he could absorb for his body cultivation as well. Plus, Magma Devil had quite strong bodies in order to withstand the molten rock that weaved through their veins. They were perfect. Ryu stretched forward his free hand, an accumulation of purple lightning flames pulsing at its tip. He aimed it toward the 3 cloaked figures. He had already given them a chance to live. Though he didn't particularly care that they had sacrificed their own fellow disciples, he was a man of his word. He had no intention of giving them a third chance. Shoo! A bolt tore through the air. Before second brother could react, he was pulled by his first brother to block before him. There was nothing he could do as he was incinerated in mind and soul. After entering the soul birth realm, something many did after the immortal ring realm, it was possible to survive for a short time without a body. Not all immortal ring realm experts or even path extinction realm ones could accomplish this. However, mental realm masters were obviously better equipped than most in this regard. That said, Ryu's lightning flames didn't even allow such a chance. Lightning was the bane of all soul and fire was the root of life, death and reincarnation. The combination of the two was too lethal. Ryu didn't react much to first brother betraying his junior. It was all meaningless to him. He could remember just how arrogant first brother had been when he first met him. However, Ryu had hardly spared him a glance back then, let alone now. As far as he was concerned, only those who could be arrogant in the face of true death were worthy of their arrogance. At that moment, one of the demon barons were broken free from their contract and immediately tried to escape back to the nether realm. But, right then, a streak of black lightning curved from Ryu's finger and almost burnt it to ash. Be patient, Ryu said offhandedly. He turned back toward first brother and shot out another attack. This time it was a streak of purple. First brother tried to form numerous barriers, his third eye even opening wide, but it was all futile and meaningless. Ultimately, he was still in the path extinction realm. To Ryu, he was nothing more than an ant that could be squashed at any time. If not for the sacrifice of his fellow disciples, Ryu wouldn't have even needed to put in so much effort. With that, the middle magma devil Ryu still had his hand and quivered. But, with Ryu latched onto him like this, there was not a single chance at fleeing. One after another, the magma devils were bound and thrown into Ryu's incubator. Demon barons were still quite rare. Maybe it would be better to wait for Ailsa to awaken and make proper use of their blood before Ryu thought of having Nemesis absorb their strength. He was still holding out hope that he could find what he needed in this world. Ryu twirled 2 spatial rings in his fingers. These had come from first and second brother. He took a glance inside and, as expected, he did find himself some of the treasures the Silver Touch branch had promised to hand over to those that passed their test. But none of the most important stuff was there. For example, there was no summoning formation for the Magma Devil Demon Baron clan. But Ryu had already expected as much. The martial gods wouldn't hand over such knowledge randomly or without fail-safes. They had definitely been obliterated along with their soul. The only chance Ryu would have had at them was if Eska or Ailsa was here to handle the soul side of things. Unfortunately, she wasn't. But right now, that hardly mattered. Even now, the feeling of danger his intuition was giving him had yet to disappear, and it was all coming from this supposed third sister. Ryu adjusted Yana's place on his back with a doting expression and made sure she was comfortable, securing her a bit tighter so that he could fight more freely. Knowing that the fabric tying her to him was a visualization made it easy for Ryu to trust it. Finally, after taking his sweet time, Ryu looked up, his indifference returning and his aura simmering. "Madam, I presume? Or should I call you Serial?" Chapter 589 Enjoy. Ryu seemed unmoved as he spoke these words. If he had to be honest with himself, he might have been far too devastated to be so uncaring previously. Though he hadn't known Serial for long, he had already admitted to himself multiple times that she had already had a great impact on his life. Whether or not those things were real hardly mattered, they were still his perspective on things. However, the Ryu of then wasn't the same now. And after finding Yana, his heart was in a state of absolute peace. Serial's betrayal didn't make him feel much of anything at this moment. At most, he only felt that it was unfortunate. Of course, even if he wasn't in such a peaceful state right now, he still wouldn't show Serial much of a reaction to begin with. He was very much used to burying what he truly felt inside, and maybe it was due to this that Serial wouldn't be able to tell much of a difference either way. But what she thought now was irrelevant to him. The one thing that hadn't changed between his former self and his current self was that the opinions of others was less than trash, and he hated to explain himself. Third sister's cloak fluttered, and whether by coincidence or because she allowed it to happen, a wisp of wind caught just enough of her hood to blow it off. What was beneath it wasn't far from Ryu's expectations at all. A black veil, pair of violet eyes, long flowing black hair, and a twin pair of drooping fey ears that gave her an ethereal charm. Even now, there was no doubt that she was among the most beautiful women Ryu had ever seen. Maybe only Eska and Ailsa could match up to her. Women with high cultivation and fairies truly had an advantage in this regard. However, her beauty wasn't enough to get him to dance to the tune of her fingers even before, so it most definitely wasn't enough now. It could be said that ever since Ryu had his talk with Eska, he had been aware that there was a more than 90% likelihood he would be standing here facing her like this. It was just that he couldn't have ever guessed that it would come so soon. Back then, Ryu had deduced it quite perfectly. Theoretically, if one was dead set on producing a new heavenly pupil that could help with your control over spiritual chi, and one had decided that the best way to do this was through your talent absorption bloodline, then such a person who was already invested in the nether realm to begin with might take advantage of this to transport all of these talents from across eras into just one, easily accessible, convenient place. Serial fit this description all too perfectly. She was from a race of people who should have been wiped out. She had great talent in the Een path and the mental realm. She had just so happened to be at the half-step path extinction realm. Despite the fact she could have broken through long ago, seemingly waiting for something, the fact the Serial was among the transported here from a different era was practically as obvious as the sun was on a bright day. And yet, for some reason, she didn't tell Ryu these things despite having had numerous chances to do so. Beyond that, there were too many coincidences. Why would Serial appear in the moon world? She claimed that it was because she was scared of her pupils being discovered in a stronger world. But if there was any pair of heavenly pupils that didn't have to worry about it, it was the truth pupils, the pair most adept at deception. It was clear that Serial was in the moon world for the sake of the Tri-Palace. This was something that Ryu would be able to easily accept, and yet she had still lied about it as though she wanted to put some artificial distance between herself and it. Even now, Ryu still wasn't sure if his lost year was related to Serial, but that hardly mattered anymore because the two things he had experienced in this place put the nail in Serial's proverbial coffin. The first was her random teleportation. No matter how you sliced it, it was too ridiculous for a legacy world to ignore the barrier of an origin-grade treasure. A treasure at that level was practically its own world. If there was anything that should be able to bypass the mechanisms of this legacy world, it was a treasure of that caliber. But, even then, maybe because he was too naive, but Ryu had still been willing to believe it was all a coincidence, until he came across the illusion formation. There was no formation in existence capable of fooling his eyes so well, no illusion capable of confusing him so thoroughly. The only possible explanation were the truth pupils taking action. Maybe Ryu had never surpassed Serial in Seals Undone to begin with. Maybe, from the very beginning, she had been feigning weakness. There was only one existence that could fool the eyes of a legacy world formed by such a powerful individual. Only one existence that could allow those who surpassed the cultivation cap to enter this place. It was too obvious. What were her goals? Her purpose? Why she wanted to fool him? To use him? Ryu had no idea, nor did he care to speculate. All he knew was that this legacy world was important to him, and he wouldn't allow anyone to stand in his way. Serial gazed toward Ryu without a word. Even now, the way she looked at him was far different from what had been there in the past. Before, all Ryu could see was shyness, hesitancy, and a budding crush she had on him. There was also a constant internal strife, as though she was always trying to figure out how to gain his favor just a bit better day by day. It was the kind of gaze that made Ryu feel guilty that he didn't just accept her with open arms from the very beginning. What he saw now couldn't even be compared. At this moment, it might as well have been that they were completely different people, as though the Serial of the past had long since died. There was coldness, loftiness, arrogance. There was a pride that sunk deep into her bones and pervaded her surroundings. It was the kind of look a person who loved no one but themselves could form, and it was ironically exactly the kind of look Ryu loved to see in a woman. Ryu wasn't sure whether he should be amused or not. The true Serial was exactly the woman he liked the most. In fact, she fulfilled this role even far better than Eska ever could. While Eska's pride was forged through years of experience and her high cultivation, Serial's was something she was born with. She didn't feel the need to earn it to prove it to others. She was she, and that was enough. You didn't like it? Well, she also disdained to explain herself. If Ancestor Ember had been present, those eyes alone would have been enough for him to recognize this woman. It was the very same woman who called him weak for being afraid of the Tatsuya name, the very same woman who told him to conquer the pedestal plane, the very same woman who saw the martial gods as nothing more than another stepping stone in her path. The two coldly glared at one another, one indifferent, the other prideful. Your lips tasted pretty good. The words came out of nowhere. The more carefree Ryu became, the more words he seemed to speak in battle. He had even bothered to spare a trio of demon barons a few sentences earlier. But now, he was clearly provoking a mother dragon. However, Serial didn't seem to react very much at all. And you were quite average. She spoke lightly. 4 out of 10. I guess the truth pupils are better at deception than I thought. Ryu replied with hardly a breath. If they can fool even their owner like this. I think the one being fooled is the one that thought they touched me at all. Ryu's lip curled. Are you trying to convince me? Or yourself? Serial's gaze flashed with a hint of killing intent before her veil shifted. The wind blew, causing her veil to reveal just the slightest hint of the fiendish grin hidden underneath. They always said you were good at enraging people with your words. I guess I can say that I've experienced this firsthand today. I can help you experience a lot of other firsts today if that's what you want. I'm going to enjoy pounding that handsome face in. Serial sneered, her aura suddenly blazing to life. Not the first time I've heard that. Ryu replied, his gaze sharpening. In an instant, the two vanished. When they reappeared, their fists collided. And, for that moment, it felt as though the entire mountain would collapse. Chapter 590. Thank you. The ground caved in, the air itself exploding even before their fists connected and completely collapsing after they did. In the blink of an eye, the two had already retracted their attacks, swinging their legs forward. A flurry of exchanges erupted. Ryu seemed to be the perfect mirror image of Serial, his fists and kicks countering her every action, as though he could see them ahead of time. Every time the two met, the snow was blasted apart. The clouds above split and the earth beneath their feet crumbled. They danced across the base of the mountain range with such speed that they could hardly be seen. By the time the devastation of their attacks took hold, they had already moved to a new location, their auras only growing with each passing moment. By now it was all too obvious. This power was nothing like what Serial had displayed within the replica netherworld. In fact, it could be likened to night and day. Back then, she had pretended as though her power level was only on par with the other half-step path extinction realm geniuses. And yet, despite displaying that same cultivation level right this moment, her battle prowess seemed to be on par with Ryu. Ryu's gaze sharpened, his fist turning into a palm as he moved to block Serial's own. But, before he could register what happened, he felt a fist collide with his jaw. Ryu's face distorted, ripples spreading throughout his cheeks and bone. He could even feel his skull threatening to collapse, and maybe it would have had his ice jade crystal body not undergone a mutation just a few weeks prior. He shot out of arm's reach of Serial like an iron ball from a cannon. A line split across the air as Ryu almost crashed to the ground. If not to protect Yana, who was still on his back, he may very well have allowed it to happen just to dissipate the force. But, without a choice, he could only take the full brunt of the strike, skidding to a stop as he feet deeper and deeper trenches into the ground. A slight hint of something metallic touched Ryu's tongue. He didn't need to look to know that it was his own blood. He wiped it with a thumb and spit the rest away, shaking his head. That single punch had sent him almost a kilometer away from Serial, so she could consider herself vicious enough. Ryu had never been very good at hand-to-hand combat to begin with, nor had he ever really practiced it. Plus, he was facing someone with heavenly pupils adept at deception. Falling for feints and suffering counters was practically inevitable. He slowly pulled his legs out from the deep trenches he was in. Without a choice, he could only send Yana into the incubator. A fight of this caliber wasn't one that he could continue carrying her along for. As worried as he was that something might happen to her in there, he should rightfully be more worried about what was happening out here. Very satisfying, just like how I dreamed it up. I think I'll have to taste it again. Serial looked at her fist as though she was admiring a trophy. Truthfully, she had expected her punch to take at least half of Ryu's head with it. She knew exactly what bone structure Ryu had, and it wasn't conducive to defense. However, his face had managed to hold up quite well. That was curious to her. She wanted to use her pupils to see what had changed, but she couldn't quite understand what she was seeing. As things went, the stronger truth pupils became, the better they were at deceiving, but their ability to see through the truth of things never really improved. Even Ryu hadn't quite understood what mutation his ice jade crystal body had undergone. In fact, he planned on just waiting for Ailsa to explain it to him. Serial had no chance in the matter. Ryu put a hand to his jaw and shifted it from side to side as though to check if it was still working. It didn't take very long at all for the reddening and swelling of his face to vanish as though nothing had happened at all. "Thanks for that," Ryu said lightly. "Now I can really go all out." Ryu didn't explain what he meant, nor did he care to. The intent behind that attack was to blast his skull into a rain of blood and gore, and that was all he needed. Summoning corpse world. All the winds of the world seemed to vanish as though a vacuum was formed instantaneously. Billowing death chi rose up, swirling faster and larger with every passing moment. In one instant, there was nothing but a vast land of snow between Ryu and Serial. In the next, thousands of skeleton warriors appeared, each and every one of which was of the higher skeleton warrior stage. Their bones radiated a delicate light blue that matched well with the falling snow. And yet, Their auras billowed with a dense black fog that was in direct contrast to it. Bone manipulation. Two of the higher skeleton warriors Ryu had called fourth shot toward him. Halfway to his hands, both became radiant blue great sword staffs, snapping into Ryu's palms as though they had always meant to be there. But this was just the beginning. Ryu's aura continued to surge. One after another, the skeleton warriors began to implode. In the blink of an eye, an army of thousands became just 100. The rest became a rich bone essence, hanging around the surroundings under Ryu's control. Half of this bone essence fused with the 100 remaining skeleton warriors, becoming elaborate armors that bulked them up to an extreme. The other half shot into the ground before rising up to form a massive dome-like bone cage. In an instant, Ryu turned a mountain of snow into a cemetery of bone, brandishing his two great sword staffs with a cold indifference. Killing intent he had buried within his heart bubbled forth, painting the world in darkness as his immortal rings pulsed to its rhythm. Chapter 591 Trample. Serial's lip curled as she watched Ryu walk forward.
I'm honored.
It was obvious that Ryu had prepared these skeleton warriors long ago and stored them within his corpse world. This was the only explanation for him summoning so many and so quickly. The only surprise was that his corpse world could actually hold so many to begin with. Obviously, if this was easy to do, everyone would do it. But, quite frankly, she was unmoved. Her palm flipped over, a curved katana with a length of just over 7 feet long appearing within it. It was clear that compared to the last time Ryu had seen this weapon, it was far different. It only took Ryu a single glance to realize that it was a mystical grade treasure, a step above even the heaven grade. And it wasn't just any mystical grade treasure at that, it was at the very peak, just a step away from the ancestral grade, the kind of weapon only a cosmic seed realm expert would use. Do you know why my eyes are called the truth pupils despite the fact what they're best at is deceiving? Serial asked lightly. Ryu didn't answer, his steps not pausing as he continued to walk forward. Clearly, she planned on speaking, so why would he waste his breath? Instead, his momentum continued to climb, his monarch realm coming and going like a tide. Each time it pressed forward, it grew in strength, pressing down with an oppressive might. Do you know why despite what happens, my truth pupils have been and always will be ranked 7th? Never moving up, never moving down, never being too high and never being too low? Serial, too, began to walk forward, her cadence enigmatic as though she was trying to lull Ryu to sleep. Her body swayed and her steps multiplied. Soon, it became difficult to tell how many of her were speaking, how many limbs she had, and even her eyes themselves multiplied before she suddenly formed several hundreds clones at the same time, each more real than the last. When you reach a certain level of strength, the truth is what you make it. It felt as though hundreds of serials were speaking at once. Just one voice was soft, but when they layered like this, it felt as though she was roaring at the top of her lungs. They mingled and intertwined, bearing down on Ryu until the dome of her own small realm manifested itself, pressing down against Ryu's as though to dominate it. This is the greatest truth of the world. The one with the largest fist, the greatest strength, the most unquestionable power decides what is and what isn't. First-ranked heavenly pupils. Ryu could almost hear that sneer of derision as her roar forced the peak of the mountain to tremble, her layering voices seemingly refusing to be content until they could force the world itself to bend to their will. That's a title I allow you to have, and it's one I will take away just as easily as I will take your life. Serial brandished her katana lightly, each one of her hundreds of clones doing the same. The countless afterimages that were left in the air made the mind spin. Anyone else in this situation would have passed out just from the overload, as though Serial was somehow forcing your mind to take in all this information at once. And then the world stilled. A fight of skeleton warriors and clones was soon to erupt. At the same time, Ryu wasn't fooled in the slightest and his eyes never left her main body, his gaze pervading an endless cold. However, he was also aware of just how potent this ability of Serial's was. Truth Clone. It allowed Serial to form hundreds of clones, each with half her usual combat power. The more seals she unlocked, the more clones she would be able to form. In fact, if she lowered the number she summoned, She could even form a few 90% clones. It was just clear and obvious that she wasn't taking Ryu seriously. There was no such thing as a weak pair of heavenly pupils. But the most shocking part of this ability was that it was an innate and easy to use for Serial as third perspective was to Ryu. This was just the beginning. Serial felt like she was no less talented than Ryu. In fact, she felt that she was even more talented. From her heavenly pupils, to her own ancestral great circle that she had yet to reveal, she felt untouchable. The fact that she was fighting someone 7 substages beneath her was nothing more than a trampling of her pride. A trampling she refused to accept. Rise up and split the heavens. Bang! At that moment, Ryu felt his immortal rings tremble, feeling as though their dignity was being provoked. To Serial's back, a massive blade took form. It swung down to its left, leaving afterimages in its wake that soon turned corporeal. It then swung down to its right, repeating the same process. The sound of sword chi rang through the skies as though willing to sever all that stood in its path. Demons would be slayed, gods would be felled, the heavens themselves would be ripped asunder. A blooming fan of swords radiated, each with an aura just as oppressive as the next. 13 swords, 6 splayed out to each side and 1 at the very center with its blade facing forward. Everywhere Serial passed, the clouds above would be split in 2, collapsing beneath her might. The two didn't waste any more words. It felt like in just one instant, they were separated by almost a kilometer. In the next, they had collided. Ryu felt his blood boiling. She wanted to have a match of arrogance with him. She believed herself to be above him, that he wasn't even worthy enough to cross blades with her. Ryu's laughter erupted, splitting the clouds above, just as Serial's immortal ring manifestation had. He was Ryu Tatsuya. The world had yet to birth someone that was his equal, nor would it ever. He would trample her beneath his feet. Boom! Chapter 592, Infinite Illusions. An eruption of chi surged about Ryu. He felt like his blood was lit on fire, that his bones coursed with strength and his muscles bulged with power. He pressed down on Serial with both his bone blades, his strength reaching a fundamental level of superiority even she couldn't match. Serial took a heavy step backward, her planted leg shattering the ground and causing an eruption of dirt. That single step alone shook the earth and threatened to have the power to split a continent in 2. No matter how talented Serial was, no matter how powerful a phase body was purported to be, what good was it in the face of a dragon? Bang! Serial was pressed down to the point her back almost touched the now snowless ground. Her veil fluttered about and her violet eyes met Ryu's silver pair with a cold indifference. Ryu's laughter still hung in the air, but at the moment, he felt like a completely different person, the crackling of lightning and fire hanging around him in a purple haze. It felt as though he could force even the world itself to ignite under his whims. He was Ryu Tatsuya. To be so arrogant as to have a contest of pure strength with him, there should be a limit on just how much you dared to look down on another. Bang! The ground completely collapsed. As though shattered glass cratering against a marble floor, it splintered into countless pockets of irregularly shaped rocks. Ryu's expression sharpened. He retracted one of his great sword staffs in a singular, sweeping motion. The clang of metal resounded through the air as a sword was rebounded away by his counter. However, with just one arm supporting the pressure he applied to Serial, she instantly forced him back a step, her body rising from a near-parallel position with a flexibility that suited her elegance. Her katana left afterimages in the air that instantly placed Ryu further on his back foot. Seemingly having learned her lesson about a direct clash of power, her strikes became swifter and craftier, her sword often leaving several images in the air, only one of which was real. Ryu instantly activated his lines of fate in full force. But, even then, the illusions of Serial's blade could only be read in terms of fluctuating probabilities. It was like an illusion that rooted itself in reality, becoming so real that even Ryu's heavenly pupils were having difficulty differentiating between them. Only in the instant before Serial's strike landed would it become absolutely clear which was real and which ones were fake to Ryu. It was only then that Ryu had 100% assurance to counter, but this also left him reacting later and later, leaving him in a passive position. Their clashes rang through the skies, each of them seemingly stepping through space just to appear before each other once again. Serial's strikes became colder and more domineering, her sword image a mortal ring shimmering with every strike. She had yet to use a true sword technique, only relying on the basic abilities of her heavenly pupils, and yet her every action felt lethal to an extreme. Ryu's gaze sharpened. Third perspective. In that moment, lines of fate and third perspective layered atop of one another, synergizing. It had been a long time since Ryu was forced to use such a combination, but it was clear that Serial was worth at least this much. He suddenly began to see the probabilities of the world in a three-dimensional fashion. The fluctuation of probabilities became constricted and less volatile. Without being constrained to a single view, it suddenly became possible to not only react before even Serial made her decision, but it also became easier for him to control his corpse puppets. White serpents dance. Lurking shadow, Ryu vanished and appeared before Serial. Even though his arm seemed to be in a position to pierce forward, somehow, it felt as though the blade he should have been holding was nowhere to be seen. Serial lost track of how long the blade had been, how thick its spine was, and even the exact angle it was approaching at. It was as though all this information had been covered by a thin veil. Serial immediately understood that Ryu had countered her infinite illusions. He no longer hesitated before her flickering sword images, guessing at her path long before even she herself was certain of which one to take. A disdainful pressure came from her gaze. River Lotus. Serial's voice sounded as though the technique owed her for caring to use it, as though the heavens themselves should be thankful that she was snatching their energies for her own purposes. Her stance changed, her two-handed approach changing to just a single hand while her now free arm swung out in an elegant cadence. Her veil fluttered, revealing hints of her cherry lips and flawless skin, on which not the slightest bead of sweat could be found. Her hips swayed, her body shifting as though ramping up toward a revolution. Her sword streaked through the air, leaving micro-tears in space and arcs of sword chi that made the void tremble. Her hair fluttered, her steps increasing in speed as she suddenly began to spin. In one moment, it seemed as though she was still slowly preparing herself to attack. In the next, it was as though she had finished in an instant. Her arcs of sword chi layered upon herself as her body spun in a graceful dance. It took but a moment for the sword ki to take the form of a budding lotus, every slash of her sword forming another petal. The instant such a technique was layered with infinite illusions, it felt like Ryu's mind was being overloaded with information. His origin flame couldn't keep up with this level of strength, forcing him to rely on his own ability to absorb information. A layering of tens of lotuses, each with their own fluctuating probabilities, appeared in his vision. His lurking shadow suddenly felt stifled, not knowing how to continue forward. Ryu's pupils constricted, a strand of sword chi whipping by him. An arc of blood and sliced white hair shot into the skies. Ryu's lurking shadow was forced to turn into a skim, sliding against the side of Serial's sword chi and deflecting it. But he was still a step too late. The chi tore through his cheek, a portion of his ear, and even took some of his hair with it. Had he been any later, everything above his nose would have been separated from the rest of his skull. But this was just the first strand of chi. The assault bore down from all sides. The beauty of the fluttering lotus, sometimes corporeal, sometimes illusory, tore through Ryu's small realm like a tornado of blades. Ryu's gaze flashed. He was well aware that he couldn't allow things to continue like this or he would be quickly overwhelmed. A low shout came from his lips as his aura surged. Death acupoint. Ryu's silver eyes flashed with a glow. He released both of his great sword staffs into the air, a swirl of death chi suddenly manifesting around him, soon forming into a lower skeleton warrior. Death swap. The lower skeleton warrior shot forward, snaking through the dense net of sword chi. Just when it had made it part of the way through, it was sliced into fine sand. It was at that exact instant that the pile of scrapped bone the lower skeleton warrior vanished, replaced by a robust high skeleton warrior wearing layers of bone armor that resonated like screeching metal beneath the avalanche of sword chi. Warped corpse explosion. Bang! The sequence all happened in the blink of an eye. For an instant, the world seemed to have lost all sound before an explosion of epic proportion rocked even the skies themselves. Serial's technique completely collapsed as both of them shot back, avoiding the range of the explosion. All the while, Ryu couldn't help but take deep breaths, trying to steady himself. In the distance, Serial had already come to a stop. She rested her long katana before her, her wrist relaxed and her posture poised. Compared to Ryu, it was clear that she was the far more casual party, and the arrogant pride in her gaze only seemed to grow fiercer with every passing moment. That feeling, Ryu could tell what it was. It was an intangible will that could fall under natural enlightenment. It seemed that Serial was just breaths away from grasping it, or maybe she already had and simply couldn't be bothered to use such a powerful ability against Ryu. Natural enlightenments, they were rare and powerful to the point that it made mortal endowments seem like child's play. If Ryu remembered correctly, it was called, "It took you so much effort to deal with a mere Earth-grade technique? Don't you think that's a bit too pathetic? I'm done wasting my time here. Just die." At that moment, an all-pervading cold suddenly manifested around Serial, causing Ryu's pupils to constrict. Up to now, she had only used her sword and her eyes. But, was that really all she had? Serial's sword's small realm was suddenly layered by something even a hint more powerful, as she activated an ice inheritance to the monarch realm as well. Chapter 593 Become. Ryu exhaled a deep breath. In the next instant, his chest expanded to double its usual size. The air in the surroundings, cold and all, shot toward him like a tornado, replenishing his body with an undeniable ease. The instant he finished circulating his Ice Phoenix martial form, his body entered its peak state once again. His indifferent gaze watched as Serial's momentum continued to climb and his skin and hair began to frost over. It was rare that Ryu would ever be affected by the cold. However, if there was any race of people that could match those with Ice Phoenix blood in this regard, it was the Moon Fae. In fact, the Moon Fae were more fundamentally sound in this regard than Ice Phoenixes were. The Moon Fae's affinities were rooted in Een. However, the Ice Phoenix's affinities were rooted in life. To them, their ice affinity was actually a secondary ability, while to the Moon Fae it was primary. To make matters worse, Ryu was still in the ruler realm while Serial was a step beyond that. Even if she wanted to freeze him to death, though Ryu could resist a small bit, stopping her would be a tall task, and it was obvious that Serial herself knew this. If there was anyone who was fully aware of just how ridiculous Ryu's talent was, it was her. She was fully aware of Ryu's Ice Phoenix bloodline. She just didn't care. Before her, all such things were meaningless. Serial's veil and cloak shattered, revealing a tight, flexible armor of white and beauty that was beyond words. The white leather wrapped around her powerful thighs and the slender length of her leg. It clung tightly to her torso and waist, accentuating the curve of her tall breasts. The only portion of her body that was untouched by this armor was the elegance of her neck and the gorgeous lines of her face. Her hair danced about in the wind, the sound of sharpening swords growing fiercer and more active with every passing moment. Serial's immortal ring manifestation suddenly found itself freezing over inch by inch before the image itself entirely shattered, leaving behind swords carved of the most immaculate, translucent ice. Ryu knew without a doubt that he stood no chance in the aspect of Een. He was certain that Serial had corpse puppets she disdained to use against him, and he could tell that his own summonings were very quickly losing to Serial's clones even as he strategically used Death Swap and Gravedigger to cut them down one after another. Serial was the type of opponent Ryu wished he could use Heaven's Gate on. But, unfortunately, without breaking through a significant amount of seals or waiting 10 more years, he was unable to do exactly that. Despite not having suffered any terrible injuries just yet, Ryu still felt an undying pressure weighing down around him, only growing stronger with each passing moment. This wasn't the first time Ryu was facing an opponent that felt impossible to defeat. But it was the first time one of his peers was giving him such a feeling. The feeling was somehow completely different as a result of this. It was subtle, but it made a world of difference on his psyche, as though something was breathing down his back, telling him to give in and allow her blade to be drawn across his neck. Ryu suddenly closed his eyes, the world filled with the sounds of whipping winds and shattering glass. He could almost feel Serial's cold pervading the air, causing it to freeze over and crack into sparkling snow. To make him feel inferior, if for nothing but just a few moments, Ryu had to admit that this Serial was truly an existence worthy of shaking the martial world. However, violet lightning flames began to dance across Ryu's body. His robes seemed to gain a light of their own, hidden veins within their fabric lighting beneath Ryu's chi. In that moment, thunder boomed in the skies as an arc of black lightning tore through the battlefield, shattering the ground between the two in an instant. By the time everything cleared and Serial could see Ryu again, he was covered in magenta scales so dark that they almost appeared to be black. He had a pair of horns that twisted into the skies, making him seem even more demonic than the magma devils had been. His pair of pupils slit vertically, a devilish violet hanging around them. The largest change, though, was to Ryu's robes. They were no longer upon his body, revealing a toned figure covered from top to bottom in scales. Instead, they had become a twin pair of wings extending outward more than 10 meters to each side. They pulsed with lightning and fire, arcs of purple and black causing even space itself to tremble. Steam tumbled out from Ryu's lips, his canines becoming so prominent that they could even crush precious metals to pieces. Serial's gaze narrowed, her sword being brandished before her. Every step she took forward caused another lotus of ice to bloom, her flexible, white leather armor beginning to radiate with complex sky-blue runes. Ryu's wings suddenly spread out wide as though to curtain the world in darkness. The steam billowing from his mouth gained crackling arcs of black lightning, his surroundings themselves being marred by a chaotic energy. Ancient memories danced about in Ryu's mind, his blood rushing like crashing waterfalls. It was right then when the world was most silent that Ryu's wings suddenly slammed closed. Scythes of purple-black lightning flames tore through the air. Space collapsed, large tears in the voids hanging about as Ryu lighting flame blades shot a path towards Serial. Each was so concentrated and deadly that they were no less potent than any one of Serial's strands of sword chi. Ryu had already decided. Only a beast would be able to defeat someone as powerful as Serial. She was too talented, too clever, too strong. In that case, he would just become a beast. Chapter 594 Ancient Beast. Serial's blade flashed, deflected the wing scythes one after another. The ground to her side was ravaged and torn, but she remained indifferent, the speed of her movements not matching the ease of her expression in the slightest. She could tell that Ryu was tapping into his inheritances right this moment. This sort of flame and lightning manipulation technique could only come from the memories of ancient beasts. There was no doubt when it came to control of the elements, beasts stood near the top of the food chain. But why should she care? If there was a second group that could stand right next to them, wasn't it the fairies and the fae? Serial and Ryu both vanished, their blades clashing. At that moment, whether it was clones or skeleton warriors, they all collapsed, unable to withstand the pressure. Serial's blade danced and Ryu's ferociously tore through the air. Space froze in Serial's wake and tore in Ryu's. Moon blade. Serial's katana drew an elegant arc. In one moment it was by her side. In the next it was by Ryu's neck. However, Ryu himself seemed to hardly react to the change. Immortal Sakura. Clang. Sparks flew, deflecting Serial's blade up and over Ryu's head and revealing her torso. At that moment, Ryu's blades, which had previously been parried away, rebounded with an even greater speed, lightning streaking across them as the energies of the world sung. Serial's violet eyes blazed with a new light. She appeared to be right before Ryu, but in a single blink, she was a hair out of the range of his swinging blade. It didn't feel as though she had moved, but like she had always been there from the very beginning. However, Ryu seemed to have already felt the change before it happened. He watched as the lines of fate twisted to her will, warping reality to become exactly what she wanted. As Serial had put so poetically, if enough people believed it, then a falsehood could become the truth. Odako. While that sounded nice, if there was a reality that he, Ryu Tatsuya, didn't like, he would crush it. Ryu's mouth suddenly opened, his jaw widening to reveal a row of pristinely white teeth. His throat bulged. His chest expanded. The scales covering them suddenly beginning to glow with a fiery crimson that seemed to dye the world in the color of blood. Dragon's breath. Ryu's roared, a beam forming right before his mouth and tearing its way through the world. It was so solid that it almost appeared to have a metal body, until, that is, the air began to react to its appearance. The air expanded and exploded. The earth cratered and collapsed. The skies trembled and the dome of this world shook, threatening to shatter like egg on rock. Serial's expression changed for the first time, her brows raising slightly. This wasn't just fire. She could sense a rampaging lightning within that descended like heavenly punishment. Serial released her sword, allowing it to hover before her. She quickly began to form hand seals, a form of technique usage that hadn't been used in several eras. If Ryu hadn't known before, this would have been enough to confirm that she had come from a distant past. Her aura surged, her chi following the complex patterns of her fingers as a massive blue moon appeared above her. At that moment, her jet-black hair gained a hint of a lush blue luster, glowing as though a moon goddess. Serial's sword flew back into her palm, her immortal ring resonating with the moon that now hung above her head, the arrogance in her eyes only growing the more of her power she displayed. Her bone structure trembled, glistening beneath her skin in resonance with the moon above. As though activated by some mysterious energy, a crown began to manifest around her forehead, the light in her eyes growing so fierce that it became difficult to even look at her directly. Be severed. It wasn't a technique, nor was it a mantra. She spoke these words as simply as if she was an empress commanding a commoner. Her blade slashed downward. It was so slow that the afterimages it left in its wake seemed to be more of a trick of the eye than anything else. In that moment, a beam of crackling fire and lightning seemed capable of splitting an entire world in two found itself being sundered, sliced beneath an energy it couldn't even muster the courage to go against, let alone the power to do so. It was casual enough to cause despair in even the greatest of existences. But somehow Ryu had already vanished. Serial's pupils constricted, but it was already too late. He appeared above her, his draconic feet smashing down into her seemingly delicate shoulders. His roar caused a tornado of force to jet outward as he lowered his horns. Sparks of lightning erupted between them as Serial suddenly found herself colliding into the ground below. At that moment, she understood what had happened. Ryu had actually merged with his dragon's breath using his spirit body. Not only had he taken her off guard, but he gained the same forcefulness his dragon's breath had had and used it to power his kick. She felt as though half of her body had collapsed under that blow. Had she not released the seal on his bone structure, that was exactly what would happen. Serial suddenly found Ryu's Grand Qilin horns bearing down on her face. A swirling ball of crackling violet lightning, surrounded by raging black arcs. She knew immediately that attacks formed from a Qilin's horn were no less fundamental to their race than a dragon's breath was to them. At such close range, even she couldn't help but form a solemn expression. In that instant, she caught a glimpse of Ryu's gaze, but there wasn't a hint of mercy in them. It looked back at her as though she was nothing more than a dead woman. No, it was deeper than that. There was disdain, arrogance down to the very depths of his soul. There was no one in this world that he, Ryu Tatsuya, was inferior to. The arcs of lightning formed into a solid sphere and shot out. Ryu stood with his foot pressed onto Serial's chest, his attacks blasting into her neck and face as though he wanted to rip it all from the rest of her body. He felt her flesh and bone distort and twist beneath his soul, but the arrogance in his gaze only grew more palpable. The world lost its sound. The ground beneath Ryu's feet lost its own footing, collapsing into a black hole of endless depths. Ryu found himself standing above this fathomless abyss, arrogantly standing in the skies, blood dripping from his feet, blood that most definitely wasn't his own. Above him, a large tree of translucent, sparkling crystals stood, its canopy seemingly wide enough for the whole world to take refuge beneath. Its cherry blossoms fell from its branches, fluttering down with a heavenly, enigmatic pattern of their own. Silence reigned, until the ground began to tremble once again. A pillar of blue light shot up from the ground below, tearing open another abyss no less deep than the one beneath Ryu. Chapter 595 Forgot. Serial shot into the air, her visage a reflection of icy cold. Or rather, what could be seen of it was. Even though her injuries were quickly healing under a mysterious power, likely related to her bone structure, much of it had been torn and bloodied down to the very bone. Just the amount of stamina it was taking to cure her of these injuries was enough to drown an ocean. And, if not for her flexible armor, maybe the entirety of her upper torso would have vanished. Even now, Ryu stood above her. Whether subconsciously or by design, she hadn't shot up enough to be level with him. She glared upward, the emotion within her draining away with every passing moment. In another few seconds, what was a face half covered in blood, flesh and gore had recovered to its initial beauty, crimson liquid dripping downward as though refusing to continue to stain her. In a moment, her face was once again spotless. However, the tear in her armor couldn't be repaired, revealing large swaths of her delicate, blood-boiling skin. Serial continued to rise into the skies until she was level with Ryu, her chi steadying itself back into a steady rhythm. In that moment, her energy had almost gone out of control, nearly spontaneously breaking into the path extinction realm. If she allowed that to happen, it would ruin everything she had been planning for so long, not to mention putting a blemish on her heart. Fooling this world was one thing, but it would be impossible to receive this Ice Devil world's legacy if she was truly beyond the cultivation requirement. In that moment, she had felt the brush of death and her body instinctively reacted. It was a humiliation, a naked humiliation. Odako. Serial's aura began to surge, an added chi layering onto her already immensely powerful momentum. This one, however, wasn't sharp and deadly like her sword chi, nor was it heavy and cold like her ice chi. No, it held a gravity that pulled one toward a deep abyss, taking hold of the body and forcing one to believe that death was the only path forward. The deathly black fog began to manifest itself, a third small realm manifesting itself and layering atop of Serial's two existing ones. Ryu's gaze narrowed, his palms stretching out to cause his bone great sword staffs to shoot back into his hands. Death inheritance. A complete one. This was one thing Ryu didn't have. He could rely on his bloodline for his elemental inheritances. He could rely on his memories to comprehend a path forward for his great sword staffs. He could rely on his northern heavenly wind to progress his wind inheritance. But up until now, he had yet to come across a complete death inheritance. There was a chance that he could comprehend something from his primordial chaos death chi. It was even possible that the Phoenix Sky God had left a secret he had yet to unearth. But, as of now, in this regard Serial was far beyond him. It was only now that Ryu remembered that Serial was a necromancer. No, it wasn't that he had forgotten, but rather that he had assumed that everything else was an act. So why would she be upfront about where her true strength lied? But, if there was really nothing in it for her, then why would she have entered the Nether Palace? Why would she have been invited by the martial gods, allowing her to come to this era from her own? Wasn't it obvious? Then, bang! The fog around Serial merged into the blinding pillar of blue, tearing a hole through the skies. The energies began to swirl about, the crown around her forehead becoming brighter and brighter. The harsh land of snow only became harsher as a portal of swirling black tore a path through the skies. An aura the likes of which could crumble the world descended. Ryu's vertical slit pupils couldn't help but constrict. This aura, Demon Duke! Bang! It was like a pane of glass shattered. A fluttering white fabric that stretched out for hundreds of meters descended almost as though it was trying to blanket the entire mountain. However, soon, it became obvious that this fluttering fabric was attached to a humanoid figure, one with skin so white and pale that it almost looked as though they had just bathed in a sea of chalk. The figure was over a kilometer tall, its every movement freezing even the fundamental laws of the world, let alone the sluggishness of his chi. Ryu found that even activating his techniques became difficult as though everything in the world should freeze in the presence of this existence. It was a dominion. Ryu was absolutely certain that this Demon Duke had a dominion. a dominion so powerful that even his own obscene control of Qi was curbed and flattened. There was no doubt that this demon duke was in the Tao pedestal realm. The glow of Serial's crown only grew fiercer. Her arms spread outward, her aura towering to the point where it seemed to merge and fuse with the demon duke above. The pressure was suffocating. Only half the body of the demon duke had appeared, and yet the mountain had already begun to crumble. Something even the battle between Ryu and Serial had only been capable of doing a fraction of. But what happened next was even more shocking. The demon duke began to be eaten away at, becoming motes of light that shot into Serial's body. Serial continuously underwent shocking changes. Her black hair becoming a striking blue that swung about for dozens of meters, her violet eyes icing over, and even her flexible armor being replaced by an ice plate armor that radiated with blue runes capable of freezing even space itself. And then, Serial's small realms multiplied in strength, breaking into the realm of dominions. The world whined and quaked. Ryu hardly got a chance to counter before he felt his limbs freezing over piece by piece, his body threatening to shatter into tiny shards of glass.
Chapter 596 Dominion.
Ryu felt suppressed from all sides. Without Serial even moving a single inch, it felt as though there was nothing he could do. Ryu had no idea how Serial managed to do such a thing. He had never heard of a precedent allowing a person to fuse with a demon. The only possibility was that this was unique to Serial's bone structure and, most importantly, it was likely a tightly guarded secret of the Fae as well. If the world knew that the Fae were able to accomplish such a thing, Ryu's pupils constricted. His body instantly vanished in a flicker of violet lightning, tearing into the void and appearing half a kilometer away in an instant. But, when he appeared once more, half his body was completely frozen, stuck in a half-elemental state that made it look as though he was vanishing into motes of light. One half of body was forced into a solid state. The other was caught in an attempt to run, unable to separate from its other half lest it lose its substance, and Ryu took his own life. A perfect counter to spirit body was atmospheric Qi. It was quick and was able to solidify space should you have a strong enough grasp of it. This interference would easily disrupt the fluctuations of a spirit body, forcing someone into a corporeal state. However, compared to wielding atmospheric Qi, a dominion was on a completely different level. If one countered a spirit body, the latter rendered it completely useless. If not for Ryu's obscene talent, he wouldn't have even managed to control himself to dodge Serial's lethal strike. But even then, he ended up in a state like this. Ryu roared, flexing his arm and trying to break free from the ice. But, in that instant, a deep panic took root in his soul. He felt that if he continued, he would be shattering his own body. The ice had actually already sunk so far. In that split second of hesitation, Serial had appeared before Ryu as though she had always been there and nowhere else. She held her katana in one hand, but as though she couldn't be bothered to use it, she reached out with her free arm, pointing a finger toward the center of Ryu's brow. The simple gesture seemed to gather the entire world's pressure toward a single point. At that moment, Ryu made a devastating discovery. A dominion didn't only give Serial more control over her energy, but it also made it so that the Qi she needed to use her pupils had drastically lowered. The result was Ryu being trapped in a space where Serial could practically make any deceit a reality with a single thought. Ryu no longer hesitated. He braced himself, his energy surging as he clenched his teeth and shattered the ice with all the will he could muster. How many times had he experienced death within the crystalline jade? This was nothing. Ryu felt an entire side of his body collapse. His bones, his flesh, his nerves themselves splintered. Many of his individual cells had already died, turning a sickening shade of dark blue as they fell victim to Serial's ice Qi. Ryu's body reformed, but he looked half dead. Even his handsome face was twisted into a more grotesque picture than what Serial had gone through. Even though his spirit body quickly absorbed the primordial chaos lightning his meridians were producing to heal, the suppression of Serial's dominion on his spirit body made his healing nowhere near as quick as Serial's had been. He hadn't even begun when Serial's finger finished accumulating energy, pressing down on his forehead without a care for the fact he had escaped. The shackles of space solidified and a beam of bluish-black tore through the air. The space around it froze and shattered into countless pieces, piercing toward Ryu's forehead. It ripped through several falling petals with impunity, treating Ryu's immortal Sakura as though it was nothing more than a childish game. Ryu swung down his two great sword staffs with all the strength he could muster, one side of his body screaming in agony. At that moment, his body erupted with arcs of black lightning and raging black flames. He had always been hesitant to use primordial chaos fire at the same time as his chaos lightning, but continuing to hold back at this point would be nothing more than suicide. Even if his body was torn apart, he would take her down first. Bang! Ryu's great sword staffs exploded on impact, the raging energies becoming far too much to handle. This battle had long since left the scope of something higher skeleton warriors could deal with. Ryu shot back like a broken kite, crashing through the ground and digging a ditch through the mountain that extended tens of kilometers. Serial seemed to wave her sword just once, and yet hundreds of strands of crisscrossing sword chi eradicated the backlash of energy in the blink of an eye. In that moment, Ryu ripped his way out from ground, his roars splitting the clouds above. One part was fury, but another was an unquenchable pain. His spirit body continuously absorbed the fire and lightning, healing. But, at the same time, the volatile chaos energy was ripping him apart. Earth Gate. Ryu stepped through a threshold, his mind suddenly becoming enlightened. His aura bloomed, a mighty dominion spreading to life and clashing against Serial's. His dark magenta scales glistened, his horns twisting into the air as they seemingly grew a size. The inconspicuous glove of order on Ryu's hand suddenly blossomed forth. Ryu reached out at empty air, space cracking as the glove of order glowed. Swirling black flames and lightning coalesced under its beck and call, forming a pair of great sword staffs that were eerily familiar to Ryu. Ryu rose a single arm, swinging it down to his side. In that moment, a scythe of black lightning and fire shot through the mountain range, splitting it in two. Flames connected heaven and earth, a curtain of black falling over the world. Veins of red pulsed down Ryu's cheeks, extending from his eyes. They pulsed along with his killing intent, a mighty majestic aura coursing through his body as his wings doubled in size. Kamdi. A voice from the demonic depths of hell shook the world. Ryu's words had only just landed when Serial appeared before him, as though she had always been there. She didn't speak, but the look in her eyes spoke volumes. The skies trembled as her sword swung down. Though aimed toward Ryu, it felt as though she was aiming toward something much larger. Chapter 597 in 6. Ryu swung his sword upward to meet Serial's. The clash was like nothing this world had ever witnessed before. A cascading, explosive waterfall of ice, lightning and fire. The two blades had hardly met when Ryu already pressed forward with his second. He seemed completely unmoved by Serial's display, the coldness of their gazes meeting across the void and clashing as fiercely as their blades themselves. Serial's free hand stretched out a palm, drawing a circle in the air that reflected Ryu's second great sword staff even as she swung her katana once more. Her movements became faster and more free-flowing, as though she was finally not holding back anymore. All sorts of miraculous arts Ryu had never seen before manifested themselves, pressing down while suffused with endless killing intent. Ryu's own blades gained an enigmatic air to them. Even without actively using heavenly flow, he seemed to have stepped into a realm that existed beyond it. His every stroke caused heavenly energies to sing as though he was fusing with them. His immortal rings trembled, the dark gold pulsing with stronger and stronger lights. As though pushing back against the suffocating pressure, they fought back, pressing up and bursting through a barrier that had been holding them back. A roar left Ryu's lips as he spontaneously broke through to the third immortal ring stage, his power soaring. The essence of Ryu's strikes grew not only swifter, but far more enigmatic. His meridians pulsed and whined, growing a stronger and fiercer connection to the chaos realm, filling his body to the brim with chi that could topple the skies. The glove of order pulsed, a greater strength flowing into Ryu's twin great sword staffs as the black lightning and flames grew in power. White serpents dance. White world. Ryu's aura surged. In that moment, the world seemed to lose its color, the chi of the atmosphere bending to his will and accumulating within his blades. He slashed downward as though he wouldn't be satisfied unless the world itself was split in two. It was like he wasn't fighting Serial but the world itself. Serial moved quickly, her gaze flashing. As she moved her sword as though about to sheath it at her hip, her eyes flashed, a second Serial appearing between herself and Ryu. This time, there was no doubt that her clone had at least 90% of her strength. It shot forward, meeting Ryu's strike with its own blade. There wasn't an ounce of fear or hesitancy in its eyes, as though Ryu's attack was nothing more than a spring breeze. Serial herself had withdrawn her blade to hip in a sheathing motion. However, there was no sheath in the slightest. In fact, for some odd reason, her blade was facing the sky as her thumb pressed down on it, while it was her 4 fingers that were wrapped around the dull side of the blade. A trickle of blood left her thumb as the crown on her head continued to glow brighter. It dripped down both sides of the sword as though it too had been severed in two. She watched with indifference as her clone was obliterated by Ryu's strike, even forming another one without batting an eye. However, this time, before the clone could do much of anything, it burst into a rain of blood and gore, its essence surging toward Serial's palm. It all splattered against Serial's sword and ice armor, painting both crimson as her aura continued to rise. And then, before Ryu could even prepare a second attack, the world fell into silence. Blood of mine, sword of mine. The moon reflects all things. The sword severs all things. The moon goddess watches over the night. Eternal rest. Serial unsheathed her sword. Her blade ran up the length of her thumb, slicing down to the bone as it arched upward in an elegant arch. Every inch Serial's thumb run down began to glow with a fearsome light, coating the katana with a sword chi that shattered space everywhere it passed. When Serial's blade reached the apex, it hung in the air, mirroring her immortal ring manifestation and piercing right toward the skies. The energies of the world trembled, even the peak of the mountain threatening to collapse. Serial slashed downward. The world was covered in a blanket of red, dyed in the blood of the fallen. It seemed to speak to Ryu's soul. After giving up just a bit of blood, Serial was able to force the world itself to kneel. It was as though her blade spoke volumes on its own. You might die and be forgotten by the world. But she was Serial Moon. A single drop of her blood was enough to make the heavens shed tears. As for her life itself, it was more valuable than even the world. Space no longer seemed capable of repairing itself. A scythe of crimson tore through it all, carried the same will as Ryu's. It was like it wasn't aimed toward him at all, but rather toward something much grander. Pandanovel com. Ryu's pupils constricted. This attack was on the level of a mystical grade technique. And, unlike when he was facing that fool from the Scarlet Clan, she had not only executed it before he could interrupt it, but the power behind it was also far beyond what he would have faced had he failed to stop that Scarlet Sparrow. On top of that, the words Serial spoke weren't meaningless. They were similar to chanting or reciting mantra technique. They called down a mysterious power that only multiplied the strength of her sword swing. Ryu took a breath, his expression becoming colder. He didn't know what Serial's purpose was. He didn't know why this legacy world was so important to her. He didn't know why she had come from her time to this one or even what her goals were. In fact, he didn't even know if it was just her or if there were others she was allied with. But at this moment, none of it mattered. There was a time when he could be said to care for this woman. Even now, he wasn't sure if all of that was an act. And, even if it was an act, how could a woman as clearly prideful as Serial allow herself to put on such a performance? The more confused about it all Ryu became, the firmer his resolve was. Making sense of the plight of his enemies wasn't his job. Serial might have a purpose, but he had one too. And that duty would always be to his family. Ryu didn't move an inch from his location, allowing Serial's crimson blade chi to approach him. But, just when it seemed that he would be torn in two, he spoke 3 simple words. Divine chaotic annihilation. The world froze. Ryu's forehead split, revealing a dense sphere of black that solidified everything around it. His eyes suddenly became pervaded by an endless blackness, radiating out a fog that was just as dark. Serial felt like her dominion had almost become useless. Her control over her energy faded by several folds while Ryu's own only seemed to multiply. At the same time, her blade of red came to a grinding halt for just a moment before it was suddenly twisted apart into nothingness. Serial's pupils constricted, but it was already too late. An overwhelming surge of spiritual chi surged into Ryu's spiritual sea. But he had long since been ready. An enormous visualization on his grimoire manifested itself into the skies, pulsing with raging flames prepared to topple all of existence. The pages began to flip, immediately landing on what Ryu wanted. Ryu's palms squeezed together, his two great sword staffs shattering into pockets of crackling lightning and dancing flames. He raised his right arm up into the skies, causing this lost energy to surge up his forearm and toward his clawed arm. In that moment, Ryu's arm seemed to grow a size, pulsing with so much vital chi that it truly looked like the claw of a dragon. His claws lengthened, the space around them pulsing as Ryu poured more and more spiritual chi into his grimoire. Bang! Ryu's arm grew another size. But, this time it became obvious that it wasn't his flesh, but rather a shield of energy in the form of a claw surrounding it. However, it looked so corporeal and real that it felt more like a dragon king had raised its fury against the heavens themselves. The dragons were a crude race that didn't have many great sayings. They were far more focused on their overwhelming strength as opposed to building up their scholarly wiles. As one might expect with such a race, the sayings they did have, then, embodied this perfectly. Ryu had heard it, and at this moment, those crude words resonated with his very mind and soul. A dragon's breath can split the skies in two. A dragon's claw can split the world in five. A fiendish grin appeared on Ryu's face, an aura to rule the world causing his hair to billow about as though each strand was a rampaging dragon of its own. In that case, I'll split the world in six. Bang! Ryu's energy claw grew to the point it rose over 100 meters into the sky. The only reason space itself wasn't twisted and sheared apart was because divine chaotic annihilation hung there menacingly, sealing the fate of all those that appeared before it. This would end here. Ryu's claw began to descend. Before it even picked up momentum, it proved that dragons truly disdain to lie. The grating sound of the world itself being torn in six shook the legacy world. Chapter 598 Buried. The world itself seemed to release a cry, its fear reaching a palpable level as it was dyed in black and red. Ryu could feel his arm trembling and threatening to shatter apart. Even while relying on his master's visualization technique to activate and take the brunt of the pressure off of his body, this technique of the dragon race was even more difficult to activate than dragon's breath. To make matters worse, Ryu had fused techniques of his great sword staff into each one of his claws, effectively forcing himself to wield 5 blades at once, each fused with his own comprehensions and sword chi. This multiplied the difficulty of using this technique by several folds. However, the results spoke for themselves. The mountain barely held on by a thread, the land before Ryu splitting into 5 trenches with unfathomable depths forming. It was to the point where Ryu could even sense the very boundaries of this world itself just beyond its limits. Had his attack been any more powerful, this legacy world itself would have been destroyed. Serial barely hung on at the edge of one abyss. However, the lower half of her body had completely vanished. Her entrails, blood and flesh dripped down slowly, her features pale almost beyond recognition. Her hair had returned to its original black, the ice armor that had once clung to her curves having disappeared. From this vantage point, Ryu could catch a clear sight of the tail end of her spine. Even as Ryu stood in the air, breathing hard, he found it difficult to believe that Serial had been injured to this extent. He had expected that he would claim victory with this attack, but he hadn't thought the result would be so exaggerated. What he didn't know was that when he shattered Serial's technique, he had caused a tear in her soul. That technique was meant to be a sacrificial technique. Usually, one could only use it one time in their lives before dying soon after. As one might expect, this made the technique almost impossibly powerful. And Serial, thanks to her pupils, was able to use it in exchange for just a large drain to her stamina. turning a sacrificial technique into one she could bring out as a trump card whenever the situation suited it. However, even though she managed to avoid the greatest pitfall of the technique, that being the loss of her life, she still had to attach a strand of her soul to it in order to fool the heavens into allowing her to use it in exchange for just a clone. This was why, even with the blood sacrifice of her clone, she still had to exchange her real blood by running her blade up her thumb as well. What Serial couldn't have expected was the fact that Ryu had a technique that could instantly obliterate her soul like that. The truth was that divine chaotic annihilation hadn't faced the true brunt of Serial's technique. What happened was that it latched onto Serial's soul and crushed it first. Once that happened, the structure of the technique completely crumbled, allowing Ryu to absorb it to fuel his next attack. The moment Serial's soul was damaged, not only did her technique collapse, but she lost the ability to control her Demon Duke summons. To avoid being ripped apart from the inside out by it, she had no choice but to send it back to the Nether Realm. But the result of that was her power plummeting just as Ryu released such a powerful technique. Not only did she lose both of her dominions, but her chi dropped. There was no way she could block it. The only reason she wasn't dead was because at the last moment, she managed to use the rest of her chi reserves to shift her body. But she didn't have enough to appear at a different location. In addition, the pressure of Ryu's technique and dominion multiplied the difficulty even more so. So, she could only use her reality warping abilities to shift her body from a vertical position to a horizontal position. This was what led to her losing the lower half of her body. Serial was furious, even in such a state. She had never been humiliated to such an extreme. She had actually lost to someone 6 substages beneath her. To make matters worse, she had been too arrogant to even use all her power. She hadn't brought out her strongest summon, she didn't use the most powerful abilities of her pupils, and most importantly, she hadn't activated her natural enlightenment even right up until the end, believing she simply didn't need them. Plus, she couldn't kill Ryu. She had needed him. If she didn't need him for something, why would she have bothered to try fooling him for so long? Ultimately, a single mistake, a mismatch of techniques, caused this to end in her loss. She didn't open her mouth to complain, nor did she make excuses. Her pride was bone deep. She disdained to explain herself, even in such a situation. Serial looked up toward the mountain range, completely unwilling. Years of planning and she fell at this point. Her jaw clenched. One would think that the greatest pain to her would be the injuries she had suffered. But, to Serial, all of that could be regrown. Plus, whether it was her uterus or ovaries, she had managed to protect them, so she wasn't in a situation where she would be barren either. What truly pained her the most was a path toward her goals being so cruelly cut away, and maybe what hurt even more was the fact it was her fault for not taking her opponent seriously enough. Panda novel com. In the blink of an eye, as though her emotions had been wiped away, Serial's features became expressionless. I won't make the same mistake again next time. Nothing can stop my rise to the top. I don't need handouts from others. Shackles that had been on Serial's heart suddenly vanished. An overwhelming pressure shot out from her. It was so suffocating that even Ryu felt his heart skip a beat as he flew shakily in the sky. He had been trying to approach Serial all this time to deal the finishing blow, but his stamina was also drained. Now, he suddenly found himself flying in the face of a wall of wind that blew him dozens of kilometers away. Ryu's heart trembled. He realized that Serial had just had a breakthrough. And it was no normal breakthrough. The state of immersion. No, it's already close to the state of control. Ryu blocked his eyes with a forearm. By the time the pressure vanished and he could finally look again, Serial was nowhere to be seen. He didn't bother to look around. He knew that she had managed to escape. Clearly, she had already prepared something to vanish from this world without being detected. A solemn expression took hold of Ryu's features. Natural enlightenment. Compared to mortal endowments, he knew that they were on a completely different level. The power they provided was no joking matter. There were even folk tales of mortals who hadn't cultivated a day in their lives gaining the strength to battle immortals after comprehending one. Whether that was true or not, Ryu had no idea. But, regardless of the truth, Serial had comprehended one long before their battle. Ryu had sensed it, but she never used it. And now, it was even more powerful by not just a small measure. After a moment, Ryu's solemn expression curled into a smirk. I'll defeat you just the same next time. There will come a day where no one in existence dares to challenge me. Ryu shakily descended from the skies, his sudden roar causing several avalanches of snow. What he didn't know was that this casual roar of his caused individuals who had already been struggling to walk up the other side of the mountain to be thrust downward once again. During Ryu and Serial's battle, there had been several groups that managed to make it through without Serial's illusion formation interfering. Among these individuals included persons of the Zhu clan. Many believed that the battle between Ryu and Serial was actually part of the trial, and as such did their best to climb through the pressure. After all, how could they possibly believe that individuals so strong were allowed to enter? Unfortunately, as hard as they tried, whether it was the aura of the two or the cataclysmic activity of their clashes, it was all too difficult for individuals capped at the Immortal Ring realm. And now, they were subject to Ryu's roar once again. To make matters worse, the chi-sapping ability of the snow hadn't just disappeared. Now they were being buried beneath it. Uncaring about the fate of others, or maybe being completely unaware, Ryu continued to climb. I'll consider us even, Ryu thought to himself. Since you didn't target Yana, we can cut things like that. However, next time, I'll be returning that punch to your pretty face. Ryu trudged to the peak of the mountain, his meridians running on empty. The snow that he had previously been able to ignore made him feel parched, dry and cold all at once. But he continued to climb, his will indomitable. But when he sensed the aura at the peak of the mountain, he almost collapsed to his knees, his mind stuck in an odd state between relaxation and shock. His mind swam, his legs feeling weak. Grandma! Ryu collapsed, the snow quickly swallowing him whole. In just a few moments, his body was buried beneath a storm of snow, leaving him too weak to lift a single finger. Chapter 599 No longer. Ryu's eyes shot open, his heart beating erratically. He almost instantly realized that his head was resting on someone's lap. But, when his vision cleared and he saw who it was, his stomach dropped. His body rose like a shot out of a cannon, his arms wrapping around the figure with almost too much strength. If not for the strength of the individual, they might have been torn directly in two by his grip. Ho-ho, dear. Haven't you grown too much to still be acting so spoiled, little Ryu? Ryu's grip tightened, his jaw clenching so hard that even his own teeth began to crack, on the verge of shattering completely. Ryu hardly registered the world of white around him. All he could sense and feel was the woman in his arms right now. Compared to the last time he had seen her, she seemed to have aged considerably. From a city-toppling beauty, the wear of age had left its mark on her. The last time Ryu had seen his grandma Qilin, she looked like a middle-aged woman with a beauty that could put even a 20-year-old to shame. Her hair was a bright, shimmering white and her eyes twinkled with a youthful blue. Now, however, his grandmother looked aged. Her bright white hair had dulled to gray. Her shimmering blue eyes had become murky. Her usually powerful, confident movement had become shaky and slow. Just seeing her like this made Ryu feel as though his heart was being torn from the inside out. What hurt the most was the fact he knew that his grandmother was gone. This was at most a final strand of her soul holding on for the day he would finally make it to this place. And yet, he had almost not come at all. For the second time that day, Ryu's tears threatened to spill over. The only reason they didn't was because he was caught between fury and sadness. This gaze reddened to the point his blood vessels threatened to pop. Any calmness that he had gained over the past several weeks vanished like the wind. He wanted to kill, to rip his enemies limb from limb. He wanted the whole world to suffer. Ryu almost lost control entirely, and maybe he would have had his soul not suddenly been invaded by a spring breeze. It was cool, but not too much so. Almost like a spritz of water on a blazingly hot day. Even if Ryu didn't want to, he had no choice but to calm down. When it came to a comparison of his soul versus his grandmother's, strand of soul or not, he had no course to resist even if he wanted to. Ryu felt some light pats on his back. There's no need to be like this, little Ryu. Your grandma's time was bound to come at some point. With your talent, you would have outlived me anyway. There was a slight teasing tone in Mistress Qil's voice as she gripped Ryu's shoulders, pushing him back so she could get a good look at her grandson's face. Ryu was just the same as she remembered him, except his frame was far fuller now. Ryu was no different from a scholar in his first life, and his body was quite weak. He had an obscene level of talent but lacked the foundation to sustain them. This resulted in him practically cannibalizing himself. If not for the precious spiritual fruits he had every day, he wouldn't have lived nearly as long. But the current Ryu exuded a vitality that made the air tremble. His frame wasn't just broad, but he had filled it out with a toned layering of muscle that added to his charm. Now there's my handsome baby boy. Come on, give Grandma a smile. You're not going to make an old woman like me sad, right? Ryu's eyelashes trembled, his nose reddening. He took deep breaths, trying to calm himself. Eventually, thanks mostly to his grandmother's help, he managed to reach a more even state. A bit of his edge was still there, but he realized that his grandmother was right. She wasn't his enemy. Being enraged now and ruining what was maybe the last time he would see his grandmother, wouldn't he be too foolish? Ryu thought of all sorts of ways to try and save his grandmother, but ultimately, he realized without a complete soul, there was little he could do. His mood sank, but he tried to squeeze out whatever positivity he could muster for his grandmother's sake. Mistress Qilin smiled lightly, not exposing Ryu's poor attempt at a smile. For such a handsome young man, he definitely had the ugliest fake smile she had ever seen. The result made her chuckle as she pinched Ryu's cheeks. There you go. See, isn't that better? Ryu forced out a bitter smile but didn't respond to his grandmother's question directly. Grandma, can you tell me what happened? Mistress Qilin sighed. She knew that she would have to explain these things. But, in her own selfishness, she would much rather hear about how her grandson's life had been in her final moments rather than reliving such horrible events. But, she also knew that there wasn't much of a choice. These were things that Ryu deserved to know. Oh, little Ryu. Even now, I cannot decide whether your disappearance was a blessing or a curse. In hindsight, it was necessary, but it was difficult for a lot of us to accept. At the same time, it also helped us take notice of some things that had been blatantly in our faces for the longest time, but had been ignored by us due to various other reasons. I will not try to sugarcoat things for you. As of now, you are the torchbearer of our family. There's nothing I can say that will lighten this blow for you, and there will be many things in the future that you will have to carry the burden of on your own. Whether it is me, your Grandpa Qilin, and your Grandma and Grandpa Tatsuya, we are no longer of this world. Chapter 600 Tangible. Though he was prepared to hear it, or rather, he thought that he had been, Ryu still trembled beside himself. The words shook him to the core to the point it felt like the sky was collapsing. Most of Ryu's rage wasn't even aimed toward the martial gods. At least half of it was aimed toward his so-called great-grandfather. At this point, Ryu didn't care what reasons he had. His great-grandfather could have chosen not to step in for the benefit of the world, and he still wouldn't care. Ryu felt a throbbing pain in his chest that he hadn't felt in years. He looked down at his chest, suddenly remembering the X he had drawn across it before he reawakened his memories. He had severed all ties with the Agnes clan, his maternal clan, due to the actions of his supposed grandfather. When he awakened, he had shed everything from that life, purging his blood and even cleansing himself of all the wounds he had suffered. That scar had long since faded that day, and yet the place it had once been was experiencing a searing pain as though his skin was being burnt from the inside out. Compared to the pain he had suffered at the hands of the Agnes clan, this hurt far more. All that suffering was taken on by himself. But this was different. This was the inaction of someone who should have been family, resulting in the deaths of people he cared for dearly. Mistress Qilin sighed, looking at the ring on Ryu's finger. If there was anyone who could practically read Ryu like a book outside of Ailsa, it was her. She could tell that Ryu wanted to keep it together for her sake, but she also understood that after a life of lacking power, the current Ryu still wasn't equipped to deal with the strength he had now. Ryu's temper had always been fiery. He lashed out at everything and his fuse was short. In the past, it was his tongue that took the forefront, but now that his fist was growing larger and larger, he often didn't even bother with words anymore. Whenever something enraged him, he simply killed it. Recently, he had had a streak of sparing people he would have killed in the past. However, that was more like a conscious effort than a true change. How could anyone change so quickly? It took deliberate effort over years, maybe even longer, for such a true change to occur. But right now, all Ryu's hopes and aspirations toward having a more level head were being tested again and again. If not for the fact it was his grandmother before him, he would have long since lashed out. Mistress Qilin sighed. Your great-grandfather, I know that what I say likely won't help, but if there's anyone who's subject to the restraints of their bloodline to the greatest degree, it is him. When his wife and your great-grandmother died, he cut off all ties with the world. It was his opportunity to finally transcend those bounds, something that is especially difficult for those of us who have ancient beast blood. This. Ryu shook his head, the trembling of his heart and the aching, searing pain in his chest vanishing. Grandma, I'm not interested in hearing about him. Tell me more about what happened. Mistress Qilin sighed, gently stroking Ryu's cheeks. Okay. I guess you can continue to be spoiled for a little bit longer. Mistress Qilin smiled lightly, pinching Ryu's nose as though he really was still 5 years old. But Ryu let her do as she pleased, sitting across from his grandmother and holding onto one of her frail hands. Since you already know how this story ends, I won't hold you in suspense. When you disappeared, we learned the story of what happened from Elena and understood that this matter was much larger than we thought. It was just unfortunate that it was far too late to turn the tide in any meaningful way. However, thanks to your discovery of the Death Shrine, we managed to place some contingency plans in place, one of which is this ice. Mistress Qilin coughed lightly in embarrassment. Devil Legacy World. Despite how he was feeling, Ryu revealed a genuine smile, laughing. He knew his grandma Qilin well. Despite one might expect from the descendant of an ice phoenix, she had a fiery temper. His grandpa Qilin had learned long ago not to mention it. This was especially so since Mistress Qilin was sensitive due to the matter between Ryu's grandfather and Elena's grandmother. Clearly, his grandmother had earned this title doing some less than womanly things in her fury at the number of betrayal they had suffered. This had ended up earning her such a title. But, for it to carry such a powerful momentum, it was clear that his grandmother hadn't just done a few crazy things. Now she was feeling embarrassed having to expose these things to her grandson. What are you laughing about, you cheeky little brat? Mistress Qilin pulled at Ryu's cheek with her free hand, not giving him the slightest bit of face. I give. Ryu pleaded for mercy. He knew well that this was the only way to get his grandmother to let up, but his twitching lip gave him away. Humph. You've grown up enough to tease your grandmother, HM? No, never. Humph. Mistress Qilin shook her head and let Ryu go. The Death Shrine became a great opportunity for us. Though it didn't allow us to reverse the situation, it played a pivotal role in why we can be here talking to one another. Not long after we found the shrine, your father used its passage to the Nether Realm, pretending as though he had lost his mind in pursuit of you. But the truth is that this is his chance. If he survives, he will come out more powerful than ever. If he fails, Mistress Qilin shook her head but moved on. While your father entered the Nether Realm, little Himari gained acknowledgement of a dark phoenix inheritance that was left behind. Unfortunately, she did not get the best opportunity to use it before we were forced to seal the plane. As for us 4 old fogies, we benefited from the Death Shrine in that we were able to control our deaths. This strand of my soul formed this legacy world. As for your Grandpa Qilin and your Grandpa and Grandma Tatsuya, they used the help of the Death Shrine to preserve a small strand of their souls in our ancestral lands. They are waiting to pass on what remains of their legacies to you. Mistress Qilin looked toward her grandson with an endless depth of warmth in her murky eyes. Her belief in Ryu was practically tangible. Chapter 601 enough? Ryu looked at his grandmother, a seed of guilt sprouting in his heart. Maybe if it wasn't for him being so averse to gazing at fate with his heavenly pupils, he would have noticed that something was wrong long ago. By then, things wouldn't have happened this way. Of course, these thoughts were nonsense. Ryu only lived to see 1,000 years old in his first life. By then, there had been millions of years of momentum built up for the martial gods. On top of that, between his death and the destruction of the Tatsuya clan, there was a buffer of another few million years. In the grand scheme, his own life was nothing but a blip. It was the equivalent to what a single second was to a decade, a century, even. However, that didn't stop Ryu from gripping his grandmother's frail hand just a bit tighter. Look at you, 21 years old, and already at the third immortal ring realm. How'd you manage that? Mistress Qilin changed the subject. Ryu smiled bitterly. I was just lucky.
Lucky.
Mistress Qilin smiled mysteriously. You think Grandma can't see 3 primordial signatures in you? I didn't know I raised a little Casanova. How'd you manage to coax a sky god into your bed? You're not selling yourself, are you? Ryu choked on air, coughing hard. How was he supposed to answer this exactly? The reality was that he was the one who had ended up being coaxed. But that was hard to explain too. He didn't want his grandmother to think that he was some sort of gigolo. He was innocent. In truth, Ryu was overthinking things. Even if he was to be a gigolo, women didn't just give their primordial to anyone. And a woman who still had her primordial wouldn't be paying for sex to begin with. Beyond that, Ryu's grandmother could tell that while Ryu's mind was in chaos, it wasn't on the level of someone who had forsaken their values. So, it was obvious that Ryu wasn't selling himself either. She was just having fun teasing her grandson. All right. Mistress Qilin chuckled, feeling that she had gotten Ryu back for his previous laughter. Then, it's about time Grandma passes on what I prepared for you. You haven't disappointed me. I don't know what I would have done had that little girl made it here first. Little girl? Oh, you mean her. Ryu shook his head. Mistress Qilin's eyes sparkled. My little boy has a small crush, Ryu smiled. Did he have feelings for Serial? Not at the moment, no. Was he highly attracted to her though? That was a yes. She was the kind of woman he liked the most, after all. So, to call it a crush wasn't inappropriate, but it wasn't much deeper than that. Mistress Qilin smiled knowingly. She knew her grandson well. It was for this reason that she used to give Elena a hard time. Well, that, and because she absolutely hated Elena's own grandmother. She always felt that Elena wasn't the perfect match for her Ryu. She also felt that Ryu had been tricked into becoming her husband. To her, Ryu was her little boy and could easily be tricked by a vixen. Especially since he hadn't spent a great length of time exploring the world, and he never got to have the frivolous youth other young masters of his status would have had. As for how she felt about Elena now, that little girl isn't bad, but she's a bit peculiar. There are many who have been monitoring this legacy world for a long time, but she's the only one who truly saw to its root. It even seemed that she understood its origins. Mistress Qilin shook her head. Forget it, I will let you figure all of that stuff out. This isn't important for now. For now, it's impossible for you to access the Ice Shrine and our Ice Phoenix clan's holy lands. It was thanks to the Ice Shrine's help that little Himari was able to lay down such a powerful seal. So, the core teachings, treasures, and various resources of our clan are all here with me. Is Mom? Ryu asked hesitantly. Though I am not sure about your father, little Himari should be relatively safe. However, whether or not you can see her is a different matter entirely. Currently, she's in a state of deep hibernation, and awaking her means undoing the seal. If the seal is undone, though, Ryu took a deep breath. I understand. If the seal was undone, whatever was holding the martial gods back would vanish. But Icemine had also said that they were close to undoing the seal themselves. Wouldn't that mean Mother would be in danger once they succeeded? Ryu's grip tightened again. I can rest at ease seeing that you've awakened the ice flame. With it, many things will be much easier. But I can also see that your ice flame is being suppressed by your other fires due to its partly ice attribute. You haven't leaned into the life attribute enough, and thus this is the result. But this is also our fault. You haven't had proper guidance. I see you've also awakened your rebirth flame. Marilla will be very happy to know this. Oh, Marilla was Ryu's grandma Tatsuya. It seemed the Fire Phoenix clan had been having trouble producing heirs that could awaken the rebirth flame much like the Ice Phoenix clan had. Mistress Qilin sighed. In a lot of ways, this is all our fault. The Phoenix clans are highly dependent on the soul, but such cultivation was banned long ago. If not for this, we would have never declined to the point where we couldn't find even a single proper heir. Ryu frowned. Now that he thought about it, this was true. Then, why was such cultivation banned at all? Was it really because of their danger? Mistress Qilin hesitated. Should she really tell this story? Didn't he hate his own great-grandfather enough? Chapter 602 Choice. Mistress Qilin sighed. The details of the story are unknown even to me. What I do know is that the death of your great-grandmother has something to do with mental realm masters. At this time, the actions of mental realm masters were becoming increasingly grotesque and without morality, so it could be said that it was a perfect storm. After hearing these words, though Mistress Qilin didn't go into detail, Ryu understood enough. Then, since we weren't your great-grandfather's target, the elders of the Ice Phoenix clan at the time simply stored most of our core teachings away, sealing them. They are all still intact and haven't been destroyed. But, since I haven't practiced them personally, I have no way of guiding you. But, I trust that you will be able to comprehend much of it on your own. Mistress Qilin smiled. If there was anyone who could succeed without the guidance of his elders, it was Ryu. He was in a unique position to do so. Ryu sighed as his grandmother began to explain all the things she was passing on to him. The fact that she wasn't handing them to him one by one made him realize something quite profound. Why was it that he was able to see, touch, and feel his grandmother? He even felt that he could smell her, as though she truly was right before him. The answer was that this wasn't the real world to begin with. The land of endless white was his spiritual sea. In fact, if he cared to look around, he would probably find his immortal Sakura not too far away. He hadn't been looking around on purpose, hoping that his grandmother by some miracle was still with him. But this was as close as they could ever be. In fact, Ryu was fairly certain that a spatial ring that contained all of these things was likely already placed on his body in the real world. This was just a final nagging his grandmother was giving him. Your weapons, you know that our Phoenix clans specialize in whips and featherweight swords. I would leave this mostly to your grandpa Tatsuya to handle, but Mistress Qilin looked Ryu up and down. Something tells me that you aren't following the Tatsuya, saintly weapon inheritance, any longer. Mistress Qilin immediately assumed that because of the hatred Ryu felt for his great-grandfather, he had chosen a completely different path. But this was a path she couldn't immediately recognize, which left her slightly stunned. It was only after Ryu explained his relationship with Ailsa and his choice of the great swordstaff that she finally made the connection. I see. This path is a bit of a double-edged sword. With your pupils, your progress will be fast without the shackles of fate holding you back. But it can be easily without substance as well, making every step forward you take worth less than that of others following an already preset path. For now, it isn't obvious because your great swordstaffs still take your comprehensions of the Tatsuya saintly weapons as the foundation, but as you progress, you'll find that the level of your birth phenomena will begin to weaken in comparison to others at the same level. I assume that you already feel that your connection to your birth phenomena has weakened considerably, right? Ryu nodded. Ever since he switched over to his great swordstaffs, the God Emperor, War God and Dragon God phenomena had stopped appearing. Initially, when he succeeded in breaking through into the small realm, they had fused into one, making Ryu think that this was great. But as time went and he got closer to the Dominion level, not only had the connection weakened, but they hadn't appeared again since then. Ryu assumed that Ailsa was prepared for such an outcome. But the shame of it was that before they could take those next steps together, Ailsa had fallen into a coma, and he had had so many other things to worry about that he hadn't really considered the issue until his grandmother just now brought it up. In fact, now that he really considered it, Ryu hadn't been able to even put a dent in Serial's defenses with his Dominion. There was no doubt that his Dominion was far weaker than Serial's own. He was only able to make up the gap thanks to his Chaos Chi and the overbearing nature of his Lightning Flame fusion. This could have indeed become a large problem. As long as you're aware of the problem, I'm sure that you'll be able to fix it. In fact, our resources have the perfect thing for you currently. As you know, your mother has the complete Eastern Heavenly Wind. I'm sure that if she was here, she would want to give it over to you to help you over this hump. Unfortunately, she is sealed. However, there was a southern heavenly wind in our treasure house. It was just that your mother ended up choosing the eastern wind when she came of age, while I was never as talented as little Himari, so I didn't gain the right to take one. The Ice Phoenix clan vaults have just enough resources to take one more heavenly wind from its embryonic stage to its complete stage. You have a choice to make since you have the northern heavenly wind embryo on you. You can either take the southern heavenly wind embryo and use the resources to help it reach maturity before absorbing it for yourself. Or you can have your northern heavenly wind swallow the southern heavenly wind. In combination with the remaining resources, it should be just enough to help your northern heavenly wind reach maturity. I believe a complete wind inheritance should fix all of your dual-wielding problems. The choice is yours. Ryu was at a loss almost immediately. The northern heavenly wind was the Emperor Wind. It embodied the nature of wind the most perfectly and granted unmatched speed, allowing one to become one with the wind. In a lot of ways, it was almost akin to gaining another spirit body. However, due to this, the requirement for helping it reach maturity was far higher. Not only would it need the resources the Ice Phoenix clan had left, but it would also need to swallow the southern heavenly wind. The southern heavenly wind, on the other hand, was known as the breath of life, and its requirements were a step lower. It wouldn't need to swallow his northern heavenly wind. Ryu truly didn't know what choice to make. Chapter 603 Choice 2. The southern heavenly wind, the breath of life. It was the most docile of the heavenly winds, and its effects were the most passive. However, this didn't mean that its abilities weren't also incredibly enticing at the same time. A complete southern heavenly wind would grant one practically infinite stamina along with heavenly healing abilities. Though these two abilities seemed simple enough in practice, they were quite monstrous if these words weren't enough to paint the picture appropriately. The first point of infinite stamina was a highly sought-after ability, especially for body cultivators. Thought he southern heavenly wind could not replenish chi. It could replenish the body continuously and endlessly so long as there was wind chi in the surroundings. By proxy, the southern heavenly wind could effectively give one access to an endless supply of vital chi. The extension of this ability connected with its second fundamental power, that of granting heavenly healing. This endless spring of vitality the southern heavenly wind could provide would likewise give one abilities even more potent than most heavens do branch martial gods. Healing would be endless, near instantaneous, and at almost no cost to the wielder of the heavenly wind. With such benefits, one might feel that it would be a no-brainer for Ryu. In his current state, especially with how much reserve chi he had, his bodily stamina always ran out long before his chi did. This gap would only begin to grow more exaggerated the more techniques of his ancient beast bloodline he wanted to use. For example, just one use of his Dragon's Claw ability pushed Ryu to the end of his rope. Had he not put Serial on the brink of life and death with it, he wouldn't have even had the stamina left to fight back. Such things would only become more frequent as time went on. As one might expect, compared to a real dragon, Ryu's reserves of vital chi were practically negligible. Their much larger bodies didn't just come with downsides, but they had their upsides as well, that being their near-endless reserves of vital chi. Trying to use their ancestral techniques on the same scale with a fraction of the vital chi, then had very predictable results. All of this sounded well and good and should make the choice simple. After all, choosing the southern heavenly wind meant that he wouldn't have to give up either. There would always be a chance in the future for him to complete his northern heavenly wind. By then, he would have the full abilities of both. But these were just the thoughts of those who didn't understand just how enticing the true abilities of the northern heavenly wind were. For those that didn't get it, it could all be described in just two words: unmatched speed. If Ryu brought his northern heavenly wind to maturity right this moment, he would instantly become untouchable. No matter the cultivation level, no matter the strength of the opponent, when it came to a contest of speed, he would come out on top. There were, of course, ways to counter the northern heavenly wind, most of which were related to space. However, on the Shrine Plane, where space was not only exceptionally sturdy, but simultaneously very random and unpredictable, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even a sky god wouldn't be able to touch a hem of his clothing as long as Ryu was cautious enough. Under normal circumstances, if a mortal somehow got their hands on the northern heavenly wind, they would still be limited. That's because there was a limit to the perception of a mortal. Even if you could move at a speed no one else could touch, it was a different matter as to whether or not you should. What good was unlimited speed if you couldn't tell where you were going or how you were getting there? It would only take running into one formation or a single danger zone for your life to be forfeit. But Ryu had the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. In addition, though it had weakened considerably, he still had the origin flame to help him compute things. In fact, it could be said that even now, the world was exceptionally slow to Ryu. It was just that his body couldn't keep up with his eyes or his mind. To make matters more complicated, this was just the tip of the iceberg and only the simplest application of the northern heavenly wind. The second important point to note was attack speed. The speed granted would be beyond just movement of the legs, but it could also be granted to all motor movement. With attack speed practically no one could react to, Ryu's combat prowess would take an obscene leap forward. As though this didn't muddy the waters enough, there was a third aspect as well. The abilities of the northern heavenly wind could be extended by touch. This meant that Ryu could make weapons that weighed as heavy as mountains feel as light as a pair of feathers in his hands. By then, he would be able to wield his great swordstaffs just as swiftly as his mother had wielded her twin swords. It was more than just weapons. Ryu could wear armor far heavier than he would normally be able to and even extend his heavenly wind to his mounts, increasing their speed in battle as well. The applications were almost endless. However, choosing this route meant giving up the southern heavenly wind forever. It had taken trillions upon trillions upon trillions of years for the Ice Phoenix clan to gather just 2 heavenly winds and the resources to bring them to maturity. It would be naive of Ryu to think that he would be able to find another heavenly wind so easily unless he raided the Wind Shrine, something he was far from being capable of doing. To say this was a difficult decision was the understatement of an era. However, Ryu took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. I choose to mature the southern heavenly wind. Chapter 604 Loud. Mistress Kukin smiled and didn't say much to this. She was sure that Ryu had his reasons, but she trusted him to make the appropriate decision, so she chose to not press for answers. As for Ryu, he was already very much used to making tough decisions like this. He still remembered the sting of having to turn down his storm talent in favor of his lightning spirit body. That was a choice that had worked out very well for him. Not only had it stimulated the awakening of his fire spirit body, but it led to a mutation that evolved even his bone structure. This time, he believed that he had made the right decision again. Firstly, Ryu was in a stage of explosive growth. Now that he was in the blood-tempering realm, he would soon begin to undo the shackles of his bloodlines one after another in very quick succession. The sudden awakening of his Dragon Claw ability was as much of a result of this as it was about his master's visualization helping him to see it ahead of time. It didn't take a genius to understand just what kind of effect endless stamina would have as he stepped into this level of his progression. Secondly, the northern heavenly wind's abilities sounded unbeatable, but as everything was, there was always a balance. For one, the northern heavenly wind would only be so effective when it was unknown that Ryu had it. If others were prepared for it, the countermeasures were endless, just one of which was a dominion. Of course, with a full wind inheritance and the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, Ryu would quickly surpass dominions and thus be able to counter this aspect. However, even for him, it would take time to continue onto realms that were beyond this. Above dominions, there was still the formation of a divinity. And, even beyond that, there was true deityship, something that couldn't be touched unless one truly became a sky god. The good news was that treasures like heavenly winds provided vessels that allowed for godship without reaching that level. But even Ryu wasn't arrogant enough to believe that this would be a simple task for him, especially when he had yet to enter the cosmic grade with his pupils. A talented World Sea Realm expert would likely be a minor god and thus have formed a divinity. This was all it would take to render Ryu's northern heavenly wind useless. But that wasn't all that could make it useless. The higher your cultivation, the less you would rely on raw speed. Many relied on tearing the void and had attacks with such large areas of effect that speed was often rendered moot. Then there was the matter of acceleration. The lower one's cultivation, the longer it would take to reach the limits of speed. After all, momentum couldn't come from thin air. This meant that within a certain distance of a suitably powerful opponent, having the northern heavenly wind would be meaningless and would end in death all the same. As though that wasn't enough of a knock on choosing the northern heavenly wind, there was still the matter of attack speed. What good was attack speed if one didn't have the power to puncture an enemy's defenses? The current Ryu would be hard-pressed to break any defense constructed of cosmic chi. This would be even more difficult against martial gods who placed so much emphasis on their vital chi and thus had outrageously powerful bodies. When things were put like this, Ryu felt that he would be a fool to sacrifice the southern heavenly wind for a treasure with so many flaws. None of these things would even mention how useless the northern heavenly wind would be if Ryu got caught in a formation or, even worse, an entrapment treasure of some kind. Okay. Grandma will help you absorb it. Mistress Cookin's smile felt light. Though it wasn't immediately obvious, she was very happy with Ryu's choice. Breath of Life wouldn't just be a great help with Ryu's bloodlines, but it would also give him a complete wind inheritance that would give him a unique insight into life. With the help of the southern heavenly wind, the imbalance Ryu had allowed to appear in his ice flame would be quickly fixed. And that would just be the beginning. Thanks to Ryu's twin phoenix bloodlines, Breath of Life would, by proxy, give a great boost to his soul stamina as well because the vital chi of the ice and fire phoenixes, while not providing as much of a boost to Ryu's strength as his Qilin and dragon bloodlines, made up for it in spades when their impact on his soul was taken into account. What did this mean? It meant that Ryu was essentially gaining near infinite bodily and soul stamina for the price of one. If he wasn't her grandson, she might feel a little jealous. Ryu felt his body being invaded by something before he could even react. A golden-green wind with complex runes floating within its edgeless mass appeared. Ryu didn't have to do much of anything before he felt all sorts of treasures begin pouring into him. The amount caused his lip to twitch. Was this really what it took to raise a heavenly wind? Even the weakest wind attribute treasure was at the ancestral grade. But more of them were at the origin grade, world-toppling treasures that an entire network of stars might only produce once in their lifetime. Even Ryu's heart began to ache seeing such things. He had accumulated a ridiculous amount of wealth as a ruin master during his lifetime, a wealth that helped the Tatsuya clan to prosper. But it was only now he truly understood what the reserves of a powerful clan were. His contributions were nice, but they were barely a 20th of what he was looking at right now, and this was just wind elemental treasures. It had to be remembered that the Ice Phoenix clan wouldn't have prioritized these treasures at all, yet they were able to bring so much together. At that moment, Ryu's heart suddenly thumped. It sounded like crashing water or a collapsing mountain. It was so loud that even Ryu himself felt that it might harm his ears. Chapter 605 Demonstrate. The fatigue that Ryu's body had been experiencing seemed to have vanished with the wind, somewhat ironically. As though someone had taken hold of his lungs and breathed life into them, they suddenly expanded. At the same time, his heartbeat became exceptionally slow, beating just a single time per several minutes. And yet, that single pump filled him with so much vitality that even his veins themselves seemed to glow. The moment this occurred, the snow that had piled onto Ryu began to melt purely as a result of his body's heat, pooling into a small pond of steam as he lightly snored, oblivious to the world. He floated face down within the pool, his clothes having vanished without him conscious to maintain them. His lungs were so powerful that the pair even pumped water in and out without a single sign of Ryu drowning. One would have thought he had a pair of gills instead. Ryu was shocked by the change. But what was maybe the most shocking to him was that he hadn't lost complete connection with his northern heavenly wind's inheritance, nor had it been overwhelmed by his southern heavenly wind. Rather, it felt like Ryu had just gotten a large piece of the puzzle. He found himself standing before two paths. The first was to continue along the road of his northern heavenly wind. This path would be a bit slower than if he rebuilt his foundation completely with the southern heavenly wind, however it would be the more powerful inheritance. There was a reason the northern heavenly wind was seen as the king amongst the four. The second option was to abandon his current comprehensions and rebuild his wind inheritance with his southern heavenly wind. With his heavenly pupils, this path would progress with a blazing speed. This time, Ryu didn't make a choice of one or the other. Rather, he made a choice that encompassed both. He felt that the southern heavenly wind carried a unique character that seemed both familiar and somehow foreign to him at the same time. Every time he breathed, he would feel this unique character rush into his body, stifling whatever fatigue he had. In fact, he felt that his lifespan had exploded, increasing by 1,000-fold. And that was just his own poor comprehension of things. It most definitely wasn't just this simple. If Ryu was forced to describe it, it felt like a year of his life now was suddenly worth more than a year of life for anyone else. But even he didn't quite understand what this meant. What he did know, though, was that his ice flame seemed to be reacting to this with a passion Ryu had never seen before. Usually, his ice flame took a backseat to his lightning fire mutation, not because it was suppressed, but rather because it wasn't fighting to begin with. It was like a woman watching the testosterone-filled tirade of two men. She couldn't be bothered to participate. What Ryu's rage flame and Qilin lightning hung their hats on wasn't anything Ryu's ice flame cared about. And the same went for his rebirth flame. Both were content to take a back seat. At the same time, though, Ryu also understood that his northern heavenly wind was invaluable to his combat prowess, namely in easing his ability to dual wield. He felt that both paths were invaluable. And, with his ice jade crystal body being capable of balancing all things, he didn't have to choose. Alright, little Ryu. There are a few more things that Grandma has to tell you about. Firstly, the Phoenix heavenly body art that you are practicing is incomplete. Half of it was sealed away due to the restrictions on soul cultivation, and it could be said that the sealing of that half resulted in a loss of over 90% of the technique's true strength. Ryu's pupils constricted. 90% was a number far larger than he was expecting. Didn't that mean that with the supplementary portions of this technique, it would become 10 times more powerful? What kind of ridiculous concept was that? We phoenixes don't have bodies as strong as dragons or Qilins. But that is because we are elemental creatures. Our flesh and blood is minimal, and in the highest grade of phoenix, the only blood they had was their very essence. What phoenixes rely on to have a tangible form are heavenly patterns, thus where the heavenly portion of the technique's name comes from. The truth is that even I am not certain of just how powerful these heavenly patterns were. By the time we chose to abandon the rules and do whatever it took to become more powerful, the time remaining wasn't nearly enough. However, what I do know is that the Phoenix bloodline has 3 branches of heavenly patterns: life patterns, rebirth patterns, and finally death patterns. From what I can tell at a base level, there is no functional difference between these patterns. The main dividing line is what bloodline you have to have in order to use them. After we visited the Death Shrine, Phoenix heavenly body completed itself and several new pages appeared, filling in what was missing: the death patterns. Though it's just a guess, I have a feeling that since my little boy is sitting right here in front of me, you should be able to use all 3 heavenly patterns. Ryu understood what his grandmother meant. Although his spiritual foundation had yet to play a huge role in his combat prowess, there was no doubt that he was the Phoenix Sky God's successor. In fact, Ryu was almost certain that the White Flame, whose name he still could not pronounce, was the greatest representation of this. Here, I will demonstrate. The moment Ryu's grandmother spoke these words, her aura completely changed. From a loving grandmother, she became like a wild beast, her seemingly frail fist punching out at empty air. An instinctual fear took root in Ryu's heart. He knew that if his grandmother released this attack, this spiritual sea would be completely obliterated. Chapter 606: The Soul. Of course, Ryu's grandmother had no intention of going so far, nor did she feel the need to. She was confident that with his senses, Ryu could tell just how powerful the attack was. Her fist stopped right before Ryu's nose, allowing him to observe the changes to her spirit. At that moment, Ryu couldn't take his eyes off of the crystalline blue patterns. They seemed to coat his grandmother in a skin of diamond, as though her flesh had suddenly become as hard as a polished gem. The patterns had sharp, blocky edges and cut in perfect 90-degree corners. They spread out down from his grandmother's wrist, stop at her knuckles. If it wasn't for their unique energy and color, the pattern would look almost too bland and normal. They weren't anywhere near as complex as fundamental runes and seemed to fall far short of large and small formations in terms of mystery. And yet, Ryu somehow felt it was the most enigmatic thing he had ever seen in his life. I can only show you the life patterns for obvious reasons, but I can tell you that life patterns, as they progress, slowly grow to have the greatest defense. Death patterns will grow to have the greatest offense and have the most destructive capability. Finally, the rebirth patterns are the most enigmatic. On the surface, it seems that it just does both offense and defense well, giving them the greatest balance. But I have a feeling that the truth will only be revealed when all three heavenly patterns come together. The blue patterns slowly receded from Mistress Qilin's fist, and it immediately became obvious that her image had paled considerably. However, by design or coincidence, the grandmother-grandson pair didn't mention this at all. What I just show you was only a single heavenly pattern, and it could be considered to be the simplest application. Phoenixes usually apply these patterns to their feathers, giving them millions, even billions of them. This is also why the feathers of phoenixes are so valuable and hold so many mysteries. But it's also because of this that phoenix feathers are so rare. Each is tied to their soul, so it is impossible for them to treat them casually. But I'm sure you also understand what this means. Ryu's gaze narrowed. It was said that each individual scale of a phoenix could be considered to be a priceless treasure. Not only that, but they each held great power. If a phoenix of the sixth order gifted Ryu one of its feathers, it would probably be a 10 times better weapon than any Earth-grade treasure he had ever come across, and that was just a beast equivalent to a connecting heaven realm expert. So, did that mean that these heavenly patterns, when mastered to a certain level, could give Ryu the ability to strengthen his elemental attacks to such a level? Such a prospect. Ryu took a deep breath. There had always been cause to doubt the phoenix. After all, Ryu's Qilin and dragon bloodlines provided him with more than double the strength his phoenix bloodlines did. But now, it even seemed that the dragon and Qilin were lacking in comparison to the phoenix. Ryu stretched out a palm, his hands suddenly flickering with blue lights. In just a few breaths, an identical heavenly pattern to his grandmother formed, causing his spiritual sea to roll and tremble. His pupils constricted. With just a single heavenly pattern, he could feel it resonating with his blood and raising his strength by more than half. Were things really so exaggerated? Mistress Qilin smiled and shook her head. She knew that casting a technique within Ryu's own spiritual sea gave him a unique ability to see through its secrets, but this was also more than just a little exaggerated in its own right. She didn't even want to say how long it had taken her to form her first pattern to avoid feeling embarrassed. Ryu suddenly felt a flick at his forehead, causing his life pattern to twist and collapse. Stop showing off in front of your grandmother, little boy. Have you not learned how to respect your elders yet? Ryu was stunned for a moment before he suddenly began to laugh. Before his grandmother could react, he hugged her tightly again. This time he didn't seem prepared to let go. Oh dear, Grandma still has a lot to say. Ryu didn't respond. He didn't seem to care about all this other stuff, he could just figure it all out slowly on his own. But wouldn't this be the last time he saw his grandmother? This was time he would never get back. Plus, he didn't want his grandmother to see his face right now. Okay. Grandma will let you be spoiled, but listen carefully. Okay? Your Grandpa Qilin is waiting for you in the Lightning Qilin Holy Grounds. Your Grandpa Tatsuya is at the Fire Dragon Holy Land and your Grandma Tatsuya is waiting at the Fire Phoenix Holy Land. You should still have the 4 emblems, correct? There's a special signature on them that we've designed to activate a formation toward the Holy Lands as long as you're on the shrine plane and pour your chi into it. It should instantly teleport you out of any obstruction and into our Holy Land. In addition, there's a second mechanism that will send you to a random location on the shrine plane should you not be on it originally. However, I hope that you will be patient, little Ryu. You have a dangerous path ahead of you. Though these treasures will help you, they can also dull your blade. I also hope that you will save these 4 emblems and use them as life-saving measures at a critical moment. This is the best that we can do for you, as only items that have such great fate attached to them could be so potent as life-saving treasures. Only when you feel that you cannot progress any longer on your own should you use them. This way, you can rely on our guidance to not only help you maneuver past bottlenecks, but it will also help you to hone yourself properly. Do you understand? Ryu's arms tightened around his grandmother, not trusting himself to speak. He could feel her frame becoming frilier and frilier. I love you, Grandma. Ryu squeezed these words out with a voice so hoarse it sounded like grating shards of iron. A light chuckle that soothed his soul for a final time left his grandma cookin'. Live well, my handsome little boy. Grandma will be watching over you. Ryu's arms swung at air, his momentum bringing him to his hands and knees. There were legends of what it meant for a soul to cry. Though it was an incorporeal representation of the real body, there were simply limits to what it could do and what it could achieve. However, no matter the legend or folktale, an emotion reflected in the soul was 100-fold more potent than any displayed by the physical body. And maybe that was why the skies reddened when Ryu's soul shed tears of crimson.